Chapter 441. Damn it! That stubborn fool. Bertus gritted his teeth upon hearing the story about Olivia Lands. The fact that Reinhardt was the Demon King was not revealed to the world because it could lead to religious conflicts. It was dangerous to leave Olivia alone, not knowing if she was on the Demon King's side. So putting Olivia under surveillance was the best decision for now. However, Olivia Lands, who had learned the truth, began to cause trouble. She doesn't even try to hide her intention to side with the Demon King. Above all, Olivia's talks about religious trials and debates clearly showed her determination to buy time. It wasn't ambiguous. She had made up her mind to protect the Demon King. Olivia Lands had volunteered to become an enemy of the Empire, if not humanity itself. Should we kill her? Bertus gritted his teeth at Scott Kelton's report. We could kill her, but it's in the middle of Temple. It's impossible to kill her quietly, and it would create a mess. The main hall was one of the central locations of Temple. If a fight broke out between Olivia Lands and the Shanipal Knights trying to kill her, many people would inevitably become aware of the situation. At this point, Olivia Lands was an even more difficult target to kill than the Demon King. The Holy Knights and the five great divine faiths would hold the Empire accountable for killing the champion of Toan. It would provoke strong resentment among the majority of the five great divine faiths followers. The announcement that she had to be killed because she sided with the Demon King would be too long-winded. People would only accept the simple truth that the Empire killed the champion of Toan. Olivia Lands knew how important her life was politically and religiously. Killing me would bring about conflict between the Empire and the divine faiths before the death of the Demon King. And the Demon King possesses not one but two holy relics. So, it is not only the Empire's problem, but also a religious problem. Therefore, you cannot discuss the disposal of the Demon King among yourselves. The five great divine faiths have more than enough justification to intervene in this matter. If left alone, Olivia would escape Temple on her own and head to the Holy Knights. And Olivia Lands would lead a large-scale Holy Knights order and knock on Temple's door, demanding to discuss the Demon King's fate. Whether to kill or save the Demon King is a matter for us to decide. If we recklessly kill the Demon King, it won't be fun. Olivia Lands would threaten the Empire. Bertus once said to Reinhardt that honest fools tend to cause real disasters. It was something he said when evaluating Olivia Lands. A crazy fool who wants to scream in front of people not to kill the Demon King. Olivia Lands, all that talk about the five great divine faiths is just an excuse. That fool is not on the side of the church, but solely on the side of the Demon King. She doesn't even try to hide it. Her logic will be clear. Not one, but two holy relics. If two of the five gods chose the Demon King, then isn't the Demon King the right choice? Let's stop hating each other and find a way to live together. She will create nonsense with only the intention of saving the Demon King, not even hypocrisy. Really, I'm going to lose my mind. He could kill, or he could not kill. The situation would become uncontrollable if the five great divine faiths started to meddle in matters the Empire had intended to handle quietly on its own. Above all, Olivia Lands intends to keep the Demon King alive, regardless of the five great divine faiths' objectives. If that happens, the public will be greatly confused, and rumors will spread among the civilians that Reinhardt, known as the hero, was the Demon King. Bertus felt as if he was watching a dragon writhing to plunge the Empire into chaos. Call Elaine Bolton. Is it okay to do that? What can we do, rather than killing Olivia Lands and seeing the Empire divided? It's better to extend the Demon King's life a little, isn't it? It's thousands of times better to wage war with the demons by letting the Demon King live. If a war breaks out with the demons, the Empire may suffer damage, but it won't collapse. He was getting exhausted. Bertus had felt as if he'd been testing the limits of his mental strength for days. Elaine Bolton led the agents into Temple because of Olivia Land's issue. Olivia Lands was trying to reveal information that had to be kept secret, information that would inevitably cause great confusion if it became known. There is a Demon King chosen by the sacred relic. Humans, what do you think of this? Intending to discuss it with the Holy Knight Commander, Olivia stood up when Elaine Bolton arrived. What's going on, Olivia? Let's go out first. Now that someone had come to take her away, Olivia had no intention of being trapped any longer. Miss Olivia, you can't. The Shanipal Knight, who had been watching Olivia all this time, blocked Olivia's way. You must talk here. You can't leave. Seeing the Shanipal Knights, who seemed determined not to make way, and the agents, including the Holy Knight commander, sensed that something was wrong. The Holy Knights knew that something was happening in Temple, but they had no idea about the details. Who are you to tell me what to do? Olivia approached the knight with a sneering smile. My safety is the responsibility of the Holy Knights and the 5 great divine faiths, not the Empire. Temple, I can leave that behind. The Empire has no right to command me where to go or come. Blocking my way will be considered a challenge to the Holy Knights and an act of religious rebellion against the will of the entire continent's 5 great divine faiths and their believers. Olivia spoke calmly. Get out of her way. How dare you stand in the way of the champion? She wasn't alone. The Holy Knight commander was with her. Olivia relied not on her personal strength, but on her symbolic status and political position. Thus, Shanipal had no choice but to make way. They could only grit their teeth as they watched Olivia Lands, carrying a bomb that could shake the entire continent. Leave. Olivia Lands explained the whole story to Holy Knight Commander Elaine Bolton. Initially, only Alspringer was involved, but she also revealed that Reinhardt shared Tiamata with herself. Reinhardt had received the blessing of 2 sacred relics, and that Reinhardt was the Demon King. So, they had to convene an emergency meeting with the highest-ranking leaders of the 5 great divine faiths. They had to hold a doctrinal conference or religious trial or something about this matter. Elaine Bolton was, of course, astonished. That alone was enough of a message. She left the matter to be handled by the religious organizations to Elaine Bolton. The fact that the Demon King was the owner of the sacred relics would surely deliver a massive shock to the entire 5 great divine faiths. Priests and holy knights would also have divided opinions on this issue. That's why Olivia began to act before the higher-ups made a decision. It was very easy for Olivia. At the main headquarters of the Holy Knights, she held a temporary sermon gathering priests and believers. Many people had no choice but to attend a sermon given by the champion of Tuan. Olivia didn't say anything special. The gods are always right, aren't they? Many people nodded their heads at Olivia's soft words. The gods plan and arrange everything, don't they? So, the blessing of the gods cannot be wrong or denied, and the grace they bestow upon us is evidence that they are right and a sign of their love for us. Therefore, those who receive the grace of the gods are worth loving, and it is clear that their existence should be affirmed, just as we are the chosen ones who receive the love of the gods. Among such graces, the most powerful grace and proof, sacred relics. Olivia summoned Tiamata and held it high in her right hand. Oh, the faint holy light flowing from Tiamata made some of those who looked at it exclaim in admiration, some moved by emotion, and many were overwhelmed by the grace of realizing the sacred relic. Being chosen by such a sacred relic, I dare say that I can represent the will of the gods to some extent. Ladies and gentlemen, the Demon King, who has caused a stir in the world, is now captured in Temple. Oh, the hall was greatly stirred by her words. At a time when everyone was afraid of the name of the Demon King, the news of the Demon King's capture was enough to bring everyone a sense of astonishment, admiration, and relief. You may have heard of the new hero, Reinhardt. Olivia smiled. It turns out that the hero chosen by the Guard of War Owls was actually the Demon King who infiltrated the human world. It was only natural that the admiration in the hall turned into astonishment, as everyone stirred. Olivia continued. We don't know the exact circumstances yet. However, the important thing is that even if he is the Demon King disguised as a hero, the fact that he received the blessing of Alspringer does not change. The people listening to the sermon could not regain their composure in the face of the sudden storm of astonishing information. However, it was clearly ingrained in their minds. The Demon King had infiltrated humanity under the name of Reinhardt, and he received the blessing of owls. Of course, it's possible that the Demon King might have played some wicked trick to receive the blessing of Alspringer. Wicked trick. The people who were confused by the all-powerful word regained their composure to some extent. It was a statement that Olivia, who wanted to save Reinhardt, should not have made. However, this statement was even more important. The Holy Knight Order and the 5 great divine faiths have a duty to prove whether the Demon King truly received the blessing of the owls. Currently, the Demon King in the possession of the Empire. However, this is our problem. The duty and right to discuss and decide on the treatment of the demon king who received the blessing of the gods belongs not to the empire but to us. It is not the empire, but we who must judge whether the demon king has received the blessing of the sacred relics or has intercepted the holy relics that should have belonged to another through dirty trickery. From now on, I will go to temple to take the demon king. I have no doubt that my duty to determine the legitimacy or illegitimacy of the demon king is a sacred mission I have received from the gods. In the name of the five great gods, in the name of the goddess of purity, Toan, I will judge under the name of God, whether he is noble or not, political maneuvers to receive the demon king. Olivia Lands began to trigger a major incident. An unspecified number of people carry the seeds of chaos. These will now sprout in various places, causing tremendous confusion. Olivia did not argue that the demon king must be a righteous being simply because he received the blessing of the sacred relics. Such extreme claims are bound to provoke opposition from the moderates. It is true that the demon king received the blessing of the sacred relics. Therefore, a discussion to judge right and wrong must proceed, and we must be the leaders of that discussion. Olivia's words that it is our problem and should be dealt with as such could only be regarded as a matter that must be addressed. Although the believers were confused, Olivia prioritized action. Olivia Lands, who had left temple, returned about 5 hours later. She was not alone. She was accompanied by about 200 paladins, the elite of the Holy Knight Order. The Holy Knights were also in a sinister mood. The Holy Knights were shocked that the Demon King had received the blessing of the sacred relics, but were also furious that the Empire tried to secretly resolve the issue. All the Holy Knights agreed with Olivia Land's opinion that they should judge the Demon King. In front of the security forces blocking the entrance of Temple and Shanipal, Olivia stepped forward with her entourage. We are performing a sacred duty. Open the way. Temple is the land of the Empire, not a place where the Holy Knight Order can roam around as they please. Since the gods created this continent, all lands have received the grace of the gods. The owners of all lands are the five great gods, and so, where can we not go when we execute the orders of such gods? As if there had been no decision to abandon the gods, Olivia spoke eloquently like a clear stream. You are interfering with a very important religious issue for the Holy Knight Order and the five great divine faiths. Step aside. We will discuss the disposal of the Demon King. As I keep telling you, you cannot enter. I will consider that as permission to use force. Swoosh. Olivia deliberately pulled out her Tiamata sword in a threatening manner. The Holy Knights also cautiously drew their swords with tense expressions as Olivia pulled out her sword. The paladins were also extremely tense due to Olivia's actions. Olivia Lands, the champion of Toan, was crossing a line. If they clashed with Temple's forces here, the situation would spiral out of control. Regardless of whether Olivia's actions were right or wrong, this would lead to a collision between the five great divine faiths and the Empire. The skirmish at the entrance of Temple could even be remembered as the starting point of a religious war. That's why not only Temple's guards, but even the paladins who had followed Olivia were taken aback by her honest madness. Nobody had thought she would go this far. Champion, any further, and that's why one of the paladins who had followed Olivia was swallowing his saliva and trying to dissuade her. Are you doubting my intentions now? Opposing my will is opposing Toan's will. Olivia's gaze seemed to say that even if they were fellow paladins, their necks would not be spared if they opposed her will. Olivia Lands was demonstrating how she could drag the situation into chaos by spreading a twisted logic if the champion of the gods went mad. The five great divines, the relics, the confusion of the faithful, and a religious war be damned. She was just pretending to care about them. Because of this, a religious war could break out, and the empire could be torn apart, and the confrontation between the religious and imperial forces could shake the entire continent, becoming the starting point of a massive war and massacre. Olivia didn't care about any of that. The world, humanity, whether they perished or not, was none of her concern. Olivia Lands was trying to save Reinhardt, so she would eliminate anything that blocked her path, even if it was a god itself. Move, if you don't want war. At Olivia's brutal words, not only the guards, but also the paladins who had followed Olivia had no choice but to hold their breath. Honest madness. The worst situation it could lead to was being staged right now. Chapter 442, there's a saying that one avoids something not because it's scary, but because it's filthy. However, Olivia Lands was both filthy and frightening. War would break out the moment one pointed a sword at Olivia Lands, who would push her way in, challenging others to stop her if they wished for war. Nobody wanted to be the starting point of a war that could potentially split the continent in two, except for Olivia Lands. In the end, Olivia led the Holy Knights and crossed the temple gate, reaching the temporary detention facility where Reinhardt was held. Not only the knights and wizards of Shanapel, who had set up camp there, but also Temple's forces were blocking Olivia from coming any closer. The Empire should not have informed Olivia of anything. Keeping an eye on Olivia, because they couldn't tell whether she was on the side of the Demon King or not, was the best course of action in that situation. But now it had become the worst choice, backfiring on the Empire. With the Holy Knights behind her, Olivia stood at the front and looked at Bertis, who was blocking her path. Behind Bertis was Shanapel and the Royal Wizard Corps. Behind Olivia were the Holy Knights of the Holy Order. Step aside. I'm afraid I can't do that, Senior. Bertis, who was on the verge of reaching his breaking point due to a mix of irritation and anger, stared at Olivia. The authority to decide the Demon King's life lies with us. Hand it over. Olivia made a natural demand, and Bertus clenched his teeth. No one needed to persuade her that the continent may be divided and humanity may self-destruct because of her actions. No matter the outward reason, it's clear that deep down she'd think, so what do you want me to do about it? The Empire represents humanity. Therefore, it is right for the imperial family to decide the disposal of the Demon King, the enemy of humanity. At Bertus's words, Olivia snickered. Human beings are creations of the gods. The Empire may have the right to represent humanity. However, isn't it only natural that the Holy Order and the five great divine faiths, which represent the will of the gods, have a higher authority than you, representing humanity's will? Yeah, do a lot of representing. Olivia smirked. I represent the will of the gods. Since humans were created by gods, the will of the gods is superior to human will. The will of the gods is more righteous. And as a champion chosen by Toan, I represent the will of the gods. Opposing me is opposing the gods. Olivia was honestly pushing forward with the terrible logic that arises when the champion of the gods uses their authority violently. As Elaris once said to Reinhardt, sacred relics are not only powerful items, but their political utility is even greater. Olivia Lands was precisely carrying out that statement. Facing Olivia's attitude, not only Bertus, but also the knights and wizards of the Empire were growing weary. What's the difference between this and madness? Is it acceptable for a champion chosen by the gods to be so reckless? Why was someone who behaves at this level chosen by the gods? Those who are not close to the gods begin to doubt the intentions of the gods. However, the holy knights, who were equally fed up, began to have different thoughts as they saw Olivia's behavior and words. The holy knights are close to the gods. The gods are right. So the chosen champions of the divine relics, the ones chosen by the gods, were right for the second time. The fact that Olivia Lands, who was chosen by Toan, showed such behavior meant that the situation was so critical that the gods had to show such a radical will. A champion that is violent, brutal, and seems to be somewhat insane in their actions. It is not because the champion has gone mad. It is because the gods want such behavior. Everything in the world is under the arrangement of the gods. Champions represent the will of the gods. So the more extreme, the more blind, and the more violent Olivia's actions are, it is concluded that the gods want extreme actions. To those who are not close to the gods, the champion seems mad. However, as the Holy Knights see Olivia's oppressive actions, the more extreme they are, the more they realize that the gods support this extremity. That's why the atmosphere among the Holy Knights, who were filled with fear of a possible continental war, was only temporary, realizing that they had no choice but to support the actions of Olivia Lands, who could only be absolute, and realizing that it was the will of the gods. Gradually, strength enters their eyes, faith and belief. It leads to different conclusions and actions from the general public. We are right to discuss the new forces of the Demon King. Does the Empire have any evidence to deny this? As Olivia continued to speak, the Holy Knights began to show an increasingly fierce spirit. With the champion on our side, we are right. Even if they die here, even if it leads to war, it is the will of the gods. If they die here, They die very close to the will of the gods. How can it not be an honor? The identity of the Demon King was confirmed and secured by the Empire. The Holy Knights are trying to steal the Empire's achievements. At Bertus's words, Olivia tilted her head. Yes, thank you for doing the hard work. In order to commend the Empire's efforts, the 5 great divine faiths will express their proper respect to the Empire and pray for the gods' blessings. It's sophistry, but under the name of the gods, everything becomes right. Even if they are told to see white as black, they must do so if it is the word of the gods. The eyes that cannot do so become the ones at fault. Why do you see white when you are told to see black? Only the gods can say such things. The champions are their spokespersons. I will commend the commendable and fulfill my duty. I am here to perform my duty, not to claim my rights. I have a duty to determine whether the Demon King is a noble being or not. Bertus clenched his teeth. There is much he could say. Isn't it true that you, who share Tiamata with the Demon King, are ultimately acting this way to protect the Demon King? Aren't you impure from the moment your soul was shared with the Demon King? Haven't you had your life saved by the Demon King? Aren't you the enemy of humanity? However, all these words will lead to a massive conflict. To say that the champion of Tuin is not noble is already a grave blasphemy. Doubting Olivia Land's intentions is, in effect, doubting the will of the gods. Of course, the Empire is strong. That's why they can doubt the will of the gods. Even if the gods present an absolute proposition, it ends when they say they do not agree. The gods are transcendent, lending their power to the world, but they do not grant the right to fully represent their absolute will to those who wield that power. One could argue as much. No matter how powerful the Holy Knights and the 5 great divine faiths may be, it is not difficult for the Empire to push them away if it so desires. However, religion itself is a center of gravity, and if the Empire were to tear it apart, it would lose the overarching purpose of encompassing all humanity. The Empire can annihilate the 5 great divine faiths and the Holy Knights, but if it does so, the Empire will collapse. The Empire was founded on the principle of uniting numerous races, cultures, and beliefs to stand against the demon race. Such an empire attempting to exclude a massive group inevitably leads to the loss of legitimacy. Bertus had a lot to think about. There is much to protect. The Empire, the royal family, and humanity. He must speak and act to protect these overwhelmingly vast entities. But Olivia desires only one thing: Reinhardt. That's why she doesn't think about the consequences and focuses solely on rescuing Reinhardt right now, throwing everything at it. I told you to get out of the way. As Olivia took a step forward, the holy knights behind her also took an intimidating step. Shanipel, the royal mage corps, and Bertus did not back down. However, if those steps continued, a clash would occur. It was a tense, hair-trigger situation. If they handed the Demon King over to Olivia instead of going to war, the outcome would be obvious. Olivia would argue that since the Demon King was chosen by the sacred relics, the 5 great divine faiths should also support him. It was impossible to predict where this move would lead. War is always the worst option, and if it is a war between humans, it is even worse. This moment must be stopped. The madwoman's advance must be halted. How about talking with the Demon King for a moment? What? You must know how absurd it is to ask us to hand over his forces. We don't intend to deny the authority that the Holy Knights hold. First of all, they needed to put the brakes on this imminent collision. One wrong word, one wrong move, and a war might break out. They threw out bait. Talk with the Demon King for a moment, and then let's have a more level-headed discussion. Olivia stared silently at Bertus. She knew that war was the worst option, and she didn't think it would be possible to take custody of the Demon King right away. Olivia came to deliver a practical warning that if they arbitrarily decided on the Demon King's fate, an enormous incident would ensue. It was to make the Empire hesitate to execute Reinhardt immediately, and in the long term she planned to find another way to save Reinhardt. They would allow her to meet Reinhardt. So, for now, back off. Fine. Olivia accepted the proposal. I'll guide you. Since not all the Holy Knights could enter, only Olivia, as their representative, could enter the building. As if she had no intention of overstepping that boundary, Olivia followed the guidance of the Shanipel Knights and entered the detention facility. For now, they had bought some time. After confirming that Olivia had gone away, Bertus approached one of the knights. The justification Olivia had, the sacred object, a being that cannot be denied because it was chosen by the sacred object, the demon king and Olivia Lands, and one more, a person whose existence itself is justification, a person who would not be outdone by Olivia Lands. Bring Ellen Artorius right now. Ellen Artorius was needed. Temporary underground prison. Olivia was led by Shaniple's knights and was able to descend to the underground prison where Reinhardt was imprisoned. Upon arrival, she felt only one thing: it's impossible to escape by force. The external troops were an issue, but inside the underground prison there were those who had surpassed the boundaries of the extraordinary. In preparation for any situation, Savelin Turner, the Grandmaster, was present along with numerous archmages and many swordmasters. Savelin Turner, the key person in charge, was practically living here without even taking turns. I thought there was a commotion. Seeing Olivia's stern expression, Savelin Turner bit her lip. I received the prince's permission. As if she had heard roughly what had happened, Turner narrowed her brows and stepped aside. Only then could Olivia see Reinhardt, who was lying down, bound in chains. A gag was in his mouth, and his eyes were open. Olivia clenched her fists and knelt in front of Reinhardt. To Reinhardt, who had watched over her for so long, protected her, and now was in such a miserable state, to her demon king. Olivia used her divine power to heal Reinhardt, who was in tatters. Reinhardt! As she treated Reinhardt, Olivia's eyes were filled with tears. His unfocused eyes moved, and finally stared at Olivia. His dull gaze hadn't returned yet, but he recognized Olivia. Nunar is here. I will, definitely, save you. Olivia said that, and gently hugged Reinhardt's bound neck. After a brief embrace, Olivia reached for the gag in Reinhardt's mouth. Swish. There's a reason it's there. Don't touch it. Savelin Turner pointed her sword at Olivia's neck. If you're going to kill me, do it. If she couldn't even talk to Reinhardt, who was in such a miserable state, she'd rather die. Olivia didn't even pay attention to the sword at her neck and untied Reinhardt's gag. Thunk Reinhardt was still weak, even though Olivia had healed him, and his eyes were still unfocused. In the end, Savelin Turner couldn't cut Olivia. Reinhardt, you didn't do anything wrong. Right, you didn't do anything wrong. We will hold a meeting of the 5 great divine faiths and prove that you were not bad at all. So, Nuna, Reinhardt called Olivia with a cracked, metallic voice. It was the first time Reinhardt had called her like that, so Olivia stared at him with wide eyes. Don't do it. What? Don't do that. With great difficulty, Reinhardt raised his head, his eyes unfocused, and whispered quietly, Nuna, don't get yourself killed. That was what he said, even in such a state. He was worried about her and told her not to do anything dangerous. I managed to save you. Don't die doing something uncertain. That was what he said. It's a waste. How could you, after I saved you? Ah! Those words finally made Olivia burst into tears, unable to bear Reinhardt's selfless concern for her even in his near-death state. Olivia cried, Is this what you think of as an evil demon king? As tears streamed down her face, Olivia looked at Savelin Turner, who held a sword to her throat. Do you really think Reinhardt is evil? Even if he's the demon king. He's not evil if he's worried about me in a situation like this. There's no way he could be. There's no way. Reinhardt must have had his reasons too. There must have been a reason for everything Reinhardt has done up to now. Maybe we should at least listen to his side of the story. Why did he do it? Why did he have to do it? We can at least listen to him. Just because he's the demon king and just because he's suspicious. Tying him up like an animal, even putting a gag on him is this. Right, this is beyond the will of the gods, beyond all that. It's too cruel. As Olivia sobbed, the tip of Savelin Turner's sword wavered. Was the demon king truly evil? Could a being who still worried about Olivia, whom he had saved, and told her not to try to save him in such a situation, truly be evil? Could all of this be a lie? Setting aside doubts, circumstances, and all that, what harm has Reinhardt done? What has he done? Really? The Demon King's first attack was to rescue the demon captives who were being sold as slaves. The Demon King could do that. The attack on the Holy Knights was to rescue his close friend Olivia Lands. Reinhardt could do that. The final attack was the Empire's own intrigue. The Demon King didn't do that. It was something Savelin Turner did under the orders of the Empire. Was the Demon King evil? Savelin Turner sheathed her sword, biting her lip as she looked at the sobbing Olivia Lands and Reinhardt. What was the truth? Where did the truth end and lies begin? She too was desperate to know. Everyone wanted to believe that Reinhardt wasn't bad. However, let's say the Demon King doesn't hate humanity. Why? With only reasons to hate. Why on earth people felt betrayed by the Demon King because they couldn't accept that part. But please listen to Reinhardt's words. Just a little, please. Trust Reinhardt. Only Olivia Lands, who had blind trust and love for the Demon King. Only Olivia Lands, who had received decisive help from the Demon King several times. In this situation, she sobbed pitifully, pleading for them to trust Reinhardt. Chapter 443. In the end, Olivia achieved her minor goal. She created a situation where the Empire could not unilaterally dispose of Reinhardt. However, it was impossible for the Holy Knight Order to bring back Reinhardt. Bertus knew what Olivia's real goal was. For the sake of Reinhardt, Olivia would make every effort she could. Since it was impossible with force, she used political power. Olivia fed Reinhardt water and gruel, who didn't even have the energy to speak properly. Reinhardt seemed unwilling to eat, but only after Olivia tearfully begged him did he slowly accept the food she offered. Savelin Turner watched this whole scene quietly. "I'll come back." Olivia, getting up from her seat, looked down at Reinhardt with a compassionate gaze. She couldn't take her eyes off him, but she couldn't stay here either. Now, instead of being in front of Reinhardt, moving busily where he couldn't see was the way to help him. Gritting her teeth, Olivia passed Savelin Turner and walked down the hallway of the underground prison. Turner stared at Reinhardt quietly. Really? Is the Demon King a being unrelated to evil? When Olivia Lands returned to those waiting above ground, she saw an additional person who wasn't there before. Somehow, the girl had always seemed blind, but now, the black-haired girl seemed to wilt lifelessly. Ellen Artorius stood next to Bertus, not knowing why she was called here. She simply came because she was told to. She looked like an empty person with no thoughts or will. That appearance, somehow, it was similar to Reinhardt's in the underground prison, as if Reinhardt had given up everything in despair. Ellen Artorius also seemed to have given up everything due to the feeling of betrayal. Looking at Bertus with Ellen beside him, Olivia sneered. "Ah, I see what you're thinking." Having been threatened by a relic, he brought a hero with another relic. In order to resist Olivia's fury, all he needed was a stronger justification. Olivia is the champion of Toan. However, Ellen is the younger sister of Lagan Artorius. Naturally, she would receive the support of the Mensis sect, and being Lagan Artorius's sister, she would also receive the support of the majority of the people. Objectively, Ellen had a stronger justification than Olivia. So, Bertus brought Ellen to prevent Olivia's fury. And Ellen had the Sun Guard's relic, Lapelt. Only Reinhardt and Charlotte knew that Ellen possessed Lapelt. However, if this fact were revealed, Ellen, who held two relics, would have an even stronger justification than Olivia. Naturally, the Holy Knights Olivia brought would feel confused if Ellen had different thoughts. The division among the Holy Knights would cause a split in support, and Olivia would no longer be able to act furiously. However, Olivia stared at Ellen calmly. Olivia didn't know that Ellen played a crucial role in tracking down the Demon King. However, that expression, Olivia knew she had fallen into an abyss in that expression that seemed to have lost everything in the world. "Are you okay like this?" Ellen had no response to Olivia's words. "Will you just label Reinhardt a bad guy like this? Wallow somewhere and let Reinhardt die?" "You were just that, huh?" With those words, a light returned to Ellen's dead eyes. Anger, those cruel words, which implied her feelings meant nothing, brought a flush to Ellen's dead heart. "What do you know, Nuna?" "I don't know much." Olivia lifted the corner of her mouth. "But I know that if you continue like this, you'll lock yourself in a room and wallow in misery, saying Reinhardt is the evil son of the Demon King who killed my brother." Ellen clenched her teeth at the provocation. My feelings. What I think, how much I liked Reinhardt, how I feel, how do you know, what do you know? Nuna. In the end, Olivia laughed, covering her mouth as she looked at Ellen, who shed tears with her trembling lips. "Oh, right. You must be sad. Grieve all you want. Who cares what anyone says?" Olivia showed a gloomy smile, as if she had forgotten that numerous powerful warriors and holy knights were watching, as if she only cared about expressing and revealing her feelings. Reinhardt could be evil, he could be a bad guy, he could be plotting something terribly wicked. Sure, that might be possible. But I'm going to trust Reinhardt till the end, even if I'm betrayed or face something terrible in the end, even if my thoughts are wrong. I'm going to trust Reinhardt. So you were just that, Huh, Reinhardt is the Demon King. I'm so scared and sad. I'm going crazy because of the betrayal. Keep doing that. Die doing that, like an idiot. If there's a choice between being unhappy by trusting or unhappy by not trusting, I'll be unhappy by trusting. You get it? I'm different from something like you. It was something she shouldn't have said in front of the Holy Knights. But Olivia casually spat out those words. I believe in the Demon King. Let's go back. Towards the Holy Knights who had lost their spirit due to the shocking declaration. Olivia gestured with her hands in her pockets, fiddling around. She led the Holy Knights back, looking not like a champion of Toan, but like a local thug. Ellen's face was pale. Was I really just that? She had been too scared to even consider listening to the story. Unhappy by trusting or unhappy by not trusting, which unhappiness is better if both are unhappy. She had only been locked in her room, shocked by the fact that she had been deceived so far. All of Olivia Land's words were true. These feelings shouldn't be false. She had thought she wouldn't lose to anyone in terms of the size of her heart. Overwhelmed by fear and betrayal, Ellen lived in a daze. She didn't know much, but she knew one thing for certain. She wasn't sure what she was good at, but she knew that crying like this was definitely wrong. Olivia Lands led the knights back. Before everyone on the continent even knew of the hero's existence, rumors would spread that the hero was actually the Demon King. Conflict with religious groups would become unavoidable. Bertus's task was now to prevent this matter from escalating into war. After Olivia left and the alert was lifted, Bertus brought Ellen to his office. Reinhardt was indeed the Demon King. Nevertheless, Olivia Lands chose to believe in Reinhardt. She said she could trust him because he had saved her life several times, not because she wanted to believe. Believing and being unhappy or not believing and being unhappy. Faced with these two paths, Olivia Lands chose to believe and be unhappy. She said, "That's how little you were worth." Olivia's words painfully pierced Ellen's heart. Could she believe him? After hiding such a thing, was it right to believe? Was it even possible? It seemed impossible. But Ellen had just seen someone who made it possible. Of course, Olivia was in a situation where she had received the Demon King's favor, so it was easier for her to trust him. Ellen thought about everything that had happened so far. All those times might not have been false. By believing in Reinhardt, could she turn all those times that now seemed fake back into reality? Should she have believed in Reinhardt more? She couldn't do what Olivia could do. Was she really just that worthless? Ellen stared blankly at the table with empty eyes. Ellen, you have every right to attend the Pope-level conference of the 5 great divine faiths. You know that, right? Yeah, at Bertus's words. Ellen mumbled absent-mindedly. Olivia Lands will try to justify the Demon King's actions by pulling him to the side of the Holy Knights. So, the only one who can suppress the insane speech of that stubborn person is you. I guess so. At Ellen's listless response, Bertus crossed his arms and looked at her. Don't tell me you also want to believe in Reinhardt. Everyone feels the same way. We all wish Reinhardt's crazy. Impossible claims were true, but we just can't believe them. They don't make sense. And even if Reinhardt's intentions were true, the problem remains the same. Ellen bit her lip. Olivia will spout nonsense about having to recognize the Demon King as the champion because he was chosen by 2 sacred relics. Then humanity will be thrown into a world where the 5 great divine faiths and even the demon cult can be grasped. Whether Reinhardt really doesn't hate humans is irrelevant. The continent will be divided, and eventually another great demon war could break out. The division is certain, regardless of Reinhardt's intentions. If it were simply the Demon King, that would be one thing, but he was also the champion of the gods. Moreover, the followers of the demon cult sided with the Demon King. The integration of the divine faiths and the demonic faiths could create a miraculous event, and as a result, they would become a force capable of facing the Empire. Despite Reinhardt's presence being so immense and him not wanting conflict, it was clear that he would become the starting point of a massive conflict. From the standpoint of protecting the Empire, Bertus could not allow the Demon King to be released into the world unchallenged. Ellen listened quietly to the story and finally spoke up. I'll attend the 5 great divine faiths conference. Without saying what she would discuss there, she asked, can I go see Reinhardt? It seemed Ellen was only thinking of him as she said that. Ellen, standing before the chained Reinhardt, was surprised by the guilt welling up from deep within her heart. She had played a decisive role in capturing the Demon King, a threat to humanity. Anyone in the world would think she had done a great deed, and it was certain to be a historic achievement. However, seeing the deflated Reinhardt, Ellen didn't feel the exhilaration or the euphoria that should come from her revenge being fulfilled. Instead, guilt gnawed away at her heart. It was me. I did this to Reinhardt. I made him suffer like this. Though she didn't expect him to be treated well, seeing it with her own eyes was a different matter. Seeing his miserable state, Ellen's fingertips trembled and she felt suffocated. It felt as if someone was squeezing her heart. Struggling to lift his head, Reinhardt stared at Ellen, who stood outside the iron bars. The sight of Reinhardt, gagged and exhausted or defeated, trying to focus his blurry eyes on the unseeable Ellen. Finally, when Ellen saw the tears well up in Reinhardt's unfocused eyes, she wanted to tear her heart out. Were those tears fake too? No way. Absolutely not. Ellen trembled as she gripped the iron bars, staring at Reinhardt inside the prison cell. What have I done? What have I done? She wanted to say she was sorry, but knowing she had no right to say such a thing, Ellen's lips only quivered. The son of the demon king who killed her brother, all the deceptions up until now, the countless things she had done without telling anyone, seeing Reinhardt's broken state, all of that disappeared. It was my fault. I ruined everything. I should have trusted him more. At the very least, I should have listened to his side of the story. But I didn't. Overwhelmed by fear and terror, consumed by betrayal and suspicion, I didn't even listen to him. If I had at least done that, if I had given him a chance to speak for himself. No, he had actually said it. Although he had said it jokingly, it might have been an attempt to somehow alleviate the frustration and depression inside him. If only she had taken that remark a little more seriously. If only she hadn't dismissed it as a frivolous, unpleasant joke, things might not have turned out this way. She didn't believe in Reinhardt, and so everything fell apart. It's all my fault. I ruined everything. Savelin Turner looked silently at Ellen, who is trembling and sobbing. Reinhardt, with his head bowed, could not speak because he was gagged. However, Reinhardt shook his head with difficulty, as if to say it's not her fault. Seeing this, Ellen could only tremble more violently and cry harder. Savelin Turner silently watched her. Ellen Artorius, who might as well have caught the Demon King herself, crumbled at the sight of the captured Demon King. Olivia Lands had declared that she would save Reinhardt. Having won the hearts of very important beings, Reinhardt had a chance to survive even after being revealed as the Demon King. If the Demon King himself is the master of the sacred artifact and gains the support of Olivia and Ellen, he could survive through political means. Not war, no, it's not just that. It might even be possible to take half of humanity as his own power. It may have become possible precisely because his identity was revealed. Is this also part of the Demon King's scheme? Savelin Turner looked at the Demon King beyond the weeping Ellen. The Demon King, shaking his head as if to say it's not her fault and not to cry. Could that pained gesture be a lie? Gradually, in Savelin Turner's heart, dark, stormy clouds of doubt and suspicion began to rise. Chapter 444. Somewhere in the royal capital's alley. Eppinhauser, why won't you follow the Order's decision? Eppinhauser listened silently as the woman in the black robe, leaning against the wall, spoke. The council is almost certain to have the Akasha. They must have told you to track the Akasha through the Master of Shadows. We still don't know exactly what the Akasha is. At Eppinhauser's brief response, the woman in the black robe gently snapped her white fingers. Isn't it something we can think about after we secure the Akasha? If we recklessly touch the Master of Shadows, the Council might use the Akasha when they feel threatened. The Black Order's original goal was not to secure the Akasha, but to annihilate Cantus Magna. After the battle at the Tomb of the Lick, the Council cut off contact with the Black Order. This meant it was impossible to continue their alliance. Soon, it was certain that they had shaken hands at an appropriate time because their goal had already been achieved. It wasn't exactly unfair. Alliances usually last only until interests coincide. But now, the Order was trying to respond to the new threat of the Akasha. The only clue they had was Lucinil, the Master of Shadows who had infiltrated Temple as a first-year student. However, Eppinhauser, an insider at Temple, ignored the Order's decision to track Lucinil and find out the whereabouts of the Akasha. Eppinhauser, I hope you're not leaning towards the Demon King. That's why the Order couldn't help but doubt Eppinhauser's silent heart. The Order fully agreed with your opinion that the Demon King is more necessary than anyone else for the cohesion and maintenance of the empire. That's why they decided not to kill the Demon King, but to spare him. But that only applies when the Demon King is weak and has very little power. Your opinion was right then, but the situation has changed now. Eppinhauser remained silent. The Demon King will die soon. No, if he survives as is, the problem will only get bigger. The Demon King can no longer be weak, can cause numerous political divisions in the empire, and can wield powerful forces at his discretion. Moreover, he even has the Akasha. The Demon King's existence itself is already a sign of a huge division, and it will be the starting point for the collapse of the empire. The Demon King will be left to die, and if he survives, the Order will intervene. So, Eppinhauser, focus on securing the Akasha, which is the biggest threat at this point. The only clue we have right now is the Master of Shadows. The Order exists for the survival of the Empire and humanity. Have you forgotten the most important thing? At the words of the woman in the black robe, Eppinhauser lowered his head. I haven't forgotten. Then why won't you follow the Order's decision? The Black Order. They exist for order. Order for the Empire and humanity. Unbeknownst to the Empire, they support the Empire by taking on dirty tasks and sometimes committing heinous acts that are socially unacceptable. Therefore, collaborating with the Demon King for the sake of the Empire was one of the contradictory tasks undertaken by the Order. The Demon King can't help but be a great threat to the Empire. However, an excessively weak Demon King is actually useful. After the Great Demon War, the Empire, showing signs of division, needed such an abstract enemy. It seemed as if another great misfortune had befallen humanity, but in reality, the Demon King had merely weakened. The Order chose to watch over the Demon King rather than remove him. It was most accurate to observe the extent of the Demon King's forces from the standpoint of an ally. According to the reports sent by Eppinhauser during that time, it was clear that the Demon King did not harbor any particular hostility or malice towards humanity. A Demon King who did not antagonize humanity, but a Demon King who undoubtedly existed. Such a Demon King was the most necessary existence for both humanity and the Empire. However, the atmosphere began to change as the Demon King secured a sacred artifact. The Demon King's usefulness disappeared. To be precise, the Demon King's existence itself had become too dangerous. Reinhardt was a weak Demon King, which suited the Order's taste. Whenever the crisis of imperial division escalated, he would appear in the right place, and the frightened humanity would cling to each other. The Order knew that the Demon King did not have much animosity towards humanity, and rather wanted to coexist, and had little enthusiasm for the reconstruction of the demon realm. However, contrary to such intentions, the Demon King became a champion chosen by the gods, and now their servants possessed a very dangerous artifact called the Akasha. A force called the Demon Cult that followed the Demon King even emerged. The Order knew the Demon King was harmless, but they did not approach the case with such concepts and perspectives. The Demon King had become too dangerous a symbol in itself, so now it must be removed. The Akasha is dangerous, so it must be secured. The Empire will handle the first of the two. So the Order should focus on securing the Akasha, the second task. One of the most important personnel within Temple, Eppinhauser, was uncooperative in this situation. I think we should approach a bomb that could destroy the world from one end to the other with great caution. Eppinhauser's words had a point. If they forcibly arrested the head of the Wednesday and tortured her to find out the location of the Akasha, the council could make an extreme choice. Remember, Eppinhauser, the more time passes, the worse it is for us. I'll keep that in mind. Swoosh, as the woman in the black robe disappeared, Eppinhauser returned to the main street and headed for Temple. As always, the excessively expressionless Eppinhauser went to Temple in a neat attire. The existence and intent of good and evil are irrelevant. Eliminate the Empire's threats and promote the Empire's revival, even if it is not the intention and will of the Empire. The Black Order, who voluntarily became a pillar to support the Empire from the shadows, exists for that purpose. Some of the lower-ranking members do not know the true intentions of the Black Order. They just receive orders and carry them out, craving the power that the Order gives them as a reward for carrying out orders. But Eppinhauser is not such a fly. Crossing Temple Gate, Eppinhauser walked through the still chaotic temple courtyard. The Demon King himself and his forces were supposed to be weak and small in scale. The Order had cooperated with the Demon King to monitor his growth and intervene when he crossed a certain line. Now, that line had been crossed. The Empire would deal with the Demon King's life, so the Order had to deal with the Akasha. Eppenhauser, heading towards the royal class dormitory on the tram, quietly called for the first-year student Lucinil, the master of Wednesday, the little silver-haired one. Eppenhauser occasionally thought that the Demon King's forces, like the Demon King himself, seemed to be composed of somewhat naive individuals. What's going on? Lucinil, who had stayed in temple to gather information on the movements within, had a displeased expression, given the situation, and they were the only point of contact between the council and the order. So, Lucinil was on edge. She had to respond if Eppenhauser became aggressive. Since Lucinil had to stay in temple to inform the council about Valia's captivity, she couldn't leave despite being exposed. Do you have the Akasha? At Eppenhauser's question, Lucinil fell silent and slowly retreated. What is the Akasha? With the Akasha, what do you plan to do? Eppenhauser did not approach Lucinil, but merely asked from his position. Will you be on our side? Lucinil asked a completely different question. Eppenhauser shook his head. No, we can no longer be on your side, regardless of the Akasha issue. Although it was unnecessary to say, Eppenhauser insisted on saying so. Then, I have no reason to tell you. The Order instructed me to use force to find out the whereabouts of the Akasha from you. Do you think that's possible? The Master of Wednesday, an ancient vampire, Lucinil looked at Eppenhauser with an enemy-filled gaze. I don't necessarily think it's impossible. Unlike the wary Lucinil, Eppenhauser was simply looking at her. However, this is the will of the Order. What? At Eppenhauser's unexpected statement, Lucinil's eyes widened. The Black Order was comprised of those who sought to perform good deeds through evil means. Good did not mean absolute, but rather, it referred to good and justice for humanity only. However, Eppenhauser had seen it. Though it wasn't a long time, a certain boy who was just hot-headed and filthy. He had seen the boy grow, clenching his teeth in a state where he had nothing. He had seen him struggle not to be broken in the midst of petty righteousness and petty beliefs. He knew that the boy was the Demon King, and despite the experiences he had gone through, he did not hate humanity. Rather, he had seen his love for humans and his attempts to save them at times, though he hadn't watched from the sidelines. As a teacher, he had witnessed the growth of the Demon King. There wasn't much difference between him and an ordinary human, but he somehow managed to accomplish what he set his mind to and climbed upwards. The Order was a group that performed good deeds through evil means. It was an organization that had to work in the shadows for the sake of the Empire, without recognition from anyone, even the mere mention of their activities cursed. Therefore, the most important thing for the members of the Order was pride. They could only commit irrational acts of evil if they had a degree of pride and conviction that they had no choice but to do so. However, a being that had to right to hate humanity, a being for whom it was physically and logically impossible not to hate humanity. Yet Eppenhauser saw him loving humanity more than anyone else. It was an impossible thing. The Demon King, who made the impossible possible. What level of pride and conviction did that being possess? Eppenhauser couldn't fathom it. A being that does not hate humanity must bear hatred and die without accomplishing anything, not receiving anyone's sympathy, nor the understanding of those they loved. Their pride and conviction, and even their hopes, remained unknown to anyone. They had to die amidst the stigma of being a traitor and a deceiver. A world where such pride must be broken. A world where such conviction must be humiliated, if the world demands such a being to die miserably without achieving anything. What a pride and conviction! Then, if the greatest conviction and pride in the world must be destroyed, what value does it hold? And what meaning does that world have? They had lived their entire life with nothing but that conviction and pride. If someone who attempted to act with forgiveness and reconciliation, rather than evil, with even greater pride than their own, must die in such a manner, if they must die amidst infamy and false accusations without anyone's understanding, if that's the world, if those are the will of the gods, the world, they are worthless. Someone's misunderstanding led them to hate the boy because it was a misunderstanding. Someone's misunderstanding led them to be touched by the boy because it was a misunderstanding. The Order cannot be on your side, but I think I can be on your side. So, Eppenhauser said so. Due to Olivia Land's speech, the Empire was in a situation where they couldn't touch the Demon King. Even if they wanted to punish the Demon King, they had to discuss it with the five great divine faiths first. As a result, Olivia Land's intended time buying was a huge success. And following what Olivia said, rumors spread rapidly throughout the royal capital. The Demon King was captured. Not long ago, Reinhardt, who was known to have been chosen by Alspringer, was the Demon King himself. The rumor that the Demon King had infiltrated humanity, and the truth that the Demon King had been chosen by Alspringer. Those brought shock and confusion. The capture of the Demon King should have been a relief, but since the guards couldn't have been unaware of it, giving a sacred treasure to the Demon King meant that the guards intended it. Moreover, that sacred treasure was now the most valuable one to humanity. The sword of the hero who killed his father was now in the hands of the son. What was Al's planning? Did the God of War desire a great war, as his name suggested? What did the gods want? Had the gods abandoned us? Why did they choose the Demon King instead of humans? Despite the capture of the Demon King, people were still filled with confusion and fear. And then, temple, breakfast time. You must have known, I suppose. Liana de Grants spoke to Harriet as she looked at her. Harriet only lowered her head like a sinner in front of Liana, unable to say a word. Ellen and Harriet had been acting strangely lately. Now, it seemed like Liana could finally understand what their odd behavior meant as she silently nodded her head. The Demon King who killed the Duke of Grants was Reinhardt. Moreover, he even attended the funeral. After hearing the fact, Liana slowly nodded her head. Harriet, let's talk later. Yes, sure. Harriet silently watched the tip of the fork Liana held turn red-hot. Chapter 445 Reinhardt's revelation as the Demon King threw the entire royal capital into chaos. But understandably, Temple was plunged into the greatest confusion. Upon learning the reason for Temple's recent unsettled atmosphere, the students' faces turned pale. They had thought Temple was the safest place after the royal palace, but the Demon King had been attending this temple. And now his identity had been exposed, and he was trapped. It was only natural for countless students to hurriedly pack their belongings in fear and leave Temple. Temple was in turmoil, and within that turmoil, the royal class. No, how is it possible, even if Reinhardt is a bastard? Erich de Laffery stared blankly with his mouth agape, shaking his head. The hopeless students all had lost their composure. The atmosphere had been strange, and they wondered why Reinhardt wasn't seen more often, but the truth they discovered was too enormous to comprehend. Even if they weren't close, they had been living under the same roof as the Demon King. Apart from their shock, they couldn't believe it initially. They had thought Reinhardt was a different kind of guy with his nasty attitude, unusual behavior, and now having received the sacred artifact selection, but Reinhardt was the Demon King. What on earth is? Heinrich von Schwarz was dumbfounded. No, isn't there some misunderstanding? Is this even possible? Kono Lint spoke. Kaya, who had picked a fight with Reinhardt as soon as he saw him in his first year, was trembling. Isn't there some misunderstanding? Ludwig was discussing this with the B-class students. No, Reinhardt couldn't be like that. He's human in the first place. Did he use some kind of transformation magic? Upon hearing Delphine's words, Ludwig furrowed his brows and shook his head. But how did he get into Temple? At Ranyan Sesser's words, Christina tilted her head. I don't know. There could be some magic like that. He is the Demon King, but I can't understand it. B-Class was just as shocked and confused by the fact that Reinhardt was the Demon King. Scarlet walked past her classmates having such conversations. Scarlet herself, although she had known earlier than them, couldn't accept the current situation either. So, does that mean everything related to the Demon King that happened so far was done by Reinhardt? The massacre of the Knights of the Holy Temple, the attack on Rajuan, and even the reassault of the demon worshippers. Upon hearing that all of these were ordered by Reinhardt, everyone was dumbfounded. The true face of Reinhardt, who they thought was just an outstanding classmate from the next class, a demon king who carried out massacres of civilians. Everyone couldn't help but feel fear and betrayal. Why on earth? Reinhardt. At the funeral of the Grant's Duke, Ludwig saw Reinhardt. Was that gloomy expression he had been wearing a fake? In reality, his people had killed his friend's parents on his own orders and even attended the funeral. Why did he have to do that? Was it all just for despair? Ludwig couldn't understand the connection between all these situations, and that's when they were discussing it. The students in the hall, who were talking amongst themselves, soon saw something dark and indistinct rising up from somewhere in the corridor. What? What is that? An unidentified shadow was spreading throughout the hallway. All the students were startled and stood up from their seats. An ominous and dark aura, as if it were trying to consume the world, seemed to be rising from somewhere. While everyone else was unable to move, Ludwig alone headed toward the corridor. The unidentified dark aura covered the entire hallway. Although he could not be certain, Ludwig believed that it was coming from room B-1 in the dormitory, right at the front of the hallway. Soon, he realized that it was emanating from Charlotte's room. Something had happened to Charlotte. Charlotte! Ludwig pushed through the dark aura and flung open Charlotte's door without hesitation. Thud! The door wasn't locked. Charlotte. In the middle of the dorm room, there was Charlotte, sitting on her bed, emitting a dark aura from her entire body. Not just Ludwig, but other students also approached and saw that Charlotte was engulfed in some sinister aura. Charlotte, sitting blankly on the bed, turned her red, demonic eyes to her classmates, including Ludwig. Leave, with a voice close to dying. Leave me alone. That's what Charlotte de Gardiers said. The students of Temple found out about Charlotte's condition. Charlotte was immediately escorted to the royal palace by the royal family members. The students didn't know whether it was Charlotte's secret supernatural power or something else, but they knew it was something. Charlotte had been abducted by the Demon King and had been close to the Demon King's successor, the Demon King's curse. Rumors circulated among the students that the princess had received something similar. Rumors give birth to more rumors, which create their own truths. Technically, the greatest victim of the Demon King, Charlotte de Gardiers, was now being suspected of something completely different. Was the princess not actually a collaborator with the Demon King? It was suspicious that she had managed to escape the demon castle unharmed. And coincidentally, the classmate she had been closest to was the son of the Demon King. Perhaps all of this had been planned, and the first princess was not a pawn but a collaborator. Most people didn't know that Charlotte and Ellen had played a decisive role in tracking down the traces of the Demon King, and even if they did, it wouldn't make a difference. People tend to draw conclusions and then force circumstances to fit them. Suspicious events mix and mix to create non-existent truths. The first princess is suspicious. The spreading rumors create more truths and seek the next target. The first princess was too high up to be sacrificed to such rumors. However, it was uncertain how long her position would protect her. Holy Knight's headquarters, conference room. Due to an urgent religious matter, people who would not normally gather were all assembled in the conference room. From Elaine Bolton, the head of the Holy Knights, to the popes of the five great divine faiths, Toan, Mencius, Als, Reiter, and Shalom, everyone was present. The two champions, Olivia Lands and Ellen Artorius, were also present. These individuals, representing each sect, and those representing the combined might of those sects, and the champions chosen by the guards. People who would not gather in one place for ordinary matters were gathered together, and at the highest seat, Olivia and Ellen sat on either side. Such is the authority that the champions of the guards possess. Even if, like Ellen, they are not actually believers, champions inherently possess immense religious authority and symbolism. That is why, from the outset, not only Olivia, who is a believer and priestess, but also Ellen, were yielded the highest seat by the popes. But silence enveloped the meeting room. For generations, the guards of the five great divine faiths have been perceived as guards for humans, because they have always granted relics only to humans. Demons have their own faith called Mashin and have separated themselves from one another. However, the war guard Als chose the Demon King. An unusual event occurred, where the god of war who gave the hero a relic to kill the Demon King, this time chose the son of the killed Demon King. That's why the popes couldn't open their mouths rashly, because they couldn't understand what the situation was. The first to speak was Olivia. The choice of the guards is correct, so I believe there is some will in Al's choice of the Demon King. That will is beyond our understanding, and I believe this will eventually lead to a great good and justice. Although she had no interest in the will of the guards, it was easy for Olivia to pretend otherwise. The will of the guards is too great for us to understand, and there must be a reason for the Demon King to be chosen. So this is a long-term good and an absolute good. So, Olivia's argument was that the existence of the Demon King should be accepted. The Pope of the Tuan sect reacted to Olivia's words. Champion. For generations, demons have been the enemies of mankind, and their leader, the Demon King, is absolutely the enemy of mankind, possessing an incomprehensible and powerful force. Thus, there is every possibility that this unfathomable power has had a negative influence on the relic. Questioning the absoluteness of the relic is questioning the absoluteness of the gods. Are you now denying the choice of the gods? The Pope of the Owl sect refuted the words of the Toan sect's Pope. To say that the Demon King had interfered with Al's relic is to ultimately deny the will of the war god and the Owl sect. So, the Owl sect had no choice but to react most sensitively. Olivia faintly smiled at the Pope of the Owl sect's remark. In reality, it was the Owl sect, not Olivia, that absolutely had to defend Reinhardt. Because the hero defeated the Demon King with Alspringer, the Owl's sect now had the most followers among the 5 great divine faiths. But in this situation, the Owl's sect's believers and priests were the most shaken. That's why they were most averse to Owl's authority being denied or questioned. It was a situation where they had to either fully affirm or extremely deny the Demon King. That's not what I meant. It's just that we don't know what power the Demon King possesses, or what evil acts he might be capable of, so it might be hasty to completely affirm the Demon King. That's what I wanted to say. Upon hearing the words of the Pope of the Toan Order, everyone slowly nodded in agreement. They were aware that this issue was spreading into a massive religious conflict and that a huge dispute had already begun. The decision made here could very well become the spark of a massive war. That's why they knew that making a hasty decision would put everyone in danger. If they hastily deny the Demon King, the foundation of faith in the 5 great divine faiths could be shaken. If they hastily affirm the Demon King, a war between the Empire and the 5 great divine faiths might break out. That's why the dominant judgment was to wait and see how the situation unfolded. And everyone was wary of Olivia Lands. Though her words were aligned with the situation and doctrine, Olivia did not hide the fact that she was entirely on the side of the Demon King. The champion of Toan is a fanatic willing to risk even war. That's why everyone had to grit their teeth whenever Olivia opened her mouth. And it was the Pope of the Toan sect who suffered the most. The saint and the potential leader of the Toan sect, or the next Holy Knight Commander, had become an extremist in the blink of an eye. Why would Toan choose such a person? It was inevitable that such unwelcome thoughts would creep in. The Pope of the Toan sect seems to be looking a bit pale. Naturally, Olivia didn't miss that expression. She had already explained it to Elaine and Bolton, but there was still a fact that the other popes in this place didn't know. I'd like to share a fun fact. Olivia grinned and summoned Tiamata. Actually, I share Tiamata with the Demon King. What? Currently, there's only one order that has to defend the existence of the Demon King, the Owl's Order. So, there aren't one but 2 champions of this great Toan. And now, the Toan sect has been added as well. Ellen and Elaine Bolton, who already knew this fact, remained silent. However, the popes of the 5 great divine faiths couldn't help but be shocked. The Demon King was not only chosen by Owls, but also by Toan. They couldn't help but react with disbelief. They couldn't prove this fact, and Olivia could be lying just to side with the Demon King. If you doubt my words, ask the champion of Mensis. Olivia pointed to Ellen with her chin, the hero's younger sister, and the only person with the power to stop Olivia's misdeeds. Everyone looked at Ellen Artorius, hoping that she would deny it. It's true. Ellen showed no signs of lying. Oh, dear gods! One of the popes let out an ambiguous exclamation, unsure whether they were cursing or praising the gods. It would be one thing if it were just the Owl's sect, but now the Toan sect as well. The Pope of the Toan sect was going mad with frustration. The champion was crazy enough to side with the Demon King to the point of choosing him, which was absolutely insane. And since I became the champion of Toan last year, being the champion of Toan came first. Right. Yes, that's right. The Pope of the Toan Church thought someone else's house was on fire, only to find his own house turned to ashes. Not just one, but 2. They didn't even know that Ellen now possessed the sacred relic of Shalom, the Lapelt. Thus, the Demon King was holding 2 sacred relics, making him the most powerful religious symbol currently. One was already a headache, let alone 2. It was difficult to even claim that they had somehow intercepted the Alspringer, let alone 2, as it would be no different from declaring the incompetence of the guards. It was fundamentally impossible. Then, was it possible to acknowledge the existence of the Demon King? Most of the crowd, who found it psychologically impossible to accept, as well as many in the church who couldn't understand, had no choice but to be confused. It would not only sever ties with the empire, but could also divide the religious figures gathered under the name of the Holy Knights. In the long run, Toan and Al's could be branded no different from worshipping the Demon King, leading to the church's demise or even a religious war in the short term, misfortune, or an even greater misfortune. They were faced with the worst possible options, all of which were disastrous. First of all, do we all agree that it is right for us to decide on the issue of the Demon King? At Olivia's natural remark, not only the leader of the Holy Knights, but also the popes of the five great divine faiths were at their wits' end. If the Demon King falls into our hands, she would claim her innocence through a proper trial, and eventually we would have to release him safely. However, they could not disagree that this problem must be resolved in the hands of the five great divine faiths, because it was a matter of the authority of the divine faiths. The popes of the five great divine faiths looked at Ellen, who had similar speaking rights as Olivia, hoping that she was the only one sane and that she would somehow put a break on the crazy champion of purity's remarks. Reign. No. To the Demon King. Ellen Artorius opened her mouth. I think we should give him a chance to explain everything that has happened so far. This side wasn't easy to deal with either. Chapter 446 Olivia's argument was that they should hand over the new recruit of the Demon King to the five great divine faiths. Ellen's argument was that they should give him a chance to defend himself. The two arguments seemed similar, but they were different. For one thing, Ellen didn't insist that they should take the Demon King's custody. At the very least, they should give the Demon King a chance to explain what he had been plotting up until now and whether it was truly intended to harm humanity. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the popes preferred Ellen's more moderate approach to Olivia's extreme one. Let's hold something like a public interrogation. Something like that. Bertus, who had heard the results of the Pope's meeting, or a stern expression. He didn't know what it meant. Well, it's better than the absurd demand to hand over the Demon King. It wasn't the crazy demand of Olivia Lands, who demanded that they either hand over the Demon King or go to war. If we can at least do this much and keep the divine faith's mouths shut, whether it was a public trial or a public interrogation, they couldn't clearly define the nature of the event, but it gave them some justification to oppose Olivia Land's wild demands, publicly interrogating the Demon King. It wasn't as extreme a choice as Olivia's, but Bertus bit his lip. If Ellen Artorius also sided with the Demon King, the situation would become uncontrollable. Tiamata, Alspringer, and Lament. If the three sacred relics sided with the Demon King, the five great divine faiths would have no reason not to join them. Denying the three would mean breaking the foundation of their faith. Of course, the high-ranking members of the faiths probably didn't want to support the Demon King. It was more like swallowing bitter medicine while crying. If the entire five great divine faiths supported the Demon King, the world would be shattered. Charlotte. She is currently confined in the Spring Palace. Bertus sighed. Charlotte's worsening condition was also a serious concern for Bertus. They had caught the Demon King. Everything should have been resolved because of that. But somehow, the situation seemed to be getting more complicated. The five great divine faiths and the Empire would publicly interrogate the Demon King. What kind of conspiracy has he been plotting so far? What was the process of being chosen by the sacred relics? And was there really no foul play in that process? Was the Demon King truly an illegitimate existence? They would interrogate the Demon King on this matter, and based on their mutual agreement, they would decide on a punishment. Such news spread like wildfire. Of course, it wasn't a public interrogation that ordinary civilians could attend. Only those who had the authority to speak on this matter or the right to watch it were allowed to do so. Emperor of the Empire, Neliath de Guardias, Crown Prince of the Empire, Bertus de Guardias, the popes of the five great divine faiths, Captain of the Holy Knights, Elaine Bolton, Champion of Toan, Olivia Lands, Champion of Mensis, Ellen Artorius, and the Shanaple and the Royal Mages for security and escort, the Holy Knights of the five great divine faiths. In addition, Scarlet, the immunity ability user, was there to prepare for the possibility that the Demon King might deceive them using spirit speech. Charlotte, who was in no condition to show herself outside, could not attend. The interrogation was decided to be held inside the main hall of temple. The interrogation did not begin right away. In anticipation of any unforeseen circumstances, numerous barriers and magical measures were taken even inside temple, where security checks had already been completed. The outcome of this interrogation would determine whether the five great divine faiths and the empire would become hostile, or whether the precarious peace would be maintained. 2 days later, the public interrogation of the Demon King began. Harriet looked at the main hall building from afar. Harriet could not attend the public interrogation, whether it was right or wrong. She didn't know. Harriet de Saintoin thought it was probably wrong, but she decided to do it, to believe that desperation, that urgency. Harriet couldn't ultimately deny it, so she tried to do what she had to do. If she had to betray everything she knew for the sake of trusting just one person, she decided to do so. 2 days later, is that what you're saying? The Lord of Wednesday said so. Elleris nodded to Antirionis's words. It is deemed the right time. If an incident occurs, we will proceed with the prepared plan. Have you now learned enough about how to use the Akasha? Yes. Elleris quietly nodded her head, the preparation for using the tool of creation for destruction. Elleris had finished that preparation. Valia would resent her. There was no choice but to be resented. Because of this, the Demon King would become a symbol of hatred and resentment for all beings, only for the sake of survival, only to stay alive. Whether it was right to accept all that hatred and resentment for the sake of only surviving. Is it okay to throw someone into such a situation just to avoid death? Would Valia really welcome that survival? Elleris knew the answer. He wouldn't. However, to save the child she endangered, her last descendant, Elleris decided to destroy the world, living wickedly, living hypocritically. In the end, she chose to open the path of absolute evil, which was neither hypocrisy nor wickedness. In the ambiguous time when everyone felt an inexplicable sense of unease, 2 days had passed. Shanapel, the royal magic corps, and many holy knights were already positioned in front of the temporary detention center where the Demon King was imprisoned. From the Empire's perspective, it was a place to find common ground with the five great divine faiths. And for the five great divine faiths, it was a place to determine whether the existence of the Demon King was truly legitimate. Many people were prepared to escort the Demon King to the main hall. Even in such a situation, there were onlookers. There were students who wanted to see the spectacle from a distance, around the detention cell where the Demon King was definitely confined. Savelin, Turner, and Scarlet stood next to the Demon King, who was gagged, to respond to any emergency situations. These people, who could be called the greatest elites of humanity, had gathered to escort the Demon King. Even if the previous Demon King Valia were to come back to life, it could be said that he would not be able to rescue his child in this situation, as they were the very best of humanity. Everyone held their breath as they looked at the figure of the Demon King from afar. They looked at the Demon King, who had revealed his identity as the Demon King shortly after being known as a hero in the form of a human. Is that really the Demon King? Since appearances can sometimes be everything, people only smelled human scent from the human-looking Demon King. Could something be wrong? Many people who did not know the details couldn't help but think that way. Maybe there was some sort of conspiracy that we didn't know about. There must have been those who thought that they were trying to kill a perfectly fine hero. Of course, regardless of the people's puzzlement, the escort team escorted the Demon King to the headquarters with a solemn stance. People were already waiting in the seats prepared at the headquarters, and the Demon King sat on a wooden chair placed in the middle of the open space. A chair that was neither a throne nor excessively shabby, just an ordinary chair that could be found anywhere, even in a temple classroom. Scarlet and Savelintana stood beside the Demon King, who sat in the chair as a student once and now as a Demon King. Olivia watched this scene with gritted teeth, those gathered for interrogation, and those deployed for security. Surrounded by people, the Demon King simply sat in the chair. Reinhardt, who was once engaged to his daughter and believed without a doubt to be one of the heroes to save the world. However, the Emperor looked at the being who had been the Demon King and said, "Remove the gag." At his command, Scarlet carefully removed the gag from Reinhardt's mouth. "From now on, I will give the Demon King a final opportunity to testify. How did you become the owner of two relics? What is the mysterious magic tool, the Akasha, that claims one can become a god? What happened to it? What have you wanted so far? If your words about wanting peace were sincere, how can you prove it? This is the last chance. Young Demon King. Explain everything. Cuffed. The Demon King, Reinhardt, sat in the chair and looked around calmly. Olivia Lands, Eleanor Torius, Bertus de Gardias. He stared at the faces of such people slowly. The Demon King sensed something, being cornered and cornered again, as if feeling an inevitable fate that could no longer be resisted. His expression turned as if he had realized something. That kind of thing isn't important anymore, Tusk. The Demon King clicked his tongue. You guys won't believe it anyway. At the arrogant attitude in this situation, the already serious expressions of everyone grew even more severe. Where had the seemingly resigned attitude gone? Although still gloomy and dark, the arrogant Demon King spoke. I must have seemed like someone who could only hate humans, so you probably wouldn't believe me when I say I tried to save you all. If I say I did all this because I wanted peace, it would be unbelievable. You killed my predecessor, Valia, and I am his son, and Darkland was destroyed. So it's only natural that you would see me as someone who could only hate humans. With such thoughts, it's impossible for you to understand that I tried to do something out of love for humans and a desire to save everyone in the world. I don't particularly hate humans, and staying at Temple, it was enjoyable just as it was. When the children were in danger, I wanted to help them. When the children were sad, I wanted to comfort them. Two sacred artifacts. Shall I tell you something interesting? Alspringer selects only those who are prepared to sacrifice themselves for the world. Why, I know something that even the Pope of the Owl's Order doesn't know. I won't bother explaining since you won't believe me anyway. Anyway, I was prepared to die for you all, but you wouldn't believe that. Yes, it's natural. It's unbelievable. So now, I won't talk about the insignificant truth that you won't believe anyway. So, from now on, I'll tell you a story that you can believe. No matter how much I tell you, it's better to tell you about the future than the truth you can't believe. I told you to kill me or release me as soon as possible because my subordinates might try to destroy the Akasha to save me, but you didn't do either. So now, the worst thing I tried to prevent will begin to happen. The Demon King raises his head. Soon, all the warp gates in the entire continent will be transformed into dimensional gates connected to another world, and the monsters from that world will destroy your world. The Demon King, with his ominous eyes, declares it as if cursing, so be prepared. Everyone held their breath at the Demon King's gaze. Temple Royal Class, second year B-Class dormitory. Bang! Ludwig tilted his head at the sudden appearance of someone running out into the hallway. Ah, Scarlet. Gasp, pant. Scarlet, with her red hair soaked in cold sweat, was gasping for breath as she looked at Ludwig. As if something terrible had happened, Ludwig was no different. No, you shouldn't be here now. Should you? Scarlet should be by his side to control the Demon King's supernatural powers. And that interrogation was supposed to be in progress. However, Scarlet was now in her pajamas, drenched in sweat and running out into the hallway. No, didn't I see you leave earlier? And Ludwig had definitely seen Scarlet leave the dormitory with a resolute expression. But now Scarlet was here. Upon hearing that, Scarlet turned pale and shook her head at Ludwig. It's not me. What? Someone knocked me out and disguised themselves as me. Right now, the person closest to the Demon King was not Scarlet, but someone else. The security of the interrogation room, where Reinhardt had been confined so far, was now reduced in strength. The Demon King they had to keep an eye on had moved, and they had already extracted all the information they could from the imprisoned servants of the Demon King. The Archmage and Swordmasters had all left their posts, and it was Temple's guards, not Shanaple's knights, who were keeping watch. Moreover, all the troops inside the prison cells were under the curse of the sleep demon and were fast asleep. Step by step, two people entered the underground dungeon. The bars opened, and the white-haired woman saw the two people standing before her. Loya had never seen Eppinhauser and Lucinil in person before. However, she felt like she knew what their expressions meant. This is our only chance. Let's go save Valia. Lucinil unlocked Loya's shackles. As Loya got up with a slight stumble, she tried to move her stiff limbs somehow. After a long period of imprisonment, Loya stretched a few times and took a deep breath. There's something I want to ask. Loya looked back and forth between Eppinhauser and Lucinil, as if either of them could answer her question. What happened to the rotatory gang? Lucinil didn't know what Loya was asking. Isn't it obvious what happened to those recognized as collaborators of the Demon King at Eppinhauser's words? Laura slowly nodded. Adriana, who was a temple student, seems to be protected because of Ellen's request, but the rest were all executed. Ah, I see. Laura nodded her head. Well then, I can die without any regrets. The white-haired woman laughed, with a completely joyless expression. Savelyn Turner and Scarlet were guarding the Demon King's side. The hall was silent in response to the Demon King's shocking prophecy. In particular, Olivia stared wide-eyed at Reinhardt. The key to the gate incident is destroying the warp gates. If we destroy all the warp gates on the entire continent, the gate incident will end. As if sensing a terrible fate, the Demon King's expression showed no doubt that the world would follow his words. Bertus stared intently at the Demon King. Was it really the right decision to release the Demon King? If that incident was part of his scheme, the Demon King had no reason to tell them the solution to it. The Demon King was talking about something that had not yet happened. Everyone was confused about whether the Demon King was causing the incident or whether his claim to save humanity was really true. Ellen stared at Reinhardt quietly. The problems that arose because she couldn't trust Reinhardt. And if Reinhardt's words were true, and such a thing really happened, the cause of the problem would lie with the Demon King himself and his subordinates. And there would also be her responsibility for not being able to trust Reinhardt. Bang! Then the door was abruptly opened by a Shanipal knight with a desperate expression. His face was almost blue, which made everyone puzzled. The Shanipal knight, who quickly and almost running, approached the emperor and whispered something to him. The Demon King looked at the emperor's expression. Ah, it seems to have already begun. As if he knew what had happened just by seeing his face change, the Demon King laughed hollowly. I told you, you should have trusted me a bit more. From very far away, faintly, everyone heard the cry of a nameless monster. Everyone looked at the emperor instead of the Demon King, as if asking what he heard. Monsters with unknown identities are appearing at the warp gate. The gate incident had begun, but it wasn't the end. The sky is strange. A mage from the Royal Magician Squad, who was guarding the outside, entered with a pale face and spoke. Meteors are falling. The sky opened, and meteors fell towards Temple. Chapter 447 Quaquagwagwang. Antarianus watched from afar as a meteor shattered in the sky above Temple, creating a massive shockwave. The time was broad daylight. However, as if the sky itself had shattered like a mirror, meteors poured from the cracks in the sky, reflecting a pitch-black void, and crumbled as they fell towards Temple. Truly, a beautiful power. Kakang, Kakwakakakakang. Temple's activated barrier was so sturdy and thick that it could withstand meteors capable of reducing an ordinary village to ashes. Indeed, it was only fitting that it was called the second safest place in the human world. Kairak, Guo, Kayak, Uer. Antarianus watched the countless monsters pouring out of the warp gate, which had turned from its usual blue hue to a raging crimson flame. The monsters of aberrant forms poured out and killed people, dimension of nullity. The phenomenon where imperfect life forms created in a non-existent dimension struggled to exist in the original world. The worst disaster created by the incomplete Akasha. Destruction had begun. More than I had imagined. Antarianus watched the spectacle with satisfaction, as if he had seen more than he had expected. Q-Woong. Antarianus admired the majestic sight of the meteors crashing into Temple. Silence still pervaded the main library. The Demon King had foreseen the disaster, but it had already begun. However, the Demon King provided the answer to the ongoing catastrophe. He provided a solution. This disaster isn't limited to the royal capital. It must have occurred across the entire continent. The larger the gate, the more dangerous the monsters that will emerge. So, destroying the giant warp gates should be a priority. And as you all know, the royal capital has the most warp gates on the continent. The more delayed the response, the more people will die. Small warp gates may not produce such powerful monsters, but their sheer number will make it better to abandon small and medium-sized villages and outposts without proper military forces or weapons. Most countries will likely lose their functionality, and only powerful post-imperial capitals and cities like the Empire and Kernstadt will function properly. Secure safety around those places, and then deal with the remaining gates one by one. That's how the situation must be resolved. It's best to move quickly. Consider that every minute of delay now will result in a 1 year, or even 10-year delay in rebuilding humanity later. The Demon King didn't blame humans for causing this situation. The situation had already unfolded. The Empire's elite forces were all gathered in this place. The royal capital had the most warp gates on the continent. If they didn't act quickly, the scale of the disaster would be enough to turn the royal capital into ashes. Meteors were pouring down to destroy Temple. Everyone listened to the Demon King's words with a pale face. If his plan had been to destroy humanity by causing this, there would have been no reason to tell them these facts. Whether his words were true or false, they would find out once they started destroying the warp gates. The disaster had begun. As the cause and reason were unknown, the scale of the damage would only grow over time. Or perhaps was it because they knew that even if they were informed, destruction was inevitable? No, there was no need for that. If they were led to believe that this incident occurred not only in the royal capital, the Empire would eventually face a world reduced to ashes. Since all warp gates had become inoperable, communication was difficult. Simply stalling for time would cause humanity to suffer even greater losses. So there was no need to explain that the disaster was continent-wide. Everyone present had a feeling. Even if the Demon King's minions were responsible for this, the Demon King himself did not want this to happen. That's why he informed humanity of the solution. The Emperor clenched his teeth. Even if everything else was unbelievable, they had to believe the Demon King's words about the disaster that had already occurred. If the Demon King had really been on humanity's side, they couldn't kill him. There might be something else he knew, but they couldn't let him go either. It was certain that something was going to happen, and if the royal capital collapsed as it was, the empire would end. However, considering the disaster that threatened the entire continent beyond the royal capital, the forces that could be allocated to the Demon King were limited. Commander Turner, guard this place with the 1st Division. Yes, Your Majesty. Shanaple, gather all forces except the 1st Division and the Royal Magician Corps to follow me. The issue with the Demon King was a problem, but the current situation where the royal capital might evaporate was even more pressing. If the elite forces were to wait here to monitor the Demon King, the Empire could disappear. In an instant, the forces withdrew like the tide. The Emperor and Bertus also left their positions. Olivia Lands looked at the leaders of the 5 great divine faiths with a stern expression. We also need to address this situation. Please respond quickly, Your Holinesses and Commander. Olivia spoke firmly, but all the leaders, including the Holy Knight's commander, knew her intentions. They thought they knew what she was thinking in this incredible situation, as they watched her lips quivering subtly despite her serious expression. However, just as the Emperor had no choice but to leave, they couldn't just stand by and watch the situation unfold. The royal capital needed the strength of the Holy Knights, the priests, and the leaders of the 5 great divine faiths. They had to do something before the damage spread any further. Let's go. The Holy Knights and the leaders of the 5 great divine faiths left their positions. Only Elaine Bolton, the Holy Knight's commander, and his direct subordinates remained to guard their posts. In an instant, there were only a few people left. Scarlett and Savelyn Turner stood next to Reinhardt, Olivia Lands, Ellen Artorius. However, even in a situation where they didn't know what could happen to the Demon King, Shanaple's elites and Elaine Bolton were still guarding their positions. Despite the situation, they were more than prepared for any surprise attacks or unforeseen circumstances. Even if Olivia Lands attempted any unexpected actions, they could handle it. Of course, this was assuming that Olivia Lands was the only one planning any unexpected actions. Time passed in silence. At Temple, meteors rained down, and monsters appeared in the royal capital. They had only the duty to monitor the Demon King, and they endured the tense time. Olivia watched the situation with an unreadable expression, and Ellen was keeping an eye on the situation, biting her lip. Savelyn Turner was standing in her place, refusing to leave Reinhardt's side. Bang! Suddenly the entrance door exploded, and the soldiers guarding the outside poured in. They were all dead, covered in deep sword wounds. Then, a middle-aged man with a grim expression entered. Eppinhauser! Savelyn Turner stared at Eppinhauser, who was walking in slowly with a sword, as if she couldn't believe it. Also, swish steam gathered in the air as if it had been there all along, and a silver-haired girl appeared from the opposite side. Who is? the silver-haired girl from the royal class first year. Olivia and Ellen couldn't help but widen their eyes at the sudden appearance of the girl. Somehow, the girl, who had been close to Reinhardt since the beginning of the school year, suddenly raised both hands to the sky. Quaggagagag. In an instant, numerous ice spears formed on the ceiling pierced the ground, blocking the path and making it impossible to move. What is this? That wasn't all. Scarlet, who had been by Reinhardt's side, suddenly threw the chair Reinhardt was tied to toward Eppinhauser. The flying demon king widened his eyes. Sark, Gar, the red-haired girl spoke with an unfamiliar voice. Your Majesty, you must survive. Looking into the eyes of the girl who was scarlet but not scarlet, Reinhardt gritted his teeth. Thump! Ah! Eppinhauser grabbed the chair the demon king was tied to, set it down, and broke the bindings with a few swings of his sword. He then crushed the handcuffs with his bare hands. Teacher! Reinhardt looked at him as if he couldn't believe it. We don't have much time to talk. Eppinhauser, still with a grim expression and showing no sympathy, handed over the flame of Tuesday, which he had somehow retrieved. In Eppinhauser's hand, the silver sword was burning with blue magical power. Swordmaster Eppinhauser said, Go. Reinhardt, bang, K-Kang, K-Kang. Could it be that the order? It has nothing to do with the order. Eppinhauser just stood in front of Reinhardt and said that. It had nothing to do with the order. Reinhardt was even more shocked by Eppinhauser's words. Eppinhauser did not add any further explanations, as it was not in his nature. Lucinil was already fending off the attacks of the mages and knights attacking her. Turner couldn't understand the situation, but she was already charging toward Eppinhauser. Bang, however. Turner's charge was knocked to the ground by someone else's charge before it even reached Eppinhauser. Lawyer, a white-haired woman with disheveled clothes like a tattered sack, spoke to the Demon King. Your Majesty, you duck right now. You must only think about surviving. As Lawyer transformed into a white wolf, the Demon King gritted his teeth. Shaniple's first unit, the captain of the Holy Knight Order and his direct subordinates, their strength was still at a disadvantage. Whether the Demon King intended this disaster or not, if this disaster was indeed planned by the Demon King's subordinates, as the Demon King said, it was inevitable that such a thing would happen. Whether the Demon King was good or evil was not a matter to judge at this point. The Empire had no choice but to withdraw its forces. Thus, the scheduled rescue operation began. Savelin Turner must not miss the Demon King. Hadn't the Emperor left the strongest human in this place in preparation for when things went awry? The Knights of Shanaple, who were fulfilling their duty, must fulfill their duty. She carries out her orders. Don't let the Demon King escape. At Turner's shout, they all begin to move. Eppinhauser and the lycanthrope blocked Reinhardt's path from behind. The Demon King staggers to his feet. The shackles were undone. The Demon King looks at Sarkigar, who transforms and flies freely while attacking the wizards. Lucinil, who appears here and there in steam and attacks the surroundings with magic, and Loyar and Eppinhauser, who block the charging knights. Olivia, with a determined expression, moves as if she knows what she must do. Thud. Olivia lands, who stepped on the pavement, seemed to run towards Reinhardt like she was flying. Soon, Olivia lands, who caught up with Reinhardt, caught his arm and slipped away. Ellen Artorius silently watched this spectacle of disaster, chaos, and the Demon King's escape without taking anyone's side. Special achievement achieved, completion of causality, achieve 50, 0 achievement points, privilege, status purchase has been activated. From now on, you can exchange 5, 0 achievement points for 1 status point. Run, run. Reinhardt, you have to run. Olivia holds my hand and runs. There's no time to waste. It's useless to scream that she doesn't have to do this to save me. I thought dying was the best thing. I thought it was best to prevent such a thing from happening by dying. However, I didn't die. In doubt and suspicion, people either didn't kill me or couldn't kill me. My life was extended awkwardly because of the people who tried to believe in me as much as those who doubted and felt betrayed by me. And eventually, this happened. I tried to solve something by dying, but I couldn't. That's why this happened. I don't intend to die thinking it's all my fault in despair. I tried to prevent the worst situation with my death. I tried to accomplish something with death, but I didn't die when I had to. Now, there is nothing I can achieve with death, so I don't intend to force myself to crave death. I have to live, alive. I don't know what I should do while alive, but if it's a life exchanged for countless deaths, If it's a life that will be forcibly exchanged with countless lives, I can't give it up easily. I can't waste the countless lives that will die in vain, dying in vain myself. I can't waste the lives that will die because of me. Even if the situation I am in is unfair, angry, or sad, I can't just die. I have to live and find what I can do. Despairing and floundering, I couldn't blame myself for being useless and shouldn't have existed. That was the case just a moment ago, but now I can't afford to. The scene I saw was something I couldn't even imagine when I thought of hell. Kurururung cracks had formed in the barrier surrounding Temple, and through those cracks, meteors were pouring down and hitting the ground. In the sky beyond Temple, unidentified flying beasts spewed crimson flames and horribly white frost. The level of disaster unfolding was far beyond that of the attack on Rajuan. Was the world coming to an end? The gate incident happened earlier than originally planned. Regretting that nothing would have happened if I had stayed put is meaningless. I can't hope for things like going back to the past and regretting that it would have been okay if I hadn't done anything. I must move forward, although I don't know what to do in front of me. For now, I have to survive. I run with Olivia. In the unfolding battle, who will die and who will survive? Shaniple's knights followed after me. My body is worn out from a lengthy imprisonment, but I have to do what I can. The concept of purchasing status with achievement points. The most important ability is magical power. The higher the magic value, the more magical reinforcement increases my overall physical abilities. In other words, increasing just one magic value has the side effect of raising all other physical abilities as well. Therefore, magic is the most efficient status. I invest achievement points in magic value. In an instant, my magic power rises by about 10, and my magic value jumps from A rank to S rank. At this level, I already have the magic power comparable to a respectable archmage. I could invest more points and become a monster with magical power, surpassing even Savelin Turner. But I'll hold off for now. I don't have time to think about such things as the Demon King hiding his power as well. The tremendously increased magic power breathes life into my exhausted body, along with magical reinforcement. My physical abilities have deteriorated due to malnutrition, but my magic hasn't been damaged. I need to leave Temple. I don't know what to do once I leave, but I have to leave. But no matter how much my magic power has increased, the ones following me are the swordmasters of Shanaple's knights. They will soon catch up to me. I don't know if I can win in a pincer attack. Even if I use Alspringer, it's a disadvantage. It's the same if I fight with Olivia. Am I going to get caught and die like this, just like this? Will all the sacrifices be in vain in front of me as I run? In the streets of Temple, turned into a battlefield. As if blocking my way, someone was standing there. Fizzle, fizzle, cururururung. Who's that? Liana. Liana de Grants was glaring at me, blue sparks flying from her body. Yes, now that she knew I was the Demon King, she couldn't forgive me. Rather, I was surprised she hadn't appeared sooner. Liana blocking my path to kill me felt like a predetermined sequence. The lightning was instantaneous. Dodging was almost impossible. Moreover, I couldn't avoid Liana's lightning, whose power had risen to its peak. Even if I somehow managed to withstand it with magical reinforcements defense, I would be caught by the pursuing Shaniple knights, die or be captured. I couldn't escape from her lightning. Just as I was about to stop my desperate steps, blue lightning, filled with fierce currents, shot from Liana's outstretched hand. Quorung, quorung, listening to the shockwaves that tore through the air. Olivia and I couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The lightning grazed my cheek and passed by. It wasn't me. Cuck, cuke, it targeted the Shaniple knights who had been chasing me. Struck by the lightning and flung away, or shivering in place, Olivia and I could only stare blankly at the knights. What are you doing? You idiot, hurry up and come over here, an angry Liana shouted with a scowl. Ah, no way did she know. Since when? How? As Olivia and I approached, Liana silently began gathering lightning. Kurung, kurung, kurung. Dozens of sparks flickered in the air, and in an instant they emitted a tremendous flash like a lightning bolt, striking not only the fallen knights, but also sweeping their surroundings with a storm of electricity. Quarrarung. The lamppost hit by the lightning exploded, and the bricks on the ground burst apart, revealing a scene of destruction. The extreme lightning not only destroyed objects, but also relentlessly struck the fallen knights. The fierce lightning, which was not properly controlled due to anger and radiated in all directions, told us everything. Liana knew everything. Chapter 448 a few days ago. After breakfast, Harriet was dragged into Liana's room, where she couldn't help but hear a shocking story. Reinhardt wasn't involved. Yes, the attack on the Duke of Grants by the Demon King. Liana knew it wasn't due to the Demon King's attack, and therefore, it wasn't something Reinhardt had planned. I found out recently, too. It seemed so strange, so I think my mother kept looking into it. I see. Then, what happened? The Empire was the one who killed my father. What? Liana's mother, Yelena de Grants, was not on good terms with her husband. However, she couldn't be free from the shock caused by her husband's death. Why did the Demon King have to do that? Why at that place? And why did he have to kill her husband? The Duchess of Grants had no choice but to know her husband's nature and everything about him better than anyone else. After her own long and thorough investigation, she discovered what her husband had been involved in, with whom, where, and what he was doing when he died. So, she realized that the Demon King had no reason to do such a thing. Why was the Empire so unenthusiastic about the investigation? Through these circumstances, Yelena de Grants discovered that this incident was the Empire's own plot, and she told her daughter, who was obsessed with vengeance against the Demon King, that the real enemy was not the Demon King, but the Empire. The Empire not only killed the Duke of Grants, but also pinned the crime on the Demon King. Liana couldn't do anything. The Demon King was an obscure and formidable enemy, but the Empire was a clear and overwhelming one. The Crown Prince and Princess were her classmates, and while she could harm them, Liana didn't want to be satisfied with that. She wanted to bring down the Empire. She wanted to strip away the thick face of the Empire that killed her father and attended the funeral with a calm expression. First, she had to become stronger. She thought she needed to join forces with a powerful force that could topple the Empire, not just her own strength. And she found out that Reinhardt was the Demon King. Putting aside the shocking fact, Liana saw the possibility. If she joined forces with the Demon King, she might be able to bring down the Empire. But Reinhardt was going to die soon. I have to save Reinhardt, no matter what it takes. If the Demon King dies, the possibility of the Empire's collapse disappears. So, instead of being shocked by the immediate reality, Liana focused on what she needed to do first for her revenge. Harriet, what are you going to do? Harriet was speechless at Liana's question. The most incomprehensible and saddest act of the Demon King was that, the death of the Duke of Grants due to the Rajuan attack. No matter the reason, why did he have to kill Liana's father? Even if there was a valid reason, would she understand it? That's what Harriet was thinking. But it turned out to be the Empire's own plot. Although she couldn't figure out what happened with the subsequent attack by the demon cult, at least one thing was certain. Reinhardt was not involved in the death of Liana's father, Duke Grants. On the contrary, he was framed. There wasn't much time. It was unknown when Reinhardt would be killed by the Empire. They wanted to believe in Reinhardt. With the desire to believe, not much evidence was needed to gain certainty. I don't know what to do, but they chose to believe because they wanted to. They didn't know how to do it or if it was possible. With only the two of them, they didn't know what they could do, and if they failed, they would die. I'll try it with you. Knowing that it was an irreversible decision, Harriet decided to save Reinhardt. And now, the time given to Harriet and Liana was short, but they had their own plans. However, when meteors began to fall from the sky, and an unidentified monster's roar was heard outside Temple, they couldn't help but realize that something unusual was happening. They had to choose whether Reinhardt was really the evil Demon King causing all this, whether they should trust Reinhardt despite these events occurring. Liana chose revenge, while Harriet chose to believe that Reinhardt was innocent. All plans collapsed, but somehow Reinhardt, who had escaped with Olivia Lands, joined Liana. Now that all plans had collapsed, they had to adapt and deal with every situation. Kawoom! The meteor collided with the barrier above Temple, creating a massive shockwave that shook the ground. The pursuers had been knocked down by Liana's lightning, but they were not dead. Their bodies were still twitching, trying to get up somehow. As Harriet reached out her hand, the ground began to lift like it was torn apart and poured onto the knights of Shanapel. Kururung! In an instant, the knights were buried under the debris as if they were covered by a mountain of rocks. Harriet, who had run out of the alley, rushed to Reinhardt, who couldn't understand the situation caused by Liana and Harriet's sudden appearance, and clenched her hand. I don't know what's going on, but I don't know, but Due to the uncontrollable situation and the unfolding hell, Harriet was choking up. She trusted Reinhardt. And from this moment on, she had to say goodbye to everyone except those present here. Her father, her mother, her older brothers, her classmates. She had to give up her status as the princess of Saintoin and everything she had, what she should have, and everything she knew. She would bet everything on trusting Reinhardt. I will trust you. Harriet didn't know if this was worth it or if it was the right thing to do. You wanted to save everyone. This wasn't what you wanted to do. I'll believe that. She decided to believe Reinhardt's words that he wanted to save everyone. So, at this moment when many people were turning their backs on Reinhardt, Harriet hoped that she could be Reinhardt's strength and decided to stand by him. Let's go, Reinhardt. Olivia led the way. The sound of Shanaple's swordmasters, buried beneath a pile of rocks, breaking through the rubble could be heard. One could say that the real monsters were the humans. In the face of such a gate crisis that deserved the world's destruction, humans ultimately conquered the monsters and built civilization anew. Aren't such humans truly monsters themselves? Thud, thump, humans are strong, stronger than anything in this world, stronger than any other race. Humans are the most terrifying and the strongest. The situation at Temple was somewhat better. Hey, you, what's going on here? We had our plans, but with the situation like this, I can't even tell what's what. Liana looked up at the meteor shower pouring down from the sky and asked me, her patience running thin. I'll explain later. But there was no time for conversation now. The meteors were falling, but Temple's barrier was blocking most of them, and while the students were screaming and fleeing, monsters were not rampaging like they were outside Temple. Shanaple's knights were chasing us again. Nuna, give me a piggyback ride. Og, fine. Since Liana was the least physically fit, Olivia reluctantly carried her, even though she was annoyed. Bang, crash. The Royal Magician Corps offensive spells were being cast at us, but Harriet was dealing with them. If we run, where to? Where do we go and what do we do? I may be the Demon King, but Olivia, Liana, and Harriet may never be able to return to the human world. Even though it wasn't the time to think about the future, I couldn't help but think about it. How am I supposed to take responsibility for them? The good thing was that all combat-capable forces were outside Temple. We couldn't climb over collapsed buildings, so we had to find detours. Liana was blocking the Swordmaster's pursuit, and Harriet was putting up barriers to fend them off. Ah, ha! Harriet, in the end, had physical limitations, and it seemed her body was starting to strain. We just need to get through Temple Gate. Once we pass it, we have to teleport somewhere to escape. If we meet any of the Council's Vampire Lord S outside Temple, we could escape the royal capital using mass teleport. Will Sarkagar, Lucinil, Loyar, and Eppenhauser be safe? Surely, Elaris must have caused this gate crisis. Is Elaris okay? What was she thinking when she activated the Akasha? And what is she feeling now? Only thoughts of terrible things filled my head. And while we somehow managed to fend off the pursuit, we reached Temple's main entrance. We just needed to break through that door. In front of it, I could see Ellen, clad in a cloak of flames, wielding a pitch-black sword. Ellen Artorius stood in our way, blocking the path for the four of us, as if she was a gatekeeper herself. Ellen was standing in our way. I don't know how she got ahead of us, but one thing was for sure, Ellen was blocking our path. Above all, that sword. It seemed like lament, but the black sword now had an entirely different, ominous aura. Get out of the way. Are you trying to be an obstacle until the end? Olivia glared at Ellen, grinding her teeth. Liana bit her lip as she looked at Ellen. At that moment, we all felt it. No matter what the four of us did, we couldn't get past Ellen Artorius. It was almost an instinctual intuition. The magical reinforcement around Ellen's body now had an entirely different feeling. Did Ellen become a swordmaster? When? How? But if Ellen, who held the now darkened lament, tried to stop us, it seemed clear that none of us could stand against her. Ellen's black sword was stronger than Olivia's. The mantle of the sun guard would block Liana's lightning. Harriet's magic wouldn't be able to pierce Ellen's defenses. And since Ellen had resistance to supernatural powers, my spirit speech wouldn't work on her either. Ellen, with a calm expression, looked at me quietly, holding the mantle of the sun guard and a dark sword that looked like it had stolen a strand of the night. Ellen asked me, Reinhardt, answer just one thing. Speak. Ellen took a deep breath and looked at me. Why didn't you accept it? At those words, I felt a chill run down my spine. You should have accepted it. The other three didn't know what she was talking about. Only I knew. The mantle of the sun god. Lapelt, why I didn't accept it. You should have accepted it, clearly. If you were the demon king, and you had been using me all this time. Shouldn't you have not missed the opportunity to have 3 sacred relics? It seemed that this was Ellen's last question. In this hell, where my followers are trying to destroy the world to save me, and meteors are falling on Temple, in a situation where it was certain that my followers caused this, it seemed that Ellen was trying to trust me one last time. The 4 of us had to leave Temple, perhaps, never to return. I looked at the changed lament, a sword with a meaning of tears forged in sorrow. Lament had gained an unknown power. It was a sword with a foreboding that it could cut through anything, if sorrow made Ellen stronger. If that's what it took to survive in this hell, in this disaster that came too early. Did Ellen have to keep being sad? No, beyond that sadness. Shouldn't she have to hate me so she could use the true power of the mantle of the sun god, which manifested through hatred? In that case, should I deliberately lie to Ellen? I am. No. As I tried to say something, Ellen shook her head. I just don't want to hear it. Ellen looked at me. It seems like you're going to lie again. She shook her head as if she wouldn't listen to something painful to hear. If that's the case, I just don't want to hear it. Ellen looked at me. No, her gaze was a little further away. When I looked back, Shanaple's swordmasters were approaching me. Go. Reinhardt, the turning point in history. I could now clearly see what the turning point in history was when I didn't accept Lapelt. I should have died by now. If I had received the Lapelt from Ellen, I would have died by Ellen's hand by now. The fact that I didn't accept the Lapelt remained as the last suspicion in Ellen's heart. It remained as something like a last hope. That's why Ellen chose not to kill me, but to make another choice now, in a situation where it was certain that my subordinates had caused a world-shattering catastrophe. Ellen chose to save me, the origin, rather than kill me. Ellen blocked the Knights of Shanaple chasing me as she passes by me. You, what are you trying to do? It's okay. Ellen stopped the knights and gripped her sword. I won't kill anyone, nobody. Ellen says she won't kill. Not that she won't die against Shanaple's swordmasters. It seemed that Ellen believed she could overpower all of them. So, go. Could we meet again? Is that possible? If we meet again, can it be the same as before? It's all my fault, from beginning to end. Is she regretting? If she had trusted me a little earlier, or talked before everything turned out this way, would she think that this wouldn't have happened? I'm sorry I couldn't trust you. Just as I think the gate incident wouldn't have happened if I hadn't done anything. Ellen thinks that if she hadn't done anything, this wouldn't have happened, and if she had trusted me, this wouldn't have happened. It seemed like she was thinking the same way as me. Ellen looks back at me for the last time. Not just me, but Olivia, Liana, and Harriet as well. She looks at everyone once. In this situation, seeing the people who are willing to follow me because they trust me, seeing others who did what she couldn't do before her. I don't deserve to like you. She didn't trust me at the most crucial time. That's why it turned out like this. So, Ellen seemed to have vowed not to allow herself to even have feelings for me. Leaving those words behind, Ellen runs towards the Knights of Shanaple chasing us. We need to leave. Ellen will stay here to block the pursuit of me. We must live. You and I both. We don't know when and under what circumstances we will meet again. We don't know what the situation will be like. Even if the only future left for us is one where we point our swords at each other, wishing that neither of us dies until then. I ran towards the entrance of Temple. Chapter 449. Her thoughts had been wrong. It wasn't that he had deceived her while knowing everything. It wasn't to deceive her or take revenge on her despite knowing everything. He had cared for her despite knowing everything. He had cherished her despite knowing it all. He was a person who could only hate her. He was a person who found it strange not to kill her on the spot. He had cared for her. She hadn't known that simple thought or that simple answer. Reinhardt's feelings for her must have been stronger than her feelings for him. Liking a classmate was a different matter from liking the family of one's enemy. He had cared for someone he couldn't like, but she hadn't been able to trust him at the most crucial moment just once. All she had to do was trust him, but she couldn't, and the world was on the verge of destruction. Everything was her fault. The situation had been caused by the Demon King's minions, who possessed a strange artifact called the Akasha. But Reinhardt hadn't wanted this situation. If Reinhardt hadn't been captured, if the minions of the Demon King hadn't been forced into this extreme situation to save Reinhardt, this situation wouldn't have happened. Therefore, ultimately, it was her fault for not trusting Reinhardt at the most important moment. In the end, She was the one who had caused this situation, not the Demon King. Therefore, everything was her fault. It was a matter of a single day. The clue was right before her eyes, and at that time, Reinhardt was not in the royal capital. If only she had endured one more day, if she had held out for a day and asked Reinhardt everything first, this wouldn't have happened. Therefore, it was all her fault. Misunderstandings and lies piled up, entwining and confusing what to believe, dragging on until it had come to this. A single day's misalignment and mistrust had caused it all. That had thrown everything off balance. Liana, Olivia, and Harriet de Saint-Ouen had tried to trust Reinhardt even in this situation. But she couldn't trust him. If the world was to be destroyed, the greatest responsibility lay not with the Demon King's minions, but with her. Ellen thought so. She didn't know what Reinhardt had dreamt, but since she had been the one to ruin it decisively, she had no right to like Reinhardt anymore. She was a sinner to the world, and a sinner to Reinhardt. She had to take responsibility for this situation, whether through death or something else. Ellen Artorius had to take responsibility. ZZCK. Ah, Ellen, what are you doing right now? In front of Shanaple's knights, Ellen broke the third sword, as if not letting anyone leave temple. Looking at Ellen Artorius, holding the void sword that could shatter and cut just by touching the aura blade, Shanaple's swordmasters were astonished. Step back, I don't want to hurt you. If we stay like this, we will miss the Demon King. Let him go, that's why I'm doing this. There were 5 swordmasters, but Ellen had an aura that said she would cut their throats, not their swords, with the void sword if they crossed the line she had set. Ellen's skills were impressive, but the power of the void sword lament was an absolute cutting force that even the swordmasters struggled against. Combined with the relic of the sun god, Ellen's defense did not allow the swordmasters' attacks to break through even a little. The knights of Shanaple began to retreat gradually. Screech. Flying monsters started to enter temple through the broken barrier. Killing the monsters should be our priority, not chasing the Demon King. Ellen Artorius had become the protagonist of that ridiculous situation, where not trusting the person she loved might lead to the end of the world. How much responsibility would she have if the world were destroyed? Perhaps it could be all of it. She had made up her mind that she could no longer love Reinhardt, that someone like her shouldn't. Since she had made that decision, Ellen had to do something else. Helping Reinhardt was not allowed for her. That should be done by those who trust Reinhardt, because there is no place for me there. Because I am not qualified. That's why she had to do something else. The only other thing she could do, taking responsibility for this situation, supporting the collapsing world because of her, protecting the world that might be destroyed. Even though she knew that could not be atonement, there was nothing else she could do. Regaining Reinhardt's trust and rebuilding their relationship. Someone like her shouldn't hope for that. Ellen thought that way. When leaving Temple Gate, he expected the situation outside to be worse than inside Temple, but it wasn't as terrible as he thought. Growl, the massive warp gate in front of Temple Gate, was already destroyed. The strongest human forces were initially gathered inside Temple. That's why their response was swift. Originally, the Archmages of Shanaple and the Royal Magic Division were often dispatched on missions across the continent. But now, due to my existence, they were gathered in the royal capital. Of course, monsters appeared in the streets, and corpses were everywhere, along with collapsed buildings. People screamed and ran away, which was true, but it didn't look like the royal capital was facing a complete collapse. Flying monsters were shot down by lightning or fireballs from the ground, or by unidentified magic. The Emperor had drastically reduced the forces watching over me and chose to deal with the disaster in the royal capital. It seemed that he understood and accepted my words that the large warp gate had to be destroyed first. The reduction of damage in the royal capital was good, but it meant that the damage to the local bases increased. The Empire couldn't handle every situation and every place. Even as the royal capital stabilized quickly, the damage across the continent will grow even more. And the rapid stabilization of the chaos in the royal capital was not good news for me. We had to escape the royal capital. Fortunately, the area around the monster-free temple gate was desolate, although there were traces of destruction since the guards and elite troops of the Empire and Holy Knights were busy dealing with the situation. Rumble. A crack appeared in the air, and a woman with reddish-brown hair emerged from it. "Your Highness," Elleris appeared and hugged me tightly. "Are you all right?" Instead of reassuring me, Elleris bit her lip. unable to say anything in response to my concerns. Elaris had done the one thing only she could do, activating the Akasha. Without causing this level of chaos, there would have been no way for our excessively small force to save me. Moreover, even that wasn't enough. If it weren't for the unexpected help from Olivia, Harriet, Liana, and Ellen, I wouldn't have even been able to leave Temple's main gate. First, we must leave this place. As if her feelings and thoughts were not worth mentioning, Elaris, with trembling eyes, said so. Everyone seemed a bit wary of Elaris, as they didn't know who she was. Who is that? Only Harriet had seen Elaris before. She was the person I had been supporting in the Lix tomb. As the person who had lent tremendous magical power had appeared before us again, I spoke to Harriet. There's no time to explain in detail. I'll tell you everything once we leave this place. At my words, Harriet nodded with a stern expression. Ah, Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The nameless monster's cries reverberated throughout the area. Ah, the judgment of the guards has come. The screams of people who had gone mad with fear echoed in all directions. Galash and Luvian are casting mass teleport and are awaiting in the southern part of the royal capital, if we can just make it there. How far had we run? Some of the knights, who seemed to have been busy dealing with the monsters, discovered us. Scott Kelton. Our paths crossed with the 3rd Division captain of Shanaple, Scott Kelton's unit. He had been present during the interrogation just now. Will we be able to break through the knights of Shanaple, even with Elaris on our side? Seeing their expressions, Elaris spread her arms wide as if to shield us and stepped back. Scott Kelton stared at us without a word. The Demon King had escaped. As a knight of Shanaple, it was his duty to stop our escape. The swordmasters, including Scott Kelton, slowly approached us. Your Highness, be quiet. I knew what Elaris was trying to do. I knew what she wanted. Don't try to find a grave in front of me. It was obvious what Elaris wanted. I couldn't just let her die. Although she wasn't actually my mother, Elaris had always been like a mother to me since I came to this world. Even if the non-existence had failed, even if the wind had collapsed, even if I had opened the gates of destruction with my own hands, I had no intention of letting her find rest in death. She had to live a little longer, just like how I unknowingly caused this crazy situation despite being able to solve everything if I hadn't done anything. Just like how I was trying to save this life, which would be exchanged for countless other lives. Elaris had to live as well. She had to live and do something. Even if she couldn't pay for her sins, trying to escape from everything through death would be cowardly. Death wouldn't pay for her sins. I had no intention of letting Elaris find a place to die. As I watched the approaching swordmasters, including Scott Kelton, grasping the flame of Tuesday, it was said to be an object that reacts to dark emotions. Elaris told me that the unpleasant object reacts more intensely to malice, hatred, and anger when she handed me the flame of Tuesday. The emotions I'm feeling right now are certainly dark emotions. No, rather than being dark, they might be closer to the abyss itself. Despair, anger, and pain, and the compulsion to live despite all that. In the despair of destruction, I have to live even though I don't know what to do from the position of the one who caused it. Not even knowing what my emotions are right now, but only knowing that they are darker than any emotion I have felt while living. I hold the flame of Tuesday with the power of self-suggestion, with the power of spirit speech. The flame of Tuesday, representing my current desperate heart, to the essence of the flame. Rise, I command. Qualralang. Ah, what is this? A massive wall of flames that seemed to melt the world appeared between the swordmaster and us. The ground where the wall of flames had risen melted and bubbled like lava. Let's go. With the wall of flames blocking our enemies and us, we ran south. The defensive position of royal capital had collapsed. They were somewhat dealing with the monsters pouring out of the warp gate, but they had no strength to catch the Demon King running to escape the middle of the royal capital. Scott Kelton's troops eventually stopped chasing the Demon King and had no choice but to focus on handling the monsters, slaughtering the citizens. The price humanity had to pay for finding the Demon King. The price humanity had to pay for not trusting the Demon King was paid. Cururerlung, the collapsed main building, the ruins of the auditorium. Savelin Turner's feet were tied up by Epinhauser and Loya. Epinhauser, Loya, Sakigar, and even Lucinil. They had to pay the price for buying time. Lucinil was immobilized with her arms and legs tied up by magic chains. Sakigar, who had annoyed everyone with his shape-shifting abilities, was tied up in a space barrier, and Loya, covered in blood, moaned in human form. And With Tempesta stabbed in his abdomen, Savelin Turner stared at Eppinhauser, bleeding among the collapsed building debris. Why? Savelin Turner's voice was trembling. Why did it have to be like this, Eppinhauser? As she knew, Eppinhauser was a patriot. He was someone with a strong desire to love and protect the Empire more than anyone else. After joining Shanipal and working, he decided to nurture successors and assumed the position of a teacher in Temple Royal class instead of Shanipal. Savelin Turner, who had seen Eppinhauser up close, had no doubt about his character. Yet, he sided with the Demon King. The forces of the demons could do that because they were demons. But Savelin Turner couldn't understand why Eppinhauser, a human and someone who loved the Empire more than anyone else, made such a choice. She had dealt the decisive blow, but she was also the most confused. Why did you, who were on the side of the Empire more than anyone else, do such a thing? Eppinhauser, bleeding from his forehead, looked up at Savelin Turner. That too, more than anyone, was on the side of the Empire, of humanity. The Demon King, Eppinhauser nodded silently. Savelin Turner couldn't fully accept the claim that the Demon King didn't want destruction. After all, wasn't a disaster that seemed to collapse the world about to begin. No matter if the Demon King had taught a solution, it was still a fact. But Eppinhauser was Reinhardt's teacher. At the very least, he must have watched Reinhardt longer than she had. Did you already know that Reinhardt was the Demon King? Eppinhauser didn't answer. Eppinhauser was not a man who would improvise and concoct things for no reason. He must have been backed by his own beliefs and will to do something so incomprehensible. Moreover, he confronted Savelin Turner, the strongest human, knowing he would die. He wouldn't have dug his own grave for nothing. As Eppinhauser bled to death, a subtle smile appeared on his face. And Savelin Turner had seen Eppinhauser quite a bit, but this was her first time seeing him smile. For a teacher to save a student, her always austere junior was slowly dying. As he died, he spoke. Is it such a special thing? As if it was just something he had to do. Savelin Turner watched Eppinhauser's breath stop until the end. These days, she was filled with doubts about everything she had built up. Reinhardt, Demon King. Humans who believed and followed the Demon King, despite him being the Demon King. Those who believed and loved the Demon King despite not being supposed to. The countless aspects and facets of the Demon King she had seen, while seeing the Demon King, who said he didn't want destruction and wanted to save humans. If he had wanted human division, the Demon King should have said that the Rajuan attack on the Empire was a farce, but he never mentioned it once. And, in a situation where it was almost certain that this wouldn't have happened if she had really believed the Demon King's words. Now, I don't know anything. Savelin Turner felt lost. Chapter 450, The Gate Incident was a phenomenon where monsters poured out of the warp gate. It takes some time for the gate incident to spread to the point where monsters reach remote areas. Unless a significant amount of time had passed since the incident, the outskirts of the city or villages without warp gates would be relatively peaceful. And for a warp gate to exist, even a small one, the city must be of a certain size. At the beginning of the incident, the most dangerous places were the large cities, including the royal capital. My party, guided by Elaris, managed to reach the location where Galosh and Luvian were casting mass teleport. We were able to arrive in a distant forest far away from the royal capital. I had no idea what Antarianus was doing. However, we arrived at a peaceful blue forest that had nothing to do with the disaster unfolding in the royal capital. Me, Olivia, Liana, Harriet, Elaris, Luvian, and Galosh. The three who followed me without thinking were awed at the long-eared Luvian, but upon seeing the grey-skinned orc vampire Galosh, their faces turned pale. You really, Liana pointed at me, dumbfounded. Now you're saying that I really am the Demon King. Didn't you know that when you followed me? No, that's true. But Liana stared blankly at the massive grey-skinned orc vampire. Elves, they really exist. Harriet was also staring at Luvian, her mouth wide open for a different reason. We managed to escape the royal capital safely, though we didn't expect to do so without any problems. We were in a quiet and peaceful forest landscape filled with the chirping of nameless birds, but it was not truly peaceful. Not only the royal capital, but monsters would be emerging from warp gates all over the world, and a considerable number of cities would be destroyed without proper response. And the subsidiary cities of those destroyed cities would also face the same fate due to the spreading monsters. Even though it was for my sake, Elleris, who caused the incident herself, could hardly lift her head. The efforts to prevent the gate incident caused the gate incident itself. However, we couldn't be tied down by despair. I looked at the people in this place. In the end, they were the ones who trusted me and came this far. I had to explain everything to them first. All right. Since this is our first meeting, let's start with introductions. These are the ancient vampire lords, older than most countries. My collaborators, Elleris of Tuesday, Luvian of Thursday, Galosh of Friday. The three were taken aback by the unheard-of term vampire lord. But it's daytime right now. Yeah, just let it be. There was no time to explain what a vampire lord was. But aren't we missing someone? Where's Lucinil? Yes. What? Ah, now that I think about it, I saw her earlier. Olivia had seen Lucinil suddenly appear. Lucinil was one of the vampire lords who infiltrated the temple. Would Lucinil be safe? As I spoke, I couldn't help but feel a pang in my heart. Upon hearing Lucinil's identity, everyone was taken aback, but there was no time to fully accept it. There was too much to explain. Assuming everyone would trust and not doubt my words, I told them everything I could, just as I had done with Elleris. I remembered everything from the day the Demon King was killed by the hero. I knew about the gate incident and had some knowledge of the future. I had done everything I could to prevent the gate incident, tracking down the Akasha and Cantus Magna, discovering the true identity of the Akasha and getting tangled in the mess at the very moment I was about to spill everything. That's why my subordinates caused the gate incident to save me. And now I'm here. Elleris already knew the story, but Temple's trio, Galash and Luvian, were all wide-eyed as they listened to my words. So, I ended up being the direct cause of the gate incident while trying to prevent it. I don't know what kind of expression I had when I said that. Olivia and Harriet, however, were biting their lips. As the one directly responsible for the gate incident, Elleris was unable to say anything out of guilt. It was obvious. Sarkigar and Antirionus must have been unable to resist their impulses. Of course, that doesn't mean Elleris's guilt would disappear. Anyway, we can't just sit idly by with a situation like this. We have to do something. It's ironic that I, the cause of the gate incident, am running around cleaning up its aftermath, but I have no choice. My life was exchanged for the lives of tens of millions, perhaps billions. Even if I didn't want it, it has already happened. So, isn't it my duty to save at least one person, at least one life that would have died because of me? Antirionus must hope for my downfall in despair, but I have no intention of giving in. I thought I would save everyone, even though I knew I couldn't save everyone. I tried, and if it turns out that I was the cause of a situation where everyone would die, if I made it that way, if you throw me into such a situation, did you think I would fall? Did you think I would collapse? Did you think I couldn't get up again? If I could save everyone by dying, I would have done so. However, my death now would be meaningless and create nothing more. Since what I could do through death has disappeared, I will do what I can while alive. Unable to find meaning in death, I will find meaning in life. I'm not a strong person, but I thought a lot during the time I was captured. In resignation, I wished that everything would end with my death. But I didn't die. I had to survive and witness the gate incident, only to be thrown back into the world. The world wants me to crumble. Out of spite for that malice, out of injustice, out of sorrow, I can't just collapse obediently. The gate incident had occurred, and I couldn't just sit in a corner of the continent, regretting my mistakes and feeling dejected. If I had to become strong, then I would become strong. I didn't know what was right in this situation, but not getting back up after falling would be evil. I wanted to do good, but I couldn't achieve it. At least I would avoid evil. Since I decided to stay away from evil, I couldn't collapse. I couldn't hesitate. I had to do what I could do. Reinhardt, do you really need to save the humans? Why? It was Olivia's words. They didn't trust you. They only hated you. And even if they found out about this day, they would only hate me, blaming the Demon King for everything. Olivia seemed unable to understand why I had to save such humans. It's because I made this world that way. This was the world I created, and the characters were sacrificed to the injustices I made. If that was the reality, then that imagination had become reality, trying to solve the injustice I created, only to suffer from even greater injustices. That's the situation I was thrown into. It was my world, my injustice. So, I had to solve it. Nobody could understand what I meant. It's okay if they don't understand. I would do what I could in the given situation. Even when I didn't know the cause of the gate incident, I did what I could in the given situation. And now, as a result, it led to the gate incident. I still did what I could in the given situation. There was nothing else. From now on, I have to somehow calm down this situation. I don't think I can do everything by myself. What I can do alone is very limited, and when considering the scale, it's probably not very valuable. I'm trying to do what I can do, but since it probably won't mean much alone, I'll need many people. Everyone doesn't have to cooperate with me if what I'm trying to do doesn't make sense. You don't have to do anything, but I have some responsibility for those who have trusted me and come this far. At least a place where we can live safely. I'll arrange at least that much. And since I'm trying to do something that I can't do alone, instead of me, it has to be us. We secure a foundation where we can be safe, create our power, make people follow us, and strengthen ourselves. I have to proceed with such tasks. So, the gate incident had happened. Therefore, I could no longer be satisfied with just myself or a small force to solve this. I'm going to rebuild the Darkland. And so, I had no choice but to dream of truly rebuilding Darkland now. I had. In this situation where everything had gone wrong, where everything was ruined, I sensed that I had to become the king of the restored Darkland, rather than remaining the prince of a ruined nation. To quell the gate situation, I had to rebuild the demon realm. Jumping in alone would only allow me to destroy a few gates. The future of dying a self-destructive death seemed all too certain. I was far stronger than ordinary humans, but I had my limits. Even if I were a swordmaster or a grandmaster, it wouldn't change anything. Even if swordmasters were superhumans beyond ordinary people, could they save the world? Through the power of those who follow me, I would save villages, neighborhoods, and cities, and bring an end to the gate situation. It was better to use my political power and influence rather than my own strength. I haven't thought about who will follow me or how I can form my forces yet, but for now, I know. As I tried to say something, Olivia spoke up. What? People who will unconditionally support you? I thought I knew what Olivia was talking about. If it's the 5 great divine faiths, even if I hold a sacred relic, as long as I'm the certain cause of the gate situation, they'd probably try to deny me, right? No, not them. Olivia shook her head vigorously. The followers of the demon cult. Ah, only then did I remember the proposition I had forgotten due to the events that had happened so far. The demon cult. I know where the base of the demon cult followers is and where they are. When on Earth, the followers of the demon cult would think they should die rather than just pretend to die if they hear your words. I've seen it all. Olivia then detailed how the ruined city in the Gelcoria desert was the base of the demon cult followers, and that she had already identified all their bases. She added that she originally planned to annihilate them by mobilizing the Holy Knights, but was caught by Shanaple's knights before reporting to the Holy Knights. The demon cult followers, dangerous, but I needed power right now. More than anything, I needed strength in this situation. The demon cult followers, who worship me without my consent and regard my words as absolute, are forces I must secure in this situation. This happened because the timing was off. If the timing was wrong, the demon cult followers would have already been wiped out by the Holy Knights. This misstep has become both a terrible event and a stroke of luck for me. Harriet and Liana didn't understand how Olivia could have obtained such information. Those two didn't know that Olivia could handle the power of the demon cult. Just handling the power of the demon cult would have made it easy to gain the followers' trust, so reaching them would have been the easiest thing for Olivia. All right, then securing the demon cult followers as my subordinates is crucial. Securing the demon cult's forces as my own had become a crucial condition. And the Gelcoria desert was a desolate place. There were no warp gates there, so not only would it be unaffected by the gate situation, but they would also be unaware of what was happening on the continent. Whoosh! Somewhere, a swarm of dark bats began to fly from one side of the forest. Harriet paled as she pointed at them. What? What is that? Don't worry. Soon they gathered together in front of us and transformed into an old man in a black suit, a wide-brimmed hat, and leaning on a cane. Antarianus bowed his head deeply as he took off his hat upon seeing me. I am honored to meet such a great being. Antarianus seemed to enjoy the situation, smiling as he put his hat back on. Yes, I must have reached the answer to everything, and he must be delighted to see the situation in chaos. That old man is one of the vampire lords I mentioned earlier, the Antirionus of Saturday. Don't get too friendly with him, he's crazy. Hee, that's a bit harsh. Antirionus just laughed at my harsh words. There was too much information for the three of them to process. Anyway, there was no time to calmly explain everything now. Lord of Wednesday and Sakigar were captured, and Loyar and Eppinhauser have died. Antirionus brought the news. Eppinhauser and Loyar were dead. WHY, teacher. Our teacher, Liana and Harriet both paled at the news of Eppinhauser's death. I didn't know the reason either. Eppinhauser tried to save me, saying it wasn't the Order's intention. Eppinhauser went against the Order's will to save me, and he died. And Loyar died too. The chances of the rotatory gang surviving were slim. What happened to Adriana? There were some who survived, but too many were dead or had uncertain fates. I shivered at the heart-wrenching pressure and despair. Why did Eppinhauser die for me? I didn't want to think about the deaths of Loyar and the gang members, but there was no time to immerse myself in those thoughts. I never knew what it meant to be a king, and I never wanted to be one. I had no intention of fulfilling Sakigar's wish for me to be king. But I decided to become king. Being a king is not for those who are sad, depressed, and sinking into despair in their room. What happened, happened. Who loved me, and how much I loved someone. What the memories were like with them. What they meant to me. It's better to think about the future than to reminisce. So I'll put it off, keep pushing those thoughts back, and keep putting them off until everything is okay. And finally, forget. Finally, not knowing what to remember, who to remember, and what to grieve for. That would be a king. Loyar is dead. Eppinhauser is dead. However, Lucinil and Sakigar were captured. They are still alive. I will put off the grief for the dead. I could not tell when I would be able to grieve for it. Death cannot be reversed, so I must delay the death of those who are still alive, my people. Antirionus, can you deliver a message to the Empire? That much should be easily possible. I must become an entity that embraces the future. I cannot be tied down by the past. Although the situation has occurred, we will respond to the gate incident in our own way and have no intention of fighting humans. Please convey that. The gate incident had already happened. But if you kill Lucinil and Sakigar, it will be a permanent hostile relationship from that moment on. This is no joke. Convey it like that. My current power isn't enough to bring down the Empire. They should know that if I, who have absorbed the power of the demon cult, try to do so, I can do it at any time. But if I absorb the power of the demon cult, the Empire would no longer be an issue, since I would have the power to bring about the downfall of humanity. Although the Empire might be stupid enough not to know that. That's why they might be kill Lucinil and Sakigar. If that happens, I will destroy the Empire and build a new one on the collapsed land. There is no need for humanity's master to be human. Heh heh heh. I will surely convey that, O great one. Antirionus, who seemed to be enjoying my words and decisions too much, let out a laugh. Watching him, I narrowed my eyes. I knew it wouldn't be fun to change the message in a weird way, as if reading my mind. Antirionus reluctantly shook his head. He, would I pursue such a petty pleasure? That's right. I trust Antirionus' words that he wouldn't engage in rash pranks unless it was the ultimate pleasure. Squeak, squeak, flutter. Everyone was watching Antirionus, who had turned into a flock of bats and was flying away as if he was ominous. The Empire may hate me, but they can't help but think about what would happen if they consider me an enemy. It may be difficult to get back at them right away, but in the long run, it might be possible. Archdemon, do you plan to go to the Gelcoria Desert from now on? Luvian asked me. Are Galosh and Luvian going to keep cooperating with me? I couldn't say anything even if those two decide to leave. They have done too much for me, who has nothing to give in return. The Gelcoria Desert is also my base. If I know the exact location of the demon cult followers, I can take us there. That's true, but it's not the top priority. There is something more important than securing power, a base, land where we can be safe, and before that, I looked at Harriet and Liana. What about your families? What will you do? The two had tried to save me somehow. I don't know what the plan was, but it got tangled up because of the gate incident. But now that such a situation has occurred, it's clear that they would think their families are in danger. It's not just their lives at stake, but the lives of everyone on the continent. Arnaka will be fine. I trust our father, the capital of the Saintoin Duchy, Arnaka. Of course, Harriet seemed to believe that the Saintoin Duchy would be able to handle the chaos caused by the gate incident. I looked at Liana this time. Liana stared at the other side of the forest and spoke slowly as if sighing. I told Mom that I'd be doing this today. Somehow, Liana knew that the Empire was the target of her vengeance, not me. The fact that she said such things meant that Liana's mother knew it as well. Liana had decided to side with the Demon King to destroy the Empire, and her mother had accepted that. After the death of Duke Grants, it was clear that the Duchess had also undergone many changes in her heart. The Duchess allowed Liana to risk her life for her father's revenge. But now, the one in danger is not Liana, but the Duchess. Although Harriet was trembling in fear, she believed in the power of the Saintoin Duke and the Duchy, unlike her father who was anxious, but believed she would be safe. The Duchess' life is in danger, and even if she remains unharmed until the gate incident stabilizes, as long as Liana's allegiance to me is certain, the Duchess cannot be safe. Liana's hand trembled as she clenched her fist. So Mom knows. We went there last time. How could it be? Edina Archipelago. Yeah, she's hiding in a villa there. Since I'm doing this, it would be dangerous. The Duchess of Grants had hidden herself in advance, knowing that Liana was planning to cause trouble. However, the gate incident would have occurred in the Edina Archipelago as well, putting the Duchess's life in danger. That's why Liana decided to help me for now, but she couldn't be at ease knowing her mother's life was in danger. Well, that's good, but my words made Liana narrow her eyes at me, and Harriet shuddered as if asking what I was talking about. What? Good? Of course it's good. I crossed my arms. From now on, we're going to the Edina Archipelago, the place we will use as our base from now on. Not only to save Iris, who might be in danger, but also a place far from the continent, where news is transmitted very slowly. The Edina Archipelago, that isolated archipelago, is the perfect place for us to evade the Empire's gaze and build up our power. We're going to take over the Edina Archipelago. That place will be the starting point for the revived Darkland. We're going to save Iris, and we'll save the Duchess of Grants as well. That's why it can only be a good thing. Chapter 451. The Edina Archipelago was originally a remote island nation separated from the regular warp gate system that connected the entire continent. There were small warp gates connecting the islands of the archipelago, but they did not reach the continent. Due to the characteristic of larger gates causing bigger monsters to appear during gate incidents, the scale of gate incidents in the area was inevitably smaller than in other regions. However, that was only relative. Ka-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. They could handle familiar-looking monsters that resembled small wild dogs, kiriririk. However, there were also grotesque creatures with dozens of arms and dozens of eyeballs attached to each arm. Seeing such monsters was horrifying in itself, and when those dozens of arms touched and killed everyone, ordinary people and soldiers alike had no choice but to flee in panic. They appeared out of nowhere. When monsters that couldn't be described as anything but bizarre began pouring out of the warp gates, people had no choice but to flee regardless of whether they were soldiers or civilians. The area around the warp gate quickly became a bloodbath, and fire-breathing monsters set buildings ablaze. In an instant, the main port city of the Edina Archipelago, Lazark, was filled with chaos and screams. Thud, thump. What is this? Succubus Queen Iris gritted her teeth as she impaled and killed monsters with an iron spear, still watching the crowded streets that were filling with even more monsters. Since she had no reason to have a weapon, the iron spear she was holding belonged to a dead god. Having seen many magical creatures and beasts due to the mixed nature of the demon race, Iris was familiar with such beings. However, the monsters appearing now were a mixture of those resembling existing magical beasts and those that were simply too grotesque to be considered living creatures. The guards had already lost their morale due to the horrifying appearance of the monsters. Although they had lost their nerve, Iris had combat experience, and the other succubi under her command would be able to fight against the oncoming monsters, as long as Iris maintained her sanity. Starting from the tavern, the owner and staff of Angel Capital, who had been accused of sucking people's blood, were the only ones holding weapons and keeping their sanity in this situation where even the guards were fleeing. Iris's grand temple-like Angel Capital had become a temporary refuge for people who could not find a place to escape. Hiding behind the succubi, People watched as the pink-haired head of the Lone Shark Company impaled monsters with an iron spear, beat them to death, and even tore them apart with her bare hands. Iris, did she fight this well? She's like a monster. Numerous people huddled inside the entrance of Angel Capital, their faces pale as they watched Iris somehow kill the monsters that even the guards were afraid of and fled from. No matter how broken her horn was, Iris's physical abilities were incomparable to those of an ordinary person. In the midst of the sudden disaster that occurred while trying to devour Edina Island, she found herself in a situation where she had to protect her clients and long-term prey. The sudden disaster. Ka-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra, as the burning buildings collapsed and fleeing people were crushed to death under the debris. Iris watched in shock. What are the soldiers doing? Iris muttered nervously, but she too was sickened just by seeing the monsters. Edina Island was a remote place among remote places. Those with outstanding skills or exceptional talent harbored big dreams and left for the continent. Although not everyone who remained on the island was inferior, it was difficult to expect them to grit their teeth and protect the people during such a sudden catastrophe. How many soldiers were there on this small island? Of those, how many were knights, and how many of those were capable of magical reinforcement? How many mages were there? If someone was capable of magical reinforcement, they would be treated as the island's elite. And if they were young and able to perform magical reinforcement, they would have left for the continent with even greater dreams. Iris did not know where this situation had started. She had only heard from the people who had fled that monsters were coming out of the warp gate. Was this happening only in Lazark? Or was it happening all over the island? Or was it covering the entire continent? No one knew unless they had heard it directly from the Demon King. Who? Iris pierced the mouth of a two-headed bear, charging at her with a spear, and with the longsword strapped to her waist. She stabbed the remaining head from the skull. Killing it instantly, she breathed heavily. Who? Who? There was no way to know when the monsters would start pouring in. Iris looked at the corpses strewn across the streets and the sight of more being added one by one. She hated humans. She wished for the destruction of humans. Growl, but when a giant lizard, almost filling up the alleyway, swung its tail and sent people flying, Iris widened her eyes. Humans were detestable. In the long run, she wished for humanity to go extinct. But was this allowed? Because of a disaster for which there was no war, no reason, ordinary civilians who had never known anything like a fight in their lives, should they die like this, as if they were less than trash? Although she had been living by ruining people's lives, Iris could not help but know that there were some among the humans who deserved love. Some people gambled their household fortunes away in one night, and others played with the money they borrowed from the capital. But she had seen people who really needed money, but the amount they needed was too trivial. Iris had seen people who were too poor to become her clients. She had seen a boy who pleaded for 10 silver pennies to be lent to him because his mother was sick, promising to repay the debt when he grew up. She had seen young children scavenging for food because their siblings were starving at home. There were countless sailors who starved because they couldn't afford a single meal. She didn't think she did it out of pity. It was just too trivial, too insignificant. There had been times when she had lent a few silver pennies with a playful promise to have it be repaid later. There definitely had been cases like those, and she had seen such insignificant debts, which she had forgotten as soon as they were given, repaid a few days later. She had received double the amount of silver coins with a grateful, innocent smile from those who had knocked on the door of Angel Capital, saying that they had intended to repay when they became adults, but would do so now. There had been times when she had hugged such a cute little child tightly without realizing it. Even though she thought she shouldn't do this to humans, it was just a small acknowledgement. It was trivial to her, who was dealing with such large sums of money. No, because she never knew when the public perception of her group as money-grubbing and obsessed with money would turn into a piercing spear, considering it as a public relations and political project to counteract that. She started a zero-interest loan project for starving children and families who had lost their fathers to storms. Although it was called a loan, Iris had no intention of getting the money back, so it was practically a donation. Lending money to those without the ability to repay was tantamount to charity unless it was intended to control them. To the adults of Lazark, Iris was a devil, but to the children, Iris was an angel. Iris was a devil to some and an angel to others, following the name of Angel Capital, which was founded with an overflowing evil intention. She couldn't bear the small struggles and insignificance of the children. Those children were dying in the streets. Thud, crack. With short screams they were crushed, torn, and shattered. Ah, ah. If she left this place, the people behind her, including the staff and those in the refuge, would all die. She couldn't leave her post to prepare for this situation, not even for the children. That's why Iris could only watch the small, dying struggles with wide eyes. Iris felt as if she would cry blood for the first time in her life. When the demon castle had fallen, and she was chained and dragged by humans, she had wished for the downfall of humanity. But now, Iris was feeling like she would cry tears of blood, watching human children die, not as a demon but as a human. Monsters poured into the streets. There were smaller ones, the size of wild dogs, but there were also clearly large monsters, like giant lizards, crossing the road and approaching. Her broken horn had always brought her misery. But had there ever been a time when her broken horn was as painful as today? If only I had the power. Nuna, running through the street. The child desperately called out to me. I could have run to him and protected him from the giant lizard if I had the power. The boy who once told me he needed money for his mother's medicine. I wouldn't have to turn my back on him. No, I couldn't turn my back on him. Boss, you can't go, Iris, having lost her reason, rushed down the stairs and ran towards the boy. After the fall of the demon realm, Iris lived to destroy something. However, the power to destroy something that she sought, one of the rules that make up society, capital, in this situation, at this point when the foundation of society is collapsing, in this situation where all the rules are breaking down. No one can protect anything with the power based on rules. The capital, countless amounts of capital can't overcome the violence in front of them, only with their bodies, only through action. Something can be destroyed or something can be protected. Iris ran with her body and roughly embraced the running boy with her left arm. Nuna, Nuna, sob, sob, Nuna will protect you, holding the boy. Iris saw the giant lizard opening its mouth wide. The iron spear that Iris held in her right hand was shorter than the monster's mouth. It would be swallowed the moment she tried to stab it. It was too late to back away. A demon, trying to destroy humanity, ends up protecting a mere boy from an unknown monster. This isn't what Valia would want. Holding the boy, who clung to her, Iris aimed her spear at the monster charging towards her. Valia, to her childhood friend, who wasn't here, to the boy she acknowledged as her lord. In the end, could she offer no help at all? I'm sorry, just as she thought that, and was about to thrust her spear at that moment. Pat, as if time had slowed down, Iris saw a girl with braided hair appear before her. As if she had blue tattoos all over her body, the girl suddenly appeared and stretched out both her hands. Zzz. Quag, the lizard, hitting its face against the blue barrier, let out a scream and retreated several steps. What was happening? An unidentified magician had appeared and saved her. Are you okay? Before she could answer the girl's question, Iris saw it, the human form of Valia jumping down from the sky. Whoosh, and precisely stabbing the war guard's sword Alspringer into the lizard's head. Boom. Then, the gem around Valia's neck emitted a red light, and the lizard was engulfed in flames and burned. Vah! Liar! Iris saw it. Startled by the sudden appearance of the human-looking Valia, Iris had no choice but to witness an even more astonishing spectacle. K-ra-ra-ra, K-ra-ra-ra. Out of nowhere, darkness loomed in the sky, and lightning began to pour. Zap, zap, dozens of times per second. Rumble. As if targeting the monsters that filled the streets, the lightning flashed, causing the monsters to fall or explode as they were struck by the bolts. What is happening? It was as if divine salvation had been sent to deal with this disaster, and the lightning swept away the monsters that filled the streets. When she turned her head, Iris could see a blonde, short-haired girl emitting blue currents from her body. K-R-R-A-C. She also heard a furious roar in the distance. It seems Elaris has taken care of the gate. Valia drew his sword and walked towards Iris, along with a girl with braided hair. Valia, how did you? Let's talk after we clean this up. While Iris was surprised, the boy she had just saved was also wide-eyed. It was as if a disaster that could have destroyed the world was suddenly neutralized by someone wielding lightning. Harriet, can you take care of rescuing the Duchess? Do you remember where she is? Yes. It's on the outskirts of the city, so there probably aren't any monsters there yet. But you should hurry. Liana and the vampire lords will handle things here. Got it. As the girl called Harriet activated the blue tattoos on her body again, she disappeared in a series of teleportations, leaving Iris staring blankly. Valia looked at Iris, who was holding a boy. Iris couldn't help but freeze under Valia's gaze, rebuilding the demon realm and taking revenge on humanity. She thought that she was disqualified as Valia's subordinate for trying to save a boy while collaborating with him. He should be disappointed. As Iris stood there, unable to move, Valia ruffled the boy's hair without a word, as if he was glad the boy was alive. He didn't smile, and his expression was blank, but he seemed to have no complaints about the boy's survival or Iris's actions. Can you see her? Valia pointed to the girl who was still summoning lightning, her body covered in blue luminescence. She'll handle everything around here. As if to say he would take care of the places the girl couldn't see, he summoned Alspringer in his right hand. Swoosh! Valia looked at the monsters pouring in from an alley, and in an instant the flames incinerated them all. Gasp! Grrrr! In the distance, in some far-off alley, they could also see a holy light flashing. We'll talk later. I'm going. As Valia dashed through the streets and disappeared, Iris collapsed to the ground, still holding the boy. Nuna, are we alive? A terrified boy shivered as he clutched his own neck, while Iris, also pale, carefully patted the boy's back. Yeah, it seems so. It was hard to understand why Valia had suddenly appeared. He didn't come alone, but brought along a group of people who could potentially resolve the situation. Chapter 452, in the Edina archipelago, the main port city and capital, Lazark, had only one warp gate, and it was small in size. Reinhardt had arrived with people in tow shortly after the incident began and had started to deal with the situation on a large scale. Elaris had destroyed the warp gate as soon as we arrived in Lazark, while Liana had summoned lightning to sweep away the monsters in a vast area. Reinhardt, Olivia, Luvian, and Galosh had all focused on eliminating the monsters in Lazark. As a result, the situation had calmed down rather quickly. Nevertheless, the gate incident had left a permanent scar on Lazark. Numerous buildings were burning, and corpses were strewn across the streets. Although most of the monsters had been eliminated, the streets were filled with the screams of the people. Gate incidents fundamentally caused fear and confusion among the people. It was difficult to deal with the monsters in the midst of fear and panic, and even if they did, enormous damage would inevitably occur. It was impossible for there to be a powerful magician or combat force stationed at every location with a small warp gate. Despite immediate response on the first day, massive damage had occurred in Lazark, and it wouldn't have been much different in other places. If a city did not have powerful magicians and night orders stationed there, there was a high possibility of complete annihilation. And if there was such a level of military force stationed, there would inevitably be medium to large warp gates, resulting in a greater number and size of monsters. Liana and Olivia could not help but be horrified as they saw Lazark, which had turned into a living hell within a day. No matter how it was an incident they caused in order to save Reinhardt, it was a situation caused by the minions of the Demon King. Elaris, who had activated the Akasha with her own hands, could not say anything as she witnessed the depth of the sin she had committed. The situation in Lazark had been somewhat resolved. That's why they had gathered in front of the main gate of Angel Capital for now. Demon King Valia, Elaris, Luvian, Galosh, Olivia, Iris, and even Harriet de Saint-Ouen and Liana were present. Everyone stared at Valia in silence. Elaris, who had activated the Akasha, could not raise her head. However, there was no sense of despair on the face of Valia, who had inadvertently become the starting point of all this. While everyone felt misery and sorrow for what they had done, even though it was not their fault, the Demon King seemed to have not considered any of that. Since Lazark has been taken care of, there's no time to waste. It seems that we can handle the monsters coming from the small gates by ourselves. Iris, how many islands in the archipelago have small warp gates installed? St. Louis, Port Lambeth, and Greenwind. All right, let's split into 3 groups. Elaris, take Liana and check the coordinates for St. Louis and go there. Olivia and Elaris will go to Port Lambeth. As for Greenwind, Harriet will return soon, so Galosh can take her and sort things out. They planned to divide their forces among 3 other ports in the small nation of the Edina archipelago that could be called major cities. In the Demon King's judgment, the situation arising from the small warp gates could be dealt with if just 2 of them were present. We need to move quickly. If the monsters destroy the city and escape, we might have to engage in a tedious cleanup battle. As if there was no time to dwell on the unfolding disaster, Valia briefly relayed instructions for their next move. It seemed like the attitude a leader should have, but it also appeared excessively cold. However, an order was an order. Following the Demon King's command, the vampire's lords immediately began casting. As the situation was still terrifying, the people hiding in Angel Capital silently watched the city's saviors beyond the main gate. Valia didn't spare them even a glance. Although saving them was his role, it seemed as if he had no further business with them after rescuing them. Iris. Yes. Iris still didn't know what was happening. Valia only said what he needed to say. Let's go to the Edina Royal Palace. Royal Palace? Why the Royal Palace? From today on, I'll be the king here. He spoke as if he had decided to do so, and it would happen. Valia was excessively calm, about everything, deep into the night. SHHHHH in the burning royal capital Gradium, wizards rushed around, trying to extinguish the fires. The royal capital, where humanity's strongest forces gathered. However, it was also the city with the highest concentration of large warp gates and a large number of small warp gates. Thanks to humanity's strongest forces rushing to suppress the situation as soon as it occurred, the most dangerous gate situation in the royal capital was suppressed within a day. But the damage was enormous. Not only were the city's main facilities destroyed and burned, but about 30% of the city was destroyed, and even more citizens died. Like the port city of the Edina archipelago, the royal capital Gradium was filled with the screams and wails of countless people. And this situation was relatively better. In every place of the empire, where warp gates were installed, even greater disasters must be raging. Boom! With a monstrous creature the size of a cathedral letting out its final cry and collapsing to the ground, the last monster in the royal capital fell. Stab! Ellen Artorius, who shattered the monster's entire skull by piercing its head with her void sword and detonating its magic power, climbed down the collapsing monster's back and waist and landed on the ground. Everyone now knew that Ellen not only possessed the strangely transformed lament, but also the sun god's cape, the lapelt. Is this the last one? At Ellen's words, those who had hunted the last monster nodded their heads with a shocked expression. The incident had already occurred. They were too busy focusing on dealing with it, just as the current Demon King did not express any of his emotions about everything. Ellen, who thought of herself as the cause of this situation, was no different. Similarly, the Knights of Shanaple who hunted the last giant monster arrived at the place where Ellen was. Ellen, why? Why did you help the Demon King escape? At Savel Turner's words, Ellen just stared at her. Until now, they had been too busy dealing with the situation to question it, but now they had to talk about it. Ellen had helped the Demon King escape. There were no casualties, but because of Ellen's actions, there might be another war in the future. However, Ellen did not make any excuses or rationalizations for her actions. She didn't say that this happened because they couldn't trust the Demon King. Ellen herself couldn't trust the Demon King either. Are you planning to arrest me? You wouldn't be able to. So Ellen presented the Empire with a reality, not a reason. She was not an ordinary swordmaster, but one with 2 relics. In fact, Ellen had taken care of more monsters today than Savel Turner. Not the smaller monsters coming from Edina's hot zone, but the huge ones, powerful enough to turn a village into ashes in an hour. It was impossible to treat Ellen as a criminal when they were already short on people. The Empire should be grateful for Ellen's cooperation right now, not after everything was over. Please tell me where I should go. There must be many dangerous cities. Ellen felt responsible for the situation, and if there's an awakening agent or something like that, please give it to me. That's why Ellen had no intention of resting. There was no time to grieve or feel depressed. There was no time to regret her actions, just as Reinhardt didn't blame himself for not doing anything, thinking that nothing would have happened. Ellen didn't choose the path of standing still, wallowing in regret, thinking that none of this would have happened if she had trusted Reinhardt more. There was no saving herself, let alone others, by being depressed about the disaster that had occurred. Instead, she had to make judgments. Instead, she had to move. She had to save at least one more city, one more person. That was the only thing she believed she could do. They had to do their best in the given situation, not with regret or self-blame. The demon king and the hero, in a way, both of them had become even stronger than before. In a way, neither of them ever wanted. The palace of the Edina kingdom was located on the cliffside of a high hill on the outskirts of the port city of Lazark. It was by no means as large as the imperial palace, nor was it as elegant as the White Palace of Arneria, which was located in the capital of the Saintoin Principality, Arnaka. The size of the castle, which was closer to a fortress than a palace, indicated the level of the Edina kingdom. Nevertheless, it was the royal castle of a nation. It wasn't a meager size like the castles or mansions of lords in provincial territories. As it was an outer castle, it wasn't directly affected by the gate incident. It wasn't difficult to be guided into the castle. They seemed to have guessed to some extent that I and my companions were the ones who had resolved the abnormality that had occurred in the city and were walking towards the castle with Iris. Moreover, Iris had been doing business in this city for quite a long time. In addition, the Angel Capital project was a business carried out under the support of the royal family, a friend of Iris, and the person who had suppressed a major catastrophe that would have led to the destruction of the kingdom in just a few hours. It was strange that the door didn't open. The king I encountered in the virtual reality still had a pale complexion, and it was only natural for the retainers to be confused as they didn't know what was going on. Your Excellency, who are you? The royal guards, the knights protecting the king. I examined their faces. While the people of the capital are dying like dogs, this son of a bitch king is trembling and falling apart here. At the sudden profanity, not only the king, but also the royal guards tensed up. I won't bother with tedious explanations. I used the ring of Sarkigar and summoned Alspringer to hang over my shoulder. Everyone seemed to catch their breath at the sudden appearance of a demon and a soul-bound sword. From today on, all the islands of the Edina archipelago and this kingdom belong to me, Demon King Valia. At my blunt statement, even Iris's face turned pale. There was no time for persuasion or discussion. I looked around. Whoever opposes me, come forward. Everyone still hadn't fully grasped the situation. Of course, no one would willingly hand over their country when asked. The first to react was the knight standing next to the king. You bastard, no matter how suspicious the situation is. Appearing suddenly and disparaging his majesty, he stepped down the stairs of the throne and put his hand on the hilt of his sword. Don't draw it. What? I said to the knight. If you draw it, you'll die, you insolent. Swoosh, clang. The knight's sword was hit by Alspringer before it could fully leave the scabbard, and it shattered as if it had exploded. I didn't kill him. However, the knight who had lost his sword before he could even properly grip it stared at me with a stunned expression. If you try more, it won't end with a warning. I would show blood if I had to, but there was no need to deliberately see blood. Perhaps I was the most skilled knight in this place, for as I stood frozen, neither the other knights nor the royal guards could easily approach me. I passed by the knight blocking my way. None of the knights or royal guards could obstruct my path. Step by step, I ascended the stairs leading to the throne and stood before the king. Move aside. What? At my simple words, the king froze and stared at me blankly. Step aside. No one could lay a hand on me. They probably had an intuition that their throats would be cut the moment they tried to. The king looked around, but in a situation where the demon king had appeared, it seemed that there were no people willing to risk their lives to protect their lord. It wasn't a matter of loyalty. It was because I was not a simple thug, but the demon king who shook the entire continent. It was a country that almost got destroyed by its inability to handle even a small gate incident. To the soldiers and knights of the Edina archipelago, the Demon King was too great a name, because I was not a simple outlaw or bandit, but the Demon King. No one knew what would happen if I started using my power. That's why I provoked people's sinister imaginations just by showing my true form. The title of terror imposed on me can be used as much as I want if I try to use it. That's why I can do this, barehanded with only Iris by my side, the son of the absolute ruler of the demon realm, Valia. Everyone was afraid of what I could do, spreading the wings of fearful imaginations in their heads and not touching me. I watched the king tremble and rise from his seat. Thump, I sat down on the empty throne the king had left. I didn't particularly like the throne made of grey carved rock, but it wasn't something I disliked either. It was easy to take the owner's seat. Should it be this easy to take over a country? But this was just the beginning. Just because I sat in the owner's seat, it doesn't mean everyone acknowledges me as the owner. Just sitting on the throne doesn't make one a king. However, I made the owner of the throne stand up on his own. That's what's important. Half of the world, the owner of all Darkland's territory, the leader of all demons in the world, the ruler of the demon realm, in the name of Valia, to the ancestors of the Edina kingdom who have abdicated the throne voluntarily, and to the royal family, I promise a peaceful afterlife. That was my first royal command. Chapter 453, I had seized the throne of Edina Archipelago far too easily. A mere bandit appearing suddenly and forcing the king off his seat wouldn't be recognized as the rightful ruler. However, I was the Demon King, not just a powerful bandit, but bearing the heavy title of Demon King. Everyone felt terror towards me. Those who I didn't want to know of my identity as the Demon King came to know that I was indeed the Demon King. Therefore, it no longer mattered if the whole world knew I was the Demon King, and I intended to make full use of the fear that came from my name. Fear is a very powerful means of control. As you have seen today, the warp gates of the entire continent have been altered to summon monsters from another world. Soon, the current disaster will encompass not just this archipelago, but the entire continent, a disaster of global scale. Thus, the anomalies occurring in Lazark have also occurred on other islands of the archipelago, including St. Louis, Port Lambeth, and Greenwind. Currently, my subordinates are suppressing the phenomena occurring in those places. Edina Archipelago will suffer some damage, but as it is far from the continent, the situation will be resolved by destroying the warp gates across the archipelago. I am telling you that I am the savior of Edina Archipelago, which would have been destroyed if left alone, because my rule will be quite generous and compassionate. Obey me, you will gain stability and peace. In the short term, I will focus on stabilizing the chaotic Edina Archipelago, and in the long term, I will expand to the continent plagued with monsters. I will give you a day's time. I won't kill you even if you disagree. Those who will not obey me, leave. I will allow you to live as ordinary people of the archipelago. You can flee my rule and go to the continent, but the moment you cross the long sea route and arrive on the continent, you will find that there is no land for you to set foot on except for this archipelago. Given that the entire continent was plunged into chaos, going to the continent was tantamount to seeking death. However, they might think my words were blatant lies. They might think the Demon King was merely trying to scare them with such words. Whether to believe me or not, whether to obey or not, is an individual choice. I had no intention of forcing that choice. I couldn't be sure if they would accept me, but I had a lot of work for them to do. There was chaos and fear, but as of now, the incidents in Lazark have been resolved. There's no need to be scared, so get started on the recovery right away. Even if the chaos had subsided, the streets were still littered with corpses, not to mention the burned houses. It was necessary to focus on determining the exact number of casualties and stabilizing Lazark. All available forces will begin recovering the bodies and assessing the damage from this moment. Also, immediately assess the supplies, including the food stockpiled in the castle, and report it to me. Everyone seemed surprised by my first directive, which wasn't overly Demon King-like. What would be considered Demon King-like? Would it be more fitting for the Demon King to demand human sacrifices and blood offerings as soon as he sat on the throne? No matter what kind of Demon King they expected, I would be quite different from the one they had in mind. They were still confused, not knowing what I had ordered them to do. Why aren't you moving? If you want to leave, leave. If you want to stay, move quickly. You bastards, do you think we have time to spare? In the end, it was the same everywhere. They only understood when I yelled at them. The soldiers left the royal capital according to my command and began to deal with the aftermath of the damage in Lazark. I didn't know whether they would do well in the task I had given them, but it was only the first day. I withdrew the soldiers, telling them to do their job. Late at night, one by one, they returned to Lazark. As I had instructed, they all arrived at Edina Royal Palace. Liana even brought the Duchess of Grants, who had been hiding at Angel Capital. They must have seen terrible things, but the current situation seemed even more incomprehensible. It had just been a short while since we arrived in Lazark, and now I was sitting right on the throne of the kingdom's palace. What happened? I told you we were going to conquer Edina Archipelago. That's all I said to Olivia. There was much to discuss, and we had to talk about how to proceed. Liana, Harriet, and even Eloris seemed mentally unstable, probably due to the horrific scenes they had witnessed. Luvian and Galosh were not as bad, but their expressions were extremely serious. Becoming a king in just one day, was it that easy? Luvian was dumbfounded. It was easier than expected since the situation was what it was. Anyway, did you all manage the situation well? The damage was severe, but we completed the destruction of the gates and the annihilation of the monsters. We succeeded in suppressing the chaos at the 4 major ports of Edina Archipelago. Local administrative offices will handle the recovery from the damage, but there might be something like an uprising happening. People who lost their homes. There are so many. What about them? Harriet spoke with a depressed expression. We need to investigate the damage situation at each port first. How many people have lost their homes? How many orphans have been created? Whether we have enough relief supplies for them. It was a headache from the beginning. We can't trade between continents if the situation is like this. We've come this far to keep the Empire from knowing where I settled down. From now on, Edina Archipelago has to be self-sufficient. I became the king to deal with the gate situation somehow, but the country is in a crisis from the start. The Edina royal family will eventually be grateful that I took this headache-inducing task off their hands. We had a lot of conversations. We had to explain everything to Iris, who knew nothing about what had happened so far, and what to do in the future, what we should start with. As for the responsibility I should take as a king for those who have had their lives destroyed, it was all new to us, and until this morning, we couldn't have imagined we'd be doing these things. We had to do it. Perhaps it was the longest day I had ever experienced in my life, and I still hadn't finished it. We occupied the royal palace, but the royal family who had ruled over Edina Peninsula so far was still living in this castle. It was a seizure without even a pretext, but I am the Demon King. As people thought I had evil intentions because I was the Demon King and interpreted my actions as they pleased, I had no intention of securing anything like the legitimacy of my rule while making excuses. Because I'm the Demon King, they'll think that's why I'm doing this, and I'll leave them to think as they please. I wouldn't drive out the royal family overnight. I also needed to absorb the knowledge about the peninsula and the intellectual foundation of their rule they possessed. I went up to the pinnacle of the royal palace, looking at the night scenery of Lazark spread out beneath the cliff. The port city was quiet after the gate incident had been resolved. From a distance, I could see the soldiers with torches following my orders to collect the corpses. There were still places where smoke rose, and it seemed like I could hear the hallucinatory cries of children who had lost their parents. Was all of this my fault? From the pinnacle, I could see the horizon of the sea beyond the port. Across that sea, people would still be dying on the continent. This was the fate I had to face. Everyone at Temple who wasn't fighting would probably be gradually thrown into battle as the mobilization order came down. Someone would die, and since the gate incident happened earlier than planned, someone among my classmates might die too. In this situation, which had happened because of me, I was trying to start something on this remote peninsula at the southernmost tip of the continent. Could this be a way to save someone? Or am I just laying the groundwork for another war? Ah, a cry that should not be heard seemed to come from between the city lights. Splash, the sound of the sea waves that should not be heard seemed to be heard. Hey, what are you doing? When I turned my head at the sound coming from behind, there was Liana de Grants. Even though I became a king, were we still friends? It was ridiculous that I thought of myself as a king when I hadn't even sat on the throne for a day. Liana stood beside me, crossing her arms, looking down at the scenery of Lazark. Liana de Grants. Magic was important, but Liana's lightning ability was a great help in suppressing the gate incident, and it was a great help when I escaped. When did you know? Liana knew that the murder of Duke Grants was not my doing. That's why she saved me. Not long ago, my mother told me. Really? I thought my father was talking nonsense. But a revolution? I didn't think he would try something so bizarre. Liana laughed and looked down at Lazark. Strictly speaking, there was no connection between Liana finding out the truth and saving me. However, Liana tried to save me, and actually saved me. It means that there was another intention besides saving me. Do you want to get rid of the Empire? At my words, Liana fell silent. I thought you'd be able to do it. It was probably not just to save her friend, but also to save the Demon King. Liana knew that the death of Duke Grants was the result of the Empire's internal strife, and she must have harbored a desire for revenge against the Empire. I was suddenly reminded of how great Liana's desire for revenge must be when she didn't immediately attack Bertus, Charlotte, or Turner. Killing a few members of the royal family would not be enough to satisfy her desire for revenge. Her desire for revenge would not be satisfied unless something happened that would cause the empire to crumble. I could not fathom how deep and dark Liana's desire for revenge was under her calm expression. Could it be a feeling similar to or even more intense than the despair I feel? Just as Harriet had given up being a princess and stood by my side, Liana had given up being a duchess and stood by my side. Of course, how meaningful could this be in this moment when the world was shaking? You didn't seem to care about that kind of thing. That's right. I had said that I had done all this to protect humans, and I was still doing it for that reason. The Demon King might have seemed like a plausible candidate to help her with her revenge, but in reality, it probably wasn't. I don't want war, and I don't wish for the collapse of the Empire. But then Liana stretched and draped her arm over my shoulder. But it's not like you wanted the situation to become a mess, right? That's true. My existence itself was already a disaster, and by the time I realized it, it was already too late for many things. In the original story, the gate incident caused by Valia was this time caused by Elaris. Because I didn't want anything to happen, it happened. I felt like I had become the protagonist of an old trust. So, it seems like everything you don't want to happen somehow happens. Isn't that a bit harsh? Isn't it because you don't wish for the Empire's downfall that it somehow ends up collapsing miserably? Because of you. Liana laughed with a snicker. Her words were so malicious that I couldn't even get angry. So, even if you don't want war, if we have to fight the Empire, I'll lend a hand. I had wished for peace and stability for humanity, but because of me, the gate incident occurred. Still, I wished for peace, stability, and the preservation of the Empire, but because of me, the Empire might fall. It seemed like the world was somehow falling apart in that way. It seemed that Liana thought that if she stayed by my side, her chance for revenge would come. Liana still had her arm around my neck, looking at the view of Rajak. Hey, then am I, not one of the 4 heavenly kings. I felt suffocated by Liana's words. 4 heavenly kings? Why on earth is she thinking about something like that? I'm right, aren't I? You'll make me one of the 4 heavenly kings. Right, Liana looked at me with sparkling eyes. Make her one. Did she think this was some kind of neighborhood gang leader game? Ah, well, if there's only one person, how can you be one of the 4 heavenly kings? Find 3 more. If the vampires are like elders, Harriet, Olivia, and that sister with, what was it? Pink hair. That makes 4. Right, it was truly chaotic. From talking about revenge, why did the topic suddenly shift to this? Wow, that seems plausible. A mage, a holy knight, a supernatural power user, and I don't know what that pink-haired girl is. But anyway, that's 4. Iris, Liana, Harriet, and Olivia. Liana seemed to have created a blueprint in her head for the 4 heavenly kings without me saying a word. I didn't say anything, did I? Hey, Demon King, make my nickname more impressive. Ha! Tusk Tusk, Liana poked my side with her arm wrapped around my neck. You're crazy. At my words, Liana laughed and unwrapped her arm from my neck. Thinking about it, it should be easy. Something to do with lightning, like adding the character for thunder, Chinese letter. Damn it, why am I thinking about this? Anyway, you must have been stressed. I saw your face turn pale when you were running away. I couldn't clear up Liana's misunderstanding, so when I encountered Liana while escaping, I thought everything was over. In reality, it was the complete opposite. You worked hard. How did you resist wanting to explain? If I explained, the problem would become bigger. That's right. Liana clicked her tongue. How have you held on until now? Building relationships with people without revealing my identity. I had endured the guilt and pressure. Liana patted my head as if it was impressive that I had held on until now. Will you keep talking nonsense? Talking to this girl made me feel like I was going back to the temple's days, which I could never return to. It was a good feeling, and it was also a terribly nostalgic and sad feeling. Anyway, I'm going. I need some rest. I'm so tired. Liana yawned and prepared to leave, as if it had been a long day for her too. Cliffman, I couldn't help but ask a question I should have asked but never did. Are you okay? What do you mean? Okay, Liana's voice sank as she answered. Just okay. I didn't talk to him about anything, to that kid. I remember them vowing revenge against the Demon King together. Liana, who learned the truth, didn't say anything to Cliffman. Maybe she couldn't share it because the Empire was too great an enemy. Liana conspired with Harriet, but she couldn't say anything to Cliffman. That's why Cliffman would remember Liana as a traitor to the Empire and humanity, just as I would build up misunderstandings. Liana would also accumulate misunderstandings. I wondered if that was okay. When those misunderstandings pile up and explode, it's a horrible feeling that makes you want to die. It has to be okay. Liana said that and left. Because she had to face such a huge enemy, Liana didn't say anything to Cliffman. Liana, Harriet, and Olivia would be remembered as traitors to the Empire and humanity. Everyone had to bear something because of it, and I had to bear the things they had to bear in their place. Because I am their king, because they chose me. I must become someone who can protect those who chose me. Chapter 454, before the end of the long day. Like when Liana had come to see me, I felt the need to talk to someone at least once. Those who met me in the castle quickly averted their eyes and either ran away or turned pale and trembled. Except for the horns, I didn't think I looked particularly scary. Perhaps they were afraid of me because they imagined something more than what they saw in me. My companions now planned to stay in the guest rooms within the palace. After deciding on the accommodation for the remaining royals in the palace, everyone would have proper rooms and residences. I had decided to become a king, but I didn't know specifically what a king should do. That's why I needed the help of not only the people around me, but also the previous royal family. Without any preparation, I took away the country in the name of becoming a king. It couldn't be anything but ridiculous. As I descended from the spire and entered the area where the guest rooms were, I saw Harriet de Saintot blankly staring outside from the terrace of the castle. Feeling my presence, Harriet looked at me and gasped. Ah, Reinhardt, it would naturally take some getting used to seeing me in my Demon King form. Is this your true form? Well, you could say that. I wondered if there was any meaning in calling it my true form. Harriet seemed to be trying to scrutinize my face closely. Something. It feels like you. But it's different. But not that different. Harriet stared at me as if she was puzzled. I don't know. I'll get used to it as I keep looking. As I keep looking. That phrase gave me a strange sense of reassurance. It meant she would continue to be by my side. Harriet and I stood side by side on the terrace. What I told Harriet was not very long, that I tried to save everyone no matter what happened, and to trust me just for that. How could she believe such words? Compared to that one sentence, the things I had done so far and my identity must have been hard to bear. And this situation was ultimately caused by me. I didn't know how this would play out in the long run, but Harriet had virtually volunteered to become an enemy of humanity. You seem to be deep in thought. Harriet quietly spoke, looking out the window. If it's my problem, it's fine. The problems that happened to me and the situations I faced were things that I had to deal with. But it becomes a different issue when those who chose me had to bear the pressure inflicted on me because of me. Now is not the time to think about too many things. Harriet said that and held my hand. I don't know what others think. I only know my thoughts. Harriet looked up at me. I'm fine, so don't worry about me. As if to say that she could at least lighten that one burden. Even if she couldn't completely lift the weight off me, Harriet smiled at me. She must be worried about how her dukedom is faring, but in this situation, Harriet consoles me. When I think about it, Harriet always seriously worried about me when the situation became critical. Even in my early freshman year, when I had a terrible duel, it was the same. Harriet, who had watched the duel expecting me to be severely beaten, became worried when I was in a really bad shape. She always sided with me when it mattered, and sometimes I helped her too. At some point, I realized that I was always being helped by Harriet. I can't say everything will be fine anymore, she said. I think that's how it is. Harriet held my hand tightly and stared silently out the window. The situation was too horrible, and people were dying even as we took a brief rest. Everything couldn't be fine. Many things were already too late. But there must be something we can do. I must have something only I can do. Harriet looked at me. You too. There must be something only you can do because you're you. So, instead of blaming ourselves and feeling sorry, let's find what we can do. That's what Harriet said. That was exactly what I was thinking as well. However, Just knowing that there was someone who thought exactly like me brought a strange sense of comfort. Thank you. As the most talented magician, Harriet would find something she could do. As the Demon King, I had to find something I could do too. After talking with Harriet, I went to find Olivia. Ah, Reinhardt. Olivia saw me and immediately hugged me tightly. I didn't have time to talk properly because of the situation. I'm really, really glad you're safe. Thank you, Nuna. I hugged Olivia back. I thought Olivia would be on my side even though she knew I was the Demon King. However, actually seeing Olivia on my side was a different matter. Olivia did what she could. If it weren't for Olivia, I might have been quickly dealt with. Then, the gate incident might not have happened. In the end, what Olivia did bought me a few more days, and because of that time, the gate incident unfolded. But I couldn't blame Olivia. There was no guarantee that the gate incident wouldn't have happened if I had died. Olivia tried to save me and played a crucial role. There was no reason to blame her for the fact that the gate incident happened because I survived, and she was partly responsible. I must think that if I can do something because I survived, it's thanks to Olivia. I must think that the day I risked my life to save Olivia led to a situation where I could live despite everything being ruined. Olivia and I sat down in chairs. Honestly, I'm really, really glad you're safe, but I'm against all of this. Knowing that you were the Demon King is shocking, but now that I know, I can't understand. It couldn't have been any other way. There's no reason for you to protect humans. You tried to prevent this, but in the end, it happened anyway. It's impressive that you came all the way to this southern country and took it over in a single day. Let's say you can handle the gate incident, or whatever it is. What about after that? I couldn't help but understand what Olivia was trying to say, what would happen after everything was resolved. In the end, we are still the cause of the gate incident. No matter what you do to save humans, they will hate us. The Empire will also declare that the Demon King is the root of all evil to control the confused public sentiment, and it's not entirely wrong either. Since Elaris activated the Akasha, it's not entirely a slander for the Empire to claim we are the cause of the gate incident. The Empire won't admit that they could have prevented this if they had trusted you a little bit, and there's no reason for them to do so. They will inevitably direct all the arrows of blame at us. I suppose so. Ultimately, both the Empire and the humans will try to kill you to make you take responsibility for all of this. No one will know how many people we tried to save, and that you never really wanted this to happen. No one will understand, and no one will try to acknowledge it, because you are the Demon King. They will bury the truth with just that one word. Olivia sighed. Let's not do anything. This southern island country will not be affected by the gate incident, so let's just leave the affairs of the continent and the humans behind and live quietly together. There's no need to be a king or anything like that. It's just going to be a nuisance. Let's just take our people and live somewhere quiet. I don't know why you have to risk your life for something that's definitely not going to be acknowledged. Olivia, who is human, tells me to turn my back on humans. Because I am the cause of the gate incident, everything I do will ultimately not be acknowledged by any human. Once the gate incident is resolved, the Empire will target me. They will stabilize the political situation with hatred towards the Demon King and promote unity and solidarity among humanity. All of this is so obvious and natural that it's clear without much thought that it will happen. These are things I know even if Olivia doesn't say them. So Olivia suggests we live quietly. If I wanted someone's acknowledgement or recognition, I wouldn't have started any of this in the first place. I had a choice, to do something or not to do it. It was Sakigar's suggestion to enter temple, but I could have just lived quietly within temple. I didn't do that. I tried to do something and achieve something. But in the end, all these actions led to the gate incident. So now, should I turn my back on everything and not do anything? I can't do that. Since I decided to do something, if the consequences of my actions led to the gate incident, I would have to do something else to deal with it. It's not because I want someone to recognize me. No, and it's not because everyone doesn't recognize me either. And besides, there are people who know the truth. That's enough. There are people who know that my intentions were not like that. I will inevitably receive countless misunderstandings and hatred, but the people who need to know will know. Even if the Empire directs all the arrows of blame at me, at least they can't deny that my intentions were pure. If not, I wouldn't have informed them of the only solution to the gate incident as soon as it happened. Still, The Empire will try to make me a scapegoat and a target of all hatred. Even so, they will know that my intentions cannot be denied. That's enough. And besides, if the goal was not to do anything in the first place, I wouldn't have become so close to Nunar. It wasn't all bad, and there were good things too, definitely. Just because a huge negative outcome occurred doesn't mean that everything I've done so far has led to this situation. Harriet, Liana, and Olivia decided to trust me and followed me. It wasn't all bad. If I hadn't done something I didn't have to do, I wouldn't have had any reason to save Olivia in the first place. As a result of risking danger to save Olivia, I was able to survive. So the things I'm going to do now, the unnecessary things, won't necessarily be bad for me. There will be good things too, and this could be good for me later on, like when Nunar saved me, that kind of good thing. Olivia seemed to have nothing to say in response to my words. I didn't expect you to listen to me. You're always doing things your own way. You saved me for your own reasons, and you've done all sorts of things like that. There's no point in me saying anything. Olivia smiled at me. But from now on, there won't be any secrets between us, no matter what we do. Okay, of course. Olivia smiled brightly, as if to say that's enough. Once the gate incident is resolved, a confrontation with the Empire might be inevitable. It may even lead to a future where humanity suffers catastrophic damage, or where I die even more miserably. Olivia, Liana, and Harriet, all those who helped me may also die miserably. I will never let such a future come. Whether I do nothing or do something, the world will hate me. In that case, at least I will try to do something. Chapter 455. After that, I went to see Iris. Valia. Iris was sitting by the window in the guest room, looking outside, like everyone else, as if they couldn't bear it without seeing the impact of the disaster that had happened today on the city. Everyone was watching outside in their own way. When I arrived, Iris was blankly staring at a lizard monster running towards her, holding a child. If Harriet had been even a little late, Iris might have died. I don't know exactly what happened that made Iris, who once hated humans, act this way. However, did Iris eventually realize that there is something worth protecting regardless of race? I explained to Iris, as I did to the others, what I had tried to do and what I'll do from now on. You tried to stop this. Well, I failed. But yeah, I did. It's funny. It's surprising that you didn't really care about the reconstruction of the demon realm, but in the end, you have no choice but to do it. Iris quietly looked out the window. If the Darklands are to start again from here, then the Darklands that will be rebuilt from now on will be a world that includes humans. Right? Probably so. I can control demons with my ability, but I can't control humans with it. I can suppress the royal capital and rule a single village, but an entire country. When all the land beyond my horizon is my territory, and the humans I can't see are under my control, and if they reject me, what should a king do? In what way, with what logic should humans be controlled? I don't know. Something. Romantic. Iris, perhaps imagining the Darklands with humans included, quietly looked out the window, then looked at me. You know, Valia. What? Romantic means it's not easy, that's why it's called that. A nation that includes all demons and humans, that would be romantic, but it would be close to impossible. That's why the adjective romantic is used, because it's as beautiful as it is difficult to achieve. But I'm a succubus, aren't I? Iris looked at me and smiled. Valia, if that's your dream. Now that I no longer have the ability to give you such a dream, I will try to make that dream come true in reality. A demon related to dreams. A succubus. A demon that absorbs vital energy by making someone dream, but now it's impossible to make someone dream. So, she tries to make that dream come true in reality. Those words resonated deeply with me. Iris quietly looked out the window. The figures of soldiers moving with torches were visible far below the cliff. Still, I wish I had that power today. Yeah, the power to make dreams. Why would she feel regretful about not having that power in this situation? Many children must have lost their parents and siblings. They won't be able to sleep properly. And even if they do, they won't be able to escape from those nightmares. Ah, even if I couldn't save someone's reality, I could at least give them a peaceful dream for the moments they slept. Even if they woke up to hell, for those moments they slept, I could give them a fleeting happiness, not to absorb their energy, but to let them dream peacefully, to escape their nightmarish reality and find respite in dreams, even if just for a moment. even if nightmares returned after awakening to provide a moment of peace. It seemed like she wanted to use her power not for someone's energy, but for the suffering souls. Wouldn't the power to gift dreams be a demonic power? While it couldn't save someone's reality, it would be unbearably sweet. Even if it was used to genuinely save someone, it was a power that couldn't truly save them. The human who received a dream from a succubus, and the succubus who gifted the dream. It becomes a truly sad power when a succubus doesn't desire energy, but wants to bring happiness to someone. Neither demons nor humans could provide or receive true salvation. But those who experienced hell might need even a brief anesthesia. So Iris longed for her power. Maybe, could it be possible, the feature he had never used before, he used setting addition. The horns of a succubus would grow back. This feature cannot be used. As expected, it didn't work. In order to add this setting, common sense alteration must occur. Such a level of setting addition cannot be performed. He understood the meaning. It was common sense that the horns of a demon wouldn't grow back. However, if a setting where horns grew back was added, common sense alteration would have to happen for everyone who believed their horns wouldn't grow back. That wasn't just adding a setting, but completely rewriting the world. So, it couldn't be performed. However, what was important was that they didn't just say it was impossible, but added an explanation. Was it possible if he tried? If he used it in a way that didn't cause common sense alteration? Would it be possible? This cunning system would never allow him to use this feature in crucial moments. Just like he couldn't turn the situation around with a rewrite. But it felt like it could work in this situation and in this way. It shouldn't be too general, it had to be limited. The more detailed and limited it was, the higher the probability of it being added. And it had to be something that wouldn't cause common sense alteration. In that case, there needed to be a good reason attached. Some plausible reason that would allow the horns that shouldn't grow back to grow. Not necessarily rational, but something that wouldn't happen under normal circumstances. Anything would do, as long as it was a plausible basis. In any case, a basis to make it happen. I thought I knew how to do it. I used the setting addition feature. With spirit speech, I can regrow the horns of the succubus race. In an extremely limited and confined setting, a power that could make anything possible was added. However, even I didn't know the extent of what was possible with this power. Spirit speech could serve as the foundation for this power. 10 achievement points are required to add this setting. I can do it. It's by no means a small cost, but I have over 100 achievement points. There's no reason not to use it. 10 achievement points are used. The setting has been added. It was a feature I used again after a very long time. I stared at Iris. You have horns. Why horns? They'll grow back. Iris tilted her head, as if asking what I was talking about. She wouldn't know what had happened to her. Just know that it will happen. Okay. Explaining it in detail wouldn't help her understand anyway. She would only understand the meaning of my words after her horns grew back. I should tell the other succubi the same thing. I didn't know what help having the power to make someone dream could be later on. Riene, the former queen of succubi and Iris's mother, used the power of dreams to terrify and kill humans. But Iris would use it to save those in pain. Thank you for at least saying that, Valia. Iris smiled brightly at my words, which could sound like a cruel joke depending on how they were heard. Because you said so. It feels like it will really happen. It's a strange feeling. I wondered what expression Iris would have when her horns really grew back. I was a little curious. Harriet said there was something we could do. Olivia said we didn't have to do anything and not to do anything. Iris seemed to have changed her thoughts a lot since before. I wasn't sure about her thoughts on humans, but she seemed to be showering the children with affection. Luvian and Galosh were not in the palace, and the last person left was Elaris. Your Majesty, not my lord, but your Majesty. Whether it was because I had become a king and she had sorted out the title, Elaris, who had been in the guest room, said that as she looked at me. Was becoming a king something that could happen in just one day? I became a king not to rebuild the demon realm, but to deal with the gate incident that eventually occurred. In the end, I wouldn't be able to escape the stigma of being the main culprit behind the gate incident. Would the gate incident have happened in some way, no matter what? If I hadn't done anything, would the gate incident have happened in some way? I don't know. However, Elaris is trying to do something as the person who directly caused the gate incident, and I am the reason for that. Elaris had been sitting at the table alone. Doing something, and there was a lot written on the paper. What were you doing? Ah, I was thinking of creating a new spell. A spell, at my question. Elleris continued with a gloomy expression. Many people must have lost their homes, so we need a place to temporarily accommodate refugees. I was thinking of creating a spell to make such temporary shelters. Ah! It was inevitable that a look of misery would cloud Elleris's expression. It was an incredibly strange act, trying to fix the disaster she had caused herself. She would rather wish for death. Her attempt to save people had ended up like this, and in the end, no matter how pressured she was, Elleris activated the Akasha with her own hands and willpower to save me. I heard that the Akasha she used had disappeared. Since the Akasha itself was already a different world, strictly speaking, did not disappear, but rather became the gate incident itself. The gate incident was not something that could be undone. That's why the guilt Elleris felt now must have been difficult for her to bear on her own. It might have been a better choice for Elleris to let me die instead. I can't imagine the miserable feelings and guilt Elleris must be feeling while doing this with such a heavy burden of guilt. Elleris and I would be the sinners. Ellen seemed to think that all this was her fault, but I don't think so. I am grateful to the three who still trust and follow me in this situation, but I don't resent Ellen and Charlotte for not trusting me. I think there were many reasons not to trust me. Resentment and hatred cannot solve anything. In reality, my opponents are not Ellen or Charlotte, but the monsters of the gate. So the responsibility for this situation lies with Elleris and me. Elleris seemed to be planning some kind of magic to provide temporary homes for those who lost their homes. It might be a small magic, but it is absolutely necessary in the current situation. It won't end with that. If I hadn't met Elleris, and if I hadn't met the demon spies, the gate incident wouldn't have happened. Nevertheless, I told Elleris at the crossroads to Akasha that I wouldn't regret all this. I decided not to regret even if our meeting is remembered with regrettable events. Although everything got tangled up and brought us here, I decided not to regret, so I won't. I don't regret it. Seeing me repeat the words I said back then, Elleris lowered her head with a crestfallen expression. I still think there's something we can do. I don't think that the price we had to pay will only bring bad things. I placed my hands on Elleris's drooping shoulders. Let's do whatever we can. There's nothing I can do about Elleris's guilt. No matter how pressured she was, Elleris made a choice. The world and me. At the crossroads between the two, Elleris was originally supposed to choose the world. She was definitely that kind of person. Regretting countless killings and trying to make up for even a little sin, Elleris should not have activated the Akasha, even if it meant abandoning me. However, Elleris chose me over the world. Everyone else would consider Elleris the worst sinner of all, and the world would never forgive her for being the cause of the gate incident. But I can't do that. No matter how much responsibility she felt, or how much pressure she received from those around her, Elleris made her choice with her own hands. There's no need to hear her reasons. She loved me enough to trade the whole world, valued me so much that she did what she did, even if it destroyed the world. To her, who could only do so because she loved me that much. I didn't ask her why she didn't just leave me to die. I can't say such things. The whole world, and even my own people, might end up hating Elleris, who is practically the source of the disasters they will face, but I can't do that. I must love Elleris. I must be on Elleris's side. I'm so sorry. I ruined everything. I ruined your hopes. No, it's okay. It's not okay. But I have to say it's okay. To Elleris's heart. To this love, I'm grateful. Losing you, no, losing you was too scary. It's so sad that everything has to end like this. So regrettable. So sad. You, Elleris, who was crying, hugged me. I didn't want to lose you, no matter what happened. Elleris hugged me and cried for a long time. I hugged her back, as if I would never let her go again. Chapter 456, the day after occupying Edina Peninsula. I thought that nearly half of the nobles and soldiers would flee. What was incredibly surprising was that less than 10 people had refused and disappeared. The kingdom was taken away by the Demon King. For the people of the Edina royal family, it would be a deprivation. However, for the nobles, soldiers, and citizens, it would have a different meaning. The weak royal family disappeared, and the Demon King, an absolute being, took their place. And this place is an island. There is nowhere to run. Sailing across the sea to the continent is only possible for thick-skinned captains and sailors. So, while they feared the new Demon King, they had no choice but to stay. hoping that he wasn't as frightening as the world perceived. Therefore, the vast majority of royal nobles and forces had almost no deserters. So where did the missing people go? I was rather curious about that. Sitting on the throne, a trembling royal administration official responsible for disaster relief began to speak. He talked about the number of houses destroyed, how many people were killed, how many lost their homes, and the status of relief supplies within the castle. Honestly, I didn't pay much attention. I am weak with numbers. The numerous deaths were reduced to numbers, and I felt that the sequence of numbers was more complicated than sad. So, is it possible to provide enough relief supplies to the refugees for now? We can manage if we start supplying relief goods now, but there is an overall shortage of facilities to accommodate refugees. Thanks to the good season, they won't freeze to death, but whether winter will come before the large-scale repair work is finished, that's uncertain. Not only the nobles and soldiers of the Edina kingdom were present, but also my people. Harriet and Iris stood by my side. Elaris was behind me, excluding Galosh and Luvian, who were away. Liana claimed she didn't know anything about running a country, and Olivia reluctantly went to help the injured in Lazark, saying she didn't like helping people but would do it because I wanted her to. How many refugees are there? Approximately 8,000. 8,000 people had completely lost their places to live. However, the actual number of people needing help was more than 5 times that, over 45, according to the person in charge. It seemed like a large number, but if we had been even a little bit later, the 8, who lost their homes would have been 45. We probably need to set up a large-scale refugee camp on the outskirts of the city. The faces of the nobles darkened. They knew it had to be done, but it wasn't an easy task. Feeding and housing 8 people was overwhelming just to think about. Even if the royal wealth was spent, there would be a limit. I don't know if they would believe it or not, but intercontinental trade is impossible for now. So importing materials and food is not possible, and the construction period. If we can't provide warm beds for the refugees before winter arrives, they will all freeze to death. Food, shelter. The matter of supplying provisions was not only a problem for individuals, but it could also become a headache when the scale increased. Elaris, how's that house-building magic coming along? I think it needs a little more work, but I should be able to have a rough draft within the next 2 days. Everyone seemed bewildered by the conversation I had with Elaris on the throne, house-building magic. To begin with, a magician is an extremely rare resource. There were so many magic apprentices in Temple that they could be tripped over. So, although they could solve problems occurring in the southernmost part of the continent with magic, there was no way they could handle everything with magic, as magicians were extremely scarce and of low caliber. Temple had gathered the best talents from the continent, so everything seemed common. Like the Knight Commander or the Royal Guard Commander, who was easily subdued by my swordsmanship, it was very difficult to enjoy the benefits of magic in this place. Even if you build a house, you need materials first. How are you going to provide for that? There are plenty of trees. We can cut them down and use them, and even if we don't have enough, we can supply wood using magic that interferes with nature, so you don't have to worry about that. What about manpower? I think I can handle it all by myself. The expressions of the royal attendants began to turn bizarre at the magician's statement that she would single-handedly build temporary housing for the 8 refugees needed. The problems that troubled the royal attendants were solved by a single magician. I had 3 vampire lords on hand. All of them had already reached the level of an archmage. And Harriet, who could use magic beyond even their imagination, was on my right. Magic can be the answer to most problems. It's just that the number of people who benefit from magic is extremely low, and it's even rarer for those to receive the benefits of an archmage capable of such feats. The people of the archipelago would find out before a week passed that my rule could only be a blessing for them. What are you so surprised about? I smiled at the wide-eyed attendants. I am the Demon King. I started ruling them through fear, but I had no intention of deliberately stirring up fear. There's no particular reason to do so. You will see more than you can imagine, in various ways. I decided to do what I could. Of course, that doesn't mean I have grand goals like creating a very fair, perfect, and citizen-oriented country. I will create a country that rolls as I please, a nation where I can do what I want. I would ultimately seek the peace and well-being of the people, but the fact that I am a dictator will never change. If necessary, I will conscript, confiscate citizens' property, and make them move according to my command, if needed. The first thing I did was to occupy the Edina archipelago. Although the gate incident was resolved in the initial stage, emergency measures for the 4 ports that were hit needed to be prioritized, and at the same time, I proceeded to the next stage. The reason I chose Edina Archipelago as my base was because, by subduing the 4 gates in this area, I could be in a place that would not be affected by the gate incidents occurring on the mainland. Many cities would be destroyed, people would die, and a significant amount of land would become uninhabited areas where monsters roamed. There were also numerous villages and cities without gates. They would suffer additional damage as the monsters from the gates spread. Protecting such places was difficult. Monsters would continue to pour out, and although my forces would soon be replenished, they were limited. So the next goal was to rescue people from the mainland and relocate them to the Edina archipelago. I had to evacuate the survivors from cities and villages that might collapse at any moment, as well as those who had survived by avoiding the monsters, and bring them to the Edina archipelago, which was free from the influence of the gate incidents. The warp gate system could not be used, so people had to be physically moved. Next, I summoned the fleet leaders who remained in the Edina archipelago. The expressions of the fleet leaders, who had witnessed the throne of the Edina archipelago becoming the demon kings, were naturally filled with astonishment. As the ruler of the Edina archipelago and the king of the demon realm, I hereby conscript all ships, captains, and crew members from this moment on. If they thought I would only be a good ruler, they were mistaken. I would take what I needed if necessary. Speak up if you have any objections. I was not an ordinary king, but a horned demon, an archdemon. I would make full use of the fear that originated from my name. They would imagine that if they disobeyed my command, they might face a fate worse than death. That imagination also helped my rule. Naturally, everyone was too scared to shake, and no one dared to object. First, organize 3 fleets. The purpose of each fleet is to accommodate refugees from the 3 affected ports and relocate them here, to Lazark. The fleet leaders, who seemed like they would be devoured alive, were pale, but nodded when they heard that I was doing this to accommodate refugees. And then, organize the largest-scale fleet to head towards the mainland. The expressions of the fleet leaders became strange at the mention of heading towards the continent that had already become hell. Soon, my army will cross the ocean and come here. The fleets will periodically travel between the mainland and transport the people of the mainland and my soldiers. Galash is currently in the Jelkoria desert base, gathering followers of the demon cult. I cannot mass teleport all of them, so I organized a large-scale fleet to relocate them to the Edina archipelago and put them under my management. The main island wouldn't be able to support everyone. Thankfully, there are many uninhabited islands in the Edina archipelago. There is plenty of land. All I need to do is develop and pioneer the land to make it habitable for people. A place where people can live without worrying about monsters, away from the disaster of the mainland. The Edina archipelago would become a refuge for people. In the long term, the uninhabited islands of the Edina archipelago will also be expanded and developed through pioneering, making them habitable for people. I didn't know whether the temporary refugee camp could turn the small island nation to the south into a major power. However, I hoped that this remote island region could provide a sanctuary for people to escape danger. I wanted that, and I would make it happen. That was not all. The demon tribes on the outskirts, although they might not be directly affected by the gate crisis, they could be influenced in the long run. I would have to proceed with the task of subduing them and incorporating them into my forces, and the port connecting the Edina archipelago to the mainland. The gate crisis must have occurred in that port as well, so measures had to be taken there. Organize an army to carry out the task of eliminating the monsters overflowing on the mainland and turn the mainland ports into bases. There was much to do, too much. In the middle of a ruined city, whoosh, atop a mountain of corpses, Ellen Artorius drew her sword. On the giant heap of human and monster corpses intertwined, Ellen slowly stood up after cutting off the last monster's breath. Looking around from the mountain of corpses, Ellen saw the Imperial soldiers just finishing their battle among the buildings that had burned down to ashes. Descending from the mountain of corpses, Ellen sheathed lament and unfolded the collar of her cloak. In the eyes of the soldiers watching Ellen descend, there were awe, admiration, and a mix of amazement and fear. She entered the collapsed ruins of the metropolis alone as a vanguard, slaughtered the dangerous monsters alone, and fought in cooperation with the main force. It was not an exaggeration to say that she alone had carried out the city's monster extermination operation. Ah, are you all right? Hero, yes. With a cold and indifferent attitude that seemed impervious to even a single scratch, Ellen nodded her head. From afar, someone approached Ellen. Aren't you okay? Don't you need to rest? You haven't slept for days. It was Ellen's classmate, Heinrich von Schwartz. Ellen shook her head at her worried classmate's words. I'm fine, Heinrich, a pyrokinetic, had to perform corpse incineration work after the battle was over, so he left a message to catch some sleep when she had time and headed somewhere. Due to the unfortunate situation of the Empire, the combat-capable students of Temple were being deployed all over the mainland for monster extermination operations in response to the crisis. Countless soldiers, knights, and students died. For not trusting the Demon King, humanity was paying a heavy price. 2 years after the Gate crisis, humanity had not yet regained all of its territory. Ellen's eyes, which had become accustomed to the deaths of both monsters and allies due to witnessing too many deaths, were completely empty. Such Ellen saw, at one edge of the burning city, the sight of refugees carrying bundles following the guidance of the soldiers. Were there survivors? At Ellen's question, the soldiers shook their heads. It was unlikely that any survivors could have lasted this long in an already ruined city. They're not survivors, but refugees. They were found on the outskirts of the city. Ah, they say strange things, strange sounds. At Ellen's question, the soldier wore an ambiguous expression. Yes, there's a paradise to the south, they said. So, they were heading south, paradise. Ellen looked around her, the burning streets, the mountain of corpses. The soldiers and knights had become so accustomed to the corpses that they no longer gagged at the sight of death scattered everywhere. Hell was in the present world, and people had become the residents of the familiar hell. Where could this hellish place hold a paradise? They had destroyed a world that might have been a paradise until now. Where in this world could they find paradise and rest? Despair filled the world, so people began to believe in strange things. Maybe there was hope somewhere. Ellen was responsible for this hell. That's why she couldn't rest. Not believing in a non-existent paradise, but gradually erasing hell from the world was her only role. Thinking so, Ellen left to search for her next mission. Chapter 457. There were hardly any intact nations left. Your Majesty, we have received news that Ellen Artorius's special strike force has successfully reclaimed the direct control area of Lambeta. Good, that's good news. Bertus nodded his head slowly while stroking his beard. Last month, Emperor Neliath de Gardias passed away. The late emperor survived the great war known as the Demon Realm War, but after the Gate incident, his vitality began to decline, and he ultimately met death. Responsibility, guilt, and pressure from the incident killed the emperor. Bertus de Gardias inherited the throne without even a proper coronation ceremony. Bertus had obtained the emperor's position he had longed for in a completely undesirable way, the twilight of humanity. At that moment, Bertus was waging a war to determine the fate of humanity. Monsters, without purpose, roamed all over the continent, moving only to kill humans. Negotiations and diplomacy were impossible. The war had the sole purpose of mutual annihilation. Everyone had a certain degree of responsibility for this situation. The Demon King himself, the subordinates of the Demon King who activated the Akasha to save him, the Empire that couldn't trust the Demon King's words, but the details of the situation didn't spread, and the majority of people only knew the surface fact that the incident was due to the Demon King. Only a few, including the popes of the 5 great divine faiths, the Grand Master of the Holy Knights, some imperial royal family members, and Ellen knew about these circumstances. After the Gate incident, the situation was desperate, but there had been some progress. Your Majesty, Savalin Turners, Shanipal First Special Forces, have successfully destroyed the Warp Gate in the capital of Hague Kingdom, Hashful. Good. If Ellen Artorius's strike force was responsible for exterminating monsters in the ruined cities, Savalin Turner had an even more dangerous mission: to arrive at the already ruined cities before Ellen, destroy all the warp gates that were pouring out monsters, and then escape from the area. If Ellen was moving to reclaim areas, Sava Linterna carried out operations for area reclamation. Both had extremely dangerous missions. Their roles were crucial at the moment. Sava Linterna as the undisputed strongest of humanity. Ellen Artorias as the savior of humanity with two holy relics. In a world where Olivia lands and the Demon King had disappeared with the holy relics, they fulfilled the role of humanity's hope. Not only their skills, but they also served as two strong pillars supporting the desperate humanity. The belief that Ellen Artorias would save humanity. Two of the five great divine faiths, Toan and Als, had chosen those who had disappeared with the Demon King. As a result, the heroic faith, which believed in Ellen Artorias as a prophet, had already eroded civil faith, leading to an unfortunate outcome. The empire's national power had declined, and numerous vassal states had collapsed. Even the countries that maintained their bloodlines could barely protect a few key cities, including their capitals. All the warp gates on the continent had to be destroyed, and the monsters from other worlds scattered throughout the continent had to be annihilated. The reconstruction of humanity would begin after that, but would that day ever come? Reinhardt, Bertus clenched his teeth. Yes, I was wrong. From the beginning to the end, I was completely wrong. He couldn't believe it, so he refused to believe it. As a result, he had to stand at the crossroads of humanity's collapse and reconstruction every moment. The imperial capital, Gradium, was filled with shantytowns teeming with refugees from vast areas. They couldn't leave the people who had survived the monsters' clutches behind, so they had to bring them to the capital first. They had to survive somehow in various places of the capital. Relief supplies were sorely lacking, and without bread to give to them, crime inevitably surged. The shantytowns outside the capital's borders were vast and dangerous areas. It was uncertain when those people would suddenly turn into bandits and attack the palace. What could the powerless people do if they all flocked to the palace? And where could the empire find its legitimacy if they killed all the bandits? 2 years after the gate incident, the scale of the capital, Gradium, had grown more than 3 times due to the influx of refugees. Monsters that had left the gate and wandered the earth had reached the outskirts of the capital, and attacks on the outskirts of the capital were not uncommon. But that wasn't the only problem. The refugees in the shantytowns were mostly people who had received help from the empire in one way or another, and many of them had directly experienced the heroism of Ellen Artorias. Many of them had been saved after Ellen had cut down hundreds of monsters. As a result, most of the refugees believed in the heroic faith. Persecution of the followers of Toan and Als is getting out of hand. Indeed, Tiamata and Alspringer had chosen the Demon King. Therefore, although the followers of the heroic faith didn't like the other five great divine faiths, they treated the Toan and Als sects virtually as demon cult followers. It was common for their followers to be stoned to death, and there were many cases of verbal abuse directed at Toan priests sent to treat the wounded. The intangible faith was becoming deeply rooted in people's minds due to the powerful actions of Ellen Artorias, and another problem arising from the heroic faith. Your Majesty, I apologize for the impertinent words. As if he knew what the words meant just by looking at the expression on the Prime Minister's face. Bertus furrowed his brow. Did the protest demanding Charlotte be handed over happen again? Yes. Angry followers of the heroic faith demanded a scapegoat, Charlotte de Gardiers, who was undoubtedly cursed by the Demon King. The followers of the heroic faith were already past the rumor that Charlotte was cursed by the Demon King, claiming that she must be the Demon King's accomplice and should be killed. The protest demanding the death of the princess had already gained the support of many people. It was useless to say that nothing would change even if the princess was killed. The most important enemy was the Demon King. But since the Demon King couldn't be found, people wanted a scapegoat. People were shouting that they had to kill Charlotte de Gardiers, the accomplice of the Demon King. However, there was only one reason why the followers of the heroic faith didn't take extreme actions beyond protesting. It was because Charlotte's guardian knight was Ellen Artorias, the savior of humanity whom they worshipped. As Ellen's exploits grew, the heroic faith became stronger, putting Charlotte's life in danger. But paradoxically, Ellen's fame became a shield to protect Charlotte. After finishing his morning duties, Bertus visited the Spring Palace. Although the number of guards was extremely low, the Spring Palace was surrounded by heavy security. Bertus entered the palace and headed straight for Charlotte's bedroom. Inside the bedroom, in the darkness, sat his sister, Charlotte de Gardiers. Charlotte had been in that state since some time ago, unable to return to her original self. Sister. Charlotte turned her head listlessly to look at Bertus. With her black hair and red, demonic eyes, Charlotte was in a situation where she could not go outside. Anyone who saw her, even Bertus who wanted to protect her, would be certain that Charlotte was cursed by the Demon King. In reality, Bertus knew that Charlotte's soul had fused with the Demon King's, making it even more horrifying. The princess was not cursed by the Demon King, but rather had the Demon King's soul within her. If the truth were told, the crowd would go even more berserk. Who would believe that the first princess, who looked like the embodiment of calamity, was innocent when placed in front of an unspecified crowd? Who would trust the first princess, who was in this form that embodied evil itself? "Did you eat?" At Bertus's question, Charlotte silently shook her head. Bertus pulled a chair and sat by Charlotte's bedside. After the gate incident, monsters appeared from the hidden gate in the basement of the Spring Palace. Charlotte defeated the monsters with her own power and destroyed the gate. However, after the situation persisted and somewhat calmed down, Bertus explained everything to Charlotte. The Demon King seemed to have tried to stop the situation. It was certain that the Demon King's subordinates caused the situation, but Reinhardt did not seem to have wanted it. His sister, who had fallen into despair, being used by the Demon King from the beginning to the end. Bertus wondered if she could return to her original form from this bizarre state. It wasn't being used. It was hard to believe, but Reinhardt seemed to have acted for the sake of humans and Charlotte. He said that, hoping it would help Charlotte. However, in the end, that was the biggest mistake. As if regretting the words she had uttered. Barely able to breathe, sobbing, Charlotte lost consciousness. Since then, the awakened Charlotte began to act as if she had lost most of her words. Perhaps due to the sin committed with words, she stopped speaking except for the minimum words. However, Charlotte couldn't leave her bedroom in the Spring Palace and didn't even try to come out on her own. Charlotte regretted the numerous curses she had spat out at the Demon King, feeling betrayed by him. Bertus could somewhat guess that it was because of those regrets. She had been used by the Demon King, so she had cursed the person who saved her life several times, wishing him the most miserable death in the world. There were more than a few people who, like Ellen, felt responsible for everything, and Charlotte was one of them. In the midst of shock and guilt, Charlotte was suffering because she embodied a cursed form of fear. She couldn't help anyone or even take a single step outside the Spring Palace. That's why Charlotte was slowly sinking into darkness where Spring should have been. The crowd wanted Charlotte's death. As their hatred for the Demon King grew, so did their hatred for Charlotte. If the people's will to kill Charlotte instead of the Demon King reached a tipping point, Charlotte might really have to become a sacrificial lamb. Bertus silently held Charlotte's emaciated hand. It was thin. Brother. She had been a detestable rival whom he wanted to kill, but at some point, she became so pitiful that he couldn't hate her anymore, 2 years after the gate incident. Now, Bertus wanted to protect Charlotte at all costs. But someday, Bertus might have to hand Charlotte over to the crowd himself. Even though he didn't want to kill her anymore, he might be forced to make the decision to kill Charlotte with his own hands. Charlotte and the Empire. If he had to choose between the two, Bertus would have to choose the Empire, because that's what an emperor should do. Even I have been struggling lately. Bertus left after saying those words. After Bertus left, Charlotte quietly looked out the window of the palace. Even if the world was destroyed, even if the fate of humanity hung in the balance, even while dark clouds filled her heart, and the darkness threatened to swallow her up, the sunlight was brilliant. While Ellen carried the role of humanity's hope and fought against monsters, the other students of Temple were also engaged in battle, each taking on their own mission. Kyrak, Hupe, Ludwig, who was wrapped in blue flames of magical power, dodged the attack of a snake with 3 heads, which was sliding along the ground towards him. He swung his sword at the snake's head. Skuck. After cutting off one of the snake's heads, Ludwig offered his arm when another head tried to bite it. Cuck. Ludwig thrust his hand, burning with blue magical power, into the snake's mouth, tearing out its tongue while cutting off the remaining head. Thud! The 3-headed snake's body began to convulse on the ground, and Ludwig retreated, sweating coldly. Who? Ludwig, above. Ha! As soon as he dealt with the giant snake, a massive flying monster started to dive from the sky with its sharp claws to snatch Ludwig. However, just before the monster's claw reached Ludwig, a flame struck the monster's head. Kuklang! The impact of the explosion made the monster's body stagger, and it collided with the ground on Ludwig's right, writhing in pain. Ha! Ludwig immediately stabbed his sword towards the head of the flying monster, and the monster soon stopped flailing. Phew! Thanks, Delphine. Be careful. You keep forgetting there's more than just one or two monsters. I know. Ludwig looked around, wiping the blood and oil off his sword. Although the students of Temple did not have as dangerous missions as Ellen, they were still deployed on the battlefield. It's amazing, these spirits, Ludwig said, looking at the mysterious creatures floating beside Delphine Isedra. Neither ghosts nor monsters, as long as they're helpful in this situation. The one who had just struck the flying monster was a bird-shaped spirit wrapped in flames, floating on Delphine's right side. During the gate crisis, Delphine Isedra, who had originally been talented in archery, participated in the battle using her bow. But in the moment when Ludwig was about to lose his life to the monster, Delphine summoned a spirit to protect him from the attack. Neither Delphine nor the Empire knew what spirits were. They could only guess that it was something similar to supernatural powers, an inexplicable force. Delphine didn't know why the spirits were helping her. The Empire was interested in spirit magic, but there was no time to research it. The world's only spirit user, Delphine Isedra, summoned spirits of wind, fire, and lightning to fight. Reinhardt, Ludwig, holding his sword, headed to the next battlefield. Stepping over the broken buildings and dead soldiers' bodies, Ludwig clenched his teeth. Someday, I'll make you pay for all of this. There are still many who do not know the controlled truth. That's why the world is filled with those who hate the Demon King. Masts began to rise one by one beyond the horizon. How many were there when we saw them last time? Maybe around 800. Harriet tilted her head for a moment in response to my question, and then answered. Activities of monster extermination and civilian rescue on the mainland. After escorting the refugees to Port Markna, the harbor connecting the mainland and Edina Archipelago, they were taken to the Edina Archipelago by boat. My troops on the mainland were continuously rescuing displaced and homeless people, putting them on ships, and sending them to the Edina Archipelago. The Empire did not know that I had established a base in the Edina Archipelago. Port Markna was not a very important harbor, and the Empire had many other places to worry about. I should have given better instructions. I'm tired of seeing people panic and jump into the water as soon as they disembark. They must have done well on their own. I hope so. The Edina Archipelago is not an ordinary place. First of all, its leader, me, is the Demon King. And among the people walking the streets, some of them are demons, from orcs and goblins to succubi, and while there were not many large species, there were definitely ogres living in the Edina Archipelago. Having been rescued by unidentified people and following a long sea route, I was tired of seeing people scream in horror at the thought of being eaten by demons. At least the people of the archipelago had grown accustomed to the sight of demons coming and going with ease. Of course, there were still occasional instances of children wetting themselves at the sight of an orc or an ogre. Fortunately, without any significant visible conflict, demons and humans were living together without major issues, even if they hadn't completely integrated. It wasn't that there was no dissatisfaction or fear. However, as rumors spread about the continent that had become hellish with the arrival of refugees, such discontent quickly subsided. Everyone knew that there was nothing but death if they refused my rule and fled to the continent. I stood on the pier of Lazark with Harriet. I was at the very front, and many people were waiting to guide the people from the soon-to-arrive refugee ships. Although it had been a large port city, the scale of the port had grown much larger than before, as massive fleets carrying not trade goods but refugees repeatedly arrived and departed. Swish while waiting for the ships to arrive, Harriet, and I could see a figure approaching us, swimming through the transparent sea water. Ah, there, yeah. Soon, something approached right in front of me, revealing only its upper body from the water. Your Majesty, the food you requested is prepared on the western beach. It will soon be carried by the current. The being had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. It was a mermaid. Good. Have the people wait there. You always work hard. No, it's an honor for us to serve you. As sea-dwelling demons, mermaids weren't able to become servants of the previous demon king, But now the beach was my base. The mermaids, who hadn't been particularly hostile towards humans, quickly became very reliable allies upon making contact with me. They were responsible for collecting marine food resources, which was always scarce in this situation. Their efficiency was incomparable to that of fishermen, and they were practically responsible for the food situation on the Edina archipelago, especially in Lazok. The red-haired mermaid with a female appearance soon dived back into the sea and disappeared. Swimming swiftly through the water, Harriet blankly stared at the mermaids sliding through the water. Mermaids, they're really beautiful, as Harriet said. Mermaids were even more beautiful creatures than I had imagined. I hadn't even known they existed in the first place. Of course, I had to nag them for quite a while to cover their upper bodies with seaweed when they came to meet me, as they always appeared completely bare. Even just now, she had appeared with something like kelp wrapped around her chest. Demons, thanks to my control ability, would die for me at a word. Should I say they were overwhelmed with emotion just by seeing my face, so demons were unconditionally on my side. Anyway, it's true that mermaids are beautiful. That's true. At my words, Harriet stared at me intently. What's wrong? Is she angry? Well, you said it first. What a fool. From the horizon, the ships approached one by one. Edina Archipelago was originally a place where its distance from the continent was a fatal disadvantage. But in this situation, it could serve as a refuge for all beings affected by the gate incident. One by one, the ships entered the harbor, and the refugees disembarked under the guidance of the soldiers. Fortunately, the captains and crews had explained well, so although the refugees seemed to feel fear in the landscape where demons were mixed, they did not scream or try to escape. They were people who had seen hell on the continent. They had nowhere to go, and they had been drifting aimlessly, avoiding monsters. The only choice for them in a life where they didn't know when they might die was to live among the demons. The refugees would stay in temporary shelters for a while. Succubi were waiting at the entrance of the massive temporary shelter where the refugees would arrive following their guides. All of their horns, which had been cut off, had regrown, so their numbers had increased significantly. Due to my spirit speech, the cut horns of the succubi, which should not have regrown, were all restored. Among the succubi, there were those who stayed by Iris's side, but many succubi had also returned to Darkland. Although they were scared of the demons, the refugees who were fascinated by their appearance stared blankly at the succubi. Harriet was no exception. Who would have ever imagined that succubi could do such a thing? As Harriet said, it was an unbelievable situation. The succubi were now doing something akin to psychotherapy. Chapter 458, most of these people had lost their families, and they had escaped from the clutches of monsters whose mere appearance could cause a lifetime of trauma. It was no wonder their mental state was far from normal. They had fled simply to survive, and while they were fleeing, they had no time to think about such things. But once they arrived at the Edina archipelago and were able to live without the threat to their lives, they were suddenly plagued by the violent aftermath of their experiences. In fact, countless people had taken their own lives after arriving at the Edina archipelago, overwhelmed by thoughts of what they had lost. As Iris had said, they provided a momentary escape from the hellish reality these people faced. The effect was more significant than anyone could have imagined. They induced dreams that brought a sense of peace and tranquility, though there was the side effect of refugees becoming obsessed with the succubi like addicts. Ultimately, the brief moments of mental peace offered to those who had experienced hell were undeniably helpful. The succubi had begun by individually counseling the refugees, listening to their stories, and if necessary, adjusting their dreams to prevent nightmares. Originally, their reputation, including Iris, was at rock bottom. There was even a time when public opinion turned sour when the news broke that they were not even human, but succubi. But it was different for the refugees. The kind and smiling succubi who listened and comforted them upon their arrival in the terrifying land where demons lived could only be seen as angels in the form of demons to the refugees. Thus, the refugees liked the succubi more than me, the demon king, and they liked Iris, the leader of the succubi, even more. What are dreams? Anyway, even though they knew that the small respite found within them could not change reality, people still longed for happy dreams and loved the succubi who offered them. Humans could be dominated by dreams other than nightmares. During this time, both the succubi and I learned something new. Your Highness, all the passengers have disembarked. The one who approached me had a pale face, clad in a black robe. Good job. All sailboats have a fixed sailing speed, and since ships began to sink in the sea with the refugees due to storms, I designated a magician from the vampire race to be in charge of each ship. With the help of the magicians, they could sail safely through rough storms and quickly through calm seas. Also, the Lightning King will return soon. TN, I was tempted to change it into Lightning Queen, but I will keep it as king since it's part of the four heavenly kings. Ah, I see. Got it. Having finished speaking, the ship's head officer retreated. Harriet de Saintoin watched the retreating vampire with a slight tremble of her lips. Would Liana like that nickname? She would definitely show her dislike if she didn't. She must like it. Is that so? They called her one of the four heavenly kings or something at some point. People started calling Liana de Grants the Lightning King, and since she didn't seem to mind, it appeared that she secretly liked it. Liana was in charge of refugee rescue missions and base defense at Port Markna, the continental connecting point of the Edina archipelago. So, in practice, most of the refugee rescues were largely Liana's responsibility. On the continent, it was Liana. Upon arrival in the archipelago, it was Iris. Both were taking responsibility for the refugees in their own way. It looks like the disembarkation is over. Already, although I thought it would take quite some time. It seemed the refugees' disembarkation process was already complete. Harriet tilts her head slightly. The number seems a bit low. Or not. No issues occurred. Let's go back. Okay, this time. The refugees arrived safely, without any particular commotion or problems. Although no extreme issues occurred recently due to thorough pre-education, there were many serious problems in the beginning. Some people were so terrified that they tried to run away. Upon arrival, there were quite a few people who went on a rampage, saying they would kill everyone. They argued that if the Demon King was the cause of all this, how could they live under his rule? Strictly speaking, there were people who vented their anger with words that were not entirely wrong, and they were well aware that such dissatisfaction and hatred lay dormant among the people. Knowing that the Demon King is the cause of all this chaos, there are people who would rather die than live under his protection. However, all their anger and hatred cannot be expressed before me. They know that there is no alternative to me, unless they were prepared to die. There was no one who would try to confront me directly. Of course, that is to say that there were such people. I never made any defense or excuses for myself. I simply rescued them from the continent, provided them with a place to stay and food, and took measures to allow them to live as part of the archipelago. After entrusting them to temporary shelters for a while, they are sent to settlements on Edina Island or somewhere on other islands. Whether they like it or not, they have to live a new life in the places we assign them. The free food and shelter are temporary, and we cannot take responsibility for them for the rest of their lives. Just as they have to get used to the sight of living mixed with the demons in the archipelago, they must also accept my rule, which is the cause of all these events. Though I am aware that this fierce anger and hatred could turn into a knife at my throat, they know that there would be no future for them if they did such a thing. They know that their food, clothing, and shelter are maintained by the demon's labor, which is almost voluntary service. Of course, not all of them are like that. Oh, His Majesty, the Demon King. It seems he has come out to inspect. Among those who met me while walking in the street, some kept their heads deeply bowed until I passed by. Many people believe that the gate incident, which happened because of me, was a baseless rumor spread by the Empire. If I had done so, there would be no reason to rescue and feed the humans like this. Many people believed that the rumors about the Demon King were all false, and that the Demon King was actually a benevolent being. In fact, I was the one who suppressed all the gate incidents in the archipelago, saving the entire region. I didn't say anything about the truth or the lies. From the beginning, I didn't become king by gaining their support. I dominated them with my power, and I had the strength to maintain my throne. If my opposition grew too strong, I had the power to purge them. So whether the citizens hated or worshipped me, it didn't matter to me. Some hated me and some worshipped me. In fact, this was always happening in any country, in any era. After returning to the palace, the reality dawned on me. Your Majesty, a murder occurred in the southern district of the refugee camp. Really? It's true that the security was unstable, so news of such crimes reached me, a murder case. But hearing that, rather than being shocked, I frowned, thinking about what a troublesome story it was again. Last night, two adult men got into an argument, and one stabbed the other to death with a knife. The perpetrator is currently being held by the refugee camp security. Investigate, and if it seems filthy, kill him. If it's forgivable, send him to the labor camp. Yes, Your Majesty. It wasn't surprising that the refugees' violence suddenly erupted. Having come this far through adversity and facing a difficult situation, they couldn't be blamed for petty theft or even extreme cases like this. The important thing was that the environment wasn't suitable for creating large-scale prisons to accommodate them. Your Majesty, a field manager was caught stealing crops from the farmland beyond the eastern district of the refugee camp. Send him to the labor camp. Yes, Your Majesty. There was no choice but to treat the prisoners worse than refugees, as there was a critical shortage of prisons to hold them. Most prisoners weren't kept in prisons, but were forced into labor at large isolation facilities. It was better to use them as labor than to kill them and silence their mouths. At some point, everything seemed like just numbers. Your Majesty last night. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Literally, it felt like I was going insane. After the official report time ended, Harriet cautiously asked while walking down the hallway, "How about taking a few days off? I can handle the official duties for a few days." "No, you can't because you'll do it better than me." At my words, Harriet narrowed her eyebrows. "Why? Isn't it good to do well?" "Well, if you're faster at processing work and making wiser decisions than me, what do you think those below us will think?" "Ah, if the secretary under the king does a better job than the king, it's only natural that they will become suspicious of me." Of course, Harriet would make better decisions and be faster at dealing with these headaches than me. "If you were going to do this for the rest of your life, I wouldn't mind. But if it's just for a few days, it's better not to, for your sake and mine." It wasn't just about her desire for control, but if I handed the throne over to Harriet completely, she would have to do this for the rest of her life. If people got a taste of Harriet's exceptional ability while she filled in for me for a few days, they couldn't help but think of the times when Harriet had taken charge. I couldn't let such an outstanding person take my place unless I was going to give her the position entirely. "You're right. I didn't think that far. I just thought you looked too tired." Harriet cautiously placed her hand on my forehead. Her slightly cold hand touched my skin. Did I have a fever? I wasn't sure. "Hey, you cheeky little thing. How many times do I have to tell you not to bother His Majesty using your position?" Harriet's expression soured at the words heard from the end of the corridor. It was Olivia Lands, wearing her grey priest's robe. "Ah, that Nunar is here again. Why, am I not allowed here? Why is someone who should be in the assembly always hanging around the palace? And what would I do if I were locked all day up in the assembly? You think I don't know you're just dying to be alone with His Majesty?" "Really? What are you talking about? Disgusting." I blankly watched Olivia approach and locked eyes with Harriet. Liana was a core combatant on the front lines. Iris was taking care of the refugees' trauma. Harriet was always by my side, advising me and acting as a scribe. "I have to go preach to the refugees who arrived today in a little while. I just came to see His Majesty's face before that." Olivia Lands was in charge of the role of the Pope in the United Sacred Order. That is to say, in this Edina archipelago, a Protestant-like religion had become the mainstream faith, and Olivia Lands was the Pope of that church. The demon cult forces that had been in hiding in the Jelkoria desert. According to the information Olivia provided, Galash, the Lord of Friday, led them from the desert to the southern part of the continent. The demon king created a country in the far South Sea, intending to make the demon cultists his people. He could organize a large fleet and brought tens of thousands of demon cultists to the archipelago. However, there was bound to be interference. Their way of worship was bizarre, even to me. Should I call it primitive or cruel? I couldn't help but resent the way they justified all sorts of strange practices, including cannibalism and human sacrifices, as the will of the demon king. Moreover, they couldn't possibly integrate with the general public if they had fallen into such habits while being demon cultists instead of ordinary five great divine faith followers. So, under my direction, Olivia Lands conducted a massive re-education campaign for the demon cultists. They considered me, the demon king, as the representative of the demons. They believed that my being chosen by two sacred relics was because the gods and demons were actually the same beings, a long-standing misunderstanding. The demons didn't believe in the demon cult. They merely believed in the five great divine faiths. It was only due to the misunderstandings of humans that the strange religion of the demon cult was born, and the essence of both faiths was fundamentally the same. Thus, this was not a religious reformation, but rather an effort to resolve the long-standing misunderstanding between humans and demons. Understandably, the existing believers of the five great divine faiths and the demon cult were not eager for religious reformation. However, I was chosen by the deities as the representative of the demon cult. Moreover, Olivia Land's ability to use both Toan's divine power and Kier's divine power at the same time was evidence. The five great divine faiths had to accept the demon cult. The demon cult followers had to understand that the five great deities were their true gods. Therefore, they had to understand that there was no need for cannibalism, human sacrifices, torture, or asceticism. In this way, the process of merging the divine faiths and the demon cult proceeded. It was not a smooth process. There were fierce protests from extremists, both among the priests of the Edina archipelago and among the followers of the demon cult. Those who had learned to hate each other had to admit that their roots were the same. Therefore, many extremists claimed that both the demon cult and the five great divine faiths, as well as Olivia Lands and I, were false prophets, but we had the power. I suppressed the extremists. Those who insisted on following absurd traditions were made into human sacrifices, which they so desperately wanted. The priests who screamed about conducting heresy trials were tortured until they admitted that I was right. They were made to stand in the square and preach that my words were correct and that the deities and the demon cult were the same entity. There was no massive slaughter, but many people had to die. My religious reformation with Olivia came to a conclusion with the emergence of evidence. Some accepted the fact that the roots of the demon cult and the divine faiths were the same. Among them were priests from both the divine faiths and the demon cult. As a result of sincerely believing and trying to understand this fact, priests who could wield the power of the demon cult emerged, just like Olivia Lands. Priests of the divine faiths could use the power of the demon cult, and priests of the demon cult could use the power of the divine faiths. This in itself was already evidence. The priests had to understand that these phenomena were undeniable evidence. The gods and evil gods were the same entity. Different beliefs in the same entity generated different powers. From this new understanding, these priests founded a new religious concept called the United Sacred Order, and its leader was now Olivia Lands. In the Edina archipelago, it was now common knowledge that the deities and the demon cult were the same. And spreading this truth and providing people with a new sanctuary of faith was the mission entrusted to Olivia. Iris took care of the short-term and extreme traumas. Long-term peace of mind was provided by the new faith of the United Sacred Order. In extreme situations, it was easy for ideologies to change, and within 2 years, the mainstream faith of the Edina archipelago had become the United Sacred Order. The demon cultists occasionally caused problems, but they no longer engaged in activities like cannibalism and human sacrifices. Even as they went from being represented by the demon king to being represented by the gods, they still followed my commands. After all, the demon cultists were also humans, so their integration wasn't too difficult. However, they were an army. The priests of the Edina archipelago and the forces of the five great divine faiths had never been particularly strong. Now, the majority of the demon cult priests had become my personal army, capable of using the divine power of the gods. It's true that a considerable number of demon cult priests were dispatched to Port Markna. Even to my eyes, the demon cult priests who could use both healing and curse powers simultaneously appeared as an indescribable form of terror. I couldn't help but wonder if this was really okay. Ultimately, everyone was busy living their own lives. As Liana said, everyone had taken on a significant responsibility, making it hard to distinguish them from the four heavenly kings. 3 out of the 4 demon realm heavenly kings were humans. Was this really okay? Considering that one of the previous 4 heavenly kings, Larkin Simonstite, was also human, it didn't seem like such a strange occurrence. Anyway, I'll go. Don't overdo it, Your Highness. Olivia and I had a pleasant conversation, and Olivia quickly left the palace due to her sermon schedule. Though she held the title of the Sacred Order's leader, Olivia was essentially the person in charge of a very important part of my military power. She also managed political projects for civilians, a religious leader, defense minister, and civilian project manager all in one. Without Olivia, my regime wouldn't collapse, but I would die from overwork. Harriet de Saint-Ouen narrowed her eyes as she watched Olivia leave, and sighed deeply. There's an elder council meeting soon. At Harriet's words, I nodded. The Elder Council. It had become another name for the Vampire Council. Chapter 459, Edina Royal Palace Conference Room. There, 4 lords excluding Lucinil were seated. Your Highness, it's been a while. It's good to see you again, Your Greatness. Although Elleris claimed to be my servant, the other 3 were not in a superior subordinate relationship with me. They were helping me as much as they could, but that was only because they were cooperating with me, not because they had sworn to obey me. Of course, Luvian, Galosh, and Antarianus had moved all their people to Edina Archipelago. Their willingness to help me was there, but they also couldn't leave their people alone in the chaotic continent due to the gate incident. Now, the people of the Vampire Lord were also responsible for a very important part of my military power. Vampires were usually magicians, and the sun-bearing vampire lords were still an essential support for my rule in various parts of the archipelago. Magic. Without that crucial power, I wouldn't have been able to provide shelter for so many refugees, build new buildings, or grow food so quickly. Vampires are generally feared by humans. However, when humans see vampires using magic to farm and grow crops, working tirelessly to feed them, they are puzzled about what's going on. Humans provide blood as long as they don't become vampires, and vampires provide food for humans. It's a somewhat bizarre symbiotic relationship, but what can we do? It works. So, the vampires seem to have no complaints about this situation. Thus, the vampires, who were the most important of my support base and my collaborators, looked at me. Your Highness, it seems that rumors about this place are slowly spreading on the continent. It was Elleris's words. Elleris usually acted alone. She wandered around the continent and did everything she could to destroy the warp gates, aiming for the complete end of the gate incident. Rumors. Yes, we don't know whether the refugees who refused to join are the source, but we have confirmed that the story is secretly spreading that there is a paradise in the south. The continent was a mess. The Empire still didn't know that I had settled in the far south since they were too busy doing their best. Even if they knew, they wouldn't have the capacity to do anything about it right now. Currently, there are only rumors about somewhere in the south, and no one knows the specifics. In the long run, powerful forces, including the Empire, may reach Port Markna while searching the southern region. That's true. Our continental base, Port Markna. On the continental map, it was just a tiny dot. But if the Empire found out that it was not only safe, but also had a large army stationed there, the problem could get bigger. If someone from Port Markna were to be captured, the Empire would realize that the Demon King had settled in the distant southern archipelago. The Edina archipelago wouldn't be out of the Empire's sight forever. The Gate incident destroyed most of humanity's foundation, but the situation would eventually come to an end. Elleris's report came to an end. The installation of the sewage system in the refugee base is almost complete. The large-scale cultivation area in the south is also nearly ready, and we only need to sow the seeds now. We've also started the construction of ships for transporting goods to other regions. I nodded at Luvian's words, the vampire lord of Thursday. I wasn't sure if it was closely related, but the vampires of Thursday were proficient in magic related to biology, including alchemy. I never thought they would use it for farming. Having high-level magicians, and quite a few of them, to be used for producing goods or farming was one of the great advantages I possessed. The Empire couldn't adopt this approach. Their territory was too vast to defend, and they never knew when monsters from the gates would roam the continent and invade cities. Thanks to us securing the safety of the islands during the gate crisis, we could devote all our national power to supporting the people. Currently, mining operations are underway in the abandoned Magic Stone mine near Port Markna. While mining is possible, transportation is expected to be difficult, so it would be great if the Lightning King could lead a unit for transportation. Yes, let's do that. Magic stones. They were an absolutely scarce resource at this point. From streetlights to everyday magical tools, There was not a single thing that didn't contain magic stones. The Edina archipelago couldn't produce magic stones on its own. Just having lamps to light the night would significantly reduce the crime rate in the refugee residential areas. So Galosh had secured numerous abandoned mines and quarries to supply magic stones to the Edina archipelago. If we could secure enough magic stones, we could greatly improve the quality of life. Considering the explosive growth of the population in the Edina archipelago, it was no exaggeration to say that an unlimited amount of magic stones was needed. The reports of Elaris, Luvian, and Galosh had come to an end. Lastly, Antirianus looked at me. Your Excellency, it seems that the Empire has succeeded in destroying about 80% of the existing warp gates. Is that so? Antirianus was in charge of intelligence activities. I had tried my best to rescue civilians here and had gone north to deal with the monsters and gates on the continent many times. But ultimately, the key force to end this crisis was the Empire. I already knew that the unit led by Saveil Turner was focusing solely on destroying the warp gates in numerous cities. 80%. Once all the warp gates are destroyed, the gate crisis will be over. However, there's still a long and arduous task of dealing with all the monsters that have already entered the world. But it will become more difficult. As the number of warp gates decreases, more powerful monsters will pour out of the remaining gates. The end of the gate crisis means that each gate is becoming more dangerous. Also, the Empire has successfully reclaimed all the directly administered territories, including 30 major cities, and has firmly established defensive positions. From now on, they are expected to support other surviving countries and advance territorial reclamation. With this, it can be said that the Empire has fully regained its national functions. Although the Edina archipelago was safe, the Empire had reclaimed its territories seized by monsters on the continent and fully regained its national functions. Suddenly, the power of humans was felt anew. I wasn't sure if it was good news for me, but Antirianus smiled faintly. However, the population concentrated in the royal capital Gradium has exceeded 40 million. There are large refugee camps on the outskirts of Gradium, and the Empire cannot currently handle their scale. The streets of the refugee camps are filled with sewage and garbage, and the corpses of starving refugees are left unattended, leading to a vacuum in public security. It was natural for people to flock to the royal capital, and it was the same in the original work. As a result, vast areas of public security vacuum were created. The population in the royal capital alone is incomparably larger than the total population of the Edina archipelago. The Empire cannot support, control, or guarantee the safety and livelihood of all these people. Monsters roaming the continent will inevitably attack. Although the gate situation is coming to an end, other problems are still plaguing the Empire. Antirianus continued speaking. Also, due to the loss of faith in the five great divine faiths, it has been confirmed that the majority of refugees believe in the heroic faith, which upholds hero Ellen Artorius as a prophet, the coerced hero. Ellen is being forcibly taken as the prophet of heroic faith, as it is revealed that I am the demon king and the root cause of this situation. Antirianus laughed, as if it were enjoyable for me, who is doing all this for the sake of humans, to be the object of hatred for the vast majority of humanity. Most of the refugees, as well as a significant number of existing royal capital residents, are believed to follow the heroic faith, and their dissatisfaction is growing. Dissatisfaction? What could be their dissatisfaction with heroic faith, which believes Ellen will kill me? Ellen doesn't even know where I am. Followers of the heroic faith want to make the princess, who they believe is a collaborator with the demon king, a scapegoat. Ha, that's what they were talking about. I had already heard about Charlotte. The stories about the strange power Charlotte possessed had spread. In reality, I was not conspiring with Charlotte. However, hatred for me has crossed the line, and I am still somewhere on the continent. People want a scapegoat they can bring before them. Hence, there is a rumor that Charlotte, who had been close to me all this time, is the primary collaborator with the Demon King. It's absurd. Ellen is a pitiful hero who has been deceived by the Demon King so far. Charlotte collaborated with the Demon King. Antirianus kept laughing. He cooperates with me completely, but at this moment, I really want to punch that face. A crazy loyalist who is happy when the Lord is unhappy. Antirianus said, The imperial royal family has consistently been non-responsive to all the demands of the masses. This attitude could eventually lead to distrust of the imperial royal family. They might also be in collusion with the Demon King. That's why they won't give up Charlotte de Gardiers. That's what they say. That's probably true. People believe what they want to believe. Why won't they kill the princess when they have to? Aren't you all actually in cahoots? The conversation about why the princess had to die had already been completed. They just want to believe that they are collaborators with the Demon King. So they believe it. Therefore, they will try to make everyone who tries to protect such a princess a hateful existence. The demand to execute the princess not only continued in the royal capital, but also across the entire continent from the heroic faith and the general public. If the empire remained unresponsive, a revolt would eventually break out. Killing the princess wouldn't solve anything. The people were simply furious, angry, wronged, and heartbroken. They just wanted someone to bear their rage and die. That person was not the Demon King, whose whereabouts were unknown, but the princess in a place they knew. Emperor Bertus must eventually bring the princess before the crowd. Bertus, who had become the emperor must protect the empire. He couldn't exchange the fate of the empire for Charlotte's life, and he shouldn't. Regardless of my intentions, the gate incident happened. Regardless of Bertus's intentions, Charlotte would eventually have to be placed on the stake if things remained as they were. The princess's life had to be traded for the citizens' rage. Great being, what will you do? Antorinus grinned broadly. Charlotte cursed me. She said I should die the most miserable death in the world. I didn't hold any particular grudges. The misunderstandings I had piled up with Charlotte were enough to justify such words. Would Charlotte still hate me? There was no way to know. I saved Charlotte's life twice, once when we escaped the demon castle, and once in the spring palace. So whether Charlotte still hated me or not, I would do it a third time, regardless of her intentions. I swore to do so. No matter what night it was, I would surpass any hatred or malice. I would save Charlotte. I should go and see the situation. I would do so, though I didn't know when. Teleport is a high-level magic, and mass teleport is an even higher top-tier magic. Only the vampire lords, including Elaris, had the magical power to cast it. Harriet could cast top-tier magic with the help of power cartridges, but she couldn't secure enough cartridges in these conditions, so she hadn't used them. Thus, only a very small number of people could instantly return to Edina Archipelago or be deployed on the continent through mass teleport. For example, only those like Liana de Grants, who had teleported to the central training grounds of the Demon Castle with Elaris, had the permission to teleport at that level. The number of people capable of doing so was extremely limited. The vampire lords of the Elder Council weren't always present here, as they all had their own responsibilities. Dressed in plain clothes, Liana looked at me and tilted her head. "Did you get some sleep?" "No, I didn't." Liana, now better known by the nickname Lightning King, was both the shield guarding Port Markna and the strongest spear rescuing those chased by monsters. I'm hungry. Let's talk while we eat something." All right. Despite the trivial conversation, Liana had killed the most monsters and saved the most people among us. Harriet, Liana, and I sat in the royal dining hall, sharing stories. The king's meal wasn't particularly lavish. It wasn't too meager either. Comparatively, the meals provided at Temple were incomparable in terms of quality and quantity. Now there are no monsters or people around Markna. You have to go incredibly far to even see a monster's tail. There's nothing more we can do here. Searching the fixed base's surroundings for people hiding or running away from monsters was no longer yielding any significant results. That's why we initially transported an enormous number of refugees by ship. But today, there were only 800 refugees that arrived. It's said that there's another port city about 170 kilometers west of Markna. It might be better to secure that and use it as a base for search and rescue operations. Yeah, let's get an estimate. After securing another base and turning it into an advanced base, we would conduct rescue and monster relief operations from there. Liana asked while chewing on a sausage. Then the question is whether to abandon or maintain Markna. What do you think? Operating two advanced bases doubles the chances of being detected by the Empire. It seems a bit unnecessary to maintain Markna, which has lost its usefulness. But it's a shame to abandon all the resources and infrastructure there. That's true. I was fully convinced of the need for a new advanced base, and the discussion about whether to discard or keep Markna was postponed. By the way, are you sure you're okay with it? Are you really going to the Empire this time? Harriet asked me. The Empire? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Liana tilted her head, not knowing what I was planning to do. Lately, it seems that public opinion is strong that the princess must be executed, so he's going to see the Empire's movements for himself. At my words, Liana tilted her head. Wow, I thought you were the biggest pushover among pushovers. But this time, isn't this beyond being a pushover? Not only taking care of people, but even trying to take care of the enemy Empire's princess. Liana was the one who wanted the Empire to collapse and the Guardia's royal family to be destroyed the most among us. Liana was not particularly close to Charlotte either. So, it was only natural that she would get angry at my words, that I would go to the Empire to investigate the situation, because I was worried about the enemy's princess. Considering everything that had happened between Charlotte and me so far, it was natural for her to object to my decision. Well, is this a pushover's act? I'm not sure. Hey, I've been doing something I don't like for 2 years and I'm tired of it. You know, being a king. Yeah, I hate sitting in one place all day listening to people's complaints. It's disgusting. You've done quite well so far, considering you don't like it. And what would you do if you, as the Demon King, didn't fit in with being a king? It's something I had to do, but it never suited my disposition. Of course, neither does this. But going to the mainland and killing monsters is slightly better. Sometimes when people come to the royal capital asking me to punish their neighbor for breaking their dishes, I want to tear apart their faces, regardless of whether they're right or wrong. Ah, that story. At that time, Harriet was beside me, so she knew what I was talking about. There were more than a few people who would bring me all sorts of trivial requests and whine for me to solve them. It felt so frustrating that it seemed like my past of dying from high blood pressure would repeat itself. Upon hearing my words, Liana looked at me with a slightly dispirited expression. Ah, you're under a lot of stress, huh? I shouldn't be saying this to you who's always on the front lines, but I'm sick and tired of this nonsense. I can't do it. 2 years was more than enough. It was an area that didn't suit my aptitude, and I had no talent for it. I only did it because I had to, never because I liked it. And the more I did it, the more it wore down my mental state. Harriet could temporarily help with the political affairs, and she would definitely do a better job than me. But I couldn't hand it over to her since she would have to do it for her entire life. Moreover, Harriet had too many things to do as a magic expert, not just serving as a secretary. So, I needed someone who could sit in that position for a lifetime. I would appoint someone more talented and definitely better at the job than me as the successor, forcing them to do it for their entire life. I'm not sure how to do it, but when the opportunity arises, I need to bring Charlotte. I'm going to make her take over as queen in my place. At this point, it's not me saving Charlotte, it's Charlotte saving me. I have saved her life 3 times already. Isn't it about time I received some compensation for that? Chapter 460 that night, in the bedroom of Edina's royal castle. I sat on the bed, watching Harriet dry her hair. Harriet was now dressed in pajamas, not the clothes she had been wearing just a moment ago. Sleep as soon as possible. You have a lot to do tomorrow. You said you're going to the Empire. I suppose I should. Harriet and I had been sharing a bedroom for about 6 months now. There were 2 beds in the Demon King's bedroom, one for me and another slightly apart for Harriet. The reason we suddenly shared a bedroom was simple: the threat of assassination. The actions of those who hated me began to materialize. Although it didn't happen too often, they persistently tried different methods whenever I seemed to forget. It was poisoning and nighttime attacks. There were many times when the people inside the castle were accomplices. They weren't even bribed. There were cases where people who hated me in the first place cooperated with the assassination plan. Harriet and Olivia had managed to save me from nearly dying after ingesting deadly poison. Originally researching new magic and magical items, Harriet took on the role of a scribe and never left my side. Since then, Harriet started to poison check all the food I ate, and I even bought a talent called poison resistance with my achievement points. I could cope with physical attacks thanks to intuition's warnings, but only those who had experienced it knew the creepiness of seeing a familiar face pointing a dagger at my throat while I was asleep. Many people hate me. Even the people of Edina Archipelago, whom I saved, know that the root cause of all this is the Demon King and hate me for it. Even after replacing all the castle staff with people who had not lost anyone in the gate incident, such things still happened. Not everyone could hate me, but I couldn't only have the castle staff be demons who absolutely obeyed me either. The problems of discrimination and human subjugation would only cause more backlash. Not only was I harassed by attacks, but so was Harriet. Since I didn't die, they tried to kill the people around me. Was that all? There was a time when I woke up to find Antirionis had tied me up tightly and was cackling at me from outside the palace. What would have happened if the person who came to me was a magician from the Empire or the Black Order instead of him? Although it was one of Antirionis's sadistic acts, the memory of that day still sent chills down the back of my neck. It was only because the Empire and the Black Order didn't know my location that I was safe. I realized that if a magician of Antirionis's caliber wanted to kill me, they could take my life at any time. Although the defenses were not completely useless, they could be breached at any time. That's why, since then, Harriet and I have shared a bedroom, and before falling asleep, we've made it a habit to sleep with numerous magic devices and barriers in place, almost sealing the bedroom. At first, both Harriet and I felt strange and tossed and turned, but eventually, time healed and we had grown accustomed to these things. It was inevitable that rumors would spread about the Demon King sharing the same bedroom with his secretary every day. Surprisingly, Olivia didn't get angry about it. She was more concerned about me, knowing how much I was threatened by assassination attempts. Anyway, it had become known that my relationship with Harriet was practically that of a married couple, but there was nothing I could do about it. In reality, at this point, I wonder if there's much difference between that and how I feel now. In some respects, Harriet's ability to handle situations was better than that of the senior wizards of the council. In most crisis situations, I dealt with physical threats, and Harriet handled magical ones, so naturally. Harriet and I spent the most time together to protect each other due to our complementary roles. Harriet, with her hair dried, sat on her bed and placed a scrollbook on the bedside table. I put in a teleport scroll. There are more than 20, so you can use them whenever you're in a hurry. All right. Should I come with you? Harriet, who had let her hair down, stared at me intently. No, it doesn't seem like I'd see anything good if I went. I'll go alone. There won't be any danger. I would be disguised with Sakuga's ring anyway, so there was no risk of being exposed. I didn't know the situation, and the scene I would see in the Empire wouldn't be pleasant for anyone. I planned to go quietly and return quietly. I lay down on the bed, and Harriet leaned against the bed, sitting with a book opened between her knees, and started reading the middle pages. A faint yellow magical light illuminated the book Harriet was reading. Do you ever sleep? I sleep enough. As if to say, don't worry about it and just sleep. Harriet gestured at me without even looking at me. I was busy, but Harriet, who had to coordinate my tasks and ensure the bedroom's safety, must have been very tired as well. Honestly, I felt it. At some point, Harriet's magical achievements seemed to have stagnated. Although Harriet researched what she wanted when she had time, she didn't make much progress because her time was too limited. Harriet is actually well suited to be a researcher. However, there were not many people who were capable, and even fewer I could trust, so she was my secretary and bodyguard because of her exceptional abilities. There was so much to do that she couldn't do what she really wanted. That's why, during the short time before falling asleep, when all she had to do was watch over me, Harriet would read books. I think Harriet would have liked the Akasha. However, the Akasha disappeared. So, the magical achievements that had been accumulated in the Akasha for a long time had transformed into another world in the void dimension. How much magic was there in the Akasha? Now it's impossible to know. I hear the sound of her carefully turning the pages. Trying not to disturb my sleep, I look at Harriet's face as she reads the book. Blockhead. Now, when I call her a blockhead, she doesn't even look at me. In fact, as a scribe, she wouldn't be called that way outside. Only when the two of us were alone that we called each other by our old nicknames. So, maybe that's why Harriet didn't get angry, because she knew that I could only call her that in this moment. Thank you. At my sudden words, Harriet looked at me with a gentle smile. Me too. I wonder what she's thankful for. It seems like I've always received, but never given anything. I couldn't understand it at all. Harriet turned her eyes back to the book, and I closed mine. Whoosh! In an instant, dozens of people appeared in the middle of the square through the warp point, since the warp gates were currently unusable. Long-distance movement now had to be done manually by mages capable of using mass teleport. As the situation in Edina Archipelago dictated, it was natural that those who could move through mass teleport were composed of only a small number of elite. And now, Ellen and her direct subordinates led by her had appeared through the warp point. Ellen was scheduled to be deployed to the next location immediately after reporting her mission in the royal capital. Oh, it's the hero. Ellen Artorius had become a celebrity to the point where the term famous was an understatement. In terms of the crowd's trust, Ellen received even more support than the Emperor in the current situation of the Empire, so it was only natural that people would flock to Ellen like clouds. Hero, our savior. Hero, where are you going this time? Hero, thank you for saving us. Ellen had saved many people, so many that it was impossible to count. Hero, you're amazing. Hero, please watch over us. Nuna, why don't you come to the royal capital more often? Ellen had become so accustomed to this scene that it no longer felt strange to her. However, Ellen was afraid of the fact that people in despair and pain projected hope onto her. She was the cause of all this. People believe in her. They blame everything on the Demon King and love her. There was no need to run around saving people like this. If she had believed in Reinhardt back then, none of this would have happened. She didn't save people. It was all her fault that everyone was in this abyss of despair, unable to wear proper clothes and reduced to living like beggars. I love you. Hero, Ellen was afraid of the sight of so many people finding hope in her. It's all my fault. It's my mistake. Don't like me, don't love me, you should hate me. The one who deserves to be hated is not the Demon King, but me. Ellen was occasionally seized by the urge to say such things, but she couldn't deliberately plunge those who found hope in her into despair. She couldn't give the victims, who endured this miserable life by hating the Demon King and believing in the hero, a dose of despair called the truth. People seek salvation in Ellen. Thus, the boiling crowd in the royal capital does not turn into a mob. If Ellen were to say that all of this happened because of her mistake, people wouldn't believe her at first, and even if they did, it would be a problem. The moment the crowd learns that this situation occurred due to the mistake of the hero and the Empire would collapse. Without the Empire, there would be no humanity. You'll kill the Demon King, right? Ah, a young girl clung to Ellen's arm and asked. The Demon King, people who believed that peace would come to the world if the Demon King was killed. From the eyes of a young child yearning for hope to the eyes filled with hatred of the elderly, the hope of humanity. Ellen feared the day she would have to stand before Reinhardt as its representative. Central Palace, Tetra. Kernstadt, the capital of Qualen, is not a problem. The important thing is which satellite city to recover first. Right. After finishing her report to Bertus, Ellen discussed the future work. She quietly looked at Bertus's tired expression. Even the powerful empire had only succeeded in defending a few cities, including the capital. After the empire had regained control of all its direct territories, it had to decide which subsidiary countries to support fully. They were now planning to start the recovery work of Kernstadt, which could be called the first subsidiary country. All the warp gates in Kernstadt's territory were destroyed, so all they had to do was eliminate the monsters hiding in various parts of the city. However, it was easier said than done. Countless soldiers, knights, and mages would die in the process. The current situation was that the Empire was recovering while consuming human resources. What do you think? Rather than recovering each city one by one, I think it's better to start cleaning up the areas around the cities that have successfully defended. There will hardly be any survivors in the collapsed cities anyway. We can work on that gradually. That makes sense. Bertus pondered with his arms crossed. How is Charlotte? At Ellen's question, Bertus clicked his tongue. She's the same. Ellen was a hero of the Empire. As such, she had heard not only the tiresome stories of killing the Demon King, but also the misunderstandings about the princess. The princess was cursed. Be careful with the princess, because the hero might be harmed. Ellen, who was often away from the royal capital, would usually visit Charlotte when she returned to the capital. After all, Ellen was the guardian knight of the princess. However, Ellen couldn't get Charlotte to open her mouth, just like Bertus. Although she couldn't get her to speak, Charlotte would cry when she saw Ellen. Just as Ellen blamed herself, Charlotte blamed herself too. All of this, which happened because they couldn't trust Reinhardt, was painfully evident when they looked at each other. Just as Ellen saw everything as her fault, so did Charlotte. Even without conversation, Ellen could feel Charlotte's heart when she watched her wail. In the end, the conclusion was that the majority of the crowd wanted the princess's death now. Anything else needed at the scene or anything like that. As always, we need power cartridges. I suppose. I'm not sure when the mass production system will be ready either. Power cartridges and moonshine, as Reinhardt had intended when creating them in anticipation of the gate incident. Power cartridges had now become essential supplies on the battlefield. Magicians who drew magical power from the power cartridges were exhibiting tremendous power on the battlefield. Close combat specialists who consumed moonshine experienced a rapid increase in their skills. In fact, the number of people awakening to magical reinforcement was growing exponentially. Because of this, the strange phenomenon of the dying military forces being somewhat replenished by the strengthening of the existing forces was occurring. It was supposedly made to strengthen the forces of the Demon King. The item that Bertus had thought was made for that purpose had now become indispensable. Only after everything had happened did Bertus realize that the choice he should never have made was the only correct answer. He should have let the Demon King go. Knowing that regret was of no use, Bertus was tormented by it terribly. Everyone blames themselves in this situation, Charlotte for herself, Ellen for herself, Bertus as well. They all believed they were responsible. Was there anything special to talk about? Ellen remained silent and then seemed to remember something. I heard there's a paradise in the south. Paradise? Yeah, there seems to be some strange belief spreading. I see. People probably want to believe in such stories. In times of extreme despair, any number of strange rumors are created. That's why Bertus had no choice but to consider that rumor as nonsense. Chapter 461, Ellen couldn't stay long in the royal capital. She had to be redeployed to the field immediately after completing the minimum necessary tasks. This was due to the situation of the Empire and also because of Ellen's own determination. After a brief conversation with Bertus, Ellen headed towards the Spring Palace as she always did. Ordinary people could not even come near the Spring Palace. Of course, Ellen was not one of those people. Arriving at the Spring Palace and entering Charlotte's bedroom, Ellen saw the same scene that Bertus had seen earlier. The princess, sitting on the bed and hugging her knees, stared blankly out the window. Charlotte de Gardiers, in the form of a demon, fused with the soul of the Demon King. She had become this way because of the Demon King's soul. Ironically, Charlotte hadn't died despite her weakened state and the fact that she had almost stopped eating. Charlotte. Slowly turning her head at Ellen's soft call, Charlotte stared at Ellen, her red eyes and vertically slit pupils. Those eyes would give anyone an eerie feeling, but Ellen only saw sadness and regret in them. Charlotte buried her face between her knees. Tears, which wouldn't come easily due to her emaciated state, soaked the camisole that Charlotte was wearing as Ellen watched her quietly. Even knowing that nothing can be achieved through regret, they couldn't help but feel regretful. If only they had trusted Reinhardt. Numerous tragedies stemming from that one statement were the cause of the terrible events that unfolded before humanity. Reinhardt had disappeared, and humanity faced its downfall. That's why, whenever they faced each other, they couldn't help but confirm each other's guilt. Ellen could still do something. She could save people, at least. But Charlotte, unable even to show her face to the crowds, could do nothing but stay trapped in the Spring Palace. Ellen slowly approached Charlotte and sat down beside the bed. Then she gently embraced the frail Charlotte. Soon, we'll be able to destroy all the warp gates on the continent. And when we slowly eliminate all the monsters on the continent, this situation will end. Speaking softly, Ellen hoped that Charlotte could somehow lessen her guilt with these words she couldn't even console herself with. Then, those who lost their homes can find them again. The dead cannot return. Everyone can find their own territory again and live as they used to. The lost hometown can never be reclaimed. It'll take a long time, but if we work on it bit by bit, everything can return to how it was before, just like the old days. Ruined relationships can never be fully recovered. So let's hang in there a little longer, a little more, a little more. As she spoke, Ellen bit her lip harshly as she recalled the many things she had ignored. Bitter blood seeped from her torn lips. Will we, Ellen's voice trembled in the end, ever be forgiven? By Reinhardt, by the entire world. Knowing that they wanted to be forgiven but couldn't be, Charlotte cried, and Ellen couldn't even cry. Ellen felt miserable every time she faced Charlotte. Initially, they hadn't had a good relationship, but after the situation had reached this point, Ellen and Charlotte had gone beyond the mere relationship of a guardian knight and a lord to share a strange bond of guilt. It was a relationship bound by sorrow and guilt. They projected the same emotions onto each other. That's why Ellen couldn't avoid Charlotte. Even though she knew she couldn't improve Charlotte's condition, even though she knew she couldn't get any answers, Ellen visited the Spring Palace after spending her days in miserable battles and returned to the royal capital. She always said that the situation was improving. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a lie, only being able to say that the situation had improved from the worst to the slightly less terrible. She said that she had saved several people today. That wasn't a lie either. She just didn't mention how many people had died. She also said that they had driven monsters out of the ruined city. That wasn't a lie either. She just didn't mention that not a single person had survived in the ruins. She didn't tell lies, but she didn't reveal the miserable truth, even knowing that Charlotte could read between the lines. With the unchanging Charlotte behind her, Ellen left the Spring Palace and the Royal Palace. From the hill at the entrance of the palace, Ellen could see Temple beyond the Irene River. Temple, which had been a mess due to the meteor, had already been restored. The cradle of talent, which used to gather the best talents in the world, had now turned into a military base for training combatants. With the continental connections cut off, Temple was now conscripting and training those with even a slight talent for combat from among the refugees. Temple, which once selectively accepted people and charged expensive tuition fees, now armed those who wished to fight, taught them combat, and sent them into battle. Even with the moonshine, most of them were thrown into battle as soldiers without awakening their magical reinforcement, and countless died. While the existing students of Temple, who had been carefully selected, were active in battle, the majority of the newly conscripted were merely vengeful rabble. Even such rabble was needed in the current situation of the Empire. Ellen knew that many of those she had saved looked up to the heroes who had saved them and volunteered as combat soldiers, dying like short-lived insects. Temple, once a cradle of talent, was now raising moths to the flame. Fortunately, among Ellen's classmates in the royal class, not a single one had died yet. It was terrible that she had to describe that as fortunate, and Ellen found it eerie that she had to use the word yet. The time was night. There was still some time left before she had to participate in the next operation. Afraid of being recognized, Ellen pulled her hood over her head. She was now not only tired of her fame, but also afraid of it. As Ellen walked quietly along the streets of the royal capital, she felt someone's presence behind her. There were many people around, but it felt like someone was watching her. That kind of presence. When she turned her head, there was no one there. She felt as if something had definitely been watching her. Ellen continued to walk the streets, feeling a strange sensation. I didn't expect to see Ellen when I was waiting. It was clear that she, like me, was busy and had no time to spare. But when I arrived at the royal capital, I heard people on the streets saying that the hero had returned. Ellen was in the royal capital. Just in case, I stood blankly near the entrance of the palace. I waited for quite a long time, so I could see her. Although she wore a hood, I could see her face. I saw Ellen with an even colder and more indifferent expression than before, and a weariness she couldn't hide on her face. I wondered if I could have spoken to her. If I had spoken, maybe we could have had a surprisingly normal conversation. But a considerable amount of time had passed. I don't know what Ellen is thinking. Even though Ellen played a crucial role in helping me escape, I don't know what she's thinking now. She might hate me or feel sorry for me. It's not the time to ask if she's doing well, but I wondered if we could share any stories. I wanted to hold on to her and talk, but Ellen is no longer the Ellen from when we were both students in Temple Royal class. Ellen Artorias, the hope of mankind and the nemesis of the Demon King. Just as Ellen can no longer be a royal class student, I am no longer the royal class student Reinhardt. We are only divided into the binary of hero and Demon King. We should not meet. Even talking is something we shouldn't do. Although I don't know when our impending fate will reveal itself, our conversations will ultimately only torment each other, so I was satisfied with just looking at her from a distance. No, I wasn't satisfied. It's been 2 years since I saw her. There's no way I could be satisfied with just that. I wanted to watch her more, but since I couldn't, I confirmed that she seemed to be struggling, but somehow managing. I walked through the royal capital. Death, decay, and hardship were all I saw in the faces of the people. Even in the royal capital, the gate incident had occurred, so even the residents of the royal capital didn't escape unscathed. Most people lost parents, siblings, children, or other family members. There were people who had to live in despair, heading somewhere. In those despairing expressions, there were definitely some who wore hopeful expressions. The hero has returned. They say she killed a bunch of monsters again. Someday, she'll get rid of the Demon King. Right, I could read hope in the expressions of people talking about Ellen. Hatred and anger towards the Demon King. A presence that sublimates such negative emotions into hope. The hero. In this depressed and angry, hate-filled royal capital, Ellen was a figure who provided at least some hope to the people. As always, those engulfed in fear and hatred produced stories and rumors. They say the Demon King has returned to the Darkland and is gathering the monsters from the gates. The monsters roaming the continent are nothing compared to the Demon King's main forces. Even if she's the hero, in the royal capital, among the crowds, it seemed that the prevailing belief was that I not only controlled the monsters of the gate, but also led them to complete the reconstruction of the Darkland. The Darkland. I hadn't visited it at all since my tour to absorb the power of the demon tribe. The hero has two sacred relics, but so does the Demon King. If the hero had fallen for the Demon King's scheme in Temple, it's too terrifying to even imagine. The hero revealed the Demon King's true identity long ago. The hero knows everything. She won't fall for the Demon King's tricks. They believed that I had infiltrated Temple to capture Ellen Artorias. The hero, what are these crowds? They make up their own stories, share them like snacks, and eventually start believing them. The source of the fake truth disappears, and it becomes impossible to know who started the rumor. I had become the ruler of the strongest Darkland in history. They imagine at will, fear at will, and hate at will. Such a country doesn't exist. There's a country in the Edina Archipelago, far south beyond your sight, where there are not monsters of the gate, but humans and demons. The reality was even harder to believe. The Demon King living with humans. If I were not the Demon King, but one of them, I would have scolded anyone who said such nonsense. First of all, the common story in various rumors was that I could control and command the monsters of the gate. It seemed that they imagined that since I caused this situation, it was only natural for the Demon King to be able to control the monsters of the gate. Why can't they imagine that if it were possible, and I truly hated humanity, I would have invaded the royal capital long ago and wiped everyone out? If someone expressed such an opinion, another rumor would be created to refute that opinion, so the truth would always be meaningless. And I wasn't the only target of the rumors. Could it be that the emperor is actually being controlled by the princess? Yes. Otherwise, there would be no reason to leave the princess as she is. No matter how important the princess is, it's suspicious that they still keep the princess cursed by the Demon King. If the princess is fine, she should at least show herself, but there's been no such occasion, right? It went as far as to say that the Empire didn't execute Charlotte because the Emperor was being controlled by her. Well, if that were really the case, the hero wouldn't have stayed silent. That's true. But, in the end, Ellen was the safety lock for this issue. People believe in the omnipotence and omniscience of the Demon King, but they also believe in the omnipotence and omniscience of the hero, the adversary. If the princess was truly corrupted, why would Ellen, her guardian knight, remain silent? That's why the atmosphere and stories about executing the princess didn't reach any extreme, maintaining a precarious balance. Besides the princess, what about the three enemies? Those damned girls, Liana de Grants, Olivia Lands, Harriet de Saint-Ouen, the three students who had joined my side and fled Temple with me. They were known as the three enemies, the traitors of humanity, in the world of humans. Perhaps, as humans, they had become even more significant symbols of hatred than me. Refugee villages existed in both Edina Archipelago and the royal capital. However, the Edina Archipelago didn't have to worry about monsters, so it was possible to indiscriminately expand in all territories. That wasn't possible in the royal capital. They couldn't recklessly increase residential areas, and even if they did, they couldn't protect them. They never knew when monsters roaming the continent would attack. So, while the Empire didn't interfere with the expansion of the refugee villages, people continued to flood in. As I entered the vast refugee village filled with hastily built shacks, I couldn't help but feel an eerie sense of familiarity. When I first arrived in the royal capital, I entered Elaris's shop. and a few days later I saw a group of beggars beneath the Bronzegate Bell Tower. Beggars who lived in the hastily built shacks, sprawled out as they pleased and reeking of alcohol. The rotatory gang. The past landscape where those people, now dead and gone, used to live was spread out as far as the horizon. The vast land of beggars unfolded right across the boundary of the royal capital's urban area. That was the reality of the grand and glorious empire's capital, Gradium. The hastily built shacks had no soundproofing or windproofing, and since they weren't built to any standard, the people lying inside were clearly visible. The smell of filth, the stench of something rotting, and flying insects such as flies hit my face. The refugee village in Edina couldn't be considered in a good state either, but it wasn't as horrifying as this. I approached the smoke from a fire somewhere, thinking there might be a communal meal service, but that wasn't the case. The smoke was from burning corpses. Was there an outbreak of contagious diseases? Even so, there were priests to deal with diseases, so it shouldn't have gotten this serious. Had they simply starved to death? Near the smoke from burning corpses, emaciated children were playing. In this situation, the innocent smiles of the children contrasted with the miserable appearance of the people burning the corpses. It didn't feel like hell, but rather, it felt like I was witnessing a scene of life that had been forcibly adapted to hell. I decided not to think about it. If only I hadn't been there. If only I hadn't existed. I couldn't help but be overwhelmed by such thoughts that surged reflexively. The royal capital Gradium was hell. Chapter 462. The situation in the urban areas was relatively better, but the people living in the shanty towns, where refugees stayed, were in such dire conditions that it was questionable if they could survive the winter. The Empire couldn't abandon them completely. They were distributing supplies, and long lines could be seen where guards were handing out something. Thump, I said I won't take it. Grandfather, you might die like this. A noisy sound came from somewhere in the shantytown. I won't take treatment from those damn priests who serve the filthy demon king. Just let me die, damn it, I should die. In one of the shacks, a priest wearing a dirty, expelled white robe stood up slowly with a depressed expression. Towan and the Alspringer order. People started to reject the divine beings who chose the demon king. The priest of Towan, amid the murmurs of the people, lowered his head with a depressed expression and walked somewhere. There was no need to see this scene in particular. The reality of the empire was already apparent, but I couldn't leave my seat easily. It felt like my responsibility to witness all these scenes. It seemed like I had to do so. Although I couldn't solve anything just by looking at these terrible things that happened because of me, I felt like I had to. I passed through the endless landscape of broken lives. As I approached the outskirts, the situation became more severe. There were countless corpses in the gaps between the shacks, covered with maggots and flies. The Empire doesn't have the ability to support all these people. If the rescued people eventually starve to death, then what's the point of saving them? The outcome is either death by monsters or a slow death by starvation. Like how I used wizards in Edina Archipelago to cultivate food, the Empire must be doing something similar. However, the Empire has to use manpower to protect its vast territory from monsters. There are forces supporting the existing provinces and forces working to end the Gate crisis. While the Edina Archipelago can use all its resources to support its people, the Empire isn't in such a state. That's why people were dying so meaninglessly in places where the Empire couldn't help. In such a desperate situation, there was no anger or hatred on people's faces. Shadowed by death, they sat down anywhere in the streets without even the energy to resent the world and slowly died. When I was almost at the edge of the refugee area, bang, growl, it's a monster. A monster was rampaging, breaking and tearing down the shacks. A monster from a gate that had flowed in from somewhere. There was no chance of guards being in this uninhabited area. Even if there were, it's uncertain whether they could handle it. A monster with the face of a wild boar, the body of a gorilla, and about 4 meters in height. Although there was only one creature, and it didn't seem that powerful if left alone, hundreds of people in the refugee camp would die. Civilians couldn't do anything about this one monster. In the lawless area, even a single monster could lead to the deaths of hundreds of people. There was no time to waste. I activated the magic throughout my body and started running. It was quite a distance, but covering this ground with my strength was no big deal. Boom, crash, run away. As I ran towards the scene where people were being ruthlessly crushed and shattered, HMPH. Boom, as I swung my fist. I converted the magic within it into pure destructive force. Crash! With just one punch imbued with magic, the monster's head exploded. I still hadn't reached the master class, but I had become incomparably stronger. I may not have reached the master class, but that didn't mean my power was insufficient. Name, Valia age, 20 race, Archdemon current stats, strength 26, 4, A+, agility 23, A, dexterity 20, 9A, magic 41, 9 SS, stamina 25, 8A, talent supernatural powers, self-suggestion, supernatural powers, spirit speech, magic domination, weapon skill, anti-magic, supernatural resistance, poison resistance, traits holy spirit, heroic bloodline, intuition, abilities, demon control A, self-suggestion S, spirit speech B, magical reinforcement A, overall ability evaluation, demon king combat level evaluation, S+, as if gaining experience points. I earned achievement points every time I defeated a monster. Over the past 2 years, as Edina's duties increased, I had fewer opportunities for direct combat, but in the beginning, I had to fight relentlessly without any breaks. Those were the days when I tore through the blood and guts of monsters. I invested the accumulated achievement points into strengthening myself. Personally, I wanted to maximize my magic stat, but it became impossible to invest in it after reaching SS rank. I couldn't afford the overly expensive top-tier talents, but I could awaken a few new ones. However, as I had to focus on my royal duties, I spent more time sitting on the throne after the initial intense battles. That's why I couldn't advance to the next stage. However, my basic physical abilities had developed to an extreme degree, and my magic stat had increased to an abnormal level. As a result, my magic output was on par with any other master. I had achieved a deformed growth, becoming more massive in basic abilities without progressing to the next stage. So, in terms of output alone, I was not only at the same level as other masters, but even beyond. I just lacked precision and versatility. Based on my magic stat, I was now on par with Save Turner. Of course, I had no confidence in winning if I were to fight her. Boom! The headless monster's body collapsed. Although I was covered in the monster's flesh and blood, it slid off the magical barrier covering my body, so it didn't stain my clothes. In just a short moment, the monster had killed about 15 people. It had happened in less than a minute since the monster appeared. Oh, who is that? The fleeing people stared blankly at me, who had neutralized the monster with a single blow. Anyway, it was a form transformed through the ring of Sakuga. No one would recognize me. There was no need to explain anything or say anything in particular. Just as I was about to leave my seat, KRRK, a foam-like substance bubbled up from the dead monster's corpse and something began to emerge. Tentacles, sharp, needle-like tentacles that had been hiding in the corpse targeted me and shot out. K-Kang, I summoned Alspringer and fended off the tentacles. The impact felt far too intense for the sound of flesh and sword colliding. No matter how great my magical defense, monsters were unpredictable. I thought it was dead, but tentacles sprouted from the corpse. Warrock, with the flames of Tuesday, I burned not only the monster's corpse, but also the tentacles that had bounced off and writhed. People looked at me. That black. People's gazes were fixed on my sword. Recognizing a sacred object is basic for the aristocracy. However, the two sacred objects possessed by the Demon King, Alspringer and Tiamata, have become as famous as Ellen's Lament and Rapelt. Therefore, people recognized them. Ma, Demon King. One of the trembling people on the ground pointed at me. The mark of the Demon King. The mark of the Demon King. That was the new nickname given to Alspringer and Tiamata. People gradually began to flee in terror. The Demon King has appeared. It wasn't something I hoped someone would find out. I already knew enough about the royal capital. I took out a scroll book and opened a teleportation scroll. I quietly watched the people fleeing in terror until the light of teleportation swallowed me. What do you mean the Demon King has appeared? Before leaving the royal capital, Ellen heard strange rumors and immediately went to the imperial palace. The Demon King. Upon hearing that, Ellen felt as if her head was completely empty. She couldn't bear it without hearing what happened. That's why even Ellen had no choice but to commit the rudeness of suddenly visiting the emperor. Although it was time to sleep, Bertus was in his office. Bertus, with his right hand on his temple, let out a sigh. It's not the first time nonsense has come out of the refugee area. At those words, Ellen felt a strange sense of relief that quickly turned cold. Rumors, people who see something false in fear and panic were common. Ellen felt as if her already dark heart cracked, thinking she had been swayed by such stories. Strictly speaking, it's not the Demon King, but it seems they saw Alspringer. From the description of the appearance, it's definitely Alspringer. Then it must be Reinhardt. At those words, Ellen's lips trembled. If they saw Alspringer, then its owner must be the Demon King. They're talking nonsense. They said the Demon King brought monsters, killed refugees, and disappeared. In that short time, the story had already become distorted. Ellen shook her head vigorously. There's no way that could be true. Of course not. I don't know why he came here, but a monster appeared in the outskirts, and Reinhardt killed it and disappeared somewhere. But who would believe the story that the Demon King saved people? The Demon King had killed the monster, attacking the refugees, and then vanished. However, those who witnessed the scene saw the Demon King killing the monster. But those who did not only heard the story of the monster attacking the refugees before the Demon King appeared. The truth that the Demon King killed the monster and then suddenly disappeared was buried among the spreading rumors like wildfire. The Demon King saved the people. People did not believe the truth because the Demon King had no reason to do so. Thus, the believable lie took the place of the truth. Damn it. So this is how Reinhardt felt. Ellen and Bertus were experiencing the frustration that Reinhardt must have felt in real time. Reinhardt had no reason to do such a thing. If he really wanted to attack the refugees on the outskirts, he wouldn't have brought just one monster. People chose to believe only what they wanted to believe in their fear. They refused to believe the story that if Reinhardt had properly attacked, an entire refugee area would have turned into a sea of flames. They didn't want to believe it, so they didn't. The truth did not get through to the crowd blinded by fear and hatred. How could they believe in the Demon King? Underneath such thoughts, Ellen and Bertus, who had failed to trust Reinhardt, now had to watch the spread of a lie that was more believable than the truth among the crowd, feeling suffocated. But why on earth did Reinhardt come here in the first place? Ellen also shared Bertus's question. At this time, the Demon King, who had left the royal capital and had been unheard of, appeared in the royal capital. Ellen suddenly recalled the sensation she had felt a while ago, as if someone was watching her. That strange sensation, which she had thought to be a delusion. No way. There's no way. As the thought that it might have been Reinhardt reached her, Ellen felt a sense of self-loathing. She hadn't trusted Reinhardt in the first place. Was she trying to indulge in the fantasy that Reinhardt might still be thinking about her? She thought it was ridiculous to believe that Reinhardt might have been watching her, and Ellen laughed at her own absurd and insignificant imagination. Where was the reason for Reinhardt to do such a thing? Although she didn't know where. Reinhardt had gone somewhere with the people who trusted him. There was no reason for him to look for her again or to watch her. 2 years had passed. In the midst of this miserable scene, Reinhardt must have long forgot his feelings for her. Reinhardt had done nothing wrong to Ellen. The only one who had done wrong was herself. Therefore, Reinhardt could forget her. He had been betrayed. After all, she couldn't forget Reinhardt because she had betrayed him. That's why Ellen thought there was no way that Reinhardt would remember or cherish her. Not even a tiny bit of that feeling would remain. She thought she didn't even deserve to hope for that. Why on earth did he come here? Then why, in the royal capital where he had never been before, why did he appear? Neither Ellen nor Bertus could figure out the reason. Edina Archipelago, main harbor city of Lazark, royal capital. As I returned, Harriet removed the robe I was wearing and carefully folded it in both hands. How was the empire? I can't even say it was good even as a joke. How bad was it? The royal capital had long surpassed the population limit it could support. People keep pouring in, and they have to worry about them all starving to death. There was virtually no public security in the outskirts, and it wasn't even about crime. One wrong encounter with a group of monsters could kill thousands of people within 10 minutes. Hearing my words, Harriet sighed deeply, and a monster appeared in the outskirts, and I used the Alspringer. My appearance in the royal capital will probably spread, and while nothing major will happen, I can roughly guess how the rumor will spread. I just don't know what kind of impact it will have later. Alspringer. Yeah, there was a slightly dangerous situation. Well, I'm glad you're not hurt. Harriet and I walked side by side in the royal palace corridor. The Demon King had appeared in the royal capital. I didn't do anything particularly remarkable, but my appearance alone could have a huge impact on the royal capital. The majority of the crowd now knew that the Demon King could appear in the royal capital at any time. People might become more afraid of me and even panic. Should I have refrained from summoning the Allspringer, despite the danger? But there are plenty of monsters capable of penetrating the aura armor. Swordmasters don't die for no reason. I don't know how the appearance of the Demon King in the royal capital will spread fear in the city. Instead of taking action myself, should I have let things be? Such thoughts made the back of my neck feel cold. It was frightening that I could now have such thoughts without a care. I had heard about the dire situation of the royal capital from Antirianus, but seeing it with my own eyes made it feel even more real. The Edina archipelago was also on the verge of exploding with people's livelihood issues, but compared to the royal capital, it was practically paradise. While there were undoubtedly starving people, there was no one dying from it. Chapter 463, Iris said that the psychological counseling for the refugees who came this time will probably be finished in about 3 days. She'll probably bring the sorted personal information soon. Ah, I see. They didn't know when the next refugee transport ship would arrive, but the succubi's management of the refugees was picking up speed. In the beginning, they had excessively overused their power to control dreams, causing the refugees to become too attached to the succubi. When sadness and despair turned into obsession with the succubi, both the succubi and the refugees would suffer. Psychiatrists are said to not build too deep a relationship with their patients. Succubi were originally inexperienced in such matters. It was something they had to do, even if they weren't good at it, so they couldn't be adept. Still, time had passed, and the succubi were now not encountering such problems as frequently. They periodically cared for those with severe symptoms, even visiting them after they left the temporary shelter to share updates and stories. A place that cared for both ceremonial and psychological issues. Upon reflection, it seemed like a pretty good place. Of course, it only reminded them of the mess they had to clean up because of me, which only soured the mood. As Harriet and I walked down the hallway, Antirianus appeared as if he had been waiting for us. "Eek!" Harriet, walking beside me, suddenly screamed and covered her mouth as Antirianus appeared out of nowhere. This old man had a habit of startling people by showing up in unexpected places. Harriet knew that Antirianus was the second most cooperative figure in the council after Elaris. However, she couldn't trust Antirianus just like I couldn't. Who could trust a servant who tried to cure one's sense of insecurity by kidnapping the king in the middle of the night? Antirianus took off his hat and bowed deeply to me. "Your Excellency, how did you find the royal capital's scenery with your own eyes?" Is that what he wanted to ask? What do you think? It was a horrible sight. He must have wanted to see me despair after witnessing it, seeing my rather bland reaction. Antirianus twisted his lips slightly as if he was a bit disappointed. "What a wicked old man. Have you thought of a way to bring the princess?" "I'm not sure yet. I'll have to think about it." Surprisingly, if you quietly request them to hand over the princess, they might comply easily. That is, if the Empire wants to protect the princess in any way possible. I nodded at Antirianus's words. "Yeah, I haven't ruled out that possibility. Bertus might hand her over if I talk to him, but there's no plausible excuse for the missing princess that the Empire could offer. In the end, the Empire will be in trouble. It's important to bring Charlotte back, but I can't cause more chaos in the Empire because of it. The missing princess would have to be a tightly guarded secret, but the public's attention was focused on her. The crowds would not easily believe an announcement that the princess had suddenly disappeared. There was already a considerable amount of distrust in the royal family. Bringing Charlotte back wasn't just about saving one person. If I chose the wrong approach, I might be able to save Charlotte, but a large-scale riot could occur. Seeing the unsettled public sentiment in the royal capital with my own eyes, I could imagine the scale of the riot. Either a riot would cause the empire to collapse, or the empire would massacre the rioters. The former would be the fall of the empire, and the latter would bring about the long-term decline of the empire due to the massive slaughter. So, I had to be more than careful in dealing with this issue. I didn't necessarily want the empire to remain intact, but I didn't wish for its destruction either. The empire had to exist until the gate incident was completely resolved. and the monsters on the continent were swept away. That's why I didn't make a hasty judgment on this seemingly easy-to-solve problem. At my careful response, Antirianus gave a subtle smile. "What about the issues of Sarkigar and the Lord of Wednesday? What do you plan to do?" Antirianus touched on my Achilles' heel. Those two, not just Charlotte, but I still hadn't been able to reclaim the two who were still detained in the Empire. That night, as usual, I was in the bedroom with Harriet, wrapping up the day. I had visited the Empire and talked with Antirianus, so my mood was somewhat down. I still couldn't think of rescuing the still-alive Lucinil and Sarkigar. There was too much to do. No, it might just be an excuse. I declared that if the Empire killed Lucinil and Sarkigar, we would become enemies. But I didn't know where they were or how they were being treated. I could only somewhat guess that they would be under strict management in the Imperial Palace. Antirianus was conducting espionage activities in the royal capital and the Empire, but he had no information on their whereabouts. The fact that I still didn't know their whereabouts was already a clue in itself. In future negotiations with the Empire, which could happen any time, those two would serve as cards the Empire could play. Could I retrieve the two in exchange for protecting Charlotte? It was a problem that couldn't be approached rashly. They'll both be safe. I silently nodded at Harriet's words, but I had my doubts. As you know, Sarkigar was the mastermind behind the kidnapping of the princess and the empress during the last Demon Realm War. I don't know about Lucinil, but Sarkigar might be dead. The Empire would now know about what Sarkigar had done, so they might have killed him for his actions. And since Sarkigar was under my command, their hatred for me as a wicked demon king might still be present. Sarkigar. He had wanted the reconstruction of the demon realm more than anyone else. I had no intention of granting that wish. Without Sarkigar, I had become the king of a world that included demons, albeit not perfectly. What would Sarkigar say if he saw this sight? He might have exploded in anger, asking how I could live mixed with humans, or he might have been moved by the somehow reconstructed world. Sarkigar had always been a loyal retainer, and I wanted to show him this world. The fate of the world always hung in the balance, but still, I wanted to show him the world we had somehow created. It was fine if he criticized me, and fine if he rejoiced. I wanted to show Sarkigar this sight, but the thought that Sarkigar might already be dead made it hard to breathe. I could put off thinking about the people whose deaths were confirmed. But when I thought about the people whose fate was uncertain, I felt like I would go crazy with anxiety. I had to save them. Was it okay to be doing this? Was it okay to keep putting it off because I had so much to do? Sensing my anxiety, Harriet came to my side and wrapped her arms around my shoulders. "We're always doing our best. ... It might not be enough. Even so, we have to believe that." At Harriet's words, I clenched my teeth. The problems I had to solve but still hadn't, Lucinil and Sarkigar. The new problem, Charlotte. Could I solve these? Would I save the world only for it to be destroyed, like what happened before? Could I be certain that I wouldn't fail this time? I had to do something, so I did, and I had to move forward. So I moved forward. But the fear brought by the terrible failure still lay dormant within me. I was only trying not to consciously face that fear. Once again, the fear that my very existence might ruin everything was clearly inside me. I didn't know what to do or how to proceed. But I had seen the reality of the Empire with my own eyes, and now it was time to decide carefully which approach to take. Harriet always sat in bed and read a book at this time, eventually falling asleep. So when I woke up in the morning, I often saw her asleep, still curled up with the book open in her lap, as if she had fallen asleep without realizing it. But today, Harriet was sitting curled up in bed, not doing anything. It seemed like she was thinking quietly. She didn't seem to be showing it, but there was sadness in her eyes. I had a rough idea of what she was thinking. I had been to the Empire, the land of humans. In the end, my identity as the Demon King was exposed, but I managed to return safely. So naturally, Harriet must have thought the same. Since I had been there, maybe she could go as well. Just like I had mountains of tasks to do, Harriet was no different. If anything, Harriet had even more to do than me. So naturally, Harriet would think about the things she had left behind. The three traitors, three names of those who betrayed humanity. Olivia Lands, Liana de Grants, Harriet de Saint-Ouen. Harriet's situation was different from the other two. Olivia had no family, and the only family of Liana, the Duchess, was living quietly at Edina's villa. Harriet couldn't help but think about what she had left behind in the land of humans, and she couldn't help but feel guilt. So, she would think about the Saintoin Duchy, and about her family, including her father, the daughter who betrayed mankind. There was no doubt that the Saintoin Duchy, facing practical problems due to that daughter, would feel guilt. So, Harriet pretended to be fine on the outside and even worried about me, but in reality, she might have been in the most pain. It was clear that her family, not herself, was paying the price for choosing the Demon King. The Saintoin Duchy had also suffered immense damage, but as Harriet had said, the duchy's capital, Arnaca, was safe under the protection of the Duke. And now, the Duke was devoted to the Empire in place of his daughter who had forsaken mankind. The Duke had to prove that it wasn't him or his duchy that chose the Demon King, but his daughter. So, the Duke who was fighting in this war for the fate of mankind was being punished to atone for his daughter's sins. However, even that might not have much significance for the survival of the ducal family. The masses needed a scapegoat. The ducal family was buying an indulgence by being deployed in the Gate incident according to the needs of the Empire and humanity. But once the Gate incident was over, the Saintoin Duchy might be the first to be sacrificed due to the angry public opinion of the Empire. One of the three betrayers of humanity, the Saintoin ducal family. It was not because they deserved to be sacrificed, but because they were chosen as the scapegoat. No matter how much the Saintoin Duchy contributed to the end of the Gate incident, the masses wouldn't know that. That's why Harriet must have been thinking every day that her family and her people, not herself, had to bear the responsibility for her actions, perhaps even more than me. Harriet might have been in even more pain, but Harriet had never said a word to me about such issues. She must have thought I was more troubled than she was. I had been to the Empire, so Harriet must have wanted to see the situation in the Saintoin Duchy firsthand. She knew it was safe, but she wanted to know what the actual situation in Arnaca, the capital of the Saintoin Duchy, was like, how the Duke and her family were doing. She must have wanted to see it with her own eyes. Harriet. Ha! Harriet looked at me. Do you want to go to Arnaca? Ha! At my words. Harriet's body flinched and she asked back. She must not have expected me to say such a thing suddenly. I had a lot to do. But like when I went to the imperial capital, Gradium, for just one day with Harriet, there was no reason we couldn't go to Arnaca. I saw the imperial capital and felt only terrible emotions, but in the end, I went there. Even if Harriet's return journey leaves her with only regrets, there is no reason she can't stand on that path. My words seemed quite shocking as Harriet's eyes were shaking. Lazark is now on track to some extent. There's no reason we can't spare a day. So, if you want to go, we can spare a day or so. No, what's a day? We can spare a few days. Harriet's family, especially the Duke, might try to imprison her and not let her go when they meet her. But Harriet has been working for me for a long time. She had kept her feelings hidden and never let them show. Shouldn't she have at least that much choice? Would she meet her family or not? At my words, Harriet bit her lip and fell into silent thought. Whether to meet her family or not was Harriet's choice. However, there was no danger in simply keeping an eye on Arnaca. The present state of her hometown, wasn't it possible just to confirm it with her own eyes? Will you come with me? Harriet looked at me with trembling eyes, just as Harriet has protected me so far, anticipating any possible situations. Naturally, I would follow to protect Harriet in case of any contingencies. Of course I will. At my words, Harriet eventually burst into tears, covering her face with both hands. Thank you, Reinhardt. Why was she so grateful to me? The one who should always be grateful was me. Chapter 464. The Empire had managed to defend the royal capital and was able to somewhat directly control territories, just as some powerful successor states had managed to defend their capitals and major cities. While many successor states had been destroyed, there were still some that existed and had managed to protect their capitals. The Saintoin Duchy was also one of the few countries that had successfully defended its capital. This also meant that, except for the capital, the Saintoin Duchy had failed to defend all other areas. The land of magic. Excluding the Empire, it was the country most proficient in magic, and the Saintoin Duchy, which had produced many excellent magicians, was still in good shape in the capital despite the Gate incident. The capital of the Saintoin Duchy, Arnaca. Unlike the imperial capital Gradium, Arnaca was not a city that had expanded grotesquely due to the influx of refugees. Harriet and I teleported to an alley in Arnaka and proceeded to the streets. We could see that the once brilliant city of magic had been transformed into a fortress. Thick walls surrounded the city, which had previously been without walls, and at regular intervals, tall towers were erected along the walls. However, there were no watchtowers installed on top of these towers for reconnaissance. Instead, a huge blue crystal floated in midair at the top. Towers, they seemed similar. Yeah, they probably are. We could only assume that they were similar to towers used to intercept monsters when they approached the city. Harriet and I had disguised ourselves using Sakigar's ring, and Harriet had changed her appearance with a disguise spell and wore a robe, so people on the streets did not recognize us. Countries that had succeeded in defending only their capitals had mostly become city-states. Arnaka was no exception. Refugees had not flocked here because most of the refugees had gathered in the imperial capital, a city that had only managed to maintain its capital. It was impossible to know the state of their food self-sufficiency, but we could not see starvation on the faces of the people. That did not mean, however, that happiness and hope abounded. Just as Arnaka defended itself with towers, it would be nice if the Empire could adopt such a system. The range that the Empire had to defend exceeded hundreds of times that of Arnaka. Building the defense system using those huge towers must have consumed most of the remaining national power of Arnaka. There must have been a reason why the Empire could not use such a defense system. Harriet silently looked at the streets and people of Arnaka. Her expression was filled with an inescapable sense of guilt and sadness. She couldn't help but think of the countless cities and people who could not be safe, even though the capital was safe. The white palace Arneria, seemingly carved out of a mountain, was also intact. The landscape of Arnaka had not changed much, except for the walls and towers surrounding the city's outskirts. The only difference was the depression and despair visible on the faces of the people in the streets. There was no one to talk to. Arnaka had become a city shrouded in eerie silence. Occasionally, Harriet had said she watched children playing on the tall towers of Arneria. But now, there were no children to be found, even if we looked for them with our eyes wide open. Harriet was a completely innocent person regarding the cause of the gate incident. Yet, she walked with me with a guilty expression, as if everything was her responsibility. The hometown Harriet had longed for had become a city filled with desolation and silence. Flash! We saw a light flashing in the middle of the city from afar. It was the place where a warp gate was presumed to have existed once. Now, a group of people appeared with a flash of light in a place that seemed to be used as a warp spot. Harriet's eyes widened. Ah, father! Saint Toin's Duke and his group of magicians appeared through the warp spot. As the Duke and his group of magicians arrived at the warp spot, the people around them didn't bow their heads but hurriedly left the place, as if they had seen an unclean existence, as if accustomed to such situations. The Duke just led the group of magicians towards the direction of the White Palace. We saw the citizens who saw the Duke and his group of magicians avoid their presence, and people closed their windows. No one was openly cursing them. However, the atmosphere made it clear that everyone recognized the Duke as someone to avoid. The silence and stillness of Arnaka. There was no choice but to know the reason. The princess who sided with the Demon King. Arnaka was safe for now, but once this situation was resolved, the Empire's retaliation would begin against the Saintoin Duchy. The future of Duke Saintoin, the Saintoin Duchy, and Arnaka was known. Still, they could not leave Arnaka because it was not safe outside. That's why they turned their faces away from the Duke, as if they were facing the image of death itself. Even though they knew that turning away from the Duke would not avoid the dark fate that would befall the Saintoin Duchy, they did so as if it would become an exoneration later on. Father! Harriet, seeing her father, the king, who was being shunned, tightly closed her eyes. Quiet tears flowed from her closed eyes. I didn't expect splendor from Arnaka. Strictly speaking, Arnaka was in a much better situation than other cities. The towers protected the city, and the city's support capacity had not yet exceeded its limit due to the excessive influx of people. However, everyone knew that the price of the sin committed by the princess would come. That's why the city was filled with depression. Harriet and I were at a place where the white palace of Arneria was visible in the distance. The people were not mad with hatred and anger, but the city was filled with despair and depression. That was the current state of Arnaka. If you want to see him, do so. The guards guarding Arneria were not human, they were all magically created golems. So, if Harriet wanted to see the Duke, she could. Harriet knew all the circumstances. It was not my will that caused the gate incident. However, it is a reality that everyone in Arnaka may be sacrificed because of her choice. Do I deserve to do that? That's why Harriet couldn't help but feel guilty. Even if the gate incident wasn't caused by my will, people wouldn't believe that. So if humanity's retribution falls upon Arnaka, Harriet can't help but take responsibility for it. The responsibility for the princess who betrayed humanity should not be borne by the nation and its citizens, but by the princess herself. From that perspective, Harriet can't help but think she has no face to see her father. She might end up hearing rebukes from her father's mouth about the foolish choices she made. She might think her father would hold her back and not let her go. She might think she'll hear all kinds of hateful and angry words from her family members. Just because I called you an idiot doesn't mean I think you're stupid. You know that. The sane-toed Duke I've seen was someone who should be called a doting father. In fact, my first impression of the Duke of Sane-Towen was that he was a doting father. Just like you're not really a fool. Your father isn't really a fool either. I reached out my hand to Harriet's face hidden in her robe. Like you're wise, your father, the Duke of Sane-Towen, must be a wise man too. He must have tried to understand why you had to do that, and he must have found some answers. Like Harriet is wise. I think the Duke of Sane-Towen must be a wise man too. It's not for nothing that Harriet de Sane-Towen was born. Ultimately, parents can't help but trust their children as much as they can't trust them. Just as it is universal for parents to not be able to trust their children at some decisive moments in life, parents have no choice but to trust their children. They will think that there must have been some inevitability behind their child's crucial choice. The Duke of Sane-Towen wouldn't be a fool. So, go and see. That's why I don't think the Duke of Sane-Towen will hold Harriet back and not let her go. Harriet quietly held my hand, which I reached out to her face. Yeah, I'll go and see. Did my words give her some courage? And I'll definitely come back. Having come all this way, she can't just see the despair of the city and leave. She has faced the heavy responsibility she must bear. Isn't she allowed to take at least the joy and sorrow of reunion? The Duke's daughter, who disappeared following the Demon King, had returned, but there was no commotion. The security system of Arneria was under the control of the Duke's family, and there were very few servants in Arneria. The report made through the golem did not reach the ears of the public, and only the members of the Duke's family knew that the disappeared daughter had visited. The quietly returned daughter was finally able to face her family after a very long time. The returned daughter had no choice but to be a sinner. Contrary to Harriet's fear, the three older brothers, including the Duchess of Sane-Towen, did not scold the youngest who had caused a great burden to the family. It was just a tearful reunion. Although there was a long conversation, Harriet, as well as the members of the Duke's family, did not say a word about the Demon King. They didn't even ask where she had been or how she had been doing. It was as if just being safe was already enough. Her mother and three older brothers. It was not enough. But after finishing the story, Harriet finally entered the Grand Duke's library for the last time. There, the Grand Duke of Sane-Towen, with an indelible fatigue on his face, was present. Always stern but always kind, the Grand Duke, who sometimes tried to control his daughter through force, had a very different look in his eyes than before. Sit down. At the overly simple words for a long-awaited reunion, Harriet sat down on a chair with a stiff expression. Important conversations always came from her father's mouth. So did scolding for doing something wrong, the words to go to temple, and the words to quit temple. All of them came from the Grand Duke's mouth. There was not a single word of blame or rebuke from the family members, because everyone knew that it was the role of the Grand Duke of Sane-Towen. Because everyone knew that such words were the role of the head of the family. Neither her mother nor her brothers ever spoke about it to Harriet. To Harriet, her father was an annoying person, annoyingly doting on her, annoyingly worrying about her, annoyingly disliking her failures. But now, Harriet had come face to face with her father, the head of the family, as a criminal who had made a choice that could lead to the destruction of the family. The unlikable daughter had made a decision that could shatter the long-standing Sane-Towen family. She gained courage from Reinhardt's words and returned to Arneria. Her family, who she saw after a long time, was happy for her safety. But now, Harriet felt like she was standing on a judgment seat. She felt as if she had to explain her crime in detail and pay for it. So now, for the first time in her life, her father's stern expression scared her. "It's a relief that you're alive. You're back safely." He didn't say anything like that, but instead, with a plain voice, told her to sit down on a chair as if she were in a courtroom. He was frightening. Harriet sat across from the Grand Duke, staring desperately at his eyes with a stiff expression. Tears seemed to spill out. He was always the father who held her and acted annoying. But why isn't he holding her in a situation like this? It's unfair. I know I did wrong, and I know I made a big mistake. Now that he won't be annoying anymore, can't he just hold her? She wanted to say that, but her mouth just wouldn't open. "Have you really come back?" At the Grand Duke's question, Harriet quietly lowered her head. She had to leave soon, and even if she wanted to come back, she couldn't in this situation. The Grand Duke seemed to understand, nodding his head. "Do you know what choice you made?" The Grand Duke stared silently at Harriet. "If this situation does not end, humanity will be destroyed, and the Saint-Ouen family and the duchy will be over. If this situation is resolved, the Empire's wrath will be directed at our family, and the Saint-Ouen family and the duchy will be over. My daughter, I will ask you just one thing. Was it a choice you wouldn't regret, even if such a thing happened? Countless deaths, the destruction of the family. Was it a choice you would not regret even if such things happened?" The youngest daughter stared silently into her father's eyes in response to the head of the family's question. It was not blame or rebuke. What had she been doing and where had she been until now? Why did she make such a choice? It wasn't that kind of question. As a member of the family, as an individual, it was a question of whether she would regret the decisions she made. Harriet thought back to 2 years ago. She trusted Reinhardt. That was why she made those decisions and choices. At the time of the gate incident, she had no idea what was happening. But now Harriet knew the whole truth. Why the gate incident happened, what the Akasha was, what people misunderstood, who the Demon King truly was. Now she knew everything. But regret. Her father asked her about regret. If her hometown was destroyed and all her family members died because of her decision. Harriet clenched her teeth, tightly closing her eyes. "I think I would regret it." She couldn't help but regret it. Tears streamed down Harriet's closed eyes. "But even so, Dad, I mean, if I could go back to that day 2 years ago, even if I knew that everything would turn out like this, even if I knew, I think I would do the same thing again." She would regret it, even if the Saint-Ouen duchy was destroyed and all the family members died. She still thought she had to help Reinhardt. Although she would regret it, she would repeat this choice, which she had no choice but to regret. Certainly, it wasn't that she hadn't achieved anything, not just to help Reinhardt, but because she could save many people. She now knew that this choice did not only bring about wrong consequences. It's not that she didn't regret it, but knowing that she had no choice but to regret it, she would still make the same choice. Upon hearing her youngest daughter's words, the Archduke nodded silently, looking at his crying daughter. "My daughter, you have the greatest talent in the long history of the Saint-Ouen family. That's why you will be the wisest descendant in our family's history." The Archduke rose from his seat, approached his crying daughter, and gently placed his hand on her head. "So I believe your decision is right." "Ah," sob, "let's hug now, my daughter." It was then that Harriet could finally allow herself to cry, embracing her father, whom she had despised so much. Chapter 465, Harriet returned with a much brighter expression on her face. Just by looking at her face, it was clear that her conversation had gone well. "We can stay for a few days." "No, it's okay. It might cause trouble if word gets out that I'm back. It's better if we leave quickly." Although the details of their conversation were unknown, it was clear that the Duke and his family had understood Harriet. The fate of the Saint-Ouen duchy was uncertain. Moreover, they had failed to defend all cities except for the capital. Would it be all right if only the people of this city moved? Arnaka was already a completed city, and it was uncertain whether they could fully take responsibility for these people's lives in Edina. However, if they could migrate to Edina, they might be able to avoid the eventual wrath of humanity. One possible solution might be to move all of Arnaka's people to Edina. At my words, Harriet's eyes widened. "Is that possible?" "The problem is that there's no way at the moment, but as long as we find a way, it can be done. If there was a warp gate, it would be possible to move on a large scale, but currently, using the warp gate was impossible. Physical movement was also impossible. No matter how skilled a magician the Duke was, He couldn't lead the entire population of the Saint-Ouen Duchy, located in the northwest of the continent, to the southernmost Port Markna. Teleporting the entire population was obviously impossible, so it was out of the question. Nothing is likely to happen to Arnaka immediately. Let's think about a solution over time. All right. Dealing with the gate crisis was already an urgent matter. Therefore, it was unlikely that anything would happen to the Saint-Ouen Duchy or the Duke in the meantime. After resolving the gate crisis, moving the people of the Saint-Ouen Duchy to Edina, I could somewhat feel the last shadow on Harriet's face disappearing at my words. Having been reunited with her family after a long time and having had good conversations, as well as the thought that she might be able to save the people of Arnaka, Harriet seemed more energetic than before. After returning to Edina, Harriet's expression was much brighter. After the gate crisis is over, can't we create a gate that connects Arnaka and the Edina archipelago directly by improving the warp gates even more than before? It would be great if we could. No, you can do it. Yes, I'll make it happen if it's not possible. Naturally, her energetic appearance was delightful. She hadn't shown any signs of depression or struggle, but it was just that she hadn't shown it like everyone else. Harriet's newfound energy and liveliness couldn't help but improve my mood as well. I hadn't expected Harriet's research on warp gates, done at my request, to be helpful in this way, but it could potentially become a way to save her hometown. Although all the warp gates on the continent had been destroyed after the incident, Harriet began preparing blueprints for a contingency plan. Of course, the tasks to be done had increased, so it was only natural for Harriet, who was already busy, to become even busier. However, this too was ultimately a matter of saving people, and even her family, so there was no reason to refuse. For Harriet, it was only natural to seriously consider this matter, as it could alleviate the guilt and self-blame she had been hiding for 2 years. Harriet had her own tasks to do, and it was only natural for me to continue mine. About a month had passed since my visit to Arnaka. The complete resolution of the gate incident was bound to be delayed. Warp gates were not only spewing out stronger monsters individually, but their defenses were also getting stronger, making it necessary to approach the destruction of each gate with increasing caution. Elaris said it was now impossible for her to destroy a warp gate alone, and it was only natural for the Imperial army led by Sava Linterna to have increasing difficulty in destroying the warp gates. As the number of warp gates decreased, the speed of destruction for the remaining ones slowed down, and countless casualties occurred. Although the end seemed near, in reality, it was getting farther away. Apart from the gate incident, one by one, other incidents began to occur. Great one. I heard that the princess is about to be executed, and I had no choice but to face the inevitable event that was bound to come someday. Why? Bertus had not responded to the crowd's demands so far. That's why I thought he had enough will to protect Charlotte. Could it be because of the time I revealed myself in the royal capital? If the explosion of the crowd's anxiety made it impossible to ignore their demands any longer, then I would be responsible for this incident. At my words, Antirianus smiled wryly. Though I can't say it wasn't the cause. The important thing is that they can't refuse the demands of the successor nations and the 5 great divine faiths. They want to stabilize the political situation by using the princess as a scapegoat. The demands of the successor nations and the pressure of the 5 great divine faiths came in addition to the already unstable empire. The successor nations were the most important constituents of the empire, and the 5 great divine faiths were powerful armed groups, even if their support from the masses had weakened. The empire could not ignore them. The gate incident had not yet ended, but they were already acting as if it had. The 5 great divine faiths wanted to divert the arrows of blame to the princess and dilute the hatred towards themselves, while the successor nations wanted to remove the unstable element of the princess and reaffirm their loyalty to the crumbling empire. So they had no choice but to agree. Thus, Emperor Bertus has decided to execute the princess at noon on Sunday, 3 weeks from now, at the royal capital's Grand Plaza. Did Bertus ultimately have to choose between the Empire and Charlotte, but Antirianus was still smiling. And in addition to that, it has been decided that the Vampire Lord and Sakigar will also be executed together. What? That's what I said. No, if Charlotte's execution made sense, why were those two also being executed? Had Bertus forgotten my warning over the past 2 years? Didn't Lucinil and Sarkigar know that if they messed with me, I'd become their enemy? Antirianus was still chuckling, as if he found the situation quite amusing. Because of that irritatingly cheerful expression, I realized the meaning of this embarrassing and uncomfortable situation. 3 weeks. That's quite a long time, perhaps even too lax and leisurely. Bertus would know that I appeared in the royal capital not too long ago. As such, he would sense that I was watching the royal capital from somewhere. Not only was he going to kill Charlotte, he's going after Lucinil and Sarkigar as well. That fact said a lot. He proceeds with the execution with a generous delay, not in a hurry at all, allowing enough time for the news to spread. I'll give you both of them, just take Charlotte away. It meant that I should appear there and take the three of them away somehow. The crowd wants Charlotte to be judged somehow, so they can't secretly give her to me, and even if they try, the Empire doesn't know where I am. So, at the moment when they try to judge Charlotte publicly, the Demon King will snatch her away. That would be a good excuse for the Empire. They tried to fulfill the demands, but what could they do about the appearance of the Demon King? In the end, Bertus can no longer protect Charlotte. So, giving back his two subordinates, he orchestrated this situation to ask me to take Charlotte away as well. Really? What an ingenious and breathtaking method. He conveys his reliance on me in such a way without knowing where I am. It was quite impressive. Did my unintentional reveal in the royal capital eventually lead me to recover not only Charlotte, but also Sarkigar and Lucinil? 3 weeks later, on Sunday at noon. Although there was no agreement, a staged kidnapping must take place. At this point, there's one thing Reinhardt doesn't know. 3 weeks later on Sunday, sister. Charlotte nodded with a dark expression, sitting listlessly on the bed. It wasn't that Bertus failed to endure. Charlotte herself wanted it. Her existence was a burden to humanity and the Empire, so if her worthless life could bring even the slightest relief to others, she wanted to do it. If they forcibly keep her alive, the Empire will collapse. Not only did the post-war countries and 5 great divine faiths demand it, but Charlotte herself also asked for her execution, which led to this situation. Bertus, of course, refused. He said it was impossible, that such a thing would never happen. For the first time in a long while, Charlotte asked her brother to kill her and extend the life of the Empire even a little bit. As her existence itself is a catalyst for division, she thought she should do something, even if it meant dying. And since she was the cause of all this, like Ellen, she couldn't fight directly, so she had to do something like this. Since her very existence was already causing the Empire to split, wouldn't it be better to die instead, to give up, to resign, to regret? Having reached a point of hating herself beyond all else, Charlotte had no attachment left to her life. Bertus didn't make this decision out of exhaustion from the demands of the crowd, the Empire, and the 5 great divine faiths. He thought that if she wasn't executed, she might commit suicide in the Spring Palace. So, this was the only way he could come up with somehow. Bertus didn't say anything to Charlotte about Reinhardt appearing in the royal capital, about Reinhardt watching from somewhere in the royal capital, about him still trying to protect people. He didn't tell her about such things. He didn't say it because he knew that such words would only add to Charlotte's self-loathing. That's why this was Bertus's unilateral decision. Charlotte only knew that she would be burned at the stake in the central square alone in 3 weeks. That's why he didn't say that someone might come. Charlotte didn't know who would be hung with her. He didn't say anything about that, because Charlotte would never allow such a thing to happen to herself. She would think it was unforgivable and would strangle herself if he said Reinhardt would come to save her. It's okay if Reinhardt doesn't show up at the appointed time 3 weeks later. Bertus would save Charlotte, even if it meant staging a one-man play. She could no longer return to the royal capital, but he would make it possible for her to live quietly somewhere. He didn't know how to make a sister who had given up on life live in any way. All he could do was not to make Charlotte a firm life and live, but to prevent her from dying, that was all. Only Reinhardt could make Charlotte live. So Bertus spoke to the unseen Reinhardt, please, begging him to let Charlotte live more. He knew it was shameless to ask, but he begged him to forgive Charlotte. He might not be able to forgive him, but at least forgive Charlotte. In fact, it was no different from the Emperor begging the Demon King. Since the Empire couldn't protect Charlotte, the Demon King would protect her. Sister. Charlotte thought she was not worthy of forgiveness, so if she knew his plan, she would likely reject it. So, he had no intention of telling Charlotte this story. Bertus approached the silent Charlotte and pulled up a chair to sit down. Charlotte, who had lost faith in the Demon King and was in self-mockery because of the many tragedies that had occurred, was unable to get out of it, because she couldn't accept herself receiving Reinhardt's forgiveness and protection in a safe place. Bertus stared silently at his sibling, who had become a demonic figure. Charlotte's red eyes stared back at him. If Reinhardt took Charlotte away, if Reinhardt really appeared, then Charlotte would be under the protection of the Demon King afterward, because Bertus couldn't protect Charlotte. The Demon King wouldn't tell him where he was, nor would he be able to find out. So, the last time Bertus would see Charlotte would be during these 3 weeks. They hated each other so much that they wanted to kill each other. And how many times had they actually tried to kill each other? He didn't know when it had become like this. But at some point, as Bertus looked at Charlotte, who had become too frail to be considered a competitor, his thoughts began to change. A competitor not worth facing, from a defeated competitor. When the misunderstanding about the Demon King was not resolved, they were regarded as pitiful siblings who had been exploited by Reinhardt from the beginning to the end. And now, even controlling themselves had become impossible. Their world had become like this because of them, and they were buried in the words of the curse they had cast upon the Demon King themselves, leaving them with nothing but guilt, self-blame, and self-loathing. The previous emperor had died, and Bertus had succeeded him. Since then, Bertus had wanted to protect Charlotte at all costs. From the moment, everyone in the world hated Charlotte. Bertus had tried his best to protect her. Despite the crowd and many ministers pouring out suspicions that Charlotte was related to the Demon King, Bertus ignored all of their words. Somehow, he wanted his miserable sister to survive. And now, Bertus entrusted the task he cannot do to the Demon King. Bertus looked at Charlotte's red eyes as she gazed at him sadly. This is the end, because it's the end. Sister, may I hug you? At Bertus's words, Charlotte's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing the traces of emotion returning to her lifeless eyes after a long time, Bertus gave a bitter smile, just like Reinhardt. During this horrible time, Charlotte saw her brother trying to protect her, despite hating her so much. Only after everything had been destroyed. Only after everything had been ruined by their own hands. It was only natural that sibling love, which did not exist and could not exist, was born between the two. Charlotte didn't know what's about to happen now. That's why, even if Bertus says it's his wish, she thought he's doing this because he feels sorry for deciding to kill her. Charlotte chose death for herself, feeling sorry. Looking at Bertus saying such words in his guilt, Charlotte hesitated and moved slowly. She's going to die. Charlotte hesitated for a while and then leaned her body towards Bertus slowly. Bertus pulled Charlotte's small, frail head to his chest and hugged her. This was the first time they had ever done this. Was she always this small? As Bertus hugged his sister for the first time, he thought so. You must go to a good place. If he said something specific, his intelligent sister, even though weakened, might realize what he's talking about. So Bertus could only say that much. That's why Charlotte began to cry little by little, held in Bertus's arms. A good place. Is such a place allowed for her, even if she dies? She will have to fall into the fiery pit of hell for causing such an incident in the world. Even in death, can she go to a good place? Thinking she wouldn't be able to go, Charlotte cried softly in her brother's embrace. When Reinhardt comes, and if he takes Charlotte away, living with the Demon King would be, at least, better than living in the palace of this spring. Receiving Reinhardt's forgiveness, guilt and agony would remain, but there would have been a better life than being confined in a dark bedroom, doing nothing like now. The dwindling words would gradually increase, and she would find something to do. In this way, Charlotte would have lived a better life than now, out of sight. Reinhardt could do what he couldn't. Since he became the emperor, Bertus had to take responsibility for what he had done. As Charlotte failed to become the empress, she would live under the protection of the Demon King without any responsibility. Therefore, Reinhardt had to come. Bertus believed he would come, without fail. After numerous incidents caused by not trusting him when he needed it the most, Bertus now believed in Reinhardt. He knew it was a terrible thing. He knew he was putting Reinhardt under a horrible pressure. But there was no other way. Bertus couldn't think of anything else but this choice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sister, in Bertus's apology, within that first embrace, Charlotte, who believed death, not survival, awaited her, lowered her head. No, Charlotte struggled to speak with her cracked voice. I'm the one who's sorry. She could say that much. Thank you, really, really, for everything until now. And Not only leaning into the embrace, but also moving her frail arm, she held her brother tightly. She could do that. Chapter 466, with the execution of the princess, the Empire could resolve quite a few problems. First and foremost, it could temporarily quell the anger of the masses who were seeking a scapegoat. Additionally, by diverting the negative attention focused on the 5 great divine faiths to the princess's execution, they could redirect the negative attention elsewhere. The successor states, who were unaware of the truth, were also suspicious of the empire for protecting the princess cursed by the demon king, so that mistrust could be alleviated as well. Ultimately, it could resolve the suspicion that the imperial family was involved with the demon king due to their protection of the princess thus far. The execution of Charlotte de Gardiers would not solve any physical problems, but it could resolve political issues. Of course, that too was a temporary solution. As long as the embodiment of hatred, the Demon King, did not disappear, only a temporary band-aid was possible, and these problems were bound to fester and explode again. In the end, even if the Empire actually executed the princess, it would only be buying time. The downfall and destruction of the Empire might be endlessly postponed, but the fragmentation and collapse of the Empire might still be inevitable. The only one in the Empire who knew the true intent behind this event was the Emperor. People were excited about the joint execution of the Demon King's 2 subordinates, but they had no idea about the true intent behind this event. However, there were a few who could guess the true intent behind this event without the Emperor saying anything. Do you think Reinhardt will come? Yes. Ellen could find no words to answer Bertus's question. Would Reinhardt come or not? He had to come. He had no other choice. That's what Ellen thought. But knowing that such an event would unfold, was it right to use Reinhardt like this? Was it right for those who had not trusted Reinhardt before to now trust him and use him so shamelessly? Despite it not being her own business, Ellen couldn't shake off these doubts. Reinhardt would come, as he always had. He would try to save Charlotte this time as well. Was it jealousy? She knew it was cheeky to hope for that, but Ellen could not get rid of that thought. The opportunity to bring Charlotte back was created by Bertus, not me. On top of that, unexpectedly, was also an opportunity to get back Lucinil and Sarkigar. Taking Charlotte would ultimately mean revealing myself directly in this situation. That would be a risk for me, and could also cause problems with the Empire's trust due to the executed person being snatched away by the Demon King. Bertus was willing to take that risk in his own way, and I had to take the risk of saving the princess, Lucinil, and Sarkigar from the heart of the Empire myself. 3 weeks later, on Sunday. Naturally, the Empire's elite forces were now scrambling to resolve the gate situation. Thus, the troops guarding the overflowing crowd at the execution site and the massive scaffold did not seem to be of particularly high caliber. Of course, a deliberately weak security system had been set up. It was a ridiculous farce. The Emperor staged this event to make the princess flee the Empire, and the Demon King agreed to such a plan. It was amusing that Bertus and I had reached this agreement without exchanging a single word. But the crowd, excited by the news that the Empire was finally going to execute the princess, was shouting loudly. The scenery of the Empire I had seen not long ago had changed so much. The people's faces were the same, but they were all in a frenzy, as if something would change once the princess died. I wondered what they would think if the princess was kidnapped by me. Would they remember Charlotte as an innocent and ignorant girl who was kidnapped twice by the Demon King? Or would they remember her as the Demon King's collaborator, who was so important that the Demon King himself had to come to save her? What would Charlotte think of me now? I didn't know. All I know is that I will do what I must, as I always have. Bertus wouldn't have much security in place for me to take Charlotte, Lucinil, and Sarkigar. If the best of the best were leading this fake kidnapping, it would be a ridiculous comedy if some actually died fighting. I planned to break through the executioners and guards, knock them down, and disappear using mass teleportation. There's no need to see bloodshed. I could kill a few people to declare myself the Demon King and unite humanity in fear, but I still don't want to kill people for no reason. It's not like I need a large force for this anyway. I brought Antarianus and Harriet with me. Liana, who hates the Empire, is not suitable for this kind of task, and neither is Olivia. Kill her, kill the princess. The three of us watched from a distance as the crowd shouted. An enormous crowd was engulfed in madness, shouting for the death of the princess. I could see them. Three figures bound to the stake, hanging above a pile of firewood. To the left was the silver-haired girl, Lucinil. On the right, the demon with black, wing-like membranes, Sarkigar, was tied up. And in the middle, Charlotte, her hair dyed pitch black, hung her head weakly, bound to the stake. Not only Sarkigar, but the thick black mist emanating from the princess's body made everyone realize that she had become a very ominous being. Look at that. They said the princess was cursed, that the one who returned from the demon castle wasn't the princess, but a demon disguised as her, and now she's showing her true form. Such cries were heard from the people. I don't know whether Sarkigar and Lucinil are aware of the situation, but Charlotte, at least, seemed resigned. Her head bowed. It wasn't that she was afraid of the people's hatred towards her. She seemed afraid to meet the eyes of the people. I will save the three of them. It's an easy task. All I have to do is break through the crowd, shatter the stake, and use mass teleportation to escape. Such a simple task, as I watched the crowd from a distance, thinking it was time to enter soon. We have a problem. Harriet grabbed the hem of my robe. A problem. Her face, visible inside the robe, was pale, suggesting that it was a serious issue. The spatial coordinates of this entire plaza are distorted. What? What does that mean? Similarly, Antirianus, who was wearing his robe backwards, gave me a faint smile. Your Highness, it means that a barrier blocking spatial movement has been formed throughout this entire plaza. What? What the hell? What kind of nonsense is this? If a spatial movement barrier is laid out in this entire area, I cannot choose the option to break through, rescue those three, and escape immediately with a mass teleport scroll. I have to break through this crowd somehow. Why on earth did Bertus prepare such a defense? Could it be that Bertus really wanted to kill Charlotte? There's no way that could happen. Antirianus began to giggle. Hee. It seems that we were not the only ones who had various thoughts within the time given to us. Another force. Isn't it possible that there were others who had a premonition that the Demon King would appear here? Completely unrelated people have interfered with this situation. Your Highness, what will you do? Antirianus laughed. When he talked to me about this, had Antirianus already sensed that something like this would happen? He deliberately didn't tell me. You, crazy old man. As if he had received a compliment, Antirianus only laughed more deeply. The Emperor did not go to the execution ground. He simply watched the scene from the high tower of the Imperial Palace, zooming in on the view. There was no need for him to personally carry out the execution, and he had no confidence to face Reinhardt there. From a distance, watching Reinhardt rescue Charlotte was the only thing Bertus could do. The anger and hatred-filled cheers of the boiling crowd in the plaza reached Bertus's ears. Do they hate her this much? Why do they hate her so much? Why? Bertus clenched his teeth as he watched the scene, waiting for Reinhardt to appear. And if he doesn't, waiting to execute the next plan. Your Majesty, there seems to be a problem. A problem. I don't know who set it up, but a spatial movement barrier has been formed throughout the entire plaza. What? At the words of the royal magician guarding Bertus's side, Bertus's face turned ashen. Reinhardt's thoughts and Bertus's thoughts were not much different. Bertus knew that Reinhardt had many highly skilled magicians, so he thought it was a very simple matter to just break into the scene and escape with teleportation. It was such a situation where everything would be resolved if only Reinhardt would appear. There was no need for a big fight, a clash, and Bertus was also sure that Reinhardt would not cause a large-scale massacre. However, the fact that a spatial movement barrier is laid means that even if Reinhardt appears, he has to break through the crowd to escape outside the barrier. If Reinhardt tries to break through the crowd with force, there will be a huge massacre. Bertus knows that Reinhardt does not want that to happen. Which bastards did this? I apologize, Your Majesty. At this distance, I can't determine who set it up or their intentions. The distance was too great. Reinhardt wouldn't do such a thing, and Bertus had never ordered it. So, this meant that another force had interfered. What bastards! They figured out the Demon King would come here. As a result, leading Charlotte and two of the Demon King's followers to the execution grounds had become bait to lure the Demon King. Are they trying to kill the Demon King? Reinhardt. Installing a spatial barrier meant that once the Demon King revealed himself, they would kill him without giving him a chance to escape. If Reinhardt were really present at this place, as Bertus realized, he would have no choice but to notice the situation. Although it wasn't a trap he set, the situation had become a trap. Whoever these people were, the moment the Demon King revealed himself, an ambush would begin. Since the opponents were fully prepared, it was wise and inevitable for Reinhardt to withdraw from this place. Bertus gritted his teeth. Only a very few knew that today's execution was meant to draw the Demon King in and retrieve the princess. Naturally, the executioners didn't know the true purpose either. If Reinhardt withdrew, the execution would proceed as planned. Even if they didn't die in the flames of the pyre, the executioners would find a way to end the lives of the Demon King's two servants and the princess. If Reinhardt intervened, he would be ambushed. However, if Reinhardt retreated, the two servants of the Demon King and Charlotte would die. Who the hell are these bastards? With his eyes wide open, Bertus watched the overflowing rage and madness in the square. Ah, kill them, kill them, kill the filthy demons. Amidst the madness and rage, I stared intently at Antirionus. Harriet's face was pale as she bit her lip. You knew this would happen, didn't you? How can I recklessly predict the future, O Great One? It's true that even if you knew this would happen, you wouldn't tell me, right? Of course, that's true. He doesn't even try to hide his malice. What I thought was a simple problem turned out to be a terrible fork in the road between two choices. Either I dive into the scene, knowing that the planned ambush would start, save Charlotte, and break through the crowd to escape. Or I watch Charlotte, Lucinil, and Sakagar die. Antirionus enjoys seeing me thrown into such situations. That monster would be satisfied with any choice I make. He would be happy to see me dying due to foolish attachment if I chose the first option. He would also be happy if I succeeded in rescuing the three with the first choice. He would also enjoy watching me despair in the reality where I had to exchange my survival for the lives of the three if I chose the second option. He would enjoy whatever I did, so he delighted in pushing me into extreme situations. Antirionus didn't advise me on the part I hadn't considered, because he would only enjoy it if I came to this place without knowing that. Ah, amidst the angry roars of the crowd, an execution was about to take place. Would I die if I went in? To save Charlotte and those two, what would happen to the Edina Archipelago if I, an archdemon, were to die? Without the archdemon, the Edina Archipelago's ruling structure couldn't be maintained. No, I might not even be able to save those three and instead die foolishly alongside them. I don't know who might try to attack me. I haven't even reached the master level yet. So, I shouldn't do it. I know, I shouldn't save them. My single life has too many other lives and fates at stake. To save only the three of them, I would be putting millions of lives on the scale. Even if I could actually save those three, a lord should not risk their life directly for such a matter. A lord is someone who commands, not someone who wields a sword. This is reckless. But if I hadn't acted recklessly, if I had lived that way, I wouldn't have been able to face my seniors. I wouldn't have dueled with them either. From there, countless reckless deeds led me ultimately to the seat of the Demon King, an achievement that wouldn't have been possible for me otherwise. I wouldn't have had many relationships, and thus, I wouldn't have had relationships that I had to lose. I wouldn't have had relationships that I wanted to regain. It's true that I shouldn't act recklessly, but the me who stands atop the mountain built from recklessness. To think that now I shouldn't do something because it's reckless, is that just me settling for what I've built up through recklessness? Isn't that just a picture of that? That's cowardice. That's just defeatism. I, who was merely reckless, completed myself now with only that recklessness. I can't say that I shouldn't do this because it's too reckless. A lord shouldn't do such a thing. A lord has too much to bear, so they shouldn't risk their life for something like this. Discard what needs to be discarded. Take what needs to be taken. That's what I must do. But I not once thought that I was a suitable existence for a lord. I never did anything because I thought I could. I did it because I had to. I did it because I believed I had to. I never thought that everything would somehow work out. But that wasn't why I did everything I've done so far, thinking it was entirely possible. Ah, I'll go alone. As I stared at the enraged crowd, I took a step forward. Harriet neutralized the interference with spatial movement. Okay, I'll try. Antirionus, support me from a distance. Yes. Your greatness, Charlotte, Sakigar, Lucinil, I will save you today, and the next time, always, I will save you. That's the path of a lord I will follow. Chapter 467. Ellen Artorius was also watching the situation unfold. Not knowing if people would recognize her, she wore a robe that concealed her face and clenched her fists as she observed the situation. However, Ellen was unaware that a space teleportation barrier was spread around her. Ellen had only one thought. Would Reinhardt really appear? If he did, she had no intention of pretending not to know him. She had no right to ask him to take her away, so she couldn't. Ellen knew that she was burdened with too much responsibility and couldn't abandon people because of that. Knowing that her disappearance alone was already a huge sin, she couldn't choose to confront Reinhardt due to guilt, which was already an impossible choice. She just wished she could see him from afar. That would be enough. That would be satisfactory, hoping that no one would get hurt in the process. So she watched the execution platform from the crowd, frightened by the frenzied mob around her. Charlotte bowed her head, just waiting for her impending death. Charlotte knew nothing. She didn't know what was going to happen from now on. If she were to be hung there, would Reinhardt do the same for her? Although she could no longer choose that path since she had become humanity's hope, she could still indulge in her fantasies. She could think about such things. Ellen watched Charlotte from a distance. If Reinhardt came, Charlotte would be saved and forgiven. Amid the deafening cheers, the executioners slowly prepared for the execution. In fact, setting the fire was more of a show. None of the three deserved to die in the flames. They should have been stabbed with a spear or beheaded with an axe. But if Reinhardt appeared, that wouldn't happen. The three of them would be rescued. As the executioner's torches touched the three piles of firewood, frightening flames erupted at an alarming speed. Kill them, kill them, kill the devil, kill the devils, amid the deafening noise. Ellen could see it, someone pushing through the crowd. As they casually pushed aside the crowd guarding the execution platform and walked underneath it. Bang! With one swift kick, they sent the burning firewood flying like an explosion. And then, bang, bang, they shattered the other three piles of firewood with one kick each, the sudden intruder. As they removed their robe, a young man with the appearance of a demon, complete with horns, was revealed. Though it was her first time seeing him, Ellen knew that he was Reinhardt. These three are the ones I rightfully need to take back. The Demon King flicked his finger. I'll take them. A fierce firestorm erupted around the three pillars. The dumbfounded executioners and nearby guards were pushed back by the sudden flames. Rain! Heart! The Demon King! The Demon King is here! The Demon King has appeared. Naturally, the cheers of the people turned into chaos with the appearance of the unidentified demons. Those who had hated the Demon King and the devils until now began to flee in terror at the sight of the real Demon King. And then, screaming, with a fierce sound ripping through the air, dozens of fireballs began to rain down on the wall of flames from the sky. What is this? Judging by the direction of the attack, it didn't seem like it was the Demon King's minions who were attacking, rather someone targeting the Demon King. Boom! The pouring fireballs began to sweep not only the inside of the barrier, but also the executioners and the enormous crowd outside. Ellen was dumbfounded as she watched the scene unfold. The Demon King had appeared, and someone had started attacking the Demon King as if they had been waiting for this moment, as if it didn't matter what happened to the people gathered at this place. The crowd, driven into panic, tried to escape the sudden destruction. People were stepping on each other, getting entangled and falling. In an instant, those trying to escape were trampled and crushed by others. And then, Ellen saw, crash, bang, countless unidentified people in black robes, not running away, but rather rushing into the scene, breaking through the windows of the buildings around the plaza. What on earth? Rumble. Ellen watched in shock as numerous destructive spells were cast not only beyond the wall of flames where the Demon King was, but also as the civilians were swept away mercilessly by the aftermath. Roar. As soon as the wall of flames disappeared, Reinhardt revealed himself. Somehow, Reinhardt had managed to rescue all three of them from the execution platform. In the chaotic situation, Ellen saw Reinhardt looking around at the escaping crowd. The people swept up in the magic, and the unidentified attackers, the order, it was you guys. Yes, we could never be eternal friends. Ellen didn't understand the conversation. However, Reinhardt handed the unconscious Charlotte to Sarkigar. Lucinil and Sarkigar, escape first. Their target is me. They'll probably try to kill only me. Archdemon, but Your Highness, we can't go. This is an order. The demon-shaped figure, who had just been released from the bind, and the silver-haired girl, seemed overwhelmed by the weight of the Demon King's words. They began to escape from the attack with a firm expression and a nod, as if they knew they couldn't avoid the fight. Lightning poured from the sky, and fireballs fell. It wasn't just magic. Those wielding swords and spears charged at the Demon King, wrapped in blue magic. Though their identity was unknown, they clearly weren't ordinary in terms of skill. Stop, however. At Reinhardt's words, one of the charging figures didn't stop, but hesitated. Ellen saw it clearly. Tusk, the Allspringer, cut through the attacker's neck. It was a fierce blow that brutally crushed the barrier and the defense of magical reinforcement around the attacker. The divine artifact of the war guard that strengthened the user more when facing stronger and harder to overcome opponents. This moment was the perfect situation for the Demon King to maximize the power of the Allspringer. He wasn't masterclass. However, the torrential onslaught of attack magic couldn't penetrate the barrier of magical power that flowed like flames about 2 meters around the Demon King's body. The overwhelming magical output was intimidating just by looking at it, and the immense strength. Swoosh, scream. With his right hand, he sliced through the spear of the charging opponent, cutting off the spear shaft and severing the body from the waist, while with his left fist, he shattered the man's body into pieces just by touching the sword that was being thrust. Master-class fighters don't use their strength so violently. He simply unleashes immense output as much as they can. This unrefined, destructive power didn't allow even a single attack to reach the Demon King. Realizing that an unlimited charge wouldn't be enough to pierce the Demon King, the assassins watched him as they penetrated the fleeing crowd. The Demon King looked at the countless dead people. The densely packed people were already dying by the thousands due to the Black Order's magic. They were dying at the hands of those who were trying to kill the Demon King, not by the Demon King himself. Is it okay if you can kill me, no matter what happens? There was no response from the Black Order to the Demon King's quiet words. Yeah, there are a lot of things in the world that can't be helped. Like me, you guys can't help it either. I understand. I fully understand. The Demon King walked slowly. So, let's kill and be killed among those who can't help it. Anger filled the Demon King's bulging eyes. Roar, the Demon King charged, and the Black Order's operatives blocked the Demon King's path. Eppinhauser saved me, regardless of the Black Order's intentions. That's why, just as Antirianus warned, I knew that the Order was no longer on my side. But I never thought they would try to kill me at the cost of such a tremendous number of civilian casualties in this situation. The Black Order, a group that tolerates evil for the sake of justice. Though I don't know them well, it's pathetic, but in the end, they resemble me because they're doing something not much different from what I do. What's important is not discussing each other's good and evil. We both can't help it. I must save my people. The Black Order wants to eliminate me, the seed of a massive conflict. Since our mutual helplessness is colliding in the end, someone has to die. I can't die, so I have to kill. Swoosh. The opponent's sword, which clashed with Allspringer, wavered greatly. Clang. I tried to grab the neck in the gap of wavering, but suddenly, a chain that appeared out of thin air wrapped around my left arm. Whether it was another guy's magic or not, the chain of magic didn't let go of my left arm. The opponent, who had been greatly shaken by my attack, drove his sword straight into my throat. Stab. The sword, which collided with my magical defense, couldn't penetrate my neck. Clang. As I pulled my left arm hard, the chain of magic broke, unable to withstand my full strength. Most of them were close combat specialists who knew how to strengthen magic, and even knew how to use magic. Close combat experts, mages, and even magic swordsmen. Of course, the Black Order was a group of insane monsters. Now that I had appeared in this place, it was clear they would try to kill me. They didn't just have close-range fighters, there were also those who sniped from a distance. The plaza was still packed with people. Many tried to flee, but the overwhelming crowd made it impossible to escape. The number of people killed by the Black Order's magic paled in comparison to those trampled to death by their own kind. Among them were not only those capable of magical reinforcement, but also those of the master class. I already knew that the Black Order wasn't solely composed of magicians, thanks to the case of Eppinhauser. Some of them seemed to be watching me from afar, waiting for the most crucial timing. They sent out their minions to provoke a war of attrition and then planned to stab or slash me to death when I showed a definite weakness. Attacking with a weapon imbued with aura would undoubtedly be the most effective strategy. Since they knew they couldn't penetrate my magic barrier with destructive magic, They seemed to be trying another approach. Slush. Vines sprouted from the ground at a tremendous speed, wrapping around my arms and legs. And from those vines, countless insects crawled out, covering my body. The Black Order, numerous repulsive creatures. Just seeing their magic was disgusting. Tuesday. I didn't know what these insects were, but I had no intention of letting them burrow into my body. Vush! The flames of Tuesday blazed, unleashing a fierce inferno. The vines and insects entwining my body turned to black ashes and disappeared in an instant. There was no need to kill all of these bastards. I just had to escape the plaza. I didn't know what Antirionus was up to, but once I confirmed that Lucinil, Sarkigar, and Charlotte had safely escaped, I could leave. Of course, they were watching me from all sides, and the Order wasn't using their full power yet. It was clear they wanted to gauge my strength. They were only watching for now, waiting for a definite opportunity to kill me. The long-range support was a certainty. Whack, crack. Bats flying around materialized everywhere, tearing apart and killing the magicians who had been shooting at me from a distance, turning them into bloody pulp. I could clearly see it all. That damn old man, Antirionus. He could even use something similar to the clone technique. Fortunately, the long-range magicians were distracted by Antirionus. People were fleeing, but they were definitely watching this spectacle. That's why the Empire couldn't help me, and they shouldn't. I had to break free on my own. Still, something was strange. I kept an eye on those maintaining their distance. There were several Master Class members, and those close to Archmages were not certain, but likely present. Magicians who wouldn't easily fall for Antirionus's tricks engaged in interception battles. But why are you guys only capable of this much? However, why was the Black Order only capable of this much? They were undoubtedly a powerful force, and there were many things that were difficult for me to face alone. However, if their goal was to kill me, it inevitably meant that the Black Order's forces were concentrated in this place. These people were certainly not to be taken lightly. Considering what I had imagined to be the elite of the Black Order, they seemed rather lackluster. It wasn't just the Empire and you who dealt with the gate incident on your own. From afar, someone who had been watching me approached. That's all. The Black Order appeared only once in the original work, with no mention afterward. That meant that they had been dealing with the gate incident and the monsters in the background of the story. 2 years after the gate incident, the Black Order would have fought in battle after battle to deal with the gate incident themselves. In the process, they naturally weakened, continuously losing their combatants. It was indeed their forces, but this was all they had gathered to remove me, the most crucial seed of the conflict. The Black Order had been waiting for me at a place where they predicted I could not avoid coming. The person walking towards me was about to reveal his face by removing his hood. As expected, it was a middle-aged man I had never seen before. Since appearances aren't everything, I couldn't tell how old he actually was. The middle-aged man's white, sparse hair made it difficult to guess his age. As he approached me, the other Black Order operatives who had been confronting me slowly began to back off. That somewhat indicated the status of the approaching man. "Are you the head of the Order?" He looked at me and shook his head. Well, head might not be the right word. Originally, the Order's decisions were made by a council of the top operatives. I couldn't read anything from his gaze. However, now that all the top operatives except for me are dead, it doesn't seem wrong to call me the head. He spoke calmly, his sword drawn. "Archdemon, how about dying here for humanity?" "You want me to die?" The middle-aged man nodded at my retort. "I know that you love humanity, no, all beings very much. That's why Eppinhauser, who had been watching you the longest among us, died for you. Because he knew you. Because he knew your love. He had no choice but to do that. You know that your death can accomplish a great deal for humanity. Distrust among one another. Overflowing despair. Even the current situation where people are searching for a scapegoat to overcome their despair. Although I can't say that all of it can be overcome. The phenomenon of humans searching for other human scapegoats instead of the demon king due to the unquenchable desire for revenge will stop. If you die, humanity will gain hope. Of course, we know that the value of hope is not that great. We know that nothing can be achieved with a vain hope. But without hope, we cannot live. You are the symbol of hatred and despair. Look, the man pointed to the crowd of people who were crushed and killed in terror as they trampled on each other. Sadly, your existence only brings about despair and fear. Regardless of how you think of humans, they only see fear and despair in you. When you reveal yourself, you plunge humans into panic with fear and despair. And when you don't, only humans driven by vengeance and hatred fall into panic. He meant that only a very few understood my intentions. I couldn't deny what he said. I'm nothing more than a symbol of hatred, despair, and suffering. My existence is only a symbol of terror for humanity and an enemy that must be eradicated, whether they see me or not. My presence drives people mad, no matter the emotional motive. You love humans, but you don't trust them. You probably don't think that deep misunderstandings that seem impossible to solve can be resolved in a beautiful way. Otherwise, you wouldn't have hidden yourself and entered temple. Just as our power diminished when we tried to handle the situation in our own way, you must have tried to deal with this situation in your way. Also, you came here to save those who couldn't trust you. Not everything has been settled, but what happens after it's over is my concern. War will break out someday. In this situation, where the wounds have not healed, humans will insist on subjugating the Demon King, the origin of this incident. Even if you don't want it, even if the Empire doesn't want it, even if the Emperor doesn't want it, you must feel that war is inevitable. People would rather wish for the death of the Demon King than kill the monsters roaming the continent. Today, you tried to save Charlotte de Gardias. I think it's a very great love and understanding. Oh, Demon King. So, can you not die now, before more blood flows, before more despair and sadness engulf the world? Save humanity with your death, please. It was clear that he admired my existence, regardless of what stood in my way. Regardless of my intentions, my existence is already a disaster. So, he asked me to die here for the sake of humanity. I knew that war might break out after the Gate incident was resolved. The Gate incident is the ending of the original work. But after that, a war breaks out. A war breaks out because of me. If I die here in front of countless humans watching, there will be no war. People will cheer for the death of the Demon King. The search for scapegoats related to the Demon King and the 5 great divine faiths will no longer take place, regardless of my will. My life only brings about despair, fear, and hatred. My death can save countless people. So he asks me to die here before more sacrifices are made. He asks me to die with respect. What's your name? At my question, the middle-aged man bowed his head. I cannot tell you. A vile being like myself has no right to tell a great being like you my name. I could feel his great respect for me, despite our age difference. However, he stood in my way, believing I must die. But we are the Black Order. If we must commit evil to achieve good, we are the ones to do it. We won't justify it. We have no interest in such things. We only seek to perform the good of saving humanity by committing the evil of killing you. A sophistry, perhaps, but I didn't feel like pointing that out. Everyone has their own definition of justice. That definition is a sophistry in itself. The man before me simply stood in my way for his own definition of justice. Surely, it's true that fewer people will die if I die. Yes, that might be justice. It might be good. I might have to die. There might be more I can achieve in death than in life. After all, none of this would have happened if I had died and disappeared. As long as the world's malice is directed at me, my attempts to do something might only lead to greater tragedies and calamities, but I want to tell you this. I strengthen my grip on the Allspringer. I want to live, to somehow grit my teeth and live, not a life completed in death, not to die in resignation and despair. I will save the world by living, definitely, by living, not through death. No matter what it is that I have to save, I will show that I can achieve something through life, by living. I have no desire to find comfort in death. By living, I will see with my own eyes what I have saved and what remains. Even if the path I must take is paved with the thorns of despair, I want to live. I will see for myself. I want to be happy while living. By living, though I cannot recover everything that has been broken, I will try to mend the relationships I can. I want to be happy. Even in this moment when the world has fallen, when so much has been lost, I know that dreaming of happiness is foolish and miserable. But I want to be happy. I truly think so. Dreaming of that isn't wrong. Is it, or is it wrong? It might be wrong for a being like me to wish for that. Even so, I want it. The middle-aged man, hearing my words, nods at me. Yes, I see. He points his sword at me, and the sword is enveloped in a blue magic flame. A black, swirling energy surrounds his empty left hand, its nature unknown. I will remember you, as if to say that he will remember how great a being I was for the rest of his life. If I die, will you remember me too? The leader of the Black Order leaves those words behind and points his drawn sword at me. I can do that much. To the first enemy who tries to kill me not out of hatred, but out of respect. That much I can do. Right, at my words, the middle-aged man with no name smiles. Neither the strongest, the vilest, nor the most ominous, but the best demon king. I pay my respects to you. There was no more conversation after that. Chapter 468, there was such a thing as common sense. It was something universally accepted among people. However, common sense is not the truth. Common sense can be wrong at times, and exceptions can occur. One of those common senses, with the level of magical reinforcement, one could never face a master class. Ellen struggled not to be trampled by the pressure around her, watching her own common sense collapse in real time. An unidentified middle-aged man swung his imposing aura sword, but Reinhardt managed to withstand it with just his Allspringer. Quagakang. Moreover, he was overwhelming his opponent. As the swords clashed, shockwaves tore through the earth, and Reinhardt was not only withstanding the aura sword, but also repelling and crushing it. An aura sword is not just a sharp sword. Depending on how the magic imbued in the sword is utilized, it can exhibit extreme sharpness or deliver tremendous impact using magical shockwaves. A master class, therefore, is no different from using a massive blunt weapon. Such a thing would normally pulverize a weapon upon contact and also shatter the arm and wrist of the person trying to withstand it. That's how it should be. No matter how much physical ability is enhanced by magical reinforcement, a master class is more intricate and efficient in its operation. So, Reinhardt shouldn't be able to face a master class. But Ellen saw Reinhardt pushing his opponent back, rather than being cornered. Q-woong, kagagagang. The wind from the shockwaves created by the clashing swords even reached Ellen's face, who was quite far from the scene. A master class was being pushed back by someone who could only use magical reinforcement. There could only be one reason for this impossible occurrence. Reinhardt was excessively strong. He should have been unable to withstand it with sheer power, but he was simply crushing it with overwhelming strength. Reinhardt's gigantic magical reinforcement, which looked as if it was wrapped in blue flames, showed that his magical power was beyond estimation just by looking at it. It might not be efficient due to its lack of precision, but its output is too high. He lacked the magical operation skills of a master level, but his overwhelming basic condition allowed him to simply overpower his opponent with sheer strength, sheer agility, and an overwhelming amount of magical power. What should she do if Reinhardt was in danger? Should she risk being misunderstood and criticized by others to help Reinhardt? She had been thinking about it, but there was no need for that. Reinhardt was too strong. However, Reinhardt's opponent was not a mere master class. Kururung. As the unidentified man reached out his left hand, a pitch-black flame erupted from beneath him and engulfed Reinhardt. Reinhardt's current opponent was a monster who had reached the level of master class and great magician at the same time. Emerging unscathed from the pitch-black flames that could melt the earth, Reinhardt continued his fierce offensive. Unaffected by the lightning and black flames emitted from the man's hand or the extreme cold that froze even the air, Reinhardt relentlessly pressed on. As Reinhardt's physical abilities were overwhelmingly powerful, Ellen could guess that his magical resistance had already surpassed the level of an ordinary person. The crowds fleeing from the scene were shocked as they saw this scene. Nobody knew who was trying to kill the Demon King, but from afar, everyone could tell that they were incredibly skilled. However, the Demon King was even stronger. Not only the man, but other attackers were also continuously attacking the Demon King. But all the magic and curses they used had no effect on the Demon King's body. Their built-up magic could not inflict any damage on the Demon King. Kurang, Kururung, the Demon King, however, annihilated them with just one glance. Surrounded by blue magic, the Demon King wielded the flames. He even created a massive explosion by igniting the infinitely condensed flames. The crowds could only watch in terror as the Demon King single-handedly massacred a group of swordmasters, archmages, and magic knights. The Demon King was too strong. We're all going to die. Countless people were shivering and unable to move, crouching down. Who could possibly stand against such a Demon King? Who could possibly hurt the absolute being that neither magic nor aura blades could injure? The Demon King's existence was even more terrifying to those who had not yet reached the master class. If he was like this now, what kind of disaster would the Demon King become once he reached the master class? The fear of those who had not yet fully grown and saw the Demon King was even greater. Of course, not all attacks were ineffective against the Demon King. When the attackers who had reached the master class began their joint attack, they managed to pierce through the flaming magical defense of the Demon King and inflict wounds. No matter how strong the Demon King was, he couldn't easily withstand the joint attacks of the master class. Numerous attack spells were poured onto the Demon King, and Reinhardt was soon cornered. Splish! With wide eyes, Ellen saw the aura-charged spear pierce through Reinhardt's heart, a decisive moment. They didn't miss it and succeeded in dealing a fatal blow. No, no, no. Ellen began to sob and tremble, but the fleeing crowd's eyes widened. The Demon King was dead. An unnatural silence fell over the chaotic plaza. However, the Demon King grabbed the spear that had pierced his chest with his left hand. Sly, with his heart pierced, he pulled out the spear that had impaled his heart with just his strength. And then the Demon King raised his hand. Oang! In the Demon King's other hand, which had only been holding the Allspringer, another sword with a milky white blade was summoned. The sacred relic of the goddess of purity, Toan, Tiamata, Huung. The holy white light swirling around Tiamata regenerated the wound in the Demon King's chest. Ah, ah, ah. Those who had sensed the Demon King's death could only tremble in fear at the sight. He won't die. It was difficult to physically break through that massive barrier of magical power, and magic was almost ineffective. Even if they managed to break through, the Demon King, who wielded Toan's divine power, would immediately heal the wound. Immortal, the Demon King is immortal, a barrier close to invincibility. Overwhelming force when facing a master class, the endless release of overwhelming magical power, and regeneration. This can't be. The Demon King, who possessed an incalculable amount of immense magical power, could borrow the power of gods due to the sacred artifact, regenerate endlessly, and wield the sword of a war god that grew stronger the more numerous and powerful their enemies were. Who could possibly? How could they? Kill such a Demon King, such an absolute being, an immortal existence that seemed impossible to kill. Who could possibly stand against them? Not just the crowd, but everyone was astounded by the sight of the Demon King pulling the spear out of their heart with bare hands. Reinhardt rushes at the middle-aged man who had lost his nerve without giving him a chance to react. Crack! Then, he grabbed the man's white hair in an instant and slammed his head into the ground. Thud! With a fierce crash, Reinhardt struck the ground with his Allspringer, aiming at the man's head. Swoosh! The aura armor did not shatter from the Demon King's blow. Ting! But if it didn't break with one strike, he would just strike again. Crash, 3 times bang, 4 times bang, 5 times smash, 6 times crack. And on the 7th strike, a chilling sound of something breaking echoed through the plaza. He shattered the aura armor of the master class with sheer force. It was more fitting to say he was crushed to death than stabbed to death. Their leader was killed without a chance to respond. Literally, crushed to death. A master-class swordmaster and archmage, the leader of the Black Order. He was brutally killed by the Demon King. The Demon King, still radiating the same level of magical power as before, looked at the master-class assailants who had been attacking him. Those who had faced the Demon King until now began to slowly retreat, as if they knew they couldn't kill the Demon King like this, and anything more would only lead to their death. People fell into despair as they watched the attackers flee. They couldn't identify who they were. A group of extremely skilled individuals had attacked the Demon King. However, they failed. Only that simple truth remained etched in their minds, in the heart of the royal capital. Such an event unfolded there. Who could possibly stand against an almost immortal Demon King? Run! Those who had hesitated, harboring a thin hope that the Demon King might die, fell back into panic as the attackers fled and began to run. Move, move, get out of the way. Many people who passed by Ellen, who stood there blankly, bumped into her and shoved her, yelling for their lives. Thud. And so Ellen, who had been staring blankly at Reinhardt, was pushed away by the fleeing people and eventually fell to her knees. Because of that, the deep hood that Ellen had been wearing came off. Ah, ah, the fleeing people saw her. They looked at Ellen's face and stopped as if they had lost their minds. There were hardly any people in the royal capital who didn't know Ellen's face, even if they hadn't seen her in person. Ellen's face was well known to them through portraits and other promotional materials. The hero! People stopped in their tracks as they saw Ellen, pale and trembling. In a split second, Ellen was engulfed by a foreboding premonition. The hero is here, someone shouted. The hero, Ellen is here. The hero has. Ellen felt the blood in her body turning cold. Her fingertips trembled, and her lips quivered. The hero has come to save us. Cheers spread throughout the crowd. Between the gaps of people and the cheers, Ellen saw Reinhardt staring at her from afar. Hero, please, please, please defeat the Demon King. One of the fleeing people tearfully pleaded with Ellen. The expressions of others were no different. They wanted to believe that a hero would make a difference. I am. I am. What am I supposed to do? How? Why? Her mind feeling broken, Ellen couldn't come to any conclusions or thoughts. People helped Ellen up from the ground. Those fleeing begged Ellen to defeat the Demon King. With their backs turned to her, some were crying, kneeling and praying, please defeat the Demon King. Ellen was pushed into the square by the crowd. Reinhardt quietly watched Ellen Artorius being pushed by the people. Even though they didn't know what to do, they begged for some kind of solution. They pushed Ellen towards the Demon King who committed slaughter and then ran away. However, there were also those who wanted to witness the scene from a distance. The Demon King and the hero, their distance was far. Reinhardt kept staring at Ellen. Her face turned pale, and she trembled. Why? Why in this way? Why must we reunite in such a situation? Reinhardt's face showed no emotion. Why, with that expression, with a face devoid of emotion? Why are you looking at me like that? I am, Reinhardt. I am. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight you. I don't want to kill or be killed. Ellen swallowed those words, her lips trembling. Reinhardt approached the trembling Ellen. She didn't summon Leopold or Lehman towards Reinhardt, who hadn't summoned his relics either. With a leap, Reinhardt softly spoke to Ellen. Get a grip. Will you, Whack? Gah! Reinhardt's fist struck Ellen's abdomen. Thud, with that blow to her abdomen, Ellen flew and crashed into the wall of a building in the square. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Reinhardt slowly walked towards Ellen Artorius, who was embedded in the building wall. Arg, she was hit without any proper defense. Cough, gasp, choke, barely activating her aura armor just before the hit. Ellen coughed up bright red blood. He probably didn't intend to kill her, but his hand showed no intention of going easy on her either. Ellen looked up at the approaching Reinhardt with a fearful expression. Pain that made her insides churn. Suffering that made her vomit blood. Seeing Reinhardt's emotionless expression was, for Ellen, the greatest fear and terror at the moment. That gaze, as if looking at an enemy, was what instilled the greatest fear in Ellen. Hick. What would people think if they knew the hero was afraid of fighting the Demon King? Reinhardt approached with an emotionless expression and spoke quietly. You can do something I can never do. Becoming a symbol of hope. That was impossible for the Demon King. Only a hero can become a symbol of hope. That's why a hero trembling with fear in front of the Demon King would bring only despair to everyone. Those who fell into despair would only envision humanity's destruction at the hands of the Demon King. And a world without hope would crumble, so they must fight. They cannot not fight. Even if it's a false hope, it must exist. Only with that false hope can people somehow grasp reality. It's okay to have the Demon King because there's a hero. Someday, the hero will defeat the Demon King. People must believe that for the world on the brink of collapse to be sustained. So, pull yourself together. The Demon King looked down at the hero, sick with fear and terror. Get up, if you don't want to die. The Demon King, Valier, aimed his foot at Ellen. Thud, the building began to collapse as the Demon King's foot, imbued with magic, struck the spot where Ellen's head had been. Ellen, who hastily rolled to the side to avoid it, looked at Reinhardt. Ellen's eyes were filled with fear, despair, and exhaustion. Why me? Why you? Reinhardt. Shut up. Valier looked at Ellen with a cold gaze. Don't call me like that. This wasn't the time for a touching reunion. Too many people were watching, even knowing that was why he was acting like this. Ellen, exhausted from fear and terror, looked at Reinhardt, who stared at her with the eyes of someone looking at an enemy. Ellen realized, he can't. He can take Charlotte, but he'll never take me because I'm humanity's hope. Knowing that people project their hopes onto her, he would never take her, for the sake of those people's hope. She couldn't help but see that harsh reality and truth in Reinhardt's gaze. She felt like she could burst into tears at any moment. However, she couldn't cry. A hero facing the Demon King shouldn't cry in front of him. Never, it mustn't happen. The Demon King, with a solemn expression, approached. You, do what you have to do. I will do what I have to do. She wanted to collapse. She wanted to fall and cry. Rather, she wanted to die, but people were turning their heads away, watching the confrontation and leaving. Ellen struggled to stand up. And even though her expression was still filled with fear, even though the hard-to-accept reality was right before her eyes, just as Reinhardt had carried a burden, Ellen had to carry one too. The two couldn't escape the roles of hero and demon king. So the demon king could take away the hated princess, but the hero would never do so. Now, they could never be together, no matter what moment came. In Ellen's hand, the moon's sword was held. On Ellen's shoulders, the sun cloak was draped. With trembling eyes, the hero stared at the demon king. Reinhardt. No, demon king, Valia approached, towards hero, Ellen Artorius. Chapter 469, Ellen's sword trembled as she faced the demon king. Her pupils, body, and legs were all shaking. Clang, clank. Unable to launch any effective attacks, Ellen could only retreat in a clumsy stance from the Demon King's fierce assault. The Demon King showed no mercy. His kick, wrapped in fierce magical power, broke through Lapelt's protection and roughly struck Ellen's protective aura armor. Ah, ah, ah! Ellen, who was hit in the abdomen by the heavy kick, was thrown away and rolled on the ground in a pitiful state. Pain. The pain itself was not that great. However, her heart felt like it was about to shatter. She knew that this fight was ultimately just a play. Reinhardt wouldn't kill her, and she didn't want to hurt him either. This play was necessary to show people that a hero could stand against the Demon King. She might not have known if they hadn't met, but now that they had, the Demon King was frightening. But people had to believe that the hero could stand against him, so that even if people despaired in reality and cursed the world, they would hold on to the hope and expectation that the Demon King would die someday, and somehow they would try to live through it. The people who hated the Demon King would somehow try to live on to hear the story of the Demon King's death at the hands of the hero. That's why she had to fight, even if she didn't want to. The Demon King leaped towards Ellen, who had been flung away and rolled on the ground. And then, thud, stomping down with a magically charged massive footprint, the Demon King crushed the ground where Ellen had just been lying. Ellen had already rolled away to avoid it. She somehow managed to point her sword at the Demon King, but the tip of the sword was shaking severely. The situation spoke for itself. Reinhardt's expression said it all. Now, there was no going back to how things were before, holding hands and walking together, embracing each other, whispering that they were precious to each other and sharing such words. It was impossible. The hope of humanity, the enemy of humanity. Their relationship had been cruelly divided by such a binary. That's why Reinhardt, regardless of his true feelings, attacked Ellen. To be precise, he fought to retreat. If the Demon King were to be defeated by the hero here, people would have hope. But Ellen couldn't bring herself to swing her sword. Lament, the moon's sword that reacts to sorrow. Ellen knew best the power of the Void Sword Lament. The Void Sword was an absolute blade that could cut through anything. It easily sliced through a sword master's aura-covered sword and even the toughest monster hide. She didn't know if the Void Sword could cut through a sacred relic. However, if she swung it carelessly, it might cut through Reinhardt along with the sacred relic. That's why Ellen couldn't swing her sword recklessly, because Reinhardt might get hurt. Or worse, Reinhardt might die. The Demon King stared at the hero, who was trembling and unable to do anything, slowly retreating backward. You're scared, aren't you? The Demon King slowly approached the hero. You're scared that I might die, right? You. At the blunt words of the Demon King, who seemed to read her thoughts accurately, Ellen wanted to bite her tongue. Instead of Alspringer, the Demon King aimed his left hand's Tiamata at Ellen. Wuang. White holy light began to ripple like waves in Tiamata held by the Demon King's hand. Something was coming. She didn't know what it was, but Ellen activated her aura throughout her body. Although they were far apart, the torrent of divine power boiling in Tiamata was giving her a very ominous premonition. Do you see me as the fool from that time? Gritting his teeth, the Demon King's anger rose. The Demon King thrust Tiamata towards Ellen from a distance where the sword couldn't reach. Flash, a storm of light. Along with the thought that the storm of blinding light seemed to devour what was in front of her eyes, Ellen felt a powerful destructive force, as if tearing her body apart, enveloping her entire body. KRR rung the release of divine power, excluding the intention of power, only turning the power itself into energy. The discharge of that power swept the plaza, and Ellen barely got up from the gap of the collapsed building. Who? Ah, thanks to Lapel's protection and aura armor, she didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, without that protection, Ellen would have been killed by the attack just now. The Demon King was staring intently at Ellen, who had been flung over 100 meters away and was getting up from the debris of the building. Now, Ellen could clearly feel that the Demon King was angry. Was he angry because it felt like she was ignoring him? No, it wasn't that. It was just that she cared for him. She didn't want to point her sword at him. That's why. Ellen wanted to shout that. However, wasn't that really it? She might get hurt, saying she couldn't give her all because she didn't know if he would die. What was different from ignoring Reinhardt? The reason she had no confidence in performing this play properly was, in the end, because she was afraid that Reinhardt might not be able to withstand her attack. That's why Reinhardt was angry. Did she still think he was the same as back then? Because he always took her hits. Did she still think he was like that? Ellen gritted her teeth. Reinhardt was no longer the Reinhardt of the past. He hadn't opened the door to the master class, but he had become a monster capable of facing the master class even without opening it. Since she had always been ahead of Reinhardt, it was only natural that she would still be ahead. She couldn't deny that she had such feelings. Ellen admitted her arrogance. Reinhardt had become stronger, perhaps, even stronger than herself. Ellen held lament with both hands. Now she had to perform the play. She had to show the people the play of defeating the Demon King after a fierce struggle, with a narrow margin. A dangerous play, where one mistake could kill each other. Was it difficult when she thought about it? Was it worth being so tense, scared, and shaking in fear? Her heart still ached and hurt, but Ellen had to admit what she had to admit. It wasn't difficult, come to think of it. They had faced their swords countless times, every day until it was time to sleep. At first, Reinhardt was at a level where he could barely walk, not worth facing. But then Ellen taught him swordsmanship. Gradually, he became skilled enough that she could ease up while facing him, so every day their swords clashed. At some point, Reinhardt's skills improved so much that Ellen had to face him seriously. As a result, Ellen struggled to the point where she was gasping for breath. Every day, every moment. They persistently faced each other. Because of this, they knew each other's swords better than anyone else in this world. That's why it was easy. It had to be easy. Ellen pointed the void sword she held with both hands at the Demon King. Finally, the trembling disappeared. Fortunately or unfortunately, the void sword could not cut through sacred artifacts. No matter how sharp the blade that could cut through anything, it could not cut through sacred artifacts. However, it was still capable of neutralizing all other defenses. The Demon King could withstand the Void Sword Lament, but only when blocked with a sacred artifact. He could not defend against attacks aimed at his body. No matter how strong the output of magical reinforcement, even if he could use aura armor. In front of the Void Sword, it was all as good as paper. Clang, clash. People saw the hero, who was trembling in fear and unable to do anything, start to attack properly and relentlessly push the Demon King back. They didn't know why she was scared, but now was what mattered. Clearly, the Demon King, who had been able to withstand the combined attacks of other master classes, was now only able to defend against the hero's attacks after a certain point. However, no one knew that Ellen intentionally did not deliver fatal blows to the Demon King, and that the Demon King was also intentionally pretending to be in a desperate situation to retreat. Reinhardt's swordsmanship was originally Ellen's, and Ellen's swordsmanship was originally that of the hero Lagan Artorius. That's why Ellen had to know everything about Reinhardt's swordsmanship, and due to the difference in innate talent, Reinhardt's swordsmanship was inherently inferior to Ellen's. The Demon King fought by exchanging sacred artifacts. He would use the Allspringer, then unsummon it and summon Tiamata if needed. He would sometimes summon sacred artifacts in both hands and wield them like dual swords, but to Ellen, it seemed like he was just relying on his superior physical abilities and not using any tricks. Reinhardt's swordsmanship was fundamentally a single sword style, and thus, it did not deviate from Ellen's. There was no one to teach him the unique dual swordsmanship, and even if he had two sacred artifacts, he couldn't abandon his well-established foundation just to use dual swords. That's why Ellen could still read the Demon King's sword. Of course, it's possible he's fighting in a way that's easy for me to read. This was nothing more than a show, so he might deliberately attack in a way that's easy for Ellen to read and block. The two had been clashing swords for an unbearably long time. That's why. Just as Ellen could read Reinhardt's sword, it was only natural that Reinhardt could read Ellen's sword as well. Of course, this play was not just about swords clashing. Screech, ah, huff, when he saw an opening. The Demon King would genuinely strike Ellen's head with the flat of his sword, or try to stab her vital points, sometimes succeeding in his attacks. Whack, crash. Ellen parried Reinhardt's sword with lament and then struck the Demon King with physical blows like her left fist or a kick. Their fierce exchange was so rough that nobody could think it was a play. The scale of their battle was different from the times when they fought at Temple, when they didn't even know how to use magical reinforcement. Fountains broke, the ground shattered, and entire buildings collapsed as they were sent flying. It was a brutal and desperate fight. Nobody could intervene in the fight between the hero and the Demon King. Even the Imperial Knights and magicians, fearing they might be a hindrance, could only hold their breath and watch the spectacle. Though it was a play, to those who didn't know the truth, it seemed like the Demon King and the hero were risking their lives in battle. And in reality, they were both putting their lives on the line. If one side made a mistake, the other side would die, that much was clear. The Demon King and the hero, both exhausted, they pointed their swords at each other. The plaza meant for executing the princess had turned into a ruin due to the fight between the Demon King and the hero. For how long? How long must they show this spectacle of hurting each other to the people? Ellen, having bitten her lips hard enough to taste blood, charged at the Demon King with such thoughts. She aimed lament at Reinhardt's heart. Having shown this sword, Reinhardt would parry lament with Alspringer, and then attack with his left fist or a kick, or twist his body and strike with his elbow. With that, he would push her back. She would then use aura armor to block his attack and prepare for a counterattack. Such attacks were only possible because they could read each other. With that in mind, she thrust her sword, believing that he would naturally parry it. But at that moment, instead of parrying with Alspringer, Reinhardt lunged at Ellen. Whoosh, clang. Ellen's eyes widened in shock as her sword unbelievably pierced through Reinhardt's chest. Naturally, Alspringer, which targeted the aura armor-clad Ellen's chest, was deflected. He deliberately allowed the attack. Ellen, who hadn't expected him to allow such an attack, turned pale. The Demon King retreated several steps back. Pulling out the lament that pierced his heart, he dropped it disdainfully to the ground. Clang, Reinhardt slowly backed away. I. Reinhardt glared at Ellen, who tried to say something. It was as if to tell her not to say a word. Hadn't she already seen that he could heal his wounds with Tiamata? The Demon King, who communicated only with his eyes, retreated while clutching his pierced chest. He raised one hand to the sky. As if it were a signal, a crack appeared in the air, and someone emerged. Seeing the sudden appearance of this person, Ellen couldn't help but widen her eyes. Harriet de Saint-Ouen. Harriet appeared by tearing through space and grabbed the staggering Reinhardt. Harriet and Ellen's gazes briefly met. Harriet and Ellen. Both had many things they wanted to say, but they knew they shouldn't speak a word. Ellen could only stare blankly as Harriet quickly transported the wounded Demon King away using spatial movement. Silence crept into the square. Most people had fled the scene where the hero and the Demon King had been fighting moments ago, but there were definitely those who had witnessed the spectacle. At first, it seemed like the hero was overwhelmed by fear, but as they began to face the Demon King with determination, they relentlessly pressed on, eventually dealing a fatal blow. Instead of fighting back while recovering from the injury, the Demon King chose to flee. They must have felt threatened to flee like that. Soon, it became apparent that the Demon King was not immortal. The Demon King. The Demon King fled. The hero made the Demon King flee. Everyone knew that the Demon King had not died, because they knew that the Demon King would recover with the power of healing. But regardless, the fact remained that the Demon King, along with their minions, had fled after determining they could not face the hero. The Demon King fled. The hero drove the Demon King away. Some of the people who had been watching the fierce battle from afar in the square began to shout. Things had gone exactly as Reinhardt had wanted. the Demon King, who had been displaying an almost immortal aspect in the heart of the royal capital, was defeated by Ellen Artorius's hand, and so it was done. The hero proved to everyone that they could stand up to the Demon King, just as the people had hoped. But Ellen was actually overwhelmed by fear because of the sensation of the sword thrusting towards Reinhardt's heart. Many civilians had been killed, they had failed to execute the princess, and a terrifying event had occurred with the Demon King's direct appearance. But even such a Demon King was driven away by the hero's hand. They hadn't killed them, but they might have been able to. Ellen was trembling with fear. But the hero has defeated the Demon King. People were praising the hero. The deeper the despair, the greater the hope. But as people projected more hope onto themselves, Ellen felt increasingly engulfed by her own despair. Chapter 470, Royal Capital Gradium, Southern Part, Entrance to the Clinto Forest. Everyone, including me, had gathered at the prearranged rendezvous point. Are you okay? I'm not okay, but well, this much should be fine. Harriet carefully wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and asked. Still, being pierced through the heart twice in a day, there's nothing good about having many such experiences. It hurt like hell. Being pierced by the spear was unexpected, but the second time lament pierced my heart. I deliberately allowed it to happen, I swear. Knowing and getting pierced is even scarier and more painful. Of course, now it has been healed by Tiamata's divine power, but the memory of the pain does not easily disappear. Above all, Ellen's shocked expression, after she stabbed me, was etched in my brain and wouldn't fade away. It would surely become a trauma. Not only stabbing me, but I knew that today's experience would give Ellen a hellish feeling, so I couldn't feel at ease. I had thought Ellen might be at the scene, but I didn't expect the crowd to force her to fight. Harriet deactivated the spatial barrier, and at the right timing, I was pulled out according to the signal. The leader of the Black Order was dead, and the remnants retreated. There was no guarantee what they wouldn't try to attack me again. There were no monsters near the royal capital, as the knights periodically swept them away from the gates. Of course, it wasn't perfect, so there were cases where monsters appeared in the refugee village near the royal capital. Now, there were no visible monsters within sight near this forest. Unexpected incidents happened, but in the end, I was able to achieve the goal I wanted. I successfully rescued Sarkigar, Lucinil, and Charlotte. Although I had to act harshly towards Ellen unintentionally, it couldn't be helped. That's what I think. At first, Charlotte was laying down, but now she was up. Charlotte, with her black hair and red eyes, seemed to be confused, not knowing what had happened to her. Would she never be able to return to her original form from this state? Your Highness! With a trembling voice, Sarkigar spoke. Looking at me, I'm sorry. I took so long to rescue you. I also had too much to do. No, never mind. I'm sorry. I was late. No, Your Highness, just seeing you safe like this. God is. God is. I quietly embraced Sarkigar, who was sobbing miserably. He looked a little terrifying in his true form as Dreadfind. But so what? I was grateful that Sarkigar was safe. After hugging him, I also quietly embraced Lucinil. I'm sorry, Lucinil, I was late. Lucinil smiled faintly and hugged me back. No, not really. Thanks to your warning, both of us got along pretty well. We were treated like honored guests. We even knew in advance that something would happen at today's execution. Lucinil hugged my neck and patted my back. Finally, I stood in front of Charlotte, who seemed lost in thought. What should I start with? Just like Charlotte seemed lost, I too didn't know what to say. First, I did this because I thought I should. In front of Charlotte, who had no idea what was happening, I eventually sighed. From now on, you have to come with me. First of all, I'm sorry for everything so far. Seeing me apologize, Charlotte trembled her lips. I don't know if you still hate me, but I couldn't leave you alone. I don't know what Charlotte was thinking, but I had certainly lied a lot and deceived Charlotte. Moreover, Sarkigar, who could be considered her mother's enemy, was standing right next to her. She might not be able to forgive me. I don't know what Charlotte did wrong to me. However, Charlotte looked at me and smirked. Thunk suddenly, Charlotte collapsed, falling to her knees, and then she bowed her head, with her head bowed to the ground in front of me on her knees. Ah, 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 Charlotte cried out as if screaming. No, no. Why are you crying? Like that? Was she sorry for me? Like I felt sorry for everyone else? Had Charlotte been feeling guilty towards me all this time? Me, Ellen. Charlotte, why did we all end up feeling guilty for each other? Why do we all get stuck in the idea that everything is our fault? Aha, ha, ah, ah, sorry and guilty. Charlotte cried out like an animal with that vomiting sound. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong. I knelt down in front of Charlotte, who was crying with her head down in front of me. I did a lot of wrong things too. No, 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 I didn't trust you. It's all my fault. All of it. All because of me. Because of me. All I could do was quietly watch Charlotte cry like a small animal and pat her back. Lucinil, Sarkigar, and Charlotte. I successfully returned to the Edina archipelago with all of them. Lucinil and Sarkigar were not mistreated or tortured thanks to my warning, but it wasn't all smooth sailing. The Black Order attacked me. I killed their leader, and I even had to fight Ellen, who was there. There were numerous civilian casualties, but in the end, I succeeded in safely bringing the three of them, as I had aimed. Charlotte didn't hate me but felt guilty. Who was the cause of all this? It seemed inevitable that the gate incident happened as our emotions and my lies intertwined. Everyone seemed to think this whole thing was their own responsibility. In the royal capital of Lazark. For now, I felt the need to be alone with Charlotte. It was obvious that Charlotte was too weak and not in good shape. Charlotte, who had stopped crying almost convulsively, kept her head down. She seemed to feel guilty even about making eye contact with me. It's all in the past. Let's just call it even. We both did wrong to each other. But such words couldn't erase the guilt Charlotte felt toward me. I shouldn't. I don't deserve your help. Don't help me like this. I betrayed you. I didn't trust you. I didn't try to understand you. It was as if she thought it would be more appropriate to die at the hands of a monster in some distant wasteland. People died because of me. All of them. Because of me. Charlotte's guilt had gone beyond self-blame and turned into self-loathing. I grabbed Charlotte's cheeks, which were lowered in shame, and forced her to look into my eyes. Seeing the devil's eyes, Charlotte couldn't bear to meet my gaze and looked down, eventually closing her eyes altogether. Do you remember what I said a long time ago? If you're like this, what am I supposed to be? If the soul of the Demon King was inside her, wouldn't it be better to die? When she said that, I spoke to Charlotte with sorrow in my voice. How would I feel if you didn't value your life and kept repeating these self-loathing thoughts? If you're like this, what does it make me, who risked my life to help you escape the demon castle, and who killed my father's soul to preserve your ego? I had to fight against the Black Order and Ellen to bring you here. If you're like this, what does it make me, who brought you this far? At those words, Charlotte opened her tearful eyes with difficulty and looked at me. I was pained to see her tears born from a sense of guilt. Live for me. If you're sorry, then work for me as much as you feel sorry. Work? Yes, honestly. I brought you here not so much to save you, but, this might be better. It seemed that she couldn't allow herself to live with me because of her guilt and sense of sin. It seemed that she couldn't accept such a peaceful environment for herself. I brought you here to make you work. Just like Elaris destroyed the warp gates to lessen her guilt and sense of sin, Charlotte could push those feelings aside as long as she desperately tried to do something. Let her think that she has something to do, that she must do. And in reality, I needed Charlotte, which is why I brought her here. There's a lot you need to do. Me, what can I do? Anyway, if you feel sorry to me and guilty to people, work and repay. I will take on the debt. Now, repay the debt of having your life saved 3 times. If those words could give Charlotte a bit of willpower, then it would be better to say such things. I look like this. How can I? What can I do? Her question. What could someone in a devil's form do? Made me smile despite the situation. No, you're amazing. I gently brushed Charlotte's now pitch-black hair. I shouldn't say this, but your visual is even better than mine. To be honest, it was a fact that Charlotte had a more demon king-like appearance than I did. There certainly wouldn't be anyone who would dare to complain about broken plates or cups to a representative of the Demon King with such an appearance. I roughly pinched Charlotte's blushing cheeks, flustered by the statement that I hadn't saved her to help her but to make her work. So from now on, eat well, take care of yourself, and exercise. Got it? You have to do that to do your job properly. Right? Charlotte, whose cheeks were pinched, looked up at me. Answer quickly. As I let go of her cheeks, Charlotte lowered her head with a dazed expression. Yes. Knowing why I was talking like this, Charlotte cried again. When I told her I'd be angry if she continued to cry, she tried to hold back her tears by holding her breath, and it seemed like she would suffocate. I had no choice but to comfort her by patting her back. Chapter 471 Night had fallen. I had considered watching over Charlotte until she fell asleep, but I thought it would be better not to. The more I cared for her, the more she seemed to be consumed by guilt, so I thought it would be better for Charlotte if I didn't watch her. Besides, I couldn't just talk with Charlotte forever. I took Sakigar and Lucinil with me and headed to the tallest tower in the royal capital. There was no better place to look down upon the city of Lazark. Sakigar appeared in her usual form, as a graceful female maid when she would visit me in the past. Perhaps she thought I would be uncomfortable with her demonic appearance. "Is this, your highness?" "No, the new Darkland that you have rebuilt." "In a sense." The view spread out before us was not as magnificent as the royal capital, but the streets of Lazark were lit with lanterns, and to a lesser extent, guards carrying torches patrolled the refugee residential areas. This was the highest point of the royal palace, built on elevated ground. We could see the vast ocean, the boundless lands stretching to the horizon, the expanding city districts, and the wide agricultural lands. It was a breathtaking view. What Sakigar had wanted was a land only for demons to live. However, I chose to integrate with humans, and I was still rescuing demons on the continent. Although it was not entirely what Sakigar had wanted, I had successfully built my own kingdom on land that had avoided disaster. Of course, it was a kingdom built on plunder. I never thought I would see such a sight before my death. In truth, I never imagined it. Sakigar gazed at the harbor and city of Lazark with a moved expression, as well as the vast refugee residential areas and farmlands on the opposite side. On the roof of the open tower, Sakigar stood still and turned in place. As if she would do so forever, she looked around once, then again, and again. Her appearance was like that of a child seeing an incredibly fascinating view for the first time. "Your Highness, I am ready to die now. Even if I die, I will die blessing your new world. I am more than happy, more than happy." Sakigar smiled innocently and cried like a child. "Why would you think of dying? There's so much work to be done that you might regret it when you had no country." "Whatever it is, even if I die from being buried in work, I will die laughing. So please, give me any order." Sakigar gently held up the hem of her skirt with both hands and bowed her head in front of me. "Great, unique, and sublime, absolute ruler of Darkland, lord of all demons and humans, your majesty, the immortal demon king. I, Sakigar, am ready to obey your command at any time." Sakigar looked at me and smiled, the wicked, sinister smile of Sakigar, as always. But her eyes were filled with tears, and though she was disguised as a human woman, her expression was happier than ever before. At this moment, if happiness were to be manifested in an expression, it would be something like this. Her appearance was so filled with joy that it made me think so. At first, I was honestly scared. I thought that someday I might have to eliminate Sakigar, and at some point, I felt guilty for not being able to fulfill Sakigar's wishes. But as my wishes failed, I ended up doing what I didn't want to do. In the end, I became the Lord of Darkland. Therefore, welcome back. As I hugged Sakigar, "You're my most loyal subject." I spoke my honest feelings that I had thought of until now. Sakigar went down to the tower, saying he wanted to see my Darkland closer with his eyes. Was it that good? I thought Sakigar would be happy, but I didn't think it would be that much, so it was a bit confusing. "You've done a lot in 2 years." At Lucinil's words, I smirked. Sakigar was moved by the reconstruction of Darkland, but Lucinil seemed purely amazed that such a thing was possible in just 2 years. Sakigar, Eppinhauser, Loya, and Lucinil. These four were the ones who directly blocked the knights of Sava, Lintana, and Shanipal when I escaped from the temple. Loya and Eppinhauser had died, and it took me quite a while to find the other two. It must have been hard all this time. No, I really was fine. My warning that killing Lucinil and Sakigar would result in a permanent hostile relationship. I wonder if the Empire really didn't treat Sakigar and Lucinil recklessly because of that. Archdemon. Even if I had a hard time, how much would that account for in my life, considering it's only been 2 years? Lucinil said that since he had lived for such a long time, even if it was painful, it wouldn't have had that much significance. Even so, the fact that Lucinil risked a threat because of me did not change. Lucinil quietly stared at the city lights. "You know, Valia, I find this more amazing." "What is it?" "We came to this neighborhood together. Remember?" "Yes." "There was a time when Lucinil and I went to Edina Island together to meet Iris. Lucinil must have known that the scenery of Edina Island in that winter was very different from now. How did so much change in just 2 years? In just 2 years, not only was a large cathedral built, but the size of the city itself had also expanded incomparably. Why does the time of mortals flow so fast? In just 2 years, this scenery had been created. Lucinil seemed to find it fascinating. It's so cute and lovely. Lucinil said so, covering her mouth and laughing. But that's what makes it sadder. In the lives of mortals, there is an end called death. That's why Lucinil seemed to feel both brilliance and sadness at the same time. Why did you help me, Lucinil? Ha! At my question, Lucinil tilted her head. Lucinil helped me. It's reasonable to say that she's second only to Elaris in the council. She even risked death for me. I couldn't really know if Lucinil had a reason to do that. I only heard that she had received help from Elaris and was repaying the debt. Lucinil looked at me. When my life was at its limit, it was Elaris who helped me become a vampire. Ah, I thought I might not know such a thing, but was it Elaris who helped Lucinil, whose physical life of homunculus had reached its limit? So, I was originally a member of the Hwao tribe, but she had no intention of taking a tribe. She would make me a vampire, but she wouldn't take responsibility for it. So, the head of the Suyo tribe, who was close to Elaris, took me in. And then you became the head of the Suyo tribe. The previous head of the Suyo tribe didn't have a tribe either. I was the only one who could take it. Lucinil stretched. However, to be honest, I thought about repaying the debt of life by helping you. Well, I tend to work hard on everything. That somehow made me chuckle. Immortals inevitably become lazy. So when you fall into that laziness, boredom comes. And when even boredom becomes tiresome, you give up on life. I told you before, right? Vampire lords usually give up on life on their own. That's right. So I don't have much to do, but when I decide to do something, I work hard. Helping you was in that context. To help me, she even risked her life. That sounded a bit strange. Is it complicated? Like Antarianus is very strange. You can think of me as very strange too. That strangeness is very convenient for me. Is it? Of course, Antarianus's strangeness is unpleasant, but it's just as convenient for me. Of course, just because I work hard on everything doesn't mean I work hard for hateful or insignificant people. Lucinil stretched again, taking several deep breaths. You're quite pretty cute and unique. It seems that immortals like me inevitably find someone like you adorable when we get too old. We are too old, so we know too well what can and cannot be. We've lived through the history recorded in books or documents. Beings who dream too big, knowing that it's fleeting, that it's impossible, that it's too burdensome. So we never think that such a dream could be realized. For such beings who dream too big, should we laugh at them? In fact, it's not like that. We've seen a lot of failures, but also a small number of successes. Even if 100 or 1,000 people fail, we've seen the one who succeeds. We've seen the egg that breaks the rock several times. However, the number of broken eggs is countless, and the number of eggs that broke the rocks is only a handful in that long, long time. Trying things that could never be possible, countless people have failed and died, but we've seen someone succeed. So, I don't laugh at those impossible attempts, while those who fail are pitiful. I thought those who succeeded were amazing. Immortals like me find beings like you pathetic, miserable, and regrettable. So, I guess I want to do something for you. Do you understand, Archdemon? So, I want to make sure that your story isn't remembered as a tragic one. Instead of watching from the sidelines of history, as I always have, I want to create this story alongside you. And so, the help Elaris gave me is not that important anymore. I'll make sure it doesn't become a tragic story. Antarianus said he didn't care whether I died miserably or succeeded. Although I couldn't say Lucinil was the complete opposite. She seemed to care about me. She would help to ensure my story didn't end in tragedy. It wasn't just about doing anything for me, but something about those specific words resonated within my heart. Lucinil stretched out lazily. Still, it's been frustrating not being able to breathe the night air outside, even once during those 2 years. Though it was a short time, she had been comfortable but never truly free. Reinhardt. Yes, she had called me Archdemon, Valia, and Reinhardt, using different names casually. Lucinil smiled at me as she called me whatever she liked. Thank you for giving me the night air again. She thought of it as a gift, instead of resenting me for not paying attention to her for 2 years. She was grateful. If only there were more immortals like Lucinil in the world, it would be quite nice. As a return for saving my life, she spent 2 years in confinement. And yet, she expressed gratitude for just a single breath of the cold night air. I shouldn't think of it as happiness. The time for gratitude and appreciation hasn't come yet. I'm more grateful. I was thankful for being able to see Sarkigar, Lucinil, and Charlotte again, even if it was for a brief moment. And I was happy. After Lucinil and Sarkigar left, I sat alone on the railing of the tower, quietly watching the streets of Lazark. I had succeeded in what I wanted. There had been inevitable damage, but it was truly inevitable. The remnants of the Black Order had fled after the death of their leader. However, I stared down at the vast expanse beneath my feet. It was a distant feeling. There were good things, but there were also terrible things. I had been cruel to Ellen. I thought it was the best course of action in that situation, and even if I were in that situation again, I believe I would do the same. Ellen must be suffering. We couldn't have a normal conversation. The look in her eyes, soaked in fear, sadness, and dread as she gazed up at me, would not be forgotten. That gaze, the trembling tip of her sword, her mouth full of things she wanted to say but couldn't bring herself to open, all of these things were etched painfully into my mind. As much as I was in pain, or perhaps even more so, Ellen might have been in even greater pain. I caused her even more pain. I hurt her. And the experience of physically hurting me would have shocked Ellen even more. I had to do it. But Ellen was undoubtedly in agony. I wanted to say I was sorry. But could such a day ever come for us? Perhaps. Such a day will never come. I silently stare at the streetlights. Ellen and I live in different worlds. I have created a society of demons and humans here. Ellen must become the only thread of hope for humanity, binding them together amidst hatred, fear, and anger. Now, Ellen is more important than the Emperor. So, Ellen and I live in different worlds. The best thing for Ellen and me is to live like this, not knowing where each other is. If we meet, we must fight, even if it's forced. We must put that fight on display for the people. We are enemies. People must believe that the hero is stronger than the Demon King. They must believe that the Demon King cannot attack the Empire and humanity out of fear of the hero, and that someday the hero will defeat the Demon King. So I deliberately allowed Ellen a fatal blow. That fight was necessary, and I pretended to lose on purpose. But what if? If I were to fight Ellen sincerely, I realized today what the outcome would be. If I were ever to fight Ellen Artorius in earnest, if such a day ever comes, without a doubt, I would be defeated. I realized such an objective truth today, due to the unintended fight. Chapter 472, Lament, which seemed to project the night sky, demonstrated an absolute cutting power. Even if I were to become a master class capable of using aura armor, that wouldn't change. It could be defended against using relics, but that was it. Initially, the issue was that the Lament's attack performance was too excellent, but the essential problem was not that. The biggest problem was that my swordsmanship originated from Ellen. I learned swordsmanship from Ellen, both at Temple and later from Sava Linterna, but the roots of my swordsmanship lie with Ellen. I learned everything from Ellen, from swordsmanship to close combat and restraint techniques. I learned swordsmanship from Ellen, who possessed an incomparable aura. Therefore, Ellen was undoubtedly superior to me in terms of swordsmanship. We had clashed our swords countless times over an immeasurable amount of time. That's why Ellen knew everything about how I understood and used my swordsmanship, my habits, and what kind of swordplay I primarily used. Strictly speaking, Ellen knew me better than I knew myself. That's probably why we were able to stage such an extreme battle in today's planned drama without seriously injuring each other. Of course, in the end, I almost committed suicide by forcing her sword to stab my own heart, but that was obviously beyond Ellen's ability to predict. And so today's fight with Ellen reaffirmed a fact I had somewhat suspected. Regardless of the personal humiliation it brought me, I am still weaker than Ellen. Even without the absolute attack method of the Lament, I would not be able to defeat Ellen. Ellen specializes in swordsmanship that takes into account opponents stronger than herself. So, even if my physical abilities were stronger than Ellen's, my swordsmanship wouldn't be effective against her. The Demon King fled because he was weaker than the hero. I staged a situation that made people believe that. But in reality, it's not much different. Even without the two relics, Ellen could defeat me. If Ellen, who has both lament and lapelt, was to sincerely try to kill me, I would die. Ellen knows me too well. Although it's said that a disciple can surpass the master, that only happens to those that had better talent than their master. My master's talent is far beyond my reach. There is no way that I, as an inferior disciple, can surpass Ellen. She's the one who's been watching over me all this time. That's why I can't beat Ellen. I looked at the darkness of the street and the torches that were driving it away, albeit slightly. Someday, there might come a moment when Ellen and I have to fight each other in earnest. My defeat is almost certain. I don't know in what situation or how we might try to kill each other. But if a situation arises where Ellen sincerely tries to kill me, I will be defeated, and that will result in my death. I don't want to kill Ellen. I don't want to die either. So I must become someone who can beat Ellen. Moreover, I don't want to use the Allspringer in the battle to break the last gate. I don't want to sacrifice my life to Allspringer. I don't want to die in a fight with Ellen that may or may not happen someday. To do that, I have to become stronger. I need to find that method. I have to find it. Ellen was sitting blankly on her bed in the dormitory room of Temple. You should take a few days off. Today's events. There's nothing urgent right now. Although Bertus had told her that, Ellen was not in a state where she could do anything anyway. The Demon King appeared in the royal capital, and those suspected to be the secret organization Black Order attacked the Demon King and failed. And Ellen had defeated such a Demon King. As always, stories would give birth to stories, and rumors would give birth to rumors. The initial story of the hero hesitating would disappear, and the story of the great hero saving people in that desperate situation when everyone was in despair due to the Demon King's attack would spread. Ellen didn't mind such things. Today, Ellen had realized various truths. Among them, the most painful truth was just one. The truth that there would never be anything like being with Reinhardt forever. It's not a matter of forgiveness. Just as Reinhardt has things to do, Ellen also has things to do. Not because of emotions, but because of necessity, Ellen has to live as the enemy of the Demon King. That's why Ellen realized only the truth that there would never be a recovery in this relationship. Above all, that cold gaze, Reinhardt's relentless actions, attacking her without hesitation. Ellen was given sadness, despair, and fear by the cold gaze and expression that didn't reveal any emotions. In contrast to herself, who couldn't control her emotions and trembled, Reinhardt's iron wall-like expression and unhesitating actions were frightening. She can't deny that it was something he had to do. She fully understands that Reinhardt had to do that. However, it was too painful. The relentless hands that inflicted pain on her body, the merciless violence that wasn't afraid to hurt her. Even more so, the violence inflicted on himself was merciless. After choosing to pierce his heart without hesitation, he pretended to be defeated and fled. Just as he wasn't afraid to hurt Ellen, he wasn't afraid to hurt himself either. Ellen looked at her right hand. She couldn't even count the number of times she had cut through something. However, today's eerie sensation inevitably plunged Ellen into fear, too easily. The sensation of lament, which had pierced Reinhardt's heart so easily, gave Ellen a sense of terror. She almost killed Reinhardt. Because of that chilling sensation, Ellen's right hand was shaking violently, as if she had Parkinson's disease. No matter how much Reinhardt allowed the attack intentionally, she almost killed him. Ellen buried her face between her knees and trembled quietly. Ah, sob, will there be more incidents like this in the future? Just as today, she was forced to fight Reinhardt due to people's pressure. Will she someday really have to try and kill Reinhardt, pushed by people's demands, and fight him risking their lives? Ellen didn't want to prepare or resolve for such a situation. She was afraid of dying by Reinhardt's hand, and killing Reinhardt was even more impossible. However, today, despite not wanting to fight, Ellen was forced to stand before the Demon King, pushed by people. And Reinhardt cornered Ellen, saying that he had to fight too. It seemed as if Reinhardt had already accepted that fate. Reinhardt had become stronger. At least one thing was certain, that cold expression. From that stern expression, Ellen felt it. Reinhardt's heart had become too strong. Ellen thought it was too sad and too frightening. At some point, during the early stages of the gate incident, her mother suddenly came to see her. Ellen, Mom, on a day when she felt so exhausted that she thought she might die. Her mother appeared out of nowhere and said, "Shall we go back to our hometown?" "Go back. If you want to forget about the world's affairs and return to our hometown, Let's do that. It was hard for Ellen to accept her mother's words. She didn't know what kind of place her hometown was or who her family and the people in the village truly were. My daughter, there will only be hardships ahead. It will be painful and sad to the point that it's unbearable. It will torment you, hurt you, and might even kill you. So think of this as your last chance. My daughter, if all of this becomes too much to bear, before the future, which will only get more difficult, swallows you up, you can leave all the pain and sadness behind. Let the things that haven't happened remain as such. You don't need to know what you haven't experienced yet. Then you will distance yourself from all the sorrow and pain, eventually forget them and find peace. You can forget all responsibilities, guilt, and sadness. So, shall we go back to our hometown together now? Ellen didn't understand what her mother was saying. The sight of her mother speaking such words was so strange and mysterious that she felt like she was seeing an entirely different, absolute being. If you want to turn away from all this and leave, then do it. Ellen didn't talk much with her mother. Why do you act like an innocent person who has nothing to do with all this? Who are we? After all, Ellen didn't ask anything, she just shook her head. No, I can't. It's my responsibility. I can't do that. Her mother's expression remained gentle. It shouldn't be like this. All this happened because of me. I made the situation like this. I can't abandon people and forget them. Right. I can't go, I mustn't. That's what I think. I have things I must do, responsibilities I must take. I don't know how, but there are people I need to meet again. I don't know what I should do when I meet them again, but there are people I have to see. I'm sorry. Mom, I can't go. She couldn't run away and turn her back on everything. She had to save at least one more person, even though she knew it was impossible to fully atone for her responsibility and sins. She couldn't let running away be the end of it all. Her mother didn't say much. All right. Just like before, when she draped the cloak of the sun god over Ellen's shoulders, after giving a light kiss on Ellen's forehead and smiling, just like that time. Goodbye, my beloved daughter. May the blessings of the moon and sun be with you. After leaving the same words as before, she disappeared with the moonlight. She had said that there would be pain so unbearable. Mother had said that, and she felt that day was now approaching. It had been just a vague thought, but there had to be such a day. She had confirmed with her eyes, her body, and Reinhardt's expression that were in a relationship in which they had to kill each other. She had thought that she had to take responsibility for something. But if that responsibility meant fighting Reinhardt with her life on the line and accepting the fact that they had to kill each other, she couldn't accept dying nor killing. Should she have run away instead? Though she thought she shouldn't make such a choice, it was becoming harder to accept as the difficult situation approached. Ellen was scared of people herself, and Reinhardt, she was terrified. Ellen stared at the moonlight streaming into the dormitory. The pale moonlight entering coldly did not give Ellen any answers. The next day, everyone had to get used to it, including me and the Council of Elders, and the four heavenly kings, Iris, Liana, Harriet, and Olivia. I gathered these core members, who could be considered my core forces, for breakfast. Lucinil, who had been missing from the Council of Elders, joined as the last piece. I also added Sakigar to the Council of Elders. In a way, Sakigar had helped me since I had nothing. So, I thought it would be appropriate to include him in the Council of Elders, which could be considered the founding contributors. The real power was the four heavenly kings. The contributors were the Council of Elders, in that sense. In essence, I had gathered all the people who could be called the real power of the rebuilt Edina archipelago version of Darkland. At the breakfast table, of course, vampires don't eat. Council of Elders, four heavenly kings, and the Demon King, and the person who would become another crucial figure who had recently joined. Charlotte. Charlotte still couldn't lift her head. Everyone in this place was my person, and even if they weren't, they were people who had come this far believing in me. So she seemed unable to lift her head in front of those who had done what she couldn't. Charlotte was, in a way, the most devil-like human in this place. No, strictly speaking, she should be called a half-human, half-demon. Since the soul of an archdemon was mixed in, Charlotte was in a state where she could not be called entirely human or demon. Although the darkness emanating from her body seemed to have stopped for now, her pitch-black hair that didn't reflect any light and her red eyes made her look like a devil still remained. Still, perhaps because of Charlotte's original appearance, there was a strange charm and charisma to her. If only that listless appearance could be fixed. Charlotte will inherit all of my authority as the Demon King and will be responsible for the overall internal affairs of Edina. The most surprised by this statement was Charlotte herself. I spoke, looking at Charlotte, who was bewildered, rolling her red eyes back and forth, unable to hide her confusion. Well, what else do you think I brought the imperial princess here for, if not to have her be a queen? She couldn't live a life where she couldn't lift her head forever because of guilt. She needed a purpose, and this place was filled with tasks that a wise ruler should take care of. If she lacks confidence and her self-esteem is at rock bottom, she has to force herself to pull it up. I have a lot to do, not just overseeing the administration, but also truly resolving the gate incident once and for all. There isn't much time left. I can't take care of Charlotte's mental state forever, so she must stand on her own. Thinking too much doesn't create anything beyond excessive thoughts. People need to be hit by something to move forward. Usually, when reality hits, there's no time to wallow in grief. Just like I have been until now, Charlotte will be the same. I can't do that. I'm not qualified. How can I do such a thing? I didn't give Charlotte the time to say those things. After conveying the most important facts, we had breakfast. Charlotte was eating absent-mindedly, but when I glared at her, she forced herself to take a bite. It seemed like I knew how to handle the broken Charlotte, who had fallen into the abyss due to her lack of self-esteem. Rather than gently consoling her, she did whatever she was told. She hesitated when asked to eat, but she forced herself to eat when told to. If I had tried to persuade Charlotte to take charge of Edina's management, she would have refused, saying she wasn't qualified. So I just whispered to her to do what she was told, and she nodded her head. The once arrogant and haughty princess had become a person who, in just 2 years, would do anything if I told her to, if only it wasn't out of a sense of guilt. Charlotte, who should be used to giving orders, had become a person who was only accustomed to receiving them from me. Charlotte wasn't immediately put to work on administration. It seemed like Charlotte already knew that Sakigar was the culprit behind the kidnapping of the princess and queen. Since Sakigar and Lucinil had spent time in the palace, there was no way she wouldn't know. However, Charlotte seemed unable to focus on her fear and anger towards Sakigar due to her guilt towards me. It was as if she didn't even have the luxury of hating her mother's enemy because of her overwhelming guilt. As the Council of Elders wasn't too involved in the administration, there would be little contact between Sakigar and Charlotte in the future. Charlotte began to receive information on the overall situation of Edina's management and the things she needed to know from Harriet, who could be considered a secretary. Harriet didn't seem to have any particular emotions towards Charlotte. Iris was a bit different, the soul of the demon king that had entered Charlotte. Perhaps sensing it, Iris seemed to feel a strange fear when looking at Charlotte. Charlotte was the demon king's proxy, but in reality, she wasn't just a proxy. Charlotte was already the demon king herself, a human and a demon king at the same time, being both human and demon. Perhaps she was even more suited to be the ruler of this new Darkland than I was. Charlotte also possessed the ability to control demons, albeit not entirely. Of course, not everyone was happy with this situation. What can she do when she's so weak? Liana, who hoped for the Empire's eventual destruction in the long term, was preparing to return to Port Markna and asked me with a worried voice. In the long run, she'll be far more suitable than me. Tusk, I don't like it. Liana couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about the situation where the Imperial Princess had to act as the leader of this Darkland. In fact, it was Bertus who had assassinated Duke Grants and destroyed the revolutionary organization, but Charlotte had found out about it afterward. Anyway, I have to go. Prepare well for the relocation of the base. I'll also have my own preparations in place. Got it. Liana headed towards Port Markna, and the person who would undoubtedly be the most displeased with this situation. She'll take care of herself. Right. Surprisingly, Olivia's attitude wasn't angry or unable to accept the situation. All we need to know is our mission. Olivia looked at me with a chilling smile. The next time she causes a problem, don't try to protect her. Olivia looked at me with a stern expression. Even if you try to protect her then, I'll find a way to kill her. Olivia simply gave a straightforward warning about what I should be prepared for if the person who had already betrayed us caused problems again. Chapter 473. After coming to Edina Archipelago, Charlotte spent the most time with Harriet, not the Demon King. When you're around, she gets restless. Just let her be with me. Ah, is that so? Yes. So can you just leave her to me? All right. Charlotte thought it would be best not to see the person she felt guilty and sorry to be around for a while, as his presence made it hard for her to focus. Though the scale was modest compared to the empire, there were many matters to attend to in running a country. While Charlotte suddenly found herself in charge of a country, she believed that she had no choice but to do it since Reinhardt had ordered it. What could someone like me do? Although lost in such thoughts, she had no choice but to try. Reinhardt entrusted her with some responsibilities because he believed in her in his own way. Thus, Charlotte spent the whole day listening to various stories from Harriet, the population of the Edina archipelago, the distribution of the islands, the current situation on each island, the number of refugee transport ships that regularly arrived at Lazark, the main port, the status of stored supplies and their distribution, Port Markna, which could be called a forward base, and the fact that it was now scheduled to be relocated, and the demons on the streets. Charlotte stared blankly at the scene of orcs and trolls roaming the streets of Lazark. At first, she had worn a robe to hide herself, but now she walked around without it. In the colorful scene of various demons walking around, Charlotte's appearance wasn't that strange. In fact, people paid more attention to Harriet, the scribe who accompanied Charlotte, than to Charlotte's appearance. Isn't it strange? Honestly, I'm not used to it yet. Harriet also stared blankly at the mixed scene of humans and demons on the street. But just knowing that something like this is possible has changed my thinking a lot. Harriet led Charlotte up a hill in Lazark, saying she had something to show her. Can you see it over there? Farmland. Yes. At a distance where a human would appear no bigger than a fingertip, something enormous was cultivating the farmland. A single ogre was cultivating the land at a very fast pace, doing the work of dozens of humans. Originally, vampire mages do it, but once the basic cultivation is done, ogres usually do the tasks that require strength. It's helpful, but honestly, they work as much as dozens of people and eat as much, so it might not be much different. It's fascinating, isn't it? Yes, it is. At least we can maintain this scale because there's a faction of vampire mages specialized in plant-based alchemy and magic. If it weren't for them, the refugees might have starved to death long ago. What's more, the one directing the ogre's cultivation was an old farmer with a bent back. Whether or not this was efficient, as Harriet had said, was unclear. However, they were surviving, trying to live together in harmony. Charlotte etched the scene into her memory. Honestly, the biggest problem in Edina is food. After the gate incident, Edina has grown too large. We're somehow managing to be self-sufficient with the help of vampire mages and other demons. But all of that was made possible by the Demon King, Reinhardt's power. I see. So, in Edina, the existence of the Demon King is absolute. The island's humans fear the Demon King, and the demons follow him unconditionally, so there is no conflict. If the Demon King were to disappear, the demons would not be able to accept living alongside humans, and the humans would suffer even more. The archdemon commands absolute obedience from the demons, and the island's humans fear the Demon King. This coexistence seems perfect on the surface, but it would be impossible without the existence of the Demon King. In Darkland, the existence of the Demon King is closer to a god than a king. From what I've heard, the demons originally fought and were divided amongst different races. That was until the archdemon race appeared and took control of everyone. Yes, I know that, a being closer to a god than a king, archdemon. Charlotte quietly observed the landscape that this absolute being had created, a landscape that had never existed before. Charlotte had heard many stories from Harriet, how many refugees had flowed to this island so far, how the demons made contact and entered the island, how they built buildings with magic for them to live in and cultivated the land, how the United Sacred Order was established, while she was locked in the Spring Palace, blaming herself for everything. She had heard about what the Demon King had accomplished while trying to do something, not just wallowing in self-blame and guilt. He's done so much. The Demon King saved countless people and created a landscape that seemed impossible in the world. What had the person who had not given up but tried to move forward after failing in everything achieved? Charlotte looked at it from the perspective of a defeated person. Can I take responsibility for this? Can she, a defeated and traitorous person, bear the weight of someone's brilliant achievements? Charlotte, this isn't about being considerate. Harriet looked at Charlotte with a serious expression and spoke. Reinhardt has a lot to do. Really? Too much? I suppose so. Reinhardt brought you here because he needs you, not because he pities you. Harriet wasn't angry. If you want to be a sinner and a traitor, then continue living that way. But if you want to live as the ruler of Edina that Reinhardt needs, that's what you'll be. Charlotte raised her head and looked at Harriet. Do you want to be someone Reinhardt needs, or do you want to be someone he has to constantly worry about, even though he's terribly busy? Charlotte's lips trembled. Of course I. Everyone here is someone Reinhardt needs. She knew this because she had heard many stories from Harriet. Liana, Olivia, Iris, and Harriet, all of them had important tasks. Charlotte was also brought here by Reinhardt to take on a very important task. If she wanted to live as a defeated person, she could live as one. However, she would become a constant burden that Reinhardt would have to worry about endlessly. Harriet patted Charlotte's shoulder. Once you know that, just do it. Don't overthink it. It was the same when we first came here. If you think too much, you'll just be stuck in guilt without doing anything. Let's just think about taking one step at a time, rather than thinking about how many people will die on the continent, building houses for those who have lost their homes right away, instead of thinking about who's responsible for this situation, rescuing people fleeing from monsters on boats and bringing them to this island, rather than mourning how many have died and thinking about what we've lost, feeding those who have nothing to eat by expanding the farmland. If you think too much about the distant future or abstract concepts, you'll be unable to do anything. Let's take it one step at a time, just one step at a time. As time passes like that. Look, Harriet pointed at the surroundings. She pointed at the world. Before you know it, this is what it has become. It's not perfect, still unstable and incomplete. You can't say we haven't done anything. Charlotte stared at Harriet with wide eyes, a person who had been endlessly stagnant and one who had taken at least one step every day. She looked at the landscape created by the difference between them, whether I'm worthy, if it's okay to do this, if forgiveness is allowed, whether she had the right to waver in this beauty. Being stagnant would only make her more stagnant, before thinking about qualifications and rights, taking care of her weakened body, as Reinhardt told her to, maintaining her health, building stamina, learning more about Edina, taking that first step to start addressing issues from the throne. What is the reason not to take that step? Harriet's comforting persuasion, which seemed to suggest that there is something to be done. In the end, it made Charlotte give up on all her thoughts. There will be no rights and obligations. But Reinhardt has instructed her to do something. That's all she needs to do, so she took a step. To hesitate while thinking about whether she's qualified to take this step is a sin. Looking at Harriet's warm smile, Charlotte gritted her teeth. Tears threatened to spill because of those who did so much for her, but Charlotte had cried a lot during those 2 years. She only cried. She didn't do anything else besides crying. So, without letting the tears welling up deep inside her heart fall, Charlotte wiped them away with the sleeve of her clenched teeth. Her eyes, red as a demon, and her eye sockets burning hot. All right, no matter what happens, I'll try. Her thoughts of wrongdoing didn't change, but the sense of duty, the responsibility that she had to accomplish something somehow, she could regain. Harriet's persuasion was successful. Instead of drowning in thoughts and guilt, she had to focus on the present and take one step at a time. Reinhardt didn't forgive her. He brought her back out of necessity, so if she felt guilty, she should fulfill that need. So after that, Charlotte had many conversations with Harriet and tried to understand the situation in Edina by surveying the area. After assessing the Edina archipelago, Charlotte came to one conclusion. Can I be honest? Yeah, you should be honest. At Reinhardt's words, Charlotte nodded firmly. This isn't a country. Ha! Charlotte's evaluation was harsh. This place is like a national free food distribution center. I guess calling it a nation feels a bit off. Charlotte judged that Edina Archipelago needed a massive improvement in its constitution. The biggest problem is that without the demons, the people of Edina would starve to death. It's good that they bring refugees from the mainland, and it's nice to provide them with land and houses for free, but fundamentally, they can't solve the problem of food self-sufficiency without magic and the help of demons. They are continuously expanding the cultivated land, but I heard that, ultimately, magicians are involved in this work. There's a limit to the available human resources. Probably, the area where the workforce is most concentrated on this island is related to food resources. But as the scale grows, at some point, The population that can be supported will exceed the threshold. So this country doesn't have a structure where the surplus goods produced by the people are stored as taxes in the national treasury and supplied or used for national projects when needed. Here, the state's production of food is a national project. It's reversed. This is actually not a government or a state, but a charity organization. This state is only meant to support the population. Even that is a difficult situation. Of course, it's not wrong to do such work. However, there's no plan for when the supported population becomes too large to handle. In the first place, farming with magic is something that wouldn't happen in normal times, and the same goes for mermaids providing marine resources as food supplies. We need to establish a long-term food self-sufficiency plan, meaning a long-term policy where food self-sufficiency is possible without the bizarre situation of magicians farming. The public safety issue is the same. The scale of the refugee residential areas has long surpassed several times the size of the original Lazark urban area, but they're trying to prevent it with just guards patrolling at night. But there's a limit to the number of troops that can be maintained. That's why the crime rate in the refugee residential areas is quite high. Food, public safety, systems, policies, management of areas other than the capital. When Charlotte's talk about the many problems of the Edina archipelago was over, Reinhardt was left with his mouth agape. It looked like a nation, but was actually a charity organization. Instead of inflating the national treasury under the name of taxes, the entire force of the national treasury and the king was working for the people in a strange structure. That was the reality of Edina that the Demon King had built in 2 years. After finishing her story, Charlotte looked quietly at Reinhardt. The reason this place has come this far is because the demons under you are exceptionally talented. No matter the situation, such skilled people don't usually do this kind of work. Edina was maintained only because the overly talented personnel were engaged in work they wouldn't normally do. At this point, the people of Edina were just military dependents. The reality of Edina was that it couldn't survive without the Demon King. Chapter 474, The Reconstructed Darkland, Edina, was overly dependent on the Demon King. According to Charlotte's assessment, this was a different dimension of the story that originally Darkland couldn't exist without an archdemon. So, what should we do? First of all, the food problem will inevitably be a long-term policy. For now, we need to solve the institutional problems. There are many minor crimes, but too many cases escalate from simple acts of violence to murder. It might be difficult to increase the size of the guards. Honestly, the current force is already hard to manage. It's not a problem with the guards. Charlotte shook her head. Punishments for criminals are too uniform. It's too simple, like either execution or labor camp. And there are more cases of people being taken to labor camps than being executed. You also seem to have a tendency not to give extreme punishments equivalent to execution. Is that right? Well, I thought it would be better to use them as labor force rather than killing them. At those words, Charlotte shook her head. Let's assume someone has a fight with someone they had a grudge against. First, a violent incident occurs, and let's say the other person is injured severely. Then, the assailant's trip to the labor camp is guaranteed. Whether they kill or just beat them up, they go to the labor camp. So some people just kill them. The result is the same anyway. Ha! Of course, this is an extreme example, and not everyone is like that. But there are still plenty of people who make such choices. So, punishments for each crime must inevitably be more detailed. Charlotte discussed the problems that arise if extreme punishments, like death, are not administered for those who deserve them. Reinhardt, extreme punishments exist not to condemn criminals, but to show the general public the consequences of serious crimes. Basically, execution and other extreme penalties exist to consume serious criminals and display them to society. As a leader, Reinhardt thought it was more efficient to use criminals as labor force rather than killing them, so he avoided extreme punishments. He thought it was inefficient. However, Charlotte was suggesting the possibility that it might have encouraged simple acts of violence to escalate into murder. If the punishment is the same regardless of the crime's nature, some people might choose more serious crimes. Edina doesn't have proper laws right now, but for now, there's no system of punishment. It needs to be established. Edina's situation is completely different from that of a typical country. Due to its nature, where many outsiders inevitably enter, problems between people will only increase, not decrease. So punishment should be more severe than necessary. The royal capital cannot reduce crime rates with extreme punishments due to extreme resource shortages, but Edina isn't that bad. So, it's still possible to handle criminals with punishments. I see. And it's true that there is an absolute shortage of guards. It will also be difficult to increase the size of the guards in the current situation. Charlotte seemed to have an answer to that as well and quickly came to a conclusion. Make the refugees organize their own vigilante groups. Vigilante groups. This is the capital. And organizing vigilante groups because we can't manage the capital. Is that right? This is not the time to worry about that. Charlotte's words seemed to disagree with Reinhardt as he rolled his eyes in silence. But that vigilante group, which is essentially a voluntary organization like community service, who would want to do that for free. If they don't want to work for free, then you have to pay them. But if you do that, you're financially supporting the vigilante group after organizing it. How is that different from a security force? Why not just incorporate them into a security force instead of forming a vigilante group? I don't get it. At Reinhardt's words, Charlotte shook her head. Instead of giving them money, give them a bit of authority. Authority. Yes, or in other words, power. Charlotte stared at Reinhardt with a calm expression. Many people will be eager to have even a little bit of power. Money, you don't need to give it to them. There are people who seek power for its own sake. Ah, give them the authority to elect a vigilante captain and recruit vigilantes, and also give them the authority to arrest and interrogate people. Then, even without receiving a single penny, they'll patrol the streets at night, thinking they've become something. In the end, the vigilantes will patrol the streets without getting paid. Isn't that enough? Knowing the vanity of human power lust, Charlotte knew she could move people with just power alone. Reinhardt broke into a cold sweat at the seemingly sinister policy. No, that. I understand what you're saying. But if we inevitably give the vigilantes some power over the refugee area, they're bound to cause trouble. Since the autonomous power is relatively free from control, it can only lead to corruption, right? Yes, inevitably. They will become corrupt, turn into a privileged group, and become a corrupt power that commits crimes without punishment. No, since they can't make money from their vigilante activities, they'll want to fill their pockets in other ways. Of course, they have to do it that way. Vigilante activities are busy but can't make money, so they inevitably have to. So, that's what will happen. What's the point of worrying about that? Charlotte made a throat-cutting gesture. Just kill them, replace them, that's all you have to do. Ah, the corruption of the vigilantes is not our responsibility since they are not directly under the government. Right, the national power executes the corrupt vigilante captain. It looks just and good. In reality, the government created an environment where the vigilantes have to become corrupt by handing over security duties to them and not allowing them to make a living. But will the public know that? The more secular the vigilante captain is, and the worse their misconduct, the more support the government will gain when they are hanged. Charlotte spoke with a calm expression that was neither smiling nor sinister. Use people up and discard them. Create a group that is inevitably corrupt and exploit it. Moreover, without giving a single penny. Charlotte knew how to do what the Demon King could not. Corruption is bad, so far. Reinhardt's thinking has been to eliminate the possibility of corruption. But Charlotte is different. She forms power that is inevitably corrupt, and she exploits it. And when that corruption crosses a threshold, she replaces it, using the process of replacement to the government's advantage. The government, which inevitably formed corrupt power, shifted the blame to corrupt individuals. Their ways of thinking were fundamentally different. Reinhardt, there's something very important you don't know. What is it? The purpose of a nation is not the implementation of justice or goodwill, but the preservation of the nation itself. There is no justice, relief for the poor, or charity in a vanished nation. If there is a single absolute good that a nation must protect, it is the maintenance of the nation itself. That's all. A government doesn't have to be good and just. A government exists to maintain itself. Without fulfilling that basic condition, no projects or policies can exist. Reinhardt hadn't considered this dimension of thought at all. Even with injustice or unfairness, a nation must be maintained, and policies and projects must be implemented for that purpose. Edina Archipelago lacked this, and Reinhardt had not considered it. The scale keeps growing, but the system is weak. That's why Charlotte thought a system needed to be created. Now, even handling the grown scale is difficult, so temporary measures are needed. In terms of maintaining the nation, Charlotte's approach was better than Reinhardt's, and he couldn't deny it. Now I can finally feel that you're a royal. Reinhardt nodded blankly with a flustered expression. Charlotte lowered her eyes as she looked at him. I can't help it if you're disappointed. If this is the only way I can help you, somehow, I have to do it well. So, it's right for me, who will become the regent, to do these things. You just need to remain a kind and good ruler for the people. The more people fear my regency, the more solid their support for you will be. So, Charlotte decided to take all the blame for the cruel rule she would be implementing from now on. The more people hate the regency, the more they despise it. The support for the Demon King becomes stronger. Like using the vigilante group, Charlotte was planning to use herself to solidify Reinhardt's rule as well. Charlotte would have to roll with the punches. Just as I became king unprepared, Charlotte wasn't fully prepared to become the queen either. In my unprepared state, I hastily built the nation, and as a result, it was bound to be a mess. I can maintain it now, but I don't know how long it will be possible. That's why I brought Charlotte to strengthen the foundation. I tried my best to make it look plausible, but to Charlotte, Edina seemed like a malformed structure. I don't know if Charlotte can handle all those problems, but Charlotte could think of things I couldn't. She would know when to use people and when to discard them. It's cruel, but I couldn't deny the necessity. Charlotte's approach to events and problems was on a different level than mine. I couldn't expect everything to improve just because Charlotte took charge of the Edina archipelago, but at least it was better than me staying on the throne. I had long reached my limit in handling the administrative tasks related to Edina, someone to replace me, a person who would definitely do better than me. And then, someone who might be even more terrifying than me, the most suitable person for the Demon King. Let me introduce her. In the throne room where the ministers gathered, I carefully seated Charlotte, who was wearing a black dress and looking down at the people on the throne beside me. From today on, Charlotte de Gardiers will be the regent of Edina. At my words, the ministers, who were already tense about the unidentified presence, gasped, Charlotte de Gardiers. From the name attached to her, it was obvious where Charlotte was from. Keep in mind that she is my substitute and at the same time an equal being to me. I stood up, and Charlotte, who took my place on the throne, quietly looked down at the ministers. I'll keep it brief. Charlotte didn't offer any greetings or other pleasantries. From being the Empire's first princess to becoming the Queen of Darkland, Charlotte looked down at the people. Everything will. Her voice wasn't particularly powerful or brimming with confidence. Be quite different from now on. But everyone felt overwhelmed by the charisma emanating from Charlotte herself. Charlotte began to address the most urgent matters first: systematization of punishment and the organization of a self-defense force, a system in which the refugees themselves would be responsible for maintaining security in the refugee residential areas. The next day, I saw the gallows being built in the central square of Lazark City. Someone would be flogged there according to their crime, and those with extremely heinous crimes would be beheaded or hanged. The residents of Edina would be frightened of committing crimes after witnessing someone's death on display. It was impossible to know how significant the effects of public executions would be, but given the situation in the Edina archipelago, I couldn't deny Charlotte's opinion that such measures were necessary. I wasn't unaware of the need, but I might have been avoiding making such a decision by focusing on efficiency. In the end, maybe I hadn't been able to shake off that petty notion that such things were barbaric and bad from a modern perspective. Now, practically everything I had done in the Edina archipelago would be Charlotte's responsibility. It was time for me to step down from the throne for a while and do what I needed to do. Charlotte began her regency. The rate at which the warp gates were destroyed slowed down. Although a considerable number of warp gates had been destroyed over the past 2 years, it wouldn't be possible to destroy all of them in the near future, so there was still time until the final battle approached. I had something to do in preparation for future situations. Having brought Charlotte, I was finally able to take off the ill-fitting clothes I had been wearing. There were still no outsiders to see, but I gathered people and began to speak. I will be absent for quite some time. Absent? Everyone tilted their heads at my words. I don't know how long it will take, but I'll return if the situation isn't favorable, so don't worry too much. As an archdemon, Charlotte also has control over the demons. Moreover, Charlotte will lead the government more wisely than me. That's why there was no reason for me to be in Edina. So, I was thinking of doing something I hadn't been able to do so far. Are you going to do something dangerous again? I shook my head at Olivia's question, even though it's a precaution for potentially dangerous situations. I can't really say anything for sure yet. But, well, I'll be taking plenty of teleport scrolls, so don't worry too much. Still, going alone is a bit. It seems dangerous wherever you go. That was Harriet's concern. Everyone knew I could handle things on my own. They knew I wasn't going to die foolishly to a wandering monster horde on the continent, but they couldn't help but worry. I'd like to take someone with me, but it's not a place where I can do that. I don't really want to insist on traveling alone. However, the place I need to go now might not even be found by myself. Olivia, Harriet, Charlotte, and Iris. They all didn't object to my decision, but their expressions showed concern. I won't be too late. Before the gate incident is resolved, I have to become much stronger than I am now. That's why I brought Charlotte to govern, and I have to do things to become stronger now. The dragon of the last gate too, and even in the uncertain battle with Ellen. I have to become stronger in order not to die. Iris asked, seemingly worried. Can't you at least tell us where you're going? I'm sorry, I can't tell you. I'm not even sure if I can find it, and even if I do find it, I don't know if I can get what I want. If they knew where I was going, they would surely stop me, so I can't tell them. I plan to go to Ellen's hometown, Rizera. Chapter 475, unable to leave Edina until now. I planned to depart as soon as I found a suitable replacement. I intended to set out the day after finishing the preparations. The night before departure, Charlotte came to see me. At first, she seemed quite flustered upon seeing that I shared a bedroom with Harriet, but she didn't ask any questions. Feeling more awkward because she didn't ask anything, she seemed to accept my decision. Charlotte asked me while we were on the terrace, Reinhardt, there's something I'd like to ask you. What is it? I'd like to know the extent of my authority. She wanted to know how far she could go and where the line was drawn. After all, Charlotte was suddenly placed on the throne, having managed to get by for 2 years. Charlotte gazed out the window with a calm expression. I think I can definitely control the demons. But as you know, the elders, including the council members, are your friends and allies. So, my command and control won't work on them. That's true. I'm glad you trust me, and I'll do my best to live up to your expectations. But if you leave Edina for a long time at this point, it could inevitably lead to discord between me and the others. Charlotte was stating the reality. The council members weren't under my direct control. Liana, Olivia, Harriet, and Iris were my friends. Although she could control the others below them, they had the power to ignore the orders from the regent, as they were no different from the founding contributors. In particular, Liana and Olivia disliked Charlotte. They were highly likely to resist if Charlotte, who suddenly appeared, started to give orders. My decision to leave Edina before the regent's rule was stabilized was therefore dangerous. Charlotte was saying that internal strife might occur. Charlotte had only one source of power in Edina, my declaration of support as the Demon King. That alone was not enough to control all of Edina, since nothing had been proven yet. Tell me that I have no command or control over those above the 4 heavenly kings, and I won't say anything about their affairs. She was not asking for authority, but for clarification of her authority, which was why she brought up the topic. I wanted Charlotte's rule as regent to fully succeed my authority. However, I also agreed that Olivia and Liana, who had worked hard to build Edina so far, might feel uncomfortable with Charlotte's sudden appearance and her commands. Even if they rationally understood and followed my intentions, it would be emotionally difficult for them. In fact, I had no issues with them because there was no emotional conflict. They generally agreed with my opinions, and we would discuss until we reached a consensus when they thought I was wrong. In Harriet's case, she tried to help Charlotte wholeheartedly. Iris probably wouldn't have any issues with Charlotte since she seemed to sense the influence of the archdemon. However, Liana hated the Empire, and Olivia disliked Charlotte, who didn't trust me. The possibility of friction between the two worried me. What should I do? The 4 heavenly kings. In other words, if I tell Charlotte not to try to control the 4 heavenly kings and the elders' council, she becomes half useless. I need someone who can fully represent me, not half useless. So to put it bluntly, I need not a regent but a queen of the demon realm who can fully represent me. I know my place too, so at least not having the authority to command or interfere with them. Enough. However, upon hearing Charlotte's words, I cut her off. You are my representative, fully. I looked into Charlotte's eyes and said so. You must think of yourself not as a regent, but as another demon king, and you must become that. Charlotte needs a command, not a request or persuasion. I wish for that. I want you to be my perfect representative. Liana and Olivia. Emotional friction could arise between the two, and political issues could occur. Olivia and Liana could even feel resentful about Charlotte, not just me. If they are resentful toward me, I will feel sorry and may have to apologize. But this is not some obscure political game, but national administration. Just because Olivia has done a lot for me and Liana has sacrificed a lot for me, it does not give them the right to ignore the regent I have established. If they deliberately ignore and exclude Charlotte, I will inevitably be disappointed in them for intentionally hindering national administration just because of such trivial emotions. In the first place, I don't even think they are only capable of that. They will recognize the necessity of Charlotte, and Charlotte will be recognized for her necessity. She must prove that she has such ability. So, somehow, take control. At my words, Charlotte looked up at me silently. The king who should support her as regent leaves the moment she becomes regent. As difficult as it was for me, Charlotte must lead national affairs among the ministers who dislike her. It's not that I sat her down for an easy job. Even if it's difficult, she must become my perfect representative. No, it's a command. Yeah, I got it. Charlotte nodded her head. It may be strange to think this way. The next day, Reinhardt had gone somewhere. Why? Where did he go without telling me? Harriet sighed deeply, looking at the spot where Reinhardt had just stood before disappearing with teleportation. In the place where the king left after appointing a regent, there were Harriet, Charlotte, and Olivia. Once the handover was more or less complete, Harriet would return to her original duty of magical research after assigning a new secretary. The reason why the Demon King appointed a regent was not only to free himself, but also to let Harriet, who had been using her brain on his behalf. Charlotte silently stared at the place where Reinhardt had left, and naturally, she could not help but feel Olivia's gaze on her. Charlotte looked at Olivia with a hint of apprehension. Do you have something to say, Archbishop Olivia? Charlotte's question was met with silence as Olivia stared at her, seemingly trying to gauge something. Charlotte could not read any hostility from that gaze. At least, not yet. Reinhardt is too kind. So kind that it's idiotic. I was wondering if he shouldn't trust people he shouldn't. Charlotte stared quietly at Olivia as she spoke so bluntly. If I were to betray Reinhardt, what would you do? If I were to intentionally ruin Edina, where would I go after that? Olivia had no answer to that question. I can't go back to the Empire after Reinhardt saved me from being executed there. Harriet listened quietly to their conversation. So, I have no reason to intentionally ruin this place, and there's no reason for me to do so. There are people who would ruin others, even at the cost of their own destruction. Lately, there are quite a few of them. Charlotte nodded at Olivia's words. You're right, I suppose so. Olivia had seen many who would risk their own lives to kill the Demon King. A deep hatred desires destruction, even at the cost of self-destruction. I understand why you might not trust me, and I know I have committed sins. Still, I'll try my best. Charlotte lowered her head. She had never intended to fight in the first place. There was no comparison. The people here trusted Reinhardt, but she, who had not trusted Reinhardt, but had been saved by him in the end, was on a different level. I may be asking too much for your support, but please don't think that I'm doing something to ruin anything. Charlotte bowed deeply to Olivia. From now on, I look forward to working with you. The former princess, with a sense of guilt, bowed to someone who had made a greater decision than herself. At that unpretentious bow, Olivia frowned. Why is this more annoying? Wishing that she had been more irritating, Olivia kicked a loose stone and stormed out of the royal capital. Ugh, annoying. An argument needed both sides to engage. For now, she was angry, but her opponent wouldn't give her a reason to fight. Olivia stormed out of the castle, venting her frustrations. Charlotte looked at Harriet. Thank you for everything so far, Harriet. I look forward to working with you in the future. Ah, no, why are you bowing like that? Harriet, flustered, waved her hands frantically. I don't know much about Ellen's hometown, a village in the far southwestern corner of Kernstadt, near the border and in the mountains. Ellen told me that a considerable number of people didn't even know that such a village existed. She pointed out the general location on a map, but it was too broad. The village's name was Rosera. Naturally, the name wasn't on any map. Originally, there might have been people in nearby villages who knew Rosera's location. However, after the gate incident, all such small villages were destroyed. So, the expectation of finding someone who knows the exact location of Rosera must be abandoned. There's no way to know if Rosera is still intact after this incident. However, though I'm not entirely sure, Ellen's mother is presumed to be a stronger individual than save Eileen Turner. I knew nothing specific about Ellen's mother. Ellen's mother's name was Luna Artorius, and she called herself the Master of the Sun and Moon. Hence, it was speculated that she might be related to the Vampire Lord's clan, specifically the Sun and Moon clans that had disappeared long ago. She also said that it was a principle not to interfere with the affairs of the world. I didn't know why, but if that was true, then the gate incident might not have caused any movements from the Sun and Moon clans. Did Rosera really manage to avoid the aftermath of the gate incident? Is Luna Artorius truly not intervening in this situation? Can I find Rosera? I still know nothing. I couldn't directly ask Ellen about Luna's whereabouts. It's better not to meet Ellen if possible. It wasn't even a situation where I could. The reason I wanted to meet Luna Artorius was simple. I don't know how to persuade her, but I want to ask her for guidance. The transcendent power she possesses, which even I cannot comprehend. I don't know the way, and there's not a single reason for her to teach me. If it remains this way, I'll have to use Alspringer in the final battle. I don't want to die like that. Although I might be able to resolve the situation without using Alspringer if I have to fight Ellen for some reason later. I can't beat her in my current state. At least the truth that I must have equal or greater strength than Ellen for me to have a choice doesn't change. I must reach the master class before the final battle. If possible, I must possess even more power. There may be outstanding magicians around me, but none of them have reached the master class. The strongest person I know is Savelin Turner, but it's impossible to ask her for guidance in this situation. That's why I must find Luna Artorius, who is presumed to be even stronger than her. It's really vague. To beg Ellen's mother to make me stronger, in this situation, in this time. Isn't it too absurd in a situation where everything has collapsed, while monsters are roaming somewhere in the continent? I stood before the mountainous region in the southwest of Kernstadt, feeling extremely vague. What is this? A mountain village, they said. Before my eyes lay a mountainous area, no different from a natural fortress, filled with bizarre rock formations. When I heard from Ellen, it felt like a village behind a neighborhood hill, but there was an enormous highland area. This area was called the Shun Mountain Range on the map. Ellen, you can't call a place hidden in such a steep mountain range a mountain village. Thinking about it, Ellen has always been a bit different from ordinary people. I never thought I would find Rosera easily. Although I had already checked the map, this mountain range was vast. Moreover, there was no way a proper road leading to Rosera would be built in such a treacherous terrain. In the midst of the mountain range, the cries of nameless monsters could be heard. Those monsters that had already entered the mountains were now roaming the continent. Would it take several days, weeks, or even months to wander through? In a mountainous region where monsters could attack and kill me at any moment, would it be possible to find Rosera? Where would I sleep? And where would I find food? Though it was to prepare for the final battle, it seemed that I had to play a survival game in the high-altitude area swarming with monsters. Ah, well, there was never a time when things worked out easily. I had always managed to find what I was looking for and obtained it. Some powerful fate was at work for me. I intended to find Rosera and meet Ellen's mother. So, I would be able to find it and meet her. I stepped into the vast and treacherous mountain range. To not sacrifice my life in the final battle, I had to become stronger, without fail. Chapter 476, Destroying the warp gates with only our raiding forces has become impossible. Is this true? I'm afraid so, Your Majesty. At Savelin Turner's words, Bertus nodded with a somber expression. He was already aware that as the number of warp gates decreased, carrying out the gate destruction operation was becoming increasingly difficult. In the most recent operation, Savelin Turner had managed to destroy only one warp gate out of the three she was tasked with destroying, before having to withdraw her forces. There were too many monsters, and they were too strong. In that operation, 2 swordmasters of Shanapel and 4 royal magicians were killed. Such powerful forces were not easily replenished, making it an unbearably painful loss. They were irreplaceable master-class forces. That's why it became a permanent loss of strength. As the gates became more dangerous, the strength of the raiding forces continued to decrease. However, the more the gate destruction operation was delayed, the more monsters would be released into the world. What do you think about combining Ellen's forces with Commander Turner's forces? City reconstruction work was ongoing, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to rescue survivors. Now, they would change Ellen's forces' mission to destroying the remaining warp gates and form a powerful new force. At the Emperor's words, Turner lowered her head with a stern expression. If we do that, we may temporarily be able to continue the warp gate destruction operation. However, in the long term, I believe that such losses will occur again. Also, there is no way to say that there is no risk of Ellen Artorius dying. If Ellen Artorius were to die while carrying out the warp gate destruction operation, it would be more horrifying than any disaster for humanity. People had great expectations and hope in Ellen. If she were to die, not by the Demon King, but by trying to suppress the warp gates, humanity would fall into despair and grief. Ellen was already engaged in dangerous work, but forcing her into even more dangerous work, especially operations with a high risk of death, was something Bertus could not accept. However, he could not leave everything to save Helen Turner as before. The situation was dire. It wasn't that there were no options at all. Ultimately, it seems the time has come to organize a large-scale army. Yes, Your Majesty, they would have to deploy a large force for a full-scale war. Large-scale movement through magic was impossible. Thus, the assembled forces would have to receive supplies through magic, while roaming the continent to destroy the warp gates on an expedition. In order to preserve the forces of master-class individuals and archmages, those slightly lower in rank would be sacrificed. It was impossible to predict how many people would die. Organizing and deploying such a large force wasn't the only issue either. They would have to travel long distances to the locations of the warp gates while fighting countless monsters roaming the continent. They would have to organize a suicide squad that could not return until all the warp gates were destroyed. Since the raiding forces could no longer carry out their mission, they now had to wage a real war. The organization of a large army that would depart to end the gate crisis once and for all. It would take an enormous distance to travel, and there was no telling how many years it would take for that army to leave and return. Would they even be able to return? However, if the gate situation did not end, humanity would be destroyed. That was why it had to be done now. We need to hold a conference with the 5 great divine faiths, scraping together everything that remained. Bertus decided to organize a massive army that could be considered humanity's full force. Your Majesty, what about the princess? Reinhardt took her. Turner was also aware of that plan. I see. Savelin Turner nodded with a somber expression at the Emperor's words. The Empire couldn't protect the princess. That's why they had to put on a play. Although there were unexpected situations, let's leave it at that. Anyway, the situation had gone the way Bertus wanted. A secret organization of unknown identity called the Black Order appeared to kill the Demon King. There was an unintended situation where Ellen, who was at the scene, had to forcibly fight Reinhardt, but ultimately Reinhardt feigned defeat and fled from Ellen. Therefore, while there were a considerable number of unexpected civilian casualties, the atmosphere in the royal capital was very good. They couldn't execute the princess, and the Demon King's minions escaped. But people saw Ellen Artorius overwhelming the Demon King. That seemed to be enough. The royal capital was in an extremely excited state, having confirmed the hero's superior position against the Demon King. A week had passed since Reinhardt left Edina. Charlotte, who took over the regency, was conducting the administration of the country in her own way. Charlotte, who had been delegated full authority by Reinhardt, was not only carrying out the administration, but also focused on understanding the current situation. She could immediately organize a vigilante group and systematize the punishments to establish a criminal standard. But first, she had to check many things with her own eyes. Edina Archipelago was originally a small country, but as its size grew, it became no different from an overgrown child. That's why they couldn't expect the same laws and systems as the Empire. For now, Charlotte focused on the numbers, the problem that had given Reinhardt the most headaches. The number of people, the amount of stockpiled food, the number of crimes, and the number of prisoners in detention. What was needed and what was lacking. And after storing a fair amount of those numbers in her head, Charlotte proceeded with the next task. That task was, in a way, even more critical than remembering the numbers. Were the numbers she remembered accurate? There are cases where it is reported as abundant, but in reality, it is woefully insufficient. There are cases where there is more than the actual recorded figure. Usually, such numbers are slightly altered in the middle, and finding the reason why those numbers were different was Charlotte's role. Charlotte, sitting on the throne, stared at the man who was on his knees, surrounded by guards. Explain the discrepancy between the amount of fish brought in for dried fish production and the actual shipment. Charlotte never dreamed that she would personally interrogate a dried fish production manager in her life. However, Edina's most critical business and problem was food. Food was directly related to people's lives and a matter of life and death. The seafood collected by the merfolk was an extremely important and essential food resource, and the process of making fish into dried fish was one of Edina's crucial food projects. In preparation for long-term food storage for the winter, there was a discrepancy between the amount of fish received and the quantity of dried fish produced. Standing before Charlotte was the person in charge of the dried fish production process. Your Highness, address me as Your Majesty." The trembling supervisor looked at Charlotte's red eyes and fearfully bowed his head to the ground. Your Majesty, not all the fish that are brought in for production actually make it through the dried fish manufacturing process. A significant amount is lost due to mistakes and errors by the workers on site, so the actual yield isn't that high. Are you saying the yield is low? Yes, yes. What is the percentage of losses? Well, that is, you should know the average yield if you're the person in charge of overseeing the dried fish production. Don't tell me you don't know. Not knowing what they should know is already a sin, even if they didn't actually embezzle. The actual yield is about 80%. That can't be. If I calculate the amount of fish received and shipped, the actual average yield is below 60%. About 40% of the fish are disappearing. Charlotte calmly stared at the supervisor who had submitted false reports. Even if there was an error in the actual numbers, the error itself is a sin. The issue of preserved food is a very important national project in preparation for the winter. It's a serious dereliction of duty if the person in charge doesn't know the situation. Furthermore, if 40% of the fish are disappearing due to technical problems, there should be some reports or issues raised about the need for improvement, but not a single one has been submitted. Are you just doing your job without understanding its purpose? Your Majesty, but various things happen on site, inevitably. That is, what inevitable thing are you talking about? Charlotte slightly tilted her head. I have already confirmed that the dried fish you embezzled is being distributed in the Lazark black market. I would like to hear what other excuses you have. Your Majesty, I've committed a sin worthy of death. The supervisor's face turned pale as he repeatedly hit his head on the floor. Charlotte smiled. I was lying. What? Do you think I have nothing better to do than to check whether you are distributing dried fish in the market or not? I just made that up. Charlotte laughed as she looked at the frozen supervisor. It's nice to see you confess so readily once you're pricked. Charlotte gestured to the guards. Investigate all of his crimes and execute him publicly. There must be other crimes, so uncover them as well. After your execution, if any more crimes are discovered, I will execute your wife and children too. So, if you want to make their remaining lives easier, confess everything without lies. Your Majesty, please, forgive me. Take him away. Charlotte quietly watched as the dried fish production line manager was dragged away by the guards. Crimes occur everywhere. Charlotte wasn't curious about why the author committed the crime. It could have been for an inevitable reason or simply for personal greed. But once you start making allowances, there is no end, so Charlotte had never even considered such a thing from the beginning. Your Majesty, about the punishment. One of the attendants, who had been quietly standing by, cautiously opened their mouth. Speak, as if it was difficult to even meet Charlotte's gaze. One of the attendants shivered. His Majesty the Demon King has never discussed collective punishment when dealing with crimes. Ah, I see. Reinhardt's reign. Charlotte knew to some extent what it was like. He preferred to use them as labor rather than killing them, and even if they committed heinous crimes, he only punished the perpetrator. Even the punishment for those who tried to assassinate the Demon King was limited to the death penalty, and their families were not punished. Reinhardt's view on punishment went beyond the question of good and evil, focusing on individual punishment. However, Charlotte's view on punishment was different, punishing one to warn 100. Punishment is not a matter of morality, but a tool for governance. Didn't I say? Charlotte spoke in a cold voice. From now on, many things will be different. Crime and its punishment are meant to serve as a warning to society. I have been delegated authority over Edina's internal affairs, and I have been guaranteed the utmost autonomy regarding that. So, if I want to punish, I will punish. If I want to impose collective punishment, I will do so, especially since food-related businesses are directly related to the lives of all Edina citizens. Those in charge of such businesses taking selfish profits in the process is a major crime that shakes the foundation of Edina. Edina has many mouths, too many. So, I intend to minimize the number of unscrupulous mouths that try to prolong their lives by sucking the blood of the nation. From now on, regardless of affiliation, those who pursue personal interests in Edina's food business will be publicly executed without exception, and their families will be punished without exception as well. Charlotte looked at the attendants who flinched. Among the attendants, there were demons. However, the demons who had absolute trust in the Demon King showed no sign of shame. Those who were frightened were all humans. If you are clean, you have nothing to fear. So it seems there are those with a basis for that fear. Charlotte, seated on the throne, rested her chin on her arm and scrutinized the faces of the attendants. Pray to the gods that your corruption doesn't catch my eye. It's not just you who dies. Everything precious to you may also vanish. The lenient rule of the Demon King is over. Charlotte's rule will shed much blood to strengthen Edina's discipline. Those who filled their pockets with complacency would need considerable determination to continue doing so. Reinhardt might not like collective punishment. At Harriet's words, Charlotte nodded. He might not, but his rule up to now has been too lenient. Charlotte's rule was strikingly different, even if the intentions were the same. That's why Harriet was afraid of what Reinhardt, whose location was unknown, would think when he returned. Did Reinhardt know this would happen and entrusted Charlotte with the rule? Harriet couldn't tell. Even the lowest-ranking officials are looking down on the royal family and embezzling supplies. Those who know that the Demon King is actually quite merciful. However, a merciful ruler is likely to be seen as a weak ruler. Now we need to cut away such parts. We must root out the rotten parts that do not help in governing at all. No, we should burn them in front of the crowds. In reality, Charlotte had tried to burn herself in front of the crowds to maintain the empire's unity. Since Charlotte's words made sense, Harriet did not add anything. Public executions are for show anyway. It's not a method that will actually use that often. Once we show them a few times, discipline will be restored on its own. They need to know that if they get caught, their entire family will be uprooted. Killing people for show. Harriet was a princess herself, but she was taken aback by Charlotte's calm decision to do so. 2 weeks after Reinhardt left, several public executions took place in Lazark's Square. The herald announced the criminals' charges, and the executioners beheaded them. People realized that the method of governance had changed and that the regent had made such a decision through the heralds. Rather than being terrified, many people were cheering. They were mostly those who embezzled public funds or committed unforgivable serious crimes. Therefore, the crowds thought that it was only right for them to die. Of course, there were also those who felt fear and voluntarily paid their taxes. Charlotte did not execute those people. She forgave them with whippings or mild punishments, and even took care of their wounds. And those who had already been punished were not punished retroactively. In this way, Charlotte reorganized the country and established new principles and disciplines. At the same time, she did not neglect to examine the overall situation of Edina. Charlotte quietly observed the numbers listed before her eyes. Fort Markner, the forward base responsible for securing survivors from the continent and sending them to Edina. In a way, it was the place Reinhardt considered the most important. Liana de Grants, known as the Lightning King to people, was in charge there. The main forces were the Sacred Order's knights, and many magicians were also stationed there. It could not be destroyed by ordinary monster attacks, and due to the powerful supernatural powers of Liana, it could not be easily collapsed. Requested supply list for Fort Markner. Is there a problem? At Harriet's question in the office, Charlotte furrowed her brow. Can you show me all the lists of supplies sent to Fort Markner so far? Ha! Oh, all right. I'll find it. After bustling around the office for a while, Harriet soon brought the documents Charlotte needed. Can you also find documents about the number of survivors who have come from Fort Markner to Edina so far? Sure. Got it. Since the documents Charlotte mentioned were as important as any other, Harriet was able to prepare them immediately. Charlotte arranged the requested supply lists by date. Similarly, she lined up the documents detailing when and how many people arrived on the refugee ships on each day. Charlotte stared at those documents. Harriet quietly watched Charlotte, who seemed to have some disturbing thoughts. Port Markner's garrison force is about 2,000, right? Yeah, that's right. The combat force is about 1,500, and various other personnel make up another 500 or so, totaling around 2,000. This number doesn't fluctuate much. Charlotte stared at the documents for a while. Cold sweat broke out on Harriet's forehead. She didn't know what Charlotte was thinking, but if there was a problem with Port Markner, it would become Liana's problem. Liana didn't have particularly good feelings towards Charlotte anyway. If Charlotte discovered some corruption in Port Markner and tried to correct it, she would inevitably collide with Liana. The possibility of it turning into something rather unpleasant was very high. Is there a problem? Yeah, there is. Charlotte nodded at Harriet's question. Port Markner is demanding excessively large amounts of supplies, particularly food. According to Charlotte's calculations, Port Markner wanted an excessive amount of food supplies, and Edina had indeed provided them with that much. Charlotte noticed something strange between the numbers. Chapter 477, Charlotte discovered that Fort Markner had been claiming an excessively large amount of food for quite some time, enough to raise suspicion. Could it be because of the survivors? At Harriet's question, Charlotte shook her head. It's natural to need a stockpile of food for both the permanent residents and the refugees. However, even considering that, it's too much. I can understand that they need a lot of food to feed the survivors until they arrive at Edina. But looking at the data so far, Fort Markner has been requesting and consuming much more food than actually needed, according to my calculations. This isn't just about feeding the combatants, it's about feeding the refugees as well. If we estimate how many refugees were at Fort Markner and when, we can predict the scale of the required food resources, but the amount claimed and consumed has always been much more than necessary. At Charlotte's words, Harriet swallowed hard. It felt like an unwanted conflict was becoming visible. So, are you saying that food is being stolen from Fort Markner? Well, I'm not sure, but it's true that supplies have been requested beyond what's needed. Could the field manager in charge of demand forecasting have inflated the numbers on purpose? That's a possibility. But even if so, what could they possibly gain with that? Even if they were accumulating wealth privately at Fort Markner, they would have to bring it back to Edina. But how could they do that with food? Is it possible to privately use a few ships? And even if it were possible, it would probably have rotted by then. What could be the reason for embezzling food? After all, there's no way to remove the food from Fort Markner once it arrives. It's true that some corruption has occurred in Fort Markner. From the perspective of greediness, it made no sense. However, as is the case with the entire continent now, food is a very precious resource in Edina. Therefore, if managers are involved in corruption related to food, they should be severely punished. Charlotte quietly stared at the documents and numbers in front of her. Something is wrong, to be precise. There has been something wrong for a very long time. But neither Reinhardt nor Harriet were aware that this was a problem. They didn't even know that more supplies were being claimed than necessary. Even if they knew, it wouldn't make a difference, because it's a battlefield and there might be unforeseen situations. They would think it's because they want to stockpile a lot of food. They trusted Liana, so they had been doing it this way. There was no way they could doubt her. Charlotte wasn't doubting Liana either. It's just that the numbers are strange. The numbers confirmed on the documents are, on average, recording strange values. If strange values have been recorded on average for a long time, it's certain that something strange has been happening for a long time, reading corruption and suspicion between the numbers. It was possible for Charlotte, but not for Reinhardt and Harriet. However, there was a problem. This is an investigation into possible corruption involving Liana de Grants, one of the most important people among Reinhardt's people. Even if there is no problem with Liana, Investigating Fort Markner is like investigating Liana's territory. Depending on the circumstances, there might be times when punishment is necessary. But did she have the authority to do so? That's why Charlotte had asked Reinhardt before leaving to clarify her authority and its scope. Reinhardt didn't just make a request, but commanded her. Somehow, she had to get it under control. As Edina's regent, Charlotte had to do what Reinhardt ordered. If there was corruption, she had to investigate it, and if punishment was needed, she had to carry it out. If Liana refused Charlotte's instructions and orders, she had to make her listen. I have to go to Port Markner. If Reinhardt had told her not to interfere with that place, she wouldn't have made such a decision. However, since Reinhardt ordered her to do so, she believed that she had to execute the task accurately. That's what Charlotte thought. At Port Markner, where the Holy Knights of the Sacred Order were stationed, Liana was in charge of them. Their primary mission was to defend Port Markner, and secondly, Liana would personally lead expeditions to nearby areas to rescue refugees who were fleeing from monsters or hiding. The number of people Liana had saved so far was overwhelming. However, Liana now believed that the strategic value of Port Markner had declined significantly. Therefore, she wanted to establish another base and use it as a forward base. In fact, initially, they were able to rescue a considerable number of refugees, but now it was becoming increasingly difficult to find survivors nearby. That's why, unlike in the beginning, no matter how much they searched the surroundings and went on expeditions, they could only rescue less than 1,000 people. It was a cruel thing to say, but it meant that those who were barely surviving had almost all died. The number of people who could be rescued had reached its limit, and even if they moved the base, it would be impossible to find as many survivors as before. The forward base, Port Markner, was losing its usefulness. Charlotte and Harriet arrived at Port Markner through the mass teleportation provided by Lucinil, who was residing in the royal capital. So this is Port Markner. Seeing the place she had only known on paper, Charlotte felt a different kind of emotion. A considerable number of people were living in this base that served as a stronghold. However, this place was more of a military base than a residential area, with temporary housing for refugees and core military forces stationed there. Because battles were commonplace here, the entire city had a tense atmosphere. The refugee shelters are almost empty. Well, it's getting harder and harder to find survivors now. At Charlotte's words, Harriet nodded. There were quite a few refugees that had been rescued somehow, but their number was barely in the 200 range. The larger the base, the wider the area to defend, so the size wasn't that big. There were barracks for the station troops, a temple for the holy knights to pray, a restaurant with smoke rising from it, and only the necessary buildings like large warehouses existed in the area. The harbor was also quite large, as it could accommodate large ships. It's a place where corruption seems impossible. Yes, that's why, after seeing it with her own eyes, Charlotte vaguely felt that there was no room for selfish desires in this place. Lucinny was quietly looking at the scenery of Port Markner. I'll be back after a short walk. Feel free to look around. Yes, my lady. Lucinil began to walk away as if she were going for a stroll. At Temple, she was thought to be just a junior who became surprisingly close to Reinhardt, but it turned out she was a vampire lord with a tremendously long life. Both Charlotte and Harriet quietly stared at the back of Lucinil, who had become a member of the Council of Elders. Despite the situation, a childlike appearance, but actually a vampire lord. She would occasionally stop and stare blankly at something, lost in thought. As Charlotte followed Lucinil's dazzling silver hair with her eyes, she seemed to remember what they had come here for, and looked straight ahead. There's no need to hide that we're here. Let's go to the command center. All right. Harriet clenched her fists slightly. They didn't know what kind of conversation would take place, but it was certain that nothing good would come out of it given Liana's personality. That's why Charlotte's response was important. Your Eminence, Lady Liana is currently on a mission. She is expected to return today, but we do not know the exact time. Then let's wait until she returns. Upon arriving at the command center, Charlotte received a report that Liana was absent. Harriet and Charlotte sat in the reception room of the command center, waiting for Liana to return. The thick walls surrounding Port Markner were guarded by knights at regular intervals. The guard was maintained constantly, as monsters could attack from anywhere at any time. As this was the place where most battles took place, all the soldiers felt tense. Beyond commanding these soldiers, Lyanna regularly patrolled the surrounding area to exterminate monsters, and even went on expeditions far away to rescue survivors. Charlotte was good with numbers, but she didn't think that numbers were everything. There were things that could only be known by seeing them with one's eyes, such as the overall tense state of Port Markna or the fact that all the soldiers were in high spirits. Things that could not be expressed in numbers could only be seen with the eyes. Charlotte, having observed Port Markna to some extent, came to a conclusion. Lyanna seems to have too much on her plate. Lyanna de Grance's workload was quite heavy. That's true, so sometimes Olivia takes over Lyanna's duties for a few days. Ah, that makes sense. The head of the Sacred Order, Olivia lands. Her strength was considerable, so if Lyanna seemed too exhausted, Olivia would step in and take over. And she only gets a few days of rest. Yes, Lyanna wants it that way. She says that only resting for a few days eases the pain a little. Despite having someone else capable of taking over, Lyanna practically resided in Port Markna. Charlotte, with her arms folded, stared at the scenery of Port Markna. Did Reinhardt often inspect Port Markna? No. As you know, Reinhardt had so much work to do that he couldn't come to Port Markna very often, but he did go on an inspection last time. No matter how hastily built the houses were, Reinhardt had hardly any time to sleep properly while he was constructing Edina's system. He even had to endure the threat of assassination. Why? Do you see something strange? No, not really. Charlotte shook her head. I just thought that Lyanna basically had full authority over Fort Markna. Yes, that's true. Lyanna usually makes decisions and solves issues here for minor matters. But for extremely important matters, we still discuss and decide together. Extremely important matters like things like how to transport refugees or how to set up new operational areas. At Harriet's words, Charlotte nodded. How's the loyalty of Fort Markna's troops to Lyanna? Loyalty. Yes, loyalty. Harriet pondered Charlotte's question silently. It has to be extremely high. Lyanna always fights at the forefront and tries to minimize casualties when monsters attack at night. If the commander is fighting at the front, wouldn't loyalty be high? That makes sense. Charlotte still gazed out the window. Lyanna de Grance was devoting all her efforts to the defense of Fort Markna. She fought at the forefront to minimize casualties. The trust and loyalty to such a commander couldn't be low. Charlotte was convinced by Harriet's words. What about compared to Olivia Lands? Ha! Harriet couldn't help but be slightly taken aback by the sudden question. Could the knights here be more loyal to Lyanna de Grance than to Olivia Lands, the leader of the Sacred Order? That's a very dangerous question, Charlotte. It was a very sensitive question. These knights were originally under the command of Olivia Lands, leader of the Sacred Order, and accepted Lyanna de Grance as their commander. If they became more loyal to Lyanna de Grance over time than to Olivia, it could become a point of contention. Charlotte stared at Harriet, who was avoiding the answer. I have to ask dangerous questions. I need to know because it's dangerous. Reinhardt wanted Charlotte to fully represent the Demon King. Therefore, she had to know everything about Edina. Dangerous things must be known because they are dangerous, even if they are extremely sensitive issues. I don't know the specific situation of Fort Markna or what the knights think, but Lyanna always fought for the people and worked hard to protect her soldiers. I don't know who the knights would be more loyal to between Olivia and Lyanna, but I think they would be willing to sacrifice their lives for Lyanna. The level of loyalty is unknown, but the loyalty of the knights is enough to risk their lives. Lightning King is a title the knights call her with respect and admiration. It was to the extent that they gave such a title to their commander, who was much younger than them and just barely 20 years old. Is that so? Charlotte nodded at Harriet's response. Harriet was afraid of Charlotte's questions, whose intentions were unknown. If something went wrong when Lyanna returned and they started arguing, it could cause big problems. And that kind of problem could escalate into a fight if handled incorrectly. The Demon Kings established policy, and the clash with Lyanna, one of the four heavenly kings. There was a high possibility that it would become an irreversible event in many ways. In the end, although not present, the highest decision-maker in Edina was the Demon King Valia. Regardless of whether there was a problem or not, if the problem was not properly resolved, the decision would be made after the Demon King's return. If the Demon King returned while there was a problem, whose side would he take? Taking anyone's side would undoubtedly create issues. If he took Charlotte's side, It would inevitably cause resentment among Lyanna and her supporting forces, who were akin to founding contributors. If he took Lyanna's side, Charlotte's regime, which had just begun, would be shaky from the start. If she couldn't handle the contributor forces properly, she wouldn't be able to carry out their mission to fully take charge of Edina's administration. Charlotte, this is too dangerous to touch. I know that. In response to Harriet's cautious words, Charlotte simply replied while gazing out the window. Southwestern border region of Kernstadt, Esren mountain range. Kwung, I watched as a large tree fell and rolled down the mountain, split in half. Huff, huck, cold sweat ran down my entire body. I had never imagined there would be a monster disguised as a tree. I tried to climb up and get some rest for a moment, but the tree tried to swallow me whole and eat me as soon as I closed my eyes. I managed to protect myself and escape by releasing my magic power and blasting the middle of the tree, but it would have been a different story if I had fallen asleep. It had been about 2 weeks since I entered the Esren mountain range. I hadn't been able to sleep at all, and I still hadn't found Rizera. Chapter 478, The Lightning King. Lyanna de Grants returned to Fort Markner late at night. Charlotte watched from inside the command center as the knights and priests returned to Fort Markner. Somehow, quite a few carriages had returned, carrying survivors they had found. The survivors were safely escorted to Fort Markner as they were loaded onto the carriages upon discovery. Not all the carriages were filled with people, but some of them carried survivors, and at the very end of the troops. There, Lyanna de Grants, riding a white horse, escorted the troops from the rear until the end. In battle, she was at the vanguard. In escorting, she was in the rear. It was no wonder that the troops admired their commander, who always fought only in the most dangerous places. Survivors were unloaded from the carriages in the temporary refugee area, moving according to the guidance of the troops. They first calmed the frightened people, then educated them to some extent about Edina, and then transported them to Edina. That was the alpha and omega of the operation of Fort Markner's forward base. Harriet de Saint-Ouen mumbled blankly as she watched the survivors get off the carriages. Still, quite a lot. It was Lyanna's job to go out scouting regularly and bring back survivors. External operations could end in a day, but sometimes they took several days, going on long expeditions. It was difficult to find survivors in this environment, and that was why they were considering relocating the base. But it was still true that they could definitely find survivors in this area. It's just that the number was much smaller compared to the past. It was unclear whether Lyanna had been on an operation for several days, but they had secured more than 20 survivors, those who were rescued from a wretched life. Charlotte quietly watched the still fearful survivors, even though they had arrived at a safe place. "What's going on? Why didn't I receive notice of your visit?" Lyanna, who returned to the command center, tilted her head at the news that Charlotte and Harriet had been waiting for her until midnight. "Whatever it is, just wait a bit. I need to wash up." Charlotte didn't have much time either. She didn't yet know if there was any problem with Fort Markner, and in fact, it might be nothing. However, she was in this place, delaying her work because Lyanna might be involved in that problem. That's why she had to finish her duties as quickly as possible and return. But Charlotte quietly watched Lyanna go somewhere, looking like she was facing a trivial matter with her hasty attitude. Is she doing that on purpose? No, it can't be. As soon as such a thought occurred, Charlotte shook her head internally. Charlotte was not very close to Lyanna even during their time at Temple, but that didn't mean she didn't know her at all. Lyanna de Grants. She was the heir of the Grants Duchy and a top-ranked electrokinetic among supernatural powers in terms of offense. After the death of the Duke of Grants, her abilities had grown to a level that transcended several dimensions. As far as Charlotte knew, Lyanna's personality was rather outgoing, and she didn't pay much attention to trivial matters. She knew that at this point, Lyanna must hate the Empire, so her feelings towards herself couldn't be good either. Lyanna would just say what she had to say. Her personality was not the type to suppress her opponent with subtle emotional fights. Lyanna de Grants was a very different kind of person from Olivia Lands. If Olivia Lands sneered and subtly belittled her opponent, Lyanna would simply say she disliked them. So her current behavior was likely done without much thought. If Reinhardt, not Charlotte, had been in her place, she would have told him to wait while she showered. Harriet was tense, not knowing what would happen, how much time had passed. Lyanna, changed from her battle attire to casual clothes, came out to the reception room. Not having eaten properly yet, Liana began to munch on a sandwich that her deputy had brought and placed on a plate on the table. Taking a bite of the sandwich, Liana stared intently at Charlotte. "So, what is it?" Liana was blunt from the beginning. She wasn't the type to beat around the bush or feign non-existent goodwill. Blunt people tend to make enemies easily. However, Liana always took the lead in battle because of her straightforward attitude and actions. In this unique environment, Liana had earned the absolute trust of most of the Port Markner troops, thanks in part to her abrasive demeanor. "I heard it's hard to find survivors, but it seems there are still some people left." Harriet quietly watched Charlotte's subtle appearance. The straightforward Liana, Charlotte, who did not immediately bring up the issue. Only Harriet, who was observing the situation, felt that the two were very different people. Liana took a sip of water and sighed. "It's not like there are none at all. I don't know if this is the right way to put it, but the pickings are slim, the efficiency is poor, so that's why we're trying to move the base. You know that, right?" "Yeah, I heard you were planning to relocate the base to another port. So, do you think Port Markner should continue to operate because there are still survivors in the area?" At Liana's question, Charlotte shook her head. "No, the decision of the field commander, you, would be the most accurate. You've been through and seen a lot, so your judgment must be right. Actually, there's no guarantee that moving the base will make it so we can rescue more people, so I don't really know for sure. And to establish a new base, we have to clear out all the monsters in the area. It's dangerous, but we can't just sit here and do nothing. We have to save more people." Liana was only voicing her opinion in line with Reinhardt's principles and acting accordingly. People admired and respected Liana. Liana was far from selfish. Her decision to abandon the relatively safe Port Markner, seek out the most dangerous places, and risk establishing a new base was clearly far from petty desires. "How many people are in the refugee residential area now?" "Well, I don't know the exact number, but I think there are about 150, including the people we rescued today. Once they are transported to Lazark on the next transport ship, they will become residents of Edina. On average, how many days do survivors stay here before being transported to Lazark?" "Well, it's not so much how many days the refugees stay, but rather the arrival time of the transport fleets that come every 3 weeks. If a transport fleet arrives the day after picking up survivors, they stay for 3 weeks. If it arrives a week before, they stay for a week." "I see." Charlotte nodded at Liana's words, then fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Having finished her contemplation, Charlotte asked again, "How many people were on the transport convoy last time?" I think it was around 1800. And before that?" "Ah." Liana furrowed her brow at Charlotte's question. Charlotte looked at Liana without changing her expression. "What are you trying to say?" "What do you mean?" Liana glared at Charlotte, not hiding her discomfort. "There's no need for two to hear that from my mouth, is there? The numbers are all written in the reports anyway, so why are you asking about such trivial numbers here?" Liana put down her sandwich, crossed her arms, and glared at Charlotte. "Get to the point. What is it? Why are you here?" In response to Liana's hostile gaze, Charlotte calmly looked back at her. Charlotte's probing was meant to gauge the other person's attitude toward her, whether it was friendly, hostile, or neutral. However, Liana asked directly, unable to hold back her curiosity. Liana was blunt and didn't like Charlotte. Charlotte realized that her suspicions were correct. "According to my calculations, it seems that Port Markner has been claiming more food than it actually needs." "What?" "And it's been going on for quite a while. I think it started about a year ago, maybe a little less." Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Liana's expression hardened. Harriet's eyes widened as she looked at Charlotte. Charlotte had found out when Port Markner began to overclaim food just by looking at the documents a few times. The basic food requirement for Port Markner is for 2,000 people. The additional food reserves are determined based on the number of survivors residing there. Port Markner has been overclaiming food for about a year. Food is a major issue, especially for soldiers facing battle. They need to eat as much as they can and have good quality meals. We've only received the minimum supplies due to Edina's situation, but now we're trying to be more accommodating when it comes to food. Is this such a big problem? Do you really need to investigate this all the way here? Do we have to hear this from you just because we ate a bit more while fighting on the front lines?" Charlotte nodded silently in response to Liana's hostile words. "Yeah, I thought you'd say something like that." "What?" Liana's expression grew even more severe at Charlotte's nonchalant remark. Liana was blunt, therefore, she often let clues slip in her speech. Charlotte had already picked up one such clue. I understand that you were aware of this issue and that you acknowledged it was under your orders. Only then did Liana realize that she had fallen into Charlotte's trap, biting her lip in frustration. Clues tend to slip through conversations, and Charlotte couldn't help but catch them, and Liana was not very skilled in that aspect. Yeah, I did that. So what? Is it such a big problem? For the morale of the troops, you wanted to provide better quality meals than before. Right, yes. But that's not the case, is it? What did you say? Charlotte calmly and patiently began her explanation. You said you provided a lot of food for the morale of the fighters, but if you wanted to do that, you would have tried to provide a higher quality diet rather than a larger quantity. So you should have requested more meat and processed products. But what you claimed beyond necessity were very basic items like flour. You wanted the quantity of meals, not the quality. Liana de Grance's expression gradually hardened. Charlotte calmly explained with a neutral expression. Watching this, Harriet felt a heavy pressure as if something was stuck in her throat. Liana said she tried to raise the quality of the meals, but according to Charlotte, the quantity of meals increased, but the quality did not. Charlotte did not reveal everything she knew from the beginning. She waited for her opponent's mistakes and then brought out other facts she knew. Cornering her opponent, she caught her opponent with their own words. Because of Edina's situation, I thought it was important to feed them full first. Meat is hard to get, so I tried to fill the quantity with basic food like flour. The existing supply of food was distributed based on the nutritional needs of combat forces, calculated for two ordinary people, so there was no need to supply more flour or rice. They couldn't even eat it all, even if they overate. Fort Markner's forces couldn't consume the excess food supplies in the first place. Bang! Liana slammed the table roughly and glared at Charlotte. Crackle, crackling. Sparks flew from Liana's forehead, and she glared at Charlotte with fierce eyes. What are you trying to say? Charlotte still looked calm, staring at Liana. It's simple. There were more mouths to feed here than the actual number reported to Edina. More? What? Feeling an ominous premonition, Harriet couldn't help but ask. Liana remained quiet. Charlotte continued to speak. For a few days or weeks, they needed more food, but for some reason they didn't make it to Edina. In fact, many of the survivors here never made it out of Fort Markner. That's why more food was requested than actually needed. That was the amount that unrecorded people had to eat. At Charlotte's words, Liana fell silent. You, Charlotte asked quietly, what did you do with those people? The people who should have come to Edina but didn't. What did you do with them? Liana glared at Charlotte in silence. How long was the silence? Charlotte knew that Liana was a person far from trivial desires. Then the excess food request must have been necessary. There must have been a reason to hide it and tell lies. There must have been a truth that could not be told. With a stern expression, Liana slowly opened her mouth. I killed them. What? At Liana's words breaking the silence, Harriet was appalled. I couldn't endanger Edina any longer. Charlotte, as if she had expected this, quietly nodded. Chapter 479. Lucinil was quietly walking near Port Markner as night fell. Archdemon. A new world created by the demon king Valia. A landscape where humans and demons live together. Lucinil never thought such a thing was possible. She believed that the long-standing hatred between demons and humans could not be resolved. However, ultimately, survival is an absolute issue for all beings. The environmental limitations of an island. The reality that the continent was teeming with monsters. In the reality where death or coexistence was the only choice, humans and demons living together created a strange landscape. Lucinil felt sad that such a thing was only possible after the world had almost been destroyed. In such a situation, the fact that such a landscape was eventually created also made Lucinil feel the ripple of strange emotions. The reasons and causes were complex, and Valia, who actually created such an environment, was also the cause of the situation. But in that situation, she did not collapse and try to accomplish something. And in the end, she achieved something. That's why Lucinil felt pride and dignity as well as sadness. It was the outskirts that had even crossed the walls. Monsters didn't roam around, perhaps because they were periodically swept away. But even if there were monsters coming and going, Lucinil was a vampire lord. There were no monsters that could threaten Lucinil in such a place. So Lucinil walked along the outskirts of Port Markna, looking at the changed world. In fact, it didn't look like it had changed that much. It's not that humans were densely gathered in every place on the continent, and it's not that monsters were teeming all over the continent. All Lucinil saw was the landscape of a moonlit world and a slightly windy plain. Although the world was nearing destruction, the silver-haired vampire quietly walked in a landscape that made her wonder what was so different about it. Reinhardt had disappeared in search of something. The princess, who filled the vacancy, was struggling to fulfill her role in some way. The many relationships the Demon King had turned into strange relationships mediated by guilt. Lucinil quietly recalled Valia's appearance, which seemed to be the same but had changed so much in the time she couldn't see him. As if he had an obsession that he couldn't show weakness. The subtly cute taste of the past had disappeared. Since his existence became the starting point of tragedy, the Demon King's heart must have been broken, but he couldn't show that at all from the outside. He didn't reveal his inner feelings at all, as if foreseeing that a more miserable fate would be given to him next time. He still acted as if he had to do something. Poor thing, Lucinil muttered to herself quietly. The Demon King had become stronger. He was just pretending to be strong while drawing thick curtains over his shattered heart. He didn't tell anyone where he was going, but the Demon King would have left to somehow overcome the fate given to him. He can run like a tireless horse. Lucinil had seen many such beings. She saw those who ran like tireless horses and accomplished something. However, in the end, she saw even more people who were exhausted and died from running. Lucinil didn't know whether the path to the Demon King was one of exhaustion and death or one of accomplishment. Nevertheless, the Demon King clenched his teeth and continued to run, never revealing his broken self to anyone. He tried not to crumble due to excessive failure, even if out of stubbornness. It wasn't that he had become stronger, but rather, it was closer to an obsession. What was the Demon King doing? Where was that pitiful fellow wandering, having escaped from Edina's affairs? The Demon King seemed to have headed somewhere. Lucinil stopped walking as she wandered through the night-shrouded plains. Hiss from somewhere. A chilly wind blew. Lucinil looked at the rolling hills in the moonlight. Lucinil was a vampire lord. Vampires were originally undead. Despite being meant to die, they were living beings. Thus, Lucinil didn't have a soul, but it was easier for her to sense spiritual beings than it was for other living beings. Moreover, Lucinil had studied souls more than any other being in the world. Therefore, her ability to sense spiritual beings was much more exceptional than other vampires. The strange uneasiness she felt in the wind, Lucinil could intuit that it was some sort of spiritual reaction. Lucinil took a deep breath and focused her mind. Hey, Lucinil could decipher the strange wails and despair that melted into the wind. Ghosts. Ghosts entangled themselves even in the vampire council, though they couldn't affect the living. The place itself was haunted by ghosts. Lucinil walked slowly towards the wailing hills, passing through the rolling hills of the countryside. It was different from the monsters of the gate. This was a phenomenon that belonged to this world. However, the eerie wailing, which seemed to make even the wind cry, led Lucinil to walk towards some place as if she were bewitched. What is this? Lucinil could feel what other beings couldn't. The anguished voices of ghosts filled with despair and resentment painfully circled around her ears. The outskirts of Port Markna, considerably far away, beneath a massive rock crevice among those hills, a seemingly artificially created, enormous, and deep pit. It was a cunningly hidden precipice that seemed impossible to find from the outside unless one deliberately searched for it. Lucinil sensed that the wailing was coming from inside that artificially created cave. Beneath that pit, Lucinil saw something dark squirming there. It wasn't moving. However, she could feel the countless ghosts, unable to leave this place due to their immense resentment. Narrowing her brow, Lucinil summoned a sphere of light and threw it down into the pit. It was a pit so deep that its depth couldn't be fathomed. Only then could Lucinil see what the dark things were at the bottom of the pit. What is this? They were all completely burned black human corpses. Liana had secured more survivors than she had reported to Edina. However, a significant number of them were not sent to Edina. They remained unrecorded in documents and became non-existent people. They had been killed by Liana. Hearing this, Harriet couldn't help but be shocked, and Charlotte simply stared at Liana with a calm expression. I thought you'd find out eventually, but I didn't expect you to notice so quickly. Until now, Harriet and Reinhardt had been completely unaware, but Charlotte had deduced what had happened just by looking at a few documents. Liana couldn't help but acknowledge that, regardless of her personal dislike for Charlotte, there was no room for doubt about her ability. Liana, what on earth are you talking about? Why? Why did you kill those people? Charlotte didn't say anything, but the shock Harriet received was immense. Up until now, Liana had been killing survivors without reporting it. If this was true, Liana would have saved the most people in Edina while also massacring the most innocent civilians. Liana calmly stared at the pale-faced Harriet. Reinhardt has had many close calls with death, hasn't he? The assassination attempts against the Demon King were not a 1 or 2 day affair. There had been many near-death experiences, and recently, Harriet had been sharing a bedroom with him for that reason. We can't allow any more impure elements into Edina. In fact, there were countless people in Edina who hated the Demon King and wanted him dead. However, up until now, they had only been suppressing these people with force. Furthermore, without the Demon King, it was uncertain how the demons living in harmony with humans would change. Liana stared intently at Harriet. Do you know what happens when we educate the refugees about the situation in Edina? Do you think there would be no one who, upon hearing about a society ruled by the Demon King and mixed with demons, would prefer death to living in such a place? It was not just about the opposition forces. These were people who had lost something, a nation ruled by the Demon King, the cause of their misery. If they had to live in such a place from now on, there were those who would choose death. There were those who hated the Demon King enough to want to kill him. But beyond that, there were also those who hated the Demon King enough to want to die themselves. Harriet's lips trembled with a despairing expression. Liana, even if that's the case, did you really need to kill them? Or what? Liana looked at Harriet. If they would rather die than go to Edina, forcing them they would put Reinhardt in danger. And not just Reinhardt, right? Harriet, you've had many close calls too. I don't like it. But the same goes for Olivia. I don't want to fill Edina with extremist forces. But I can't just send them to Edina without educating them either. That could cause problems. In a situation where those people have already formed factions, should I send more people who might overthrow Edina? I can't do that. And if I don't send them, am I supposed to feed and take care of them for the rest of their lives? I can't do that either. Should I just chase them away and tell them to live on their own wherever they can, death or exile? Yes, in the past, that's what we did. I didn't want to dirty my hands, so if they wanted to die so badly, I told them to go out and die. That's how we drove a considerable number of survivors back into the wilderness. I thought that if they managed to survive, it would be enough. But do you know what happened? It seems that some of them really survived. And that's the problem. Rumors are spreading that there's a place like this in the south. The rumors must be spreading through the people I exiled. What do you think will happen if this reaches the Empire? If the Empire knows about Port Markna and that we've established our territory on a distant island in the south, what will happen if the Empire and the humans find out? War would break out, without a doubt. I made a mistake. I made a big mistake by opposing Reinhardt and exiling those who would rather die than submit to the Demon King's rule. I made the mistake of letting those who know about our land and our territory live. So I've been trying not to make that mistake again. That's all there is to it. The problem was not that the exiled people died, but that they survived. Rumors about Port Markna began to spread from somewhere. People were gradually becoming aware of the paradise in the south, although it was not known to be the Demon King's land. The Demon King, the symbol of hatred, and his land. One day, an attack on Edina by humanity might begin. If an indefinite number of people learn about Edina, the Empire might be forced to go to war with Edina. The wavering Empire might have to wage war against Darkland in order to maintain its authority and unite humanity. That's why Liana started to actually kill those who would rather choose death than submit to the Demon King's rule. Because if they lived, the entire Edina might be in danger. Chapter 480, it's not like I didn't try to persuade them. I even tried to persuade them with lies. But even if I sent them to Edina, they would eventually learn the truth. I don't know what's going through both of your minds, but people hate the Demon King more than we can imagine. It's common to hate him enough to want to kill him, and they also hate him enough to want to die. Harriet and Charlotte knew that people hated the Demon King enough to want to kill him, but they could also hate him enough to want to die. Saving someone could lead to someone else's death. To save someone, someone else must be killed. To protect something, someone else must be killed. Those who were saved by her hands had to be killed by her hands. Lyanna had been hiding this story for a very long time, since about a year ago. As a result of sending those who were clearly going to become impure to Edina, there were numerous assassination attempts on the Demon King. In the long run, if the extreme opposition to the Demon King increased, Edina could be overthrown, since realizing that information about Port Markna and Edina was spreading. Lyanna had been actually killing those who would rather die than live under the Demon King's rule. In Lyanna's stern expression, there was a strong determination that could not be broken or scratched. There was no pain or despair. She knew that if she started getting tangled up in such things, she would only struggle in endless despair. She seemed determined not to think about such things. "Whatever you wanted to know, this is the truth," Lyanna said, looking at Charlotte. "So, what are you going to do now?" Charlotte looked at Lyanna quietly. "Why didn't you tell Reinhardt about this issue?" At Charlotte's question, Lyanna crossed her arms. "Do you know how Reinhardt has been for the past 2 years?" "I don't." At Charlotte's calm response, Lyanna narrowed her eyes and looked out the window. "He hasn't shown any signs of struggle even once. The one who should have had the hardest time among us spent 2 years without showing any signs of it. He only thought about what he had to do and kept moving forward, never taking a break." Lyanna looked at Charlotte quietly. "He thinks it's his fault that things have turned out like this, but even if he doesn't say anything, I know he's struggling so much that he can't even speak. Saving someone means killing someone in return. If Reinhardt had known about this, he would have said to just send them to Edina because he would take care of the assassination threats and internal problems. I don't want Reinhardt to suffer from this anymore. I won't say this is the best choice. However, I don't think this was the worst choice either. Do you think I don't know that there are only shitty choices in resolving this issue in any way? That's why I made a decision as the Demon King's agent and commander who leads the front line. I decided that Reinhardt should never know about this issue. I have no intention of letting him, who is already rotting inside, take on more burdens and torment by knowing about this problem." Lyanna didn't want to give another worry to the Demon King, who was already struggling enough. Lyanna didn't want Reinhardt or Edina to be in danger. So, among the people she had managed to save, she actually killed those who hated the Demon King enough to want to die. Rumors of the massacre taking place here did not reach Edina. Lyanna had discreetly dealt with people, so the survivors who went to Edina didn't even know who had disappeared around them. In this way, Lyanna rescued people, and because she saved them, she had to kill some of them. Ironically, those who had not been discovered by Lyanna might have lived a little longer. Lyanna never explained how she felt while killing them with her own hands, just as Reinhardt had not shown any signs of struggle for the past 2 years. Lyanna never talked about the inevitability or pain of the slaughter. She decided to do so and stuck to it. The impenetrable Lyanna de Grance, the Demon Lord's commander, Charlotte stared at the Lightning King. "You're Reinhardt's friend, right?" Charlotte asked Lyanna with a still composed expression. "Yes, but before that, you must be aware that you have a relationship as ruler and subject, right?" "Yes." "One must first think of the relationship between ruler and subject before friendship." Lyanna had no rebuttal to Charlotte's words that they had started as friends, but now they had to let go of that mindset to some extent. Charlotte stared quietly at Lyanna. "A subject deceives the Lord for the Lord's sake. Is that the argument?" It was a statement that excessively lumped together Lyanna's situation and Reinhardt's, but ultimately it wasn't much different. "Yes, that's how it would be if you put it that way." "Then, is it okay for Harriet, me as the regent, Olivia as the high priestess, and Iris, the succubus queen, to deceive the Lord if it's for the same reason? To lessen the Lord's burden, to alleviate the Lord's sense of responsibility and guilt. The Lord should not know about the miserable and dirty things happening in the country. Is it okay to deceive the Lord for that reason?" Charlotte stared quietly at Lyanna. "By deceiving and hiding the dirty affairs, covering the Lord's eyes, and only reporting the good, pretty, and heartwarming things, and not revealing the dirty things. And the Lord, knowing nothing, thinks everything is going well and knows nothing. What do you call such a Lord? A tyrant in the dark, isn't it?" Lyanna looked at Charlotte with a stern expression. "Lyanna de Grance, your intentions may be those of a loyal subject, but your methods are those of a treacherous one. The moment a subject dares to care for their lord and hides various matters and blinds them, you unintentionally turn Reinhardt into an incompetent being. Reinhardt will inevitably not doubt you. Therefore, everything you say is true, and he will not be curious about what lies behind it. Why? Because you are a meritorious subject, because you are a friend. Regardless of your intentions, you have unilaterally carried out a serious issue without discussing it with the Lord for a very long time. Reinhardt trusted you, but you thought that Reinhardt might collapse. Ultimately, you betrayed Reinhardt's trust. I have no intention of debating whether your handling of this matter was right or wrong, but you should have, without fail, discussed this issue with Reinhardt. That is your mistake and your fault. Regardless of intentions, once you start deceiving the Lord, it can happen a second time, and then a third time. Liana realized that she had deceived the demon king himself, and she couldn't say anything about the others who could deceived him for similar reasons, assuming that each person following Reinhardt had hidden agendas for Reinhardt's sake. Reinhardt would be an incompetent lord who knew nothing about what he truly needed to know. Charlotte looked silently at Liana, who remained silent. One could be a friend, but one must not approach from a friend's perspective. Liana knew that Charlotte's words were not just meant to confirm hierarchy. The Lord needs your loyalty, not your consideration. It's possible to keep a friend in the dark out of consideration, but keeping a lord in the dark out of consideration is tantamount to rebellion. The Lord takes responsibility for the good and evil that originates from the state. You must not, and cannot, make your own decisions and execute them after judging it so. Charlotte's words suggested that Liana had inadvertently turned Reinhardt into an incompetent lord. Intentions didn't matter. If such incidents accumulated, it would only make Reinhardt a more tyrannical ruler. Liana couldn't find words to refute that argument. She had no choice but to admit that her choice had been a mistake, jeopardizing not only her relationship with the Lord, but also Reinhardt's abilities as a lord. So, what exactly do you want to say? Do you want to remove me from my position? Or do you want to tell Reinhardt that I committed misconduct and need to be punished? Charlotte responded calmly to Liana's words, which acknowledged her mistake despite their hostile tone. I don't know the specifics, but I thought there might be similar incidents. What I want to say is that there should be no secrets like this in the future, under any circumstances. Charlotte didn't mention the fact that she had been slaughtering survivors. The important point was that she had acted unilaterally without discussing matters with the Lord. Charlotte was merely pointing out the potential problems that could arise from such behavior. I will report this matter to Reinhardt. However, considering his personality, I doubt he will punish you or remove you from your position. And this is my judgment as a regent. Charlotte looked around. Until Reinhardt returns and issues orders, it would be best to suspend the search for survivors in Port Markna. The possibility of securing survivors hadn't disappeared completely. However, securing survivors would inevitably lead to the slaughter of some of them. There could be a choice to continue the search for survivors, knowing that some would be saved. But there could also be a choice not to save anyone, knowing that it might lead to the death of innocent people. There was no entirely right decision. There were just decisions. From now on, activities other than base defense will be suspended. Until Reinhardt made a new judgment, activities in Port Markna would be limited to base defense. That was the new decision of Charlotte de Gardiers, the regent. Can you accept my decision? In response to Charlotte's question, Liana stared at her silently. In the end, Liana had no choice but to acknowledge her mistake. Yes, let's do that. And that's why she had no choice but to accept the regent's decision. After Charlotte finished her story, she stood up from her seat, and Harriet awkwardly followed suit. Hey, as Charlotte turned to leave, Liana called her quietly. Yeah, you know I hate you, right? Silence fell as Charlotte stared at Liana after her softly spoken words. You don't have a reason to like me, yet you have a reason to hate me, so I suppose that's the case. Charlotte simply continued to stare at Liana as if to say, so what? Don't you ever think about that? What? Liana bit her lip, her eyes widening. Before she knew it, Liana's eyes were bloodshot red. After a long silence, Liana muttered as if she was forcing the words out. Don't you ever think? I have no right to hate you. And the Empire. Silence ensued as Charlotte looked at Liana's red, bloodshot eyes. She stared at Liana, who was casting her empty gaze somewhere far away. Liana knew the cause behind her father's death. The Empire had killed Lyanna's father, Duke Grants, and pinned the blame on the Demon King. The reason was that Duke Grants was a key figure in the revolutionary faction. The revolutionary faction had the potential to plunge the entire continent into war. Moreover, the place where Duke Grants was killed was a known meeting place between the revolutionaries and the demon race. The revolutionary faction was even willing to join hands with humanity's enemy for the sake of the revolution. To avoid war and the countless sacrifices that would come with it, the Empire killed Duke Grants and staged his death as the work of the Demon King. That was why Lyanna hated the Empire and despised everyone involved in her father's death. This hatred extended to Charlotte, Princess of the Empire. But now, under the pretense of helping Edina, under the pretense of avoiding war with the Empire, and under the pretense of serving the Demon King, Lyanna had killed innocent people. Lyanna was tormented by the thought that she had no right to hate the Empire and the royal family. Her confession to Charlotte was no different. The logic behind the Empire killing Duke Grants and Lyanna's massacre of innocents was exactly the same. Both were done to avoid greater sacrifices. Lyanna knew her hatred had now lost its legitimacy. Just as Reinhardt hadn't expressed his despair, Lyanna was also tormented by her own despair after carrying out such terrible deeds. I don't know. The right to hate, the right to despise. I don't know if hatred and resentment need something like a right. Hatred and resentment can arise even from weak evidence. In reality, isn't people's hatred and resentment of the Demon King based on mere misunderstandings? So even if you continue to hate me and hate the Empire, it's inevitable. As for whether you have the right to do so, Charlotte stared intently at Lyanna, thinking about the moral purity of hatred and resentment. It's kind of. Charlotte tilted her head. Isn't it too arrogant? Charlotte's words suggested that Lyanna's previous hatred and resentment were morally pure, but now they might not be justified. Lyanna bit her lip at Charlotte's suggestion that considering the moral purity of one's hatred and resentment was an arrogant thing to do. You know, I really don't like this. At Lyanna's reaction, Charlotte snickered. There's no point in getting along too well with the important people around the king, like as it was at Temple. Not for me, not for you, and not for Reinhardt either. So, Charlotte added that it would be better for them to accept her as an unpleasant and inconvenient person, but one who could not be ignored. However, no matter what happens, you guys are still incomparably better than me, the people who trusted Reinhardt, and herself who couldn't trust. Charlotte knew very well that she could never bridge the gap between them. Leaving those words behind, Charlotte left the Fort Markner headquarters.